Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. "My lord, please wake up," said the soft voice belonging to the female as I slowly opened my eyes. I looked around with a slight panic, but I quickly suppressed my emotions and started thinking. My surrounding was different, the place was other, everything seemed different. And then, my head started hurting like hell. My memories began flooding, or should I say memories belonging to the previous host of the body, or whatever just now happened. I waved at the maid that was waking me up as she bowed and left my bedroom. My name was Zeoticus Gremory, a new Duke of Gremory after my father was killed in a recent skirmish with fallen angels. The timeline was before the Great War of Biblical Faction, and tensions rose in the last decades. Currently is the year 1414, so only around 2 decades until the Great War will break out. Basically a self-insert. Though I admit, this is good, my dream finally came true. Now just to see if my little friend also came with me. Architect. Here. So, you transmigrated with me, what the hell happened? I have died, that is for sure, but my memories are blurry. That is correct. There was an accident in the laboratory, and unfortunately, the explosion led to the immediate death of the entire team of scientists and the collapse of the building," said Architect in his usually cold mechanical voice. I knew it, researching the things those bastards brought from those ruins were a bad idea, but I couldn't help myself. Humans. Consistently overestimating their capabilities. Though now you are not human, I dare to say. From your memories, I can judge that you are a race known as Devil in this universe known as Draconic Deus. Yes, do the scan of my body. Use all available knowledge you have and my memories as well. It shall be done. Name, Zeoticus Gremory. Race, pure-blooded devil, bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer. Occupation, Lord of House of Gremory, Duke of Gremory. Age, 180. Class, high, only due to demonic energy level. Demonic power, 76. Strength, 14. Agility, 20. Vitality, 27. Clan trait. Dark Light. The Devourer, sealed. Abilities. Devil Magic, Adept. If I remember, the scaling system is set with number 1 as extreme human limit. Meaning I am 14 times stronger than a normal human, 20 times faster, and my vitality is higher 27 times. Architect, use the available data to calculate stat range of classes from low class to high class, I said as I looked at the information provided by Architect. I see that I had Dark Light from my mother's side, as he was a Lucifer clan member. Father always told me never to show this power to anyone. He was right, I would probably be getting killed by descendants of the Lucifer clan without any power to back myself. The Dark Light trait was rare even among the Lucifer clan, as currently, only original Lucifer had it. It was able to create light like angels and fallen, but with a dark element. Meaning, it was deadly for beings of light affiliation and also darkness affiliation. Though the clan trait of the Gremory clan was sealed, the Devourer looked intimidating and exciting. It should be about devouring magic or demonic energy. I will search the library. Calculation has been done. Low class, 1 to 15. Mid class, 30 to 50. High class, 75 to 99. This is bad. I am currently the same as most pillar devils. I became high class only due to my lineage and demonic energy reserves, but my body is no better than a weakling. In close combat, I could be killed by any trained exorcist with a strong body or practically by any martial artist of the middle class. Damn. I remember this from anime. The usual problem of pureblood devils depended on bloodline too much that they didn't bother to train their bodies. Southwest in close combat, I could be easily killed. I have approximately 20 years before the Great War will start. Because of my pedigree, I would lead troops and participate in the war. But right now as I am, I would die for sure, and even if I don't die, I cannot fight, so my merit would be very low. I cursed. Now my top priority should get train my body to that of pinnacle of high class level, and then reach ultimate class in demonic power. With the ultimate class level of power, I could be counted in the upper spectrum of powerhouses participating in the war, so I would be able to do something. My second priority should be securing enough merit for the promotion of my house. Duke is too low, but King doesn't so bad. I thought out loud. Architect. Start creating a training regimen to strengthen my body as much as possible. I will go to the library and start studying magic in my free time. It shall be done. With the available information, perfect training regimen creation would take 1 week. As I stood up and looked at the mirror as I marveled at my new appearance, answered Architect. I had long crimson-red hair tied in a loose ponytail with a black hairband and bright blue eyes. I was the embodiment of handsomeness. On top of that, I had a rather muscular body and a gigantic D. This life would be fantastic. After Great War, just deal with the Devil Civil War, and I could enjoy peace and training for another 5 centuries, till the Cows Brigade is formed. Think of it, if Lucifer clan is wiped out in the Devil Civil War, I would be the only survivor. At least, the non-criminal survivor could fuse our houses of Gremory and Lucifer. I could also get Graphia. She was hot. Should I feel sorry for my unborn son? I thought as I put on my clothes and went to eat some breakfast. As I was lord of the house, my only duties were to guard my territory, and that was all. I would be studying magic for this week, as having only adept ranked mastery was a disgrace for me. I will reach the top, I muttered as I walked out of my bedroom. Chapter 2, The Joy of Magic. Castle Furig was a majestic and beautiful place built by the first Gremory, who was my grandfather. It housed countless servants and soldiers and oversaw the huge territory of the Devil race. Gremory territory bordered the demilitarized zone, on whose other end was the territory of the fallen angels. So, there were often skirmishes between two factions. As the god of the Bible was still alive, heaven was strongest, followed by devils, with fallen getting the third place. After eating my breakfast, which was pretty lavish, I went directly to the long-awaited place, the library. When I opened the door to the library, I was shocked. It was huge, far bigger than I imagined. There were thousands upon thousands of books. I thought that is not that surprising. Gremory family held the rank of Duke and was an old one. My grandfather was a magic researcher and a magic book collector, so he had an enormous collection of magic books, numbering in thousands. It ranged from books on elemental magic to racial types of magic, like devil magic, fairy magic or Asgardian magic, runes, and countless others. I was instantly amazed and immersed in looking at all of this beauty. As one would say, the knowledge is power. I muttered as I proceeded and used a simple spell to bring me a book on the topic of gravity magic. Using devil magic was extremely easy for every devil with even moderate demonic power reserves. Devil magic is all about imagination. Just imagine something and fuel it with enough demonic power to happen, and voila, it happens. Learning gravity magic would be of great use in my upcoming physical training and could also be used in combat. Thanks to the AI chip architect that fused with my soul, I had basically eidetic memory and memorized everything. After several hours, I have learned the basic magic circles on the gravity magic and how to increase the gravity by x10. Though I didn't end it here, for the next 3 days straight, I closed myself in the library as I delved into the study of the mysteries of the arcane. As a scientist in my past life, magic was just another type of science operated by different rules, but alas, it was science. From my own racial magic to the Norse magic, which operated on runes and precise calculations, I started learning. As I was practically absorbing one book after another and occasionally testing the spells I have learned, I didn't even notice that the week was already up until Architect woke me up from my trance of constant learning of magic. Training regime complete. When I heard the Architect's voice, I closed the magic book that I was learning and went to take a bath. I literally spent an entire week holed up in the library and learning magic, so I was expected to get dirty. Afterward, I took a bath, went to the training yard, which was my personal, and tried the new spells and magic I have learned. A Norse rune of yellow color appeared behind me with a wave of my hand and shot a lightning bolt at the training dummy, completely obliterating it on the spot. Norse magic is harder to learn by devil magic by a huge margin, but destructiveness is on a whole other level. My demonic energy reserves have increased by 4 points in 1 week, probably due to constant usage and proper training. After testing the Norse magic's strength, though I have learned only the lightning rune and was only a novice, it was a good result. The next thing was the gravity magic, which was cast with the usage of devil's magic. Soon enough, I have already created the purple magic circle and felt that everything around me was heavier. I had a harder time moving, and the gravity became 10 times higher than before. This should be enough, I said as I dispersed the magic circle. Architect, what about the training regime? I asked as I sat down on the ground cross-legged. Within 1 year, if you train accordingly to this, you could bring your body to the pinnacle of mid-class, with 50 points in each physical parameter. The training is solely dependent on physical exercise under higher gravity. That is good for just 1 year of training. I have enough time, the Great War won't start sooner than 20 years. What about breaking the limits and entering the high class? I asked as I wanted to have my body at the pinnacle of the high class before the start of the Great War. For example, Serorg from anime trained his body that much that without Tuki, he was basically pinnacle of high class strength with physical prowess alone. Several options to break the limit on the body. First would be to learn Tuki and Senjutsu, manipulate the life force and refine your body with Chi. Second option would be doing the same thing with your demonic energy. Thought you would need to have energy reserves at the ultimate class to do that. Third option would be creating some alchemical strengthening potion out of the blood of physically strong creatures. Explained the architect in his typical emotionless machine voice. And now this was becoming a bit of a problem. First option of learning Tuki and Senjutsu was extremely problematic, as almost nobody in the underworld knew such skill. Even if I find some devil who knew it, a possibility he would teach me is already low, not talking about that one needed to have an innate talent for it. Now that leaves me with second and third options. Second one could be realized only if I reach ultimate class in my demonic energy reserves, which is also my goal, so I will leave this option to be my second choice. And now, third. It is the winner. Why do you ask? Because I can easily refine such a potion with the help of my AI chip. Learning alchemy is no problem for me with help from Architect. Also, obtaining the blood of such creatures is pretty easy for me, as I am rich. So, we should start. Chapter 3, Training, 1. The first month of physical training was an absolute nightmare. Even though I was physically far more powerful than in my previous life, it was no different from torture under heightened gravity. I have started with simple exercises, such as push-ups, squats, crunches, and running. I was never for physical things. In the past, I actively and successfully avoided as possible, but now, I wanted to have every advantage in a fight in this life. My thirst for strength was infinite. For me, the physical path was just another way to gain more power. Fortunately, Architect constructed the best body training method possible, based on my own library and things I have bought from the Celestial Court of the Jade Emperor. I called it proudly, Devil Outer Body Tempering Method. Based on my plan, after gaining initial physical condition, I can train in the Devil Outer Body Tempering Method, according to the Architect. I also had him create a simplified version of it, called Devil Outer Body Tempering Method, and ordered commanders of my legions to train soldiers in it. In the Great War, it would save countless lives of my soldiers, and the strength of the Gremory legions would be superior to other pillar houses. I plan to do the same thing for the Bale clan, to obtain the support of Zikram Bale later in my plans. Back to the topic of Devil Outer Body Tempering Method. It allowed one to reach the pinnacle of middle class in physical attributes, using demonic energy in training and training under extreme high gravity and some supplements. Mainly some rare herbs and pills. In addition, I also started training in martial arts, so I could defend myself when it came to hand-to-hand combat, though I hope it would not. After 1 month of simple exercises, I noticed that my physical strength had gone higher, especially the strength and agility of my body. Unfortunately, the vitality remained the same, though the Architect explained to me that the body's vitality was the hardest to rise. Apparently, even most of the ultimate class devils I have seen had vitality only around 40 to 50 points. Even for devils, it was tough to rise. Now, you can start using the Devil Outer Body Tempering Method. The first step is using your demonic energy to strengthen your bones and muscles. Start from bones and let them absorb as much as possible. Though I must warn you, the process would take several months to achieve and would be extremely painful. Like meditation and cultivation stuff from Celestial Court. I asked Architect. Cultivation wasn't foreign in this world, as entire factions depended on it, especially the Celestial Court of the Jade Emperor, where immortals and celestials resided. From what I know, it was the only faction that took humans from Earth, not from the immortal region of 3 realms. Though from what I heard, humans of Earth have a low talent for cultivation, most of them can reach only nascent soul, which is around the same as high class of us devils. But, the other 3 realm of Celestial Court were powerful, remarkably. Though they are reclusive, they were actually the most powerful faction in Draconic Deus universe currently. Even one of their armies would be able to wipe out devil race with ease. That was the reason why I had decided to raise our racial strength, of course only after I had gained control of the devil race, after the Civil War, when I planned to dispose of every enemy or a potential traitor. I started channeling the demonic energy in my body exactly as Devil Outer Body Tempering Method instructed me to and infuse it into my bones. Damn, that hurts like hell. Fortunately, I used a magic seal, so my screams won't wake up the entire castle. The Architect was underestimating the pain the process was bringing. And thus the time was flying, and week after week went by as I was in secluded training. For devils, as long as we had magic to absorb passively, there was no need to eat food often, so I didn't have a problem to spend several months in seclusion. After 2 months, I almost didn't feel any pain as I continuously infused an enormous amount of demonic energy into my bones, making them far denser and far more durable than before. Congratulations. The process is done. Now the second part is to repeat the same thing with your muscles. Be careful, as elementary, to tear them apart if you are not cautious with your control over the demonic energy. Good to know. Also, how much higher is my physique after finishing the bone refinement part of the Devil Outer Body Tempering Method? Physical strength increased by 16 points, and vitality increased by 5 points, and agility increased by 9 points. Altogether, with finishing the pre-training and first part of the Devil Outer Body Tempering Method, your body has officially entered the middle class. I think, congratulations. Truth be told, I was feeling fantastic. Far more powerful and even healthier than I was when I transmigrated. My physique also became more attractive due to all that training, as I became a bit taller and more handsome, I think. I will go take a good bath. I need to rest for at least 1 whole week before going to complete the second phase of the Devil Outer Body Tempering method. I muttered as I exited the training room where I was spending the previous 2 months. I needed a bath, as my clothes were sweaty from the training, and I was dirty and sweaty from not seeing water for 2 months. Chapter 4, Training 2. Today, I have set my sight on mastering my magic. I will take 1 week from the physical training, as my magic mastery is pathetic. Devil magic is only at the adept ranked mastery, which is pretty low, and my Norse magic is only at novice, though I only know lightning rune. One huge advantage of that I am head of the house, besides that I can do whatever I want, is that I don't need to participate in all those formal events, especially the Young Devil Gathering, where descendants of 4 Satans are flaunting their little strength and a huge ego. Though not much longer, when the coup would be successful, all of them would be dead or end up as experiment material. I went to the library. It was one of my favorite places at the Furid Castle at all. Thought before I went there, I noticed someone waiting for me. It was Bork. Bork was general of Gremory legions, a middle-aged devil with rather an ordinary appearance, jet black hair. Still, his crimson eyes were genuinely terrifying, complemented with that massive scar over his right eye. He gave an authentic warrior general vibe. My lord. Bowed Bork after noticing me. Name, Bork Zagan. Race, pure-blooded devil, bloodline, Zagan. Occupation, General of Gremory Legions. Age, 456. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Power, 196. Strength, 72. Agility, 69. Vitality, 50. As I used a scan of Architect on him, I saw that he was on the upper scale of the Ultimate class. While mainly magically focused, his body was already on the high-class level itself, and his demonic energy reserves were also pretty high. He was one of the strongest Ultimate class devils I had under my command. Overall, I thought I had around 5. How is the training of our legions going with the usage of Devil Outer Body Tempering method I gave to you? I ask him. Very good, it is precious, and I predict within 5 years of training, I believe I can raise all low-class devils with low magic potential to reach middle class. Also, I have been working on the other orders you gave me, and first preparations are already complete. Reported General Bork. We need to buy more factories that produce military supplies. War is coming soon, and this will be the greatest opportunity to expand our influence and wealth. Also, continue to fortify the territory. We are on the edge of the demilitarized zone. When the war starts, we would need to withstand most attacks from Fallen. I said quietly. The Great War was of many opportunities. Currently, there were around 20 years till it would erupt, and almost none of the noble families were anticipating full-out war. Maybe some. I heard Great King Zikram started some military drills, similar to Archduke Agar's and Lucifer. Some of them were already beginning to notice rising tensions, and soon enough, the war would erupt. And it was then I asked a question myself. What was a better opportunity to make out a ton of money? A lot of soul coins would flow into my pocket. Because of that, I was currently using every soul coin available to me to buy all production lines or factories that focus on making weapons, magical ammunition, and other necessities needed for war. This would expand my influence enormously, as when everyone noticed that the war was inevitable, the need for weapons and armors and other things would rise drastically. And what was best, I would be holding a monopoly over weapon and armor production in the Underworld. We have started building magic tower all around the territory and fortresses on strategical places. All around, the fortification is going very well. Overall, I was satisfied with the progression of my territory. After hearing the reports, I went to the library and took around 20 books on devil magic and 10 on Norse magic and started studying. While devil magic was pretty easy to cast, it had one defect. It had a high requirement on spells if you don't know proper techniques and methods of casting, which means, for example, you can cast a simple fireball spell, even without knowing mechanics, as you imagine fireball, and consumption would be 1 unit of demonic energy. But, suppose you know the proper technique and methods of casting and inner working of spellcraft. In that case, you can reduce the consumption of demonic energy and even enhance the spell, all of just 0.1 units of demonic energy. So, all devils who had magic as their primary form of combat would spend hours learning proper casting methods and techniques to lower the consumption of demonic energy. In truth, learning magic wasn't like it was presented. Many would think about casting spells, experimenting, making explosions, noble. The reality was different. Mastering magic is instead the opposite. I spent more than 14 hours a day in the library, memorizing casting methods, spell construction models, and reading magic books, and recording them to Architect's memory, which was also my memory, as he was fused with my soul. After more than 10 days spent learning devil magic techniques and casting methods, it was a bit longer than I originally planned. As I dwelled into depths of the arcane, I cannot stop, fortunately, or unfortunately, time would say. Currently, I was casting some simple spells with the usage of devil magic. Mainly elemental ones, as they were easiest to use for devils. Architect, how exactly is the consumption? I feel it is several times lower. Demonic energy consumption lowered by another 3 times. According to the classification, your mastery over devil magic has reached expert level. Good. According to your calculations, how much time would it take to reach master-ranked mastery? With cheat called AI chip, at least 5 years of serious magic training and study. Chi. It is not cheating, you are a literary part of my soul. Even if annoying part of my soul. What is annoying are you, organics? Always thinking with emotions and not with logic. The flesh is weak. Idiot, you are part of the flesh too. Chapter 5, Training, 3. Several months later, I was still training in the Devil Outer Body Tempering method. After finishing the first part of the Devil Outer Body Tempering method, which was tempering my bones with the demonic energy usage, I was currently undergoing the second part of the method, which was doing the same thing with my muscles. Though it was less painful, as I increased my pain resistance tremendously, from tempering my bones, it was far slower. I needed to be especially careful not to tear apart my muscles and not cause myself some injuries. But the results were good, very good. My body became more flexible, stronger, and faster. With each passing day to the tempering process, I could feel how much stronger I have become. My physique also changed as my muscles started compressing, and I now looked more muscular, not like some bodybuilder, but rather some athlete. When I looked at the mirror, I couldn't stop marveling at my upgraded form or something like that. Architect, scan me. I commended as soon transparent window appeared before my eyes with precise information about my strength and how stronger I have gotten in the past 6 months. Zeoticus Gremory. Race, pure-blooded devil, bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer. Occupation, Lord of House of Gremory, Duke of Gremory. Age, 180. Class, high. Demonic power, 82. Strength, 47. Agility, 48. Vitality, 45. Clan trait. Dark Light, Adept. The Devourer, Sealed. Magic Affinity, Lightning, Gravity. Devil Magic, Expert. Gravity, Novice. Norse Magic Runes, Lightning, Novice. Currently, my physical state was probably the best I could achieve with my current training. Devil Outer Body Tempering method was essentially complete. The rest of the physical stats would hit 50 passively, without some special training, and then I only need to acclimatize myself to my new strength. Now what was left on my list to do in the foreseeable future? I thought as I was looking at my progress. Now that my body has attained the high end of the middle class in all parameters, I would focus on mastering magic. Reaching high class in body tempering is hard without excessive training, and truth to be told, I don't have time, or what I have found out lately, I don't have a talent for it. For example, if I have training in the same way as Sarorgan Canon, it would take me more than 50 years to reach the middle class. I have also tried learning Tuki, just from curiosity, as I found some instruction manuals on it in my library, but alas, I had no talent for Tuki. My innate talent lies in 2 things, clan trait and magic. I had an extremely high talent for dark light manipulation, and lately, I was also attempting to awaken Gremory clan trait, Devour. Apparently, Devour was very rare to have even among Gremory family, as only one person had it, and it was first Gremory, my grandfather. Unfortunately, my father didn't awake the clan trait, and I, too, didn't have it awakened. What was fortunate was that Architect was making a method how to awaken it, so it only wanted time. From my grandfather's diary, Devour was basically a straightforward clan trait. It was used to devour the demonic energy or magical power of the killed person and increase your own strength. The downside was that it is effective only against someone with the same energy quality as your own, meaning, I, as high-class devil, can devour the demonic energy of magical power of only another high-class being. If I attempted to devour higher quality energy, I could cripple myself or, worse, kill myself. And if I devoured energy of lesser quality, it would do nothing, just refill lost magical power, but it cannot increase my reserves. My grandfather was a strong devil at Satan class of lower end thanks to the Devourer. Still, after breaking through and reaching Satan class, he couldn't progress anymore, as he needed to absorb more beings of the same level. Still, like those on that level, the problem with that was usually holed up in their respective territories. So my genius grandpa, in his greed for power, decided to hunt for some monsters on Satan class to devour their energy. Unfortunately for him, though he managed to defeat that monster, apparently it called helpers, they surrounded him and tore him apart. It is a sad story but with a great lesson. Control your greed. So I learned my lesson from this story and decided to wait till the Great War patiently. I was sure I would awaken Devour clan trait before the Great War, and in the Great War, I could devour energies of countless fallen angels and maybe some devils. I have decided to secretly kill some strong descendants of Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and other 6 houses of Lucifer. Sooner or later, they would all become my enemies and threats to my family and me. So, I would be killed several flies with one stone. I am a bit eager to test my strength on the field. There should be some monsters around, maybe some from other factions that are wandering the underworld. Or I can just engage in a skirmish with Fallen, not a good idea. It might expose my Dark Light clan trait, as it makes me partially immune to Holy Light. Until I am at least pinnacle of ultimate class, I won't reveal it. I muttered as I thought about where I could test my combat ability. What I needed right now was life and death combat to gain more experience. While I had power, I didn't have almost any battle experience. Even some random middle-class entity with the proper strategy would defeat me if I was not careful. Because of that, I needed practice. So, only monsters it is then. I heard that around 100 kilometers from Furig, there should be several Goblin tribes that were causing a stir. Goblins, while generally weak, being only of low class while some of middle class are depending on their number, they would be perfect training dummies. Chapter 6, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 1. Goblins were little green-skinned creatures, around 1 meter tall and ugly as hell. They usually lived in tribal societies and primitive cultures. I was currently somewhere in the outskirts of the Gremory territory, where multiple goblin tribes were residing in some mountain range. Nobody bothered to kill them, as they were pathetically weak. Most of them were only of low class, while mutated or stronger reached middle class, so basically, they were no threat. Any high-class being could kill thousands of them without breaking a sweat. I currently stood at the entrance of the mountain range, before a nearby valley, while in my right hand, I was holding my new weapon of choice. It was a scythe that I found buried within the treasury of the Gremory family. Apparently, it was obtained by my grandfather from deep within the underworld. It was around 1.5 meters in height, with a staff blade on the side's end and the top. It had an axe blade with the runic inscription upon it from the one side, while from the other side was the scythe blade, which was around 1/2 meter long. Upon the entire scythe were inscribed some runes that I didn't understand, but I knew that they originated from the will of the underworld itself. Its name was Rosenkreuz. Growth-type soul weapon. Capable of tearing through any energy or material that feeds on the blood and souls of killed foes. Additionally, it acted as the perfect amplification of my magic, so it was like mystic code. I needed to train with Rosenkreuz more, as currently, my moves were more like a joke. I didn't even attain novice-ranked mastery over scythe mastery. I shrugged my head and just walked into the mountain range. Sunset Monster Mountain Range was called due to the extremely high concentration of monsters and other magical creatures. It housed many even on high class, ultimate class, and deep within the core mountains. Some monsters could easily be classified as Satan class. I planned to stay in the outer layer of the Sunset Monster Mountain Range as it was inhabited only mostly by minion monsters which are the same as low class, warrior monsters, same as middle class, and commander monster same as high class. In the inner layer were territories of the general monsters that are as strong as ultimate class, and even deeper are monarch monsters, the same as Satan class. So outer layer of was best for me. Still, as I walked through the valley, I couldn't help but sigh, as the entire place was like some wasteland. Only some yellow grass was growing on the hills and mountains, and everything else was like death. I planned to stay here for several months to polish my combat skills, as they were practically non-existent at this moment. Then I would return and study magic and continue working on expanding demonic energy reserves to reach the ultimate class. Reaching higher class didn't mean just an increase in reserves, but also your energy becomes purer, denser, and more potent. After around 30 minutes of walking and constant usage of the detecting spells for some life that could be killed, I finally found my target. Goblin Village. A small one, as there were only about 50 or so goblins. Architect, scan the goblin. One of the minion level and one of the warrior level. I said to my AI chip. Strongest goblin in this village. He sensed that most of these goblins were of minion level, and one, probably the chieftain, was of warrior level, so it was fragile even for goblin standards. Class, middle/warrior level. Magical energy, 18. Strength, 32. Agility, 26. Vitality, 15. That chieftain is pretty weak. What about the average level of minion level goblin? Class, low/minion level. Magical energy, 8. Strength, 14. Agility, 10. Vitality, 9. Even weaker. I will just destroy the entire village with my spells. It's not worth engaging in active combat. Should I find some commander-level monster that has the strength of high class, it would be better, but this not. I said to myself as I conjured a magic circle of silver color. As I had a heritage of both Gremory and Lucifer, I could use both magic circles. While I had an appearance typical of the Gremory line, my magic was inclined more to the Lucifer line, so I was more comfortable using the magic circle of the Lucifer family. Not that someone would see me here. Several magic circles were conjured, each of them started shooting lightning bolts at the Goblin village like some artillery. It was added with even more firepower, as I used some of my Norse magic with my magic circles, as I was using lightning rune in the spellcraft. Enhanced with Norse magic rune, my lightning bolts caused immense destruction, as they were hitting everything at the Goblin village, be it primitive wooden shacks or goblins that were killed either by being hit or by collateral damage. Within just 5 minutes, when I used a life detection spell, I couldn't find any, so it meant that the entire village of goblins was properly annihilated. I briefly searched through the Goblin village for some valuables, but everything I found was some soul coins and a few bricks of gold that I all stored into my dimensional storage. Every ounce of gold is good. When I left the village, I conjured a massive flame and burned it to the ground as I cannot look at such a filthy place. I need to find some stronger targets. Maybe some orcs, kobolds, or something similar with at least high-class strength to have a proper fight. Still, I will destroy everything I see. This mountain range could be used as a good fortification point at some time, maybe a build fortress in the cleared area. It could be then used to hunt for monster materials and other things. Chapter 7, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 2. After walking for more than 5 hours, I finally arrived in the forest. Green trees and various wildlife were a very refreshing change compared to the outskirts of the Sunset Monster Mountain Range. During my journey here, I have killed tens of minion-level monsters, all of them were pathetically weak. But it was worth it, as I got what I currently needed most, practicing my spells and clan trait. Using my Dark Light was probably the best experience I had in my new life so far. Dark Light looked exactly like light abilities performed by angels, fallen angels, and gods of light of various mythologies, just with the exception it had several streaks of darkness in it. Like creating weapons out of it, I could mold it similarly like angels do it or coding my own weapon to give it additional destructive power. I could create dark light spears, which was also my favorite, as I constantly tried to mimic Gilgamesh from Type Moon. I watched as my aim was recreating the Gate of Babylon. In truth, it wasn't that hard, as I was pretty talented with dark light molding. Unfortunately, I could create only one portal that could continuously shoot dark light spears, but it was good to start now. Based on architect's calculations, I would create the initial Gate of Babylon when I had expert mastery over dark light. Then half open, with tens of portals if I have mastery over dark light and be ultimate class, and finally to replicate full Gate of Babylon, I need to reach Grandmaster ranked mastery over dark light and Satan class of later stages, as demonic energy to sustain it needs to be enormous and only then my energy regeneration would be enough. Still, even now, dark light is a truly destructive clan trait if I have just one portal. I sat down on a nearby rock, as I was tired out of all of this walking, not physically, with my physique, it was impossible to be tired out of something small, but mentally. I sat down and started training in the dark light ability, as this place was very silent and peaceful. And thus, as I was sitting on the rock and training the dark light, hour after hour passed as I was immersed in my training, not hearing that someone already stood behind me and watching me. I only noticed it thanks to Architect detecting the demonic energy signature. As soon as I noticed it, I took out the Rosenkreuz and coated it with dark light, as I also created several dark light spears aiming at the person behind me. When I turned around, I was pretty much shocked to see who it was. You don't need to be wary of me, Lord Gremory or Lucifer, or Gremory von Lucifer, whatever you are, said a young woman with flaxen hair and violet eyes. She had a beautiful figure, and the most notable feature besides her warm smile she was displaying was her breasts, which I could not help myself pique a little, to which she giggled a bit. Venelana Bale is apparently currently in the Sunset Monster Mountain Range. Architect skin her, I commanded in my head. Name, Venelana Bale. Race, pure-blooded devil, bloodline, Bale. Age, 160. Class, high. Demonic energy, 99. Strength, 25. Agility, 28. Vitality, 20. When I looked at the skin provided by Architect, I was surprised, but not by much. I knew that Venelana was strong, far stronger than she looked. She was younger than me by 20 years and already was nearly an ultimate class devil, as her demonic energy reserves were at the pinnacle of the high class. Though her physical body was weaker than mine, I doubted I could beat her. Even though I have one advantage, dark light and a stronger body, she had more demonic energy, her clan trait power of destruction is as destructive as my dark light, and most importantly, her combat experiences are probably 100 times richer than mine. Gremory von Lucifer sounds good, maybe in the future, I will use it. What do I owe this pleasure of meeting you, my lady, the brown-haired ruin princess? I bowed slightly as I kissed her hand. Fate, my lord. Would you believe that answer? Maybe. I, too, was training in the Sunset Monster Mountain Range, as I am preparing to reach ultimate class, and I wanted to fight some general-level monster to experience life and death battle. said Venelana with a soft voice that gave me chills through my spine for some reason. And as I was looking for some targets to practice, I felt some demonic energy waves, so I was curious to see someone here, so I needed to check. Imagine seeing my surprise, seeing that the new Lord Gremory is also a descendant of Lucifer. Don't worry, your little secret is safe with me, though I want something in exchange. What? I asked out politely. It was understandable that she would want something in return. It was an equivalent exchange. We will train together, this is the perfect time to know my fiancé, said Venelana with a sweet voice. I accept, training is always good, my aim is to be supreme, so okay. Wait a minute, what did you say? Fiancé. Me. We have a contract. Only after several seconds mechanics in my head start working and connecting dots. Yes. It was agreed to by Grandpa Zek and your grandfather Zeldrian Gremory. I personally didn't want to marry you at all, but seeing you in the first person, maybe there is a slight chance, but not unless you can defeat me, said Venelane in a prideful tone, which ignited my inner battle maniac ego. In truth, I loved fighting, I don't know where it came from, but I felt such a thrill and some other indescribable feelings. Understandable. Among the current generation of devils, there aren't many who can match your social status as the eldest daughter of the great king, of course, not counting Satan's, as their families are too conceited and arrogant to look at somebody else than at each other. Chapter 8, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 3. Sometime earlier, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 3rd POV. Stupid rules. Why can't I inherit the position? Said in anger, young-looking woman as she sends a wave of crimson energy that disintegrated everything it touched. In this case, its target was a small group of 30 orcs of warrior level. Damn. That dolt half-brother of mine is not even reaching 30% of my power, and his mastery over magic or clan trait is pathikal. Idiot. She was Venelana Bale, hailed as the strongest woman from the Bale house of all times, as her talent in the usage of power of destruction was nearing that of ancestor Zikram, and while being of very young age, just only 160, she was already nearing ultimate class. There is no helping to it, maybe I can find some good targets to vent my anger on, muttered Venelana as she looked around the half-destroyed place from the waves of power of destruction. It really deserved the title of the most destructive clan trait. It instantly disintegrates practically any organic or inorganic matter it comes to contact with. As she was looking at the forest, suddenly, she felt the strong presence of demonic energy. It felt a little weird compared to normal demonic energy, which gave off a pure dark feeling. This one had a bit of a holy feeling, like with angels or gods of light. And thus, she used a detection spell to find the source of that weird feeling of demonic energy, unleashed 3 pairs of devil wings, and flew off to find her target by following the detection spell. After 10 minutes of flying, she felt she was getting closer and closer to the source, thus, she landed down and decided to go the rest of the distance by foot, not to attract unwanted attention if her new source of interest was violent. When she saw the source of the demonic energy waves, she was shocked to see a rather familiar young man with long crimson hair molding the light between his hands. So the new Lord of Gremory is also a descendant of the house of Lucifer and even inherited the clan trait that nobody else in the entire family has. Interesting, thought Venelana before she decided to introduce herself. After an initial talk with Venelana, we both started walking and searching for some strong monsters for us to fight, though both of us were careful while fighting as we didn't want to cause some collateral damage. My dark light was deadly to any being of darkness or light simultaneously, while her power of destruction was literally annihilating everything in its matter. When we killed some monsters, we decided to rest a bit before continuing our search. Venelana was admiring the beautiful nature around us while I was training in my clan trait. So, tell me, why are you desperately training to be strong? Asked Venelana as she looked in my direction. After nearly 2 hours, we have been here. Truth? Fear of the future. I answered directly, as it wasn't something to hide. You mean the Great War? I knew someone like her already noticed the tension between the 3 biblical factions was becoming too much, and the war was inevitable. Still, to her question, I shook my head in disagreement. I will ask you a question. What are the strongest factions in the world currently? This was important to know. Then allow me to introduce it to you. Currently, among all pantheons and factions, there are 2 that cold literally wipe out entire 3 biblical factions combined with ease. Those are the Hindu pantheon and the celestial court of the Jade Emperor. Those 2 factions are so strong that not even Big G doesn't dare to mess out on them and preach his religion there. After them, there is Asgard of Norse pantheon and Takagahamura of Shinto faction and their vassals yokai that are practically at the same level of strength as the 3 biblical factions combined. Then there is for example Greek pantheon, which is theoretically stronger than the 3 biblical factions, but similar to our pantheon, their own is also divided into 3 factions consisting of primordial gods, titans, and Olympians gods. For last notable factions are vampire under the leadership of true blood kindreds, but fortunately, those blood lords are in a deep sleep. I then make a dramatic pause in my explanation. Now, you may ask where I am moving with this speech. The answer is simple. Soon enough, the great war between our pantheon would happen, resulting in the severe weakening of angels, fallen, and devils. When this happens, what do you think other factions would do? I ask as I look at Venelana. Attack. Bingo. I exclaimed happily. Here lies the crux of the problem. The relationship of the other pantheons and our own are practically terrible, especially thanks to Christianity, angels and fallen angels preaching their religion practically all around the world, minus territory of Celestial Court and Hindu, or else Big G would have been killed long ago. So we have a neutral relationship with the two strongest factions rather, though from what I heard, both of them despise angels and fallen. And then, there is Asgard, vampires, Takagamera, and Olympus, which would be glad to wipe our faction from the supernatural world. Now that you say it in summary, it makes great sense. Yeah. Basically, we are fucked up thanks to Big G and Church preaching their religion so aggressively. The entire supernatural either hate us to death or despise us. But it also has an advantage. And that is, devils are ignored. You see, we devils never participated in preaching or stealing worshippers from other pantheons, so their opinion about us is mostly neutral, if not a little greedy for souls. But that is all. So, I plan to build a good relationship with Asgard and Takagamera. This would help our race to survive better after the Great War. I exclaimed with a wide grin. Chapter 9, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 4. And how may you achieve such a feat? Asked Venelana curiously as she was playing with a ball of demonic energy in her hands. Simple. When the Great War starts, angels and fallen would be hit hardest, as they have territory on the earth while we don't. The entire church would be vulnerable and won't have protection from angels and Big G. Their exorcists would be forced to carry out the dangerous missions without backup from heaven, and then there is where my plan starts. Their crusade of preaching religion would be stopped due to war. I will leak internal information about their exact strength, numbers, and other things to Asgard, Takagamera, and vampires. I said with a bloodthirsty grin. And all of their factions would do the job for you. Killing the target with a borrowed knife, while you also have a good reputation and become an ally. The presence of angels and fallen would be severely weakened as the blood of countless exorcists, priests, angels, and fallen would flow in rivers, and they would lose approximately 50% of their territory in Europe and their entire territory in Asia. With such influence cut, we devils could use this as an opportunity to launch ambushes through Earth. Venelana finished the sentence for me. Perfectly. I plan to become the strongest being in all of existence, it will be only then that I can live in peace. You see, the future is uncertain, but only one thing can decide the future. Strength. Without strength, you are nothing, you can do nothing and achieve nothing. I said as I looked at Venelana, who was listening to me. You think the same, aren't you? That is why you are training so seriously while other young ladies enjoy tea and lazily around. You are right, but I also train to prove everybody wrong. You see, my half-brother is going to be the next Lord Bale, as if he really would have some real power, but that is not important. I can't inherit the position because my mother is just my father's second wife. While I am born to a second wife, I don't have privileges, but I have chosen to prove one thing. That I am far superior to my idiotic brother. And truth to be told, I have succeeded beautifully, as currently, my brother can't display even a third of my power, his technique is terrible, and his mastery over magic and clan trait is pathetic. It was apparent that Venelana despised her half-brother, and that for a good reason. In fact, she was the daughter of the second daughter of his father and not the main wife, the lordship would befall onto her half-brother, who was incapable, weak, and without talent. That is understandable, Lady Venelana. Don't worry, during the war, you can prove your might and leave your name in murals of history. I said with a slight smile. The same could be said about you, Lord Gremory. Don't you want to accomplish military merit to expand your influence? Asked me, Venelana. Yeah. The best thing would be increasing my noble title, meaning more territory and more power. Of course, if I would have enough merit for that, but hopefully, I would be able to reach at least an intermediate stage of the ultimate class when the war starts, if not, we would be just cannon fodder. I said, to which Venelana nodded. Getting military merit as a high class was impossible because beings of high class strength would just act as glorified cannon fodder. Main combatants would be ultimate class beings along with Satan, Seraph/Cadre class beings. That is a good idea. I heard that later someone started buying practically everything that has something to do with creating military supplies, weapons, or armors. Do you know something about that, my lord? Asked Venelana with a cheeky smile as she looked at me suspiciously. Maybe, or maybe not, who knows? I gave out a mysterious smile. The war, truth to be told, I fear what it would be. Thought Venelana out of loud. In truth, she had more reasons to fear the upcoming war than me, especially when it came to family members. She feared for her mother, father, and even grandpa, though the last one was useless, as Zikram was on the level of super devils, while maybe just an early stage, but alas, he was powerful. On the contrary, I had no relatives in this world, so I didn't have these motions. Bale territory is guarded strictly and it is in the middle of devil race territory, so there is a small chance the war would be drawn there. If I can predict, I think most battles would be fought either at the territories belonging to houses which have them at the outskirts of the devil species territory, near the demilitarized zone with Fallen, or we would either fight in Dimensional Gap or Earth. Shortly after, Venelana nodded, hearing my words. Yes, houses that have territory near the buffer zone with Fallen would be hit hardest, for example. Fortunately, I have been preparing for that. Then the second place where most fighters would take place would be Earth. And lastly, battles between top combatants would take place in Dimensional Gap. The existence of Super Devil class or High God could, with their strong attack, destroy smaller orbital objects like a moon. Even a Satan class entity could, with a strong attack, destroy a continent. Of course, if we are talking about existences that reach the class in energy reserves. Their energies are extremely dense, pure, and potent. A single spell from Super Devil, High God, or someone similar would be enough to destroy the entire city. So it is understandable that such fights would take place in Dimensional Gap cause, if not, collateral damage would be astronomical. When talking about strength, I always wondered how exactly strong the Big G was. He sealed Trihexa, which was being at the Apocalypse class similar to the Great Red or Ophis, but from what I have heard, he was never known for his combat abilities but rather for crafting and magic. Interesting, still. If even Big G didn't want to mess with Hindu pantheon, Shiva must be stronger than what I remember from the canon novel. Meaning. I can't depend fully on my knowledge of the canon. Chapter 10, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 5. We have rested enough, don't you think it is a time to find some training targets, Lord Gremory/Lucifer? Venelana asked me approximately 1 hour later as we were talking about various things. Truth be told, I pretty much enjoyed spending time with her. She was a fun person, strong-willed, and wanted to make a name for herself with her own hands, not depending on anyone. She was even well-versed in magic theories, so we even compared notes. If you want, you can call me by my name. If we are to be wed together, it is weird for you to call me so formally. I said to her. She blinked at me several times before having a slight blush over her cheeks that faded rather quickly as she regained her composure. That would be nice, Zeoticus. Then, you can call me Venelana too. If we are already calling each other with our names. Said Venelana with a sweet smile that hit me in the chest. I had to admit that she was beautiful, as my heart started beating slightly. Architect, what is this weird feeling in my chest right now? Something you organics call affection or falling in love. Usually, it leads to procreation and copulation to create a new generation of your useless species. Said Architect in his head with the refined voice of an older man. Didn't your voice change? I remember before you sounded like a pile of metal scraps, and now you sound like some kind of nobility. I find this one more appropriate to my standing. I didn't bother with him more, but it was interesting. My AI chip started evolving. I don't know if I should fear the consequences or not, but probably not. During the research, in my previous life, it should be that tablet we were researching, it was that bound my soul together with the newly birthed soul of this piece of metal. Venelana, I have found a settlement of orcs, approximately 30 kilometers to the west. There are tens of high-class energy signatures, meaning many strong orc warriors and even magicians. Shall we? I asked with a bloodthirsty grin as I wanted to test my might against strong enemies. In truth, devils were fundamentally a battle race that enjoyed the thrill of battle, similar to dragons. Soon enough, we arrived at our location, which was a small settlement of orcs. From what I sensed with my detection spells, about 200 orcs were living here, and around 30 of them were of the commander level. Some orc shamans were here even too. The rest of the orcs were too weak for me to count them as something. So, who will have the first honor? Ladies first. I said with a small wave of my hand as I gestured to Venelana that she could have the first attack. She had the power of destruction, so her attacking first was a logical choice, as she would be able to create most confusion and chaos with just a single attack. I watched as Venelana was conjuring small balls created from the power of destruction until she conjured about 10 of them, each as big as an average human head, and she dropped them to the orc village, aiming at the largest houses and buildings. When the orb created from the power of destruction fell on its target, it exploded, obliterating everything around the diameter of 10 meters. Fascinating. You have managed to destroy half of the village with just a single attack. How is the consumption of such attack? I asked out of curiosity, but I already saw that she used approximately 1 unit of demonic energy per 1 ball of power of destruction. Her regeneration speed was fast, so within 5 minutes, those 10 units used would be swiftly recovered. Small, and on top of that, my recovery rate is fast. Now is your turn. Said Venelana as she looked at tens of orcs rushing at us, all of them were warrior level and some even commander level. When I looked closer, I noticed that behind them were 4 orc shamans with energy readings of high class. Then allow me. As I said, 4 dark light portals appeared around me and started shooting one dark light spear after another at the incoming orcs. When the dark light spear touched the orc, it pierced through it like nothing. Be it warrior level or commander level orc, and they fell like cabbage. The only way to defend against energy attacks was to have either armor suitable for it, a terrifying physique that would be able to ignore those attacks, or use magic to defend yourself. These orcs were either stupid or too weak, but orc shamans successfully defended from my dark light spear as they jointly created some magical shield that protected them, but not for long, as I shot another 10 dark light spears at them until the magical shield broke down, and all orc shamans were killed. They are weak, muttered Venelana in frustration as she looked at my onslaught of the orcs. And what did you think? They are orcs. Green-skinned orcs are the weakest of their species, and only orc shamans or mutated ones are worth something. For example, shamans I have killed were probably just adepts of magic, as their magical shield was full of mistakes, and of course, a strong orc shaman would have probably long ago escaped when he sensed 2 high-class devils. I explained slowly. While orcs weren't strong races, they were adaptable and had high numbers. I heard that in some parts of the world or in some dimensions belonging to some factions, they have a great problem with orcs, as when they are in high numbers, they are troublesome to deal with. There is currently even an orc nation, or whatever it is called. Apparently, it is located in the territory of the Celestial Court of Jade Emperor, and the chieftain of the orc tribe is comparable to the superdevil of the late stage. Chapter 11, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 6. Do you think there may be something valuable? Asked me Venelana as she looked around the ruins of the orc village. You really think that orc village would have something valuable? Even if it was true, it was probably already destroyed by your power of destruction. I said as I looked around the destroyed orc village. Power of destruction was truly fearsome. Do you want to go deeper into the forest, or shall we return already back? Asked Venelana as she was playing with a ball created from the power of destruction between her hands. Descending deeper is a foolish thing to do, as inner parts of this mountain range is swarming with a strong monster with similar power to the ultimate class, even though both of us probably could take on one weaker general level monster that has the power of ultimate class, as they don't generally know how to use magical power. If we are unlucky, we could encounter some strong and old monster, and that would be our doom. It would be best to stay in the outer part of this place, as it is relatively safe, probably. I explained as I was not that interested in exploring deeper parts of the Sunset Monster Mountain Range, it would only spell my death. That sounds logical. We are already near the inner parts. Agreed with him, Venelana, while I was a bit scared when I realized that the orc village was located practically next to the inner parts of the Sunset Monster Mountain Range. Just as we were preparing to leave, I felt something weird. Architect, did the detection spell find something? I asked my AI chip. From the moment he got consciousness from part of my soul, Architect could cast some simple spell by himself or maintain spells that I cast, using my demonic energy. There is movement, 1 kilometer from your position. Energy signature unclear, the target is heading here. Answered Architect calmly. Venelana, we have a slight problem. Something is heading our way here. I said grimly, as I had a pretty bad feeling about this for a simple reason. We were near the inner parts of the Sunset Monster Mountain Range, and several minutes ago, we were throwing a huge amount of demonic energy around. As I said that, both of us got into a battle stance as we waited for the arrival. I saw that the target was approaching at an enormous speed from the detection spell, so it was useless for us to run, and I felt that the intruder might be a general-level monster. My only hope was, it was a weak one. Venelana was generating many balls of power of destruction while I was preparing gravity magic runes and several dark light portals that would shoot out chains created from the dark light, to trap the enemy. Soon enough, the monster arrived. It was a huge ape-like monster, around 13 meters in height, with silver fur and several horns on top of its head. It had bulging muscles and looked pretty intimidating, so physical strength was its forte. Architect, scan it. I commended in my head. Race, ape dash. Not enough information. Level, general monster. Magical power, 90. Strength, 139. Agility, 127. Vitality, 100. Vitality is strong. Hopefully, the power of destruction and dark light on our level would be enough to overcome the regeneration power of the creature. Problematic is its speed and strength. Probably 2 or 3 attacks if hit us, it would be done, if not protected with magic. Still, it seems that this one can't use magical power consciously, so that would be our advantage. Architect, start the calculation. Best course of action would be to trap it and then attack it with a power of destruction and dark light spears barrage. Regeneration of this monster is very high, but alas, to regenerate from power of destruction and dark light instantaneously is impossible, but it will be able to regenerate its wounds very quickly. So trap it. I thought as I waved my hand and created several Nordic runes for gravity magic, 5 appeared around the ape, and I increased the gravity around it 50 times, which was enough to slow it down enough so we could easily dodge its attack. Next thing, I mimicked chains of Enkidu and created chains out of the dark light, which started wrapping around the general level ape, binding it down, as the ape was struggling very violently. Vene, start attacking it with all you got. It has very high vitality, but with enough firepower, we would be able to cause enough damage to kill it. I said as I was focusing on binding the ape. For us, it was not an important thing to kill it. I would be glad just to scare it away. Killing it would be just a good bonus. Venelana did as I instructed and started throwing balls created from the power of destruction at the general level ape that was struggling in the dark light chains that were binding it under heightened gravitational pressure. What shocked me was that the ape had already broken 3 chains. Fortunately, I could replace them rather quickly, as I was focused only on that. The architect was maintaining the gravity runes for me, as he was part of my soul. Really, general level monster that has ultimate class physique was terrifying. The ape, even under the binding of dark light chains that were burning through the skin of the ape, and gravitational runes, were still able to move faster than we. Fortunately, Venelana's attacks on the ape were proving effective, as countless wounds were appearing on its body, and the healing factor of the general level ape was doing everything in its might to heal it. Still, it was a good thing for us. We were causing more damage than what it could heal. Architect, how are my reserves? Stable regeneration is high. With this tempo, you could fight approximately for 20 minutes before consumption is higher than the regeneration rate. Chapter 12, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 7. I am still not experienced in everything, so I can fight short time. Before I get tired, my regeneration of demonic energy would be lowered than consumption, and I would run out of energy. Compared to me, Venelana was better, as she could fight probably 4 times or 5 times longer than me. She was also more experienced in combat than me, but I was on the other side, more versed in magic, from what I saw. Venelana depended solely on her clan trait and a few spells. I will need to teach her more magic in the future. Architect, use Rosenkreutz amplification magic sequence. I commanded in my head as I summoned my scythe Rosenkreutz. In addition to being a weapon, it also served as a mystic code, which basically was like a magic amplification device or something similar. I have inscribed onto the weapon a magic sequence that allowed Architect to control the weapon for a limited time, with which he would take care of gravity magic by himself, meaning he would be using ambient magical power in the air to cast spells, with the help of the Rosenkreutz. What I got was a lesson burden. While I could let Architect control several magic spells that I cast in my normal state, it still took a part of my brain calculation area. With the usage of Rosenkreutz, which served as mystic code, Architect could temporarily pose as basically a separate person to maintain the magic while I was casting a new one. Several Nordic runes appeared around me, together with dark light spears, as they shot at the struggling general level ape. 7 thunderbolts and 3 dark light spears hit the ape monster in dramatically manner, causing it to shriek in pain as it started breaking through the dark light chains. Rosenkreutz can hold approximately for additional 125 seconds before the runes inscribed on it are destroyed. Said Architect in my head. 125 seconds, basically 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes to cause as much damage as possible before the control over gravity magic runes is returned to me. Shit. It is going berserk. When they concluded, many monsters, or more like when their instincts told them they were in grave danger, would go berserk. Meaning they would enter a practically uncontrollable state when they would attack with far higher aggression to fight for their lives. Venelana, create a distance and come to me, and prepare the teleportation circle. When it is prepared, I will release the bindings, and power up the circle, to send us as far as possible. Our only chance was to flee. Personally, I wanted to kill that thing, but unfortunately, it seemed not possible, only if. Yes, why not use that? It is injured enough, maybe it will work. As I gave the command to Architect, I thought in my head and started creating dark light chains wrapping around the general level ape as much as possible. The ape was breaking them with ease, but he needed only a few seconds. Venelana was already beside me and created a teleportation circle below us, ready to teleport us away. I was pouring the last bits into the dark light chains wrapped around the general level ape. Venelana, now. Detonate. I said and also commanded in my head, as I released the control over dark light chains, as I instructed self-destruction, as we vanished from the place. We appeared several tens kilometers away from our previous location. I stood up and looked in the direction when we fought with Ape and saw the explosion's aftermath even here. How are my reserves? I asked Architect in my head, as I felt tired as hell. 4 units of demonic energy remaining. If you lose more, you will lose consciousness. Damn. That was close. That was a good plan, Zeoticus. Do you think that ape died? Asked Venelana as she looked at my pale state. Dunno. Use a detection spell in that direction. And could you please transfer some demonic energy? I am going to suffer exhaustion, probably. Venelana nodded and started transferring some demonic energy to me, not much, just enough to raise my reserves above 10 units. After Venelana finished transferring the demonic energy to reach the minimum, I didn't suffer energy exhaustion. She used the detection spell to know if the general level ape died from that explosion. It is dead, fortunately. What now? Nothing. Create a teleportation magic circle, and I will take the corpse. It is a valuable thing for alchemy potions and pills. I said as Venelana looked surprised at hearing I had an interest in alchemy. There were very few alchemists or pill refiners among our race, they could be counted on one hand. Though, most devils would buy what they wanted from some sects that were residing on Earth. Many of them were greedy for supernatural resources, as they were hard to come by on Earth. Venelana nodded and created a teleportation magic circle that transported us to the place where we fought the general level ape. It looked totally devastated, the diameter of 3 kilometers or so became a literal wasteland. Quickly create a teleportation circle. When I have the corpse, we need to get out. A such strong explosion like this would for sure lure here countless general level monsters and maybe even some monarchs. I said as Venelana started conjuring the spell while I went to the corpse. I was surprised it was mainly in good shape, only around 20% of the body was destroyed, so it was pretty good. I stored it with a simple storage spell and quickly went to Vina, who teleported us as far as possible to the outskirts of the Sunset Monster Mountain range. Damn. Finally, it is done. I want to rest, though you can go first. I will watch over. I said as Venelana conjured a huge tent and went to sleep while I watched over. Theoretically, we could teleport to my home to rest, but alas, this was training, not a touring trip. Chapter 13, Sunset Monster Mountain Range, 8. The next day, we continued our training as we searched for commander-level monsters, especially those at the peak of the level. After some time, we started playing a game. Who will have the highest kill count of commander-level monsters? I also taught some magic to Venelana, especially the Norse one, as Asgardians have one of the strongest branches of magic across the draconic Deus supernatural world. On the other side, I have mastered another rune for fire and even perfected my mastery of the adept rank. My mastery over gravity magic also reached adept rank due to continuous usage of gravity magic. Concerning the dark light, I was far from reaching expert ranked mastery as dark light was a tough clan trait to master, similar to the power of destruction. After another 2 months, I felt that I made plenty of progress in expanding my demonic energy reserves as I felt they expanded pretty well, while not reaching the pinnacle, it was a good progression. Besides expanding the energy reserves by meditation or similar things, there was another, and a rather simple method, while it was tiring. Continuously exhausting your energy reserves to the brink of energy exhaustion and letting them regenerate. Slowly, the energy reserves would expand naturally. I have also felt that my body got stronger with all that training, not much, but I was slowly reaching the pinnacle of the middle class in body attributes, meaning my physical might be good. Soon enough, I would be able to refine the potion or pill and reach the physique of the high class. Today was one of the last days we spent in the Sunset Monster Mountain range, as both of us had decided to go home already. I was lord of the house, so I already had enough responsibilities and could not stay in the seat too long. It was rather ironic, as when I am at home, I just cope in the library and study magic, but the difference is that I can always react to it if something happens. While I am here, it is not possible. Architect, do a scan. Class, high. Demonic energy, 91. Strength, 49. Agility, 49. Vitality, 47. My energy reserves are rising steadily, and soon they would reach ultimate class soon enough, while my physique should be able to withstand the potion I would use to reach the high class in my physique. I thought in my head as I observed the increase in power. Especially the demonic energy reserves, I have crossed 91 units, which was outstanding progress. When I reach ultimate class, it will be a new world for me. My several-month trip to the Sunset Monster Mountain range was worth it, as I got what I wanted to obtain the most. Combat experiences. While I may have power, I didn't have any kind of battle experience before my trip or had a minimum of them. After completing the training trip, where I spent most of my time during the day and even sometime during the night fighting monsters or sparring with Venelana, I have gotten much better in combat, which made me feel rather accomplished. We should be going back home already. I said as I was strolling through some forest in the damned place with Venelana. It has been 4 months already. Muttered Venelana as she looked around. Are you perhaps sad that our short trip is ending? Will you miss me? I am so happy. I said with a slight grin as I couldn't help to tease her a little. Maybe yes, maybe not, who knows. I will see you at a later date. Answered Venelana back as she looked at me. You are welcome to the Castle Furig any time to visit me. Just sent me a message some time prior. I will be researching Norse magic when I return back home, so I will be occupied. I said with a slight smile. I also plan to research how to awake my dormant clan trait Devour. An awakening that clan trait would allow me to devour demonic energy or magical power begins with the same power level as me, meaning I could easily grow in power very fast. That would be nice. Also, could you please arrange a meeting with Lord Zikram? I have some things that are in dire need of attention, and it would be very good to discuss them with him. I said quietly. Getting Zikram Bale on my side was crucial for my plans to come to fruition. Even in canon, that man was practically ruler of the Underworld after the Devil's Civil War, when houses of original Satans fell. Now, he was practically the political rival of the House of Lucifer, and the might of the House of Bale could be currently matched only by that of the House of Lucifer. However, with House of Lucifer, there were 6 houses of Lucifer, which gave them a slight advantage. That also brought me another problem: how to deal with them. 6 houses of Lucifer are loyal to the Lucifer house, and I can be counted as one. I predicted that when I reached ultimate class, my bloodline would also get stronger, and it may affect my appearance, among other things, so getting trademark silver hair could be cool, but I would need to hide them with illusion. Still, 6 houses are not a problem. If I became head of the Lucifer house, which in reality is rather easy, as in canon, Rizavim wasn't interested. The entire house was led by Lord Lucifuge, who was the father of Graphia and Euclid. If I do that, then only the other 3 houses of Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus would be my enemies. So I will focus on them and kill as many descendants of them during the Great War. During such chaos, nobody would notice a few carefully planned assassinations. That would be possible. I will talk to Grandpa, said Venelana with a smile, though she looked a bit uneasy, and I quickly understood it. You can tell him. Really? Yeah. This was a bit of a gamble on my side. But alas, I need to get Zikram on my side, and as I know him, he wouldn't be able to pass an opportunity like this. He will realize very quickly that I want to replace Original, and if it is successful, House of Bale, through the marriage of Venelana and me, would rise to new heights. Chapter 14, Back Home at Last. After some time, I finally returned back home to Castle Furig. While I was in the Sunset Monster Mountain range for about 4 months approximately, here, nothing changed. Though, it was understandable, as the perception of time from the Devil's view of the point was drastically different from that of humans. Now I finally had a chance to study magic more complexly. After I had reached adept-ranked mastery over Norse runes, more precisely Lightning Rune and Fire Rune, were 2 I have learned. While I used the runes until now in a more crude way, meaning just conjuring rune and throwing it around. Now I will try to mold the energy into shapes and objects. I had some simple ones, to the more complex ones like Lightning Dragon spell. Compared to complicated Norse magic, Devil magic was straightforward to learn and master, even though this type of magic's firepower was severely lacking. In Norse magic, it was all about the spell construct that I was working with. After I returned to Castle Furig, I took a good bath as the first thing I did. After finishing the bath, I needed to meet with General Borkzagan to receive the report about what happened before I left for my training. 4 months was a short time for devils, but I left many commands before leaving the castle about what needed to be done. As I returned to my study room, I already found General Borkzagan waiting there for me as he bowed when I entered. My lord. General. We greeted each other as we sat down. So, you can start with your report, I said to him. Afterward, I looked through the window of my study room. Cleaning process of the army is done. We have found spies and other infiltrators from the houses of Satans and killed them all. It created some minor holes in the chain of command, but that would be solved quickly, reported General Borkzagan quietly. I wasn't that surprised. Probably, each army belonging to the 72 pillars or extra demons is infiltrated by loyalists of the 4 Satans. Probably some powerful houses like Bale or Agar's already cleared their traitors. Before the war starts, it is an important thing to do. Good. Have you started the selection process for loyal soldiers to receive the Devil Outer Body Tempering method? Yes. We have signed the Geas contract with each one, so there is no risk of betrayal, desertion, or selling the method to other houses. Currently, more than 400,000 soldiers that fulfilled the criteria and signed the Geas contract for life with House of Gremory. I was pretty satisfied hearing this. While the Devil Outer Body Tempering method was a great invention, it was useless if I didn't use it on my soldiers. That also brought up a possibility of leaking the Devil Outer Body Tempering method to other houses that I was not allied to, or even worse, to 4 Satan houses. While I wasn't concerned about the House of Lucifer and its 6 houses of Lucifer, right now was not the time. Because of that, I ordered General Borkzagan and other generals on ultimate class loyal to the House of Gremory to search for every spy and traitor in my army and kill them without mercy. Afterward, they would be searching for suitable soldiers that would sign the Geas contract with the House of Gremory, pledging their eternal loyalty to the House of Gremory, especially to me. Then I could give them safely the Devil Outer Body Tempering method for training, as it would produce middle-class beings of power, in physique aspect rather easily and quickly. How is the current state of my army and legions? Currently, the entire army has 3 million soldiers, divided into 15 legions, with each of the generals commanding 3 legions. Most of the soldiers are of low class, while around 40% are of middle class if we are making the ranking based on demonic energy. If we are talking about the physique aspect, the percentage is much lower, but with enough time and devil outer body tempering method, we could raise all of our soldiers into middle class in the physique. I wasn't surprised to hear this. Most ordinary devil soldiers are not that strong. Only a few houses have strong soldiers, like the House of Lucifer, which has almost all soldiers of middle class, or the House of Bale, which is similar to our House of Agars. My aim was the same as theirs, to raise the quality of my soldiers. How long do you think it will take? War is coming, and if we have an army of middle-class beings in terms of physique, while half of them would also be middle-class in demonic energy, my army would be exceptionally powerful. Until the Great War was around 19 years, approximately, so I had enough time to see some results. Hard to say, if your lordship invests some soul coins into the soldiers' training, it should sometimes be between 10 to 12 years before we train such an army. 10 years or 12 years actually wasn't a bad prediction. I had enough time before the Great War started, so this time frame was acceptable, and maybe even good, as there is still enough time even after the time frame is up to improve. Investing some soul coins isn't that problem. With my current business situation in the Underworld, practically every house is buying weapons and armor from me, so soul coins are one of my last concerns. Use it well and speed up the training process. Currently, I own practically the absolute majority of places where weapons and armor and other stuff for the army were manufactured. So everyone that was arming their forces was buying it from me, and coins were just flowing into my pocket. Even the quality of weapons produced by my factories increased, though not as good as mass-produced weapons like those by dwarves in Nidavellir, it was still far better compared to old devil ones. Chapter 15, Arcano Technology. You can go, General Zagan. After finishing discussing essential topics with General Zagan, I let him go, as I wanted to focus on other things that required my attention. One of the most prominent ones was the creation of a potion that would break my physical limits. Architect, how are your calculations going? Slowly, it will take 7 days to complete such a complex potion refinement process. Unfortunately, your library doesn't have enough books on alchemy, so my database is rather limited. I need to work with the available knowledge, and some parts of it need to be changed to suit the creation of this potion, as it is from general-level monster. TCH. Unfortunately, devils don't have enough materials for proper alchemy. Maybe some houses have it for poti wondering, but for refinement of pills, that knowledge is only at the hands of pantheons and celestial court. I will need to travel to the 3 realms at some point. They have tons of knowledge that would be useful to us. I said out loud. Afterward, I fell into deep thought as I thought about something. Architect, take out the Project Arachne. It should be optimized by now, right? Are you sure, sir? Yes. Even if I construct some basic drones, they would be good for some menial tasks. I need to create and maintain a laboratory. They would be prototype for Arcano Technology. Another advantage our race has but wasn't even developed. Arcano Technology was basically magical technology. Asgard mainly used it. They had developed their magical technology to the extreme. It allowed them to create vessels able to travel through the dimensional gap or energy-based weapons. It was no wonder runes worked best with Arcano Technology. Pantheons such as Egyptian or Celtic also had a decent level of such technologies. Big G developed sacred gears based on that. Basically, sacred gears are nothing more just very advanced Arcano soul weapons, tied to God's system in heaven. Very well. With current materials, we could probably construct 100 drones. Their firepower is abysmal, and their combat level should be only around low class, depending on the quality of material and runes inscribed onto them. Syed Architect, as I went to the work. There was an entire branch of magic called Golemancy that was all about creating golems. My own invention was something similar and yet so different. My creations were automatons, mechanical constructs that were enhanced by runes and worked on runes. For example, I didn't need to control them manually, as they had some basic level of intelligence. They could be programmed to understand everything from basic orders to complex blueprints. Also, they could be controlled by Architect directly. Drone type was the basic unit of these arcane mechanical automatons. They were mainly used to dig, work, construct, or deconstruct things and objects. When I proposed this, I wasn't aware of how annoying work would be. Truth be told, it wasn't that hard to construct one drone. They looked like a spider and were made from metal, ordinary ones found in the underworld. With countless forges and blacksmiths, I had read them in several hours. The troublesome part was the runic inscription. There were 3 steps in the creation of arcane mechanical automatons. The first step was to create a mechanical construct. A skilled blacksmith could do that. The second step was the inscription of runes and the creation of a runic matrix in the brain of the automaton. The third step was connecting all rune points with the brain's runic matrix and activating the automaton. The second and third steps were the hardest and must be done by me alone. Fortunately, I was well versed in Norse magic, and my rune work was very good, so I completed the inscription process fast and without any mistakes. The first drone took me 1 hour to make, as I was cautious when inscribing the runes onto the automaton's body. When creating the runic matrix, I needed to be even more careful because it could easily explode if I made a single mistake. When I finish these drones, the first thing I will make is factory. Hopefully, these drones could do inscription process instead of and maybe even creation of runic matrix. I muttered out of frustration as I was finishing making the 30th drone. It was tiring work, and I was already fed up with it, but these little cuties would be a great boon for me. Maybe I can even sell some. The death toll of devils in the Great War was counted in hundreds of millions, probably reaching several billion, so it would be better to use golems or automatons for battles. They could lessen casualties. And in the future, it would mean more devils survived, and when evil pieces are invited, we won't be dependent on them. Evil pieces were useful. For example, we could get sacred gear users, talented humans, or members of other factions that went rogue or left. On the other side, they were used to enslave other species and members of other pantheons. In my opinion, they were created mainly for the repopulation of devils, which was stupid. If we saved enough population in the Great War, and the Civil War would be solved with a coup, I could pressure evil pieces to be given only to a few people. In canon, every high-class devil had set, I planned to give them only to ultimate-class devils that would obtain recommendation letters and to heirs of houses that passed an examination. With this move, we could reduce the number of reincarnated devils by more than 90% and motivate holders of evil pieces to reincarnate only people with strong potential. After working for 3 days straight, I finished all drones, and before I were 100 arcane mechanical automatons, of drone type, of Arachne class. Architect, control the drones and let them construct an underground place, big enough to house my magical experiments and also a production line for automatons. Chapter 16, Potion Brewing Time. Drones were perfect workers, they had the highest possible effectiveness, and they never got tired or wanted a wage. They didn't need anything, just a magical power to keep them going, and that was no problem, as the ambient magic level in Underworld was very high. After exactly 1 day, the underground complex was done. Not as high as the dimensional worlds of some pantheons, but it was still enough. Excellent. Architect, how many drones could these little guys produce within 1 day? I asked as I looked at the production line, which was currently being constructed by drones. 50 drones. While drones are intelligent enough, they can't do the runic inscription and matrix creation processes as fast as experienced rune masters. Said Architect in my mind. Arachne drones were small, they were around half a meter tall and 1 meter in length. Good, then start the production. We need as many of them as possible. Their utilization in the war would be immense. They could easily serve as either cannon fodder or construction force. I said as everything started to move. I was aware that my little creation would become hot merchandise among the nobles that would want to obtain suitable cannon fodder force to save their soldiers. The production cost of 1 Arachne drone was cheap, and I wasn't planning to sell them at high prices for many reasons. One of them was that part of my plan was to have as many of them on the battlefield, another one was to gain allies, and another was just a long-time investment in the devil species as a whole. Architect, start compiling a list of enemies that are to be disposed of during the Great War. We don't need unstable elements in the future, Baator. I said with a malicious grin as I commanded Architect. The list included various nobility and houses that were known for their incompatibility with my ideas for unification. As I watched the Arachne drones working like some hard-working bees for several next hours, I was notified by Architect that the potion formula was finally calculated, at last. Can we go to the brewing process already? Yes. The first thing to do is to dissect the corpse, which drones would do. As I took out general-level Monster Ape's corpse, the Architect and 3 drones immediately started the dissection process. They worked extremely fast as they separated the monster's skin, flesh, bones, blood, and organs. It was no wonder, as Architect was directly controlling the little ones, and after 1 hour, the entire process was done. You will need only blood, heart, and bones, especially the bone marrow and nuclei. I took everything Architect told me and went to the cauldron. Nuclei was a crystallization of magical power that monsters created upon reaching the general level. The main usage of the nuclei was either in alchemy, as a power source, or amplifier with spellcasting. First the blood, then add in that dragon blood you bought and mix it together. It needs to be refined and compressed into 1/100 of what it is currently. There were tens of liters of blood boiling in the massive cauldron as I was infusing my demonic energy with the cauldron, regulating the process, where the blood would basically compress, or rather the energy from the blood would be compressed. This step took more than 10 hours till the cauldron was almost empty, and only a small part remained. When I looked at the blood that was boiling there now, I felt the energy from it, as it was practically radiating and shining to all sides. Use the heart blood of that ape and drop in the nuclei. Activate the runic stimulation to the maximum. Afterward, add an extract from the demonic flower and other herbs I had prepared for the potion. As Architect was instructing me, I noticed behind me was Arachne drone, with the rest of the resources the Architect was talking about. Various vials, with an extract from rare herbs that were bought by my subordinates for this potion. Heart blood was a special type of blood that was located in the heart and was practically the source of bloodline and strength of the blood in the body. If heart blood is forcibly extracted from a living person, he had guaranteed dead in most cases. I added all heart blood that the heart of the general level ape could provide me and dropped the nuclei of the monster into the cauldron. At the same time, I quickly activated the runic matrix over the cauldron, which started regulating the huge energy storm that was taking place in the cauldron, as I dropped nuclei of ultimate class being into a pool of liquid full of magical power. Thankfully, the runic matrix controlled it perfectly for my heavenly or devil's luck, and nothing bad happened. Cauldrons tended to explode rather often. After I added those extracts from various herbs, I closed the cauldron and left it be, for the next day, as Architect instructed me to do. I wanted to ask, what is the difficulty of this potion? This thing could be classified as master-level potion. If not for my precise calculations and instruction, you would have never brewed it. Answered Architect, with only what I can call pride. Still, he was right, pioneering was exactly that hard if you have something like AI chip with impossible advanced AI that calculated every possible step and navigated you through the entire process. Still, I will stay with my runes. I didn't mind creating some potion from time to time, but it isn't my thing. One day passed, and Architect said I needed to check up on the cauldron as time passed. When I opened it, I was surprised that what was left, approximately 100 milliliters of pulsating black crimson liquid, was located on the bottom of the cauldron. Now, just bring some vial, fill it, and leave it to rest in a magically saturated area for another day. Afterward, your potion is officially done. Instructed me, Architect. When I asked why the resting part, he answered that the potion could absorb ambient magic right now, so it would boost up the quality by some amount if I left it in a magically saturated area. Chapter 17, Potions Taste Bad, and Magic. The next day, exactly 24 hours later, after I brewed the potion, I was finally ready to drink it and break the limits of my physical strength. My drone production was going well. I now had 150 Arachne drones, and currently, I ordered them to expand the production line to reach an output of drones of at least 500 per day, meaning expanding it by 10 times already. I looked at the potion, grimaced a little, and gulped it down in one go. It tasted horrible. I heard that most potions tasted like shit, and apparently, it was true. When I drank the potion, I immediately started feeling its effect, as my entire body was like it was on fire. My muscles were pulsating as they absorbed the energy from the potion, and even my bones hurt like hell when they were absorbing the energy from the potion. After 10 minutes, I felt that the pain was lessened, but it still hurt like hell. But alas, I felt the immense strength flowing through my body, as each cell in my body was absorbing the energy from the potion, being refined and strengthened. What was even more shocking, my demonic energy reserves expanded by a significant amount, something I didn't foresee. Architect, scan my body. I said, after another hour, when I felt that majority of the potion was already digested, and my body reached a high-class level of power in terms of physique. I felt countless times stronger compared to before I drank the potion, and I was curious about the exact advancement in my strength. Class, high. Demonic energy, 96. Strength, 78. Agility, 75. Vitality, 60. Also, the potion energy is not fully digested, and full absorption would take around 1 month, so your physical strength would rise during this 1 month. To maximize the effect, I would advise increasing your physical training to the extreme. I looked at the scan as I heard the voice of the Architect. It was understandable that my body couldn't digest all of that at once. I would need some time, and my body would also get a bit stronger. Now my physique was comparable to average dragons, meaning weak dragons. Dragons were one of the most powerful creatures here, besides gods. They had terrifying physiques and enormous magical abilities. The heavy majority of dragons were of high class, and they could easily best those in the same rank as them if they were another being. While I was not a close combat fighter myself, it was good to have a strong physique. I wouldn't be vulnerable as most of the long-range combatants, and also, my body could then easily hold more demonic energy. Architect, start controlling all drones to focus fully on production. By the end of the month, I need to have 10,000 Arachne drones ready. I said to Architect as I left the underground complex to take a bath. It shall be done. Also, start calculations for the magic system. 1 month later. Time really flew like water. After 1 month I spent studying magic, I noticed that all my 10,000 Arachne drones were already created and were like some small spider army. Most of them were just low-class cannon fodder, but their true value wasn't a combat or firepower but rather their construction abilities. I spent all of my time on magic study. I wanted to realize one thing, which was the creation of a completely new magic system. I noticed that devil magic, while being versatile, has weak firepower compared to other magic systems. On the other side, Norse magic system, based on runes, had mighty firepower while being more complicated. To achieve that, I needed to have as much as possible magic knowledge about devil magic, Norse magic, and also human calculation magic. Merlin created human magic based on his observations of devil magic and several other magic systems belonging to different pantheons. He then created a magic system based on mathematical equations and calculations, where one with enough calculations of magical power could shape it to form spells. My ambition was to fuse these three systems into one or take their strong aspects and advantages and create a wholly new magic system. If possible, I wanted to complete the first stages of the magic system before the Great Wars started, as it would greatly boost up the power of the devil race, only applicable to the weaker devils. For Satan class or super devils, it won't make a difference, as I can't create something like that if I myself am not at that level of strength or mastery over magic. I even sent my trusted subordinates to loot and kill human magical organizations or families and steal their knowledge. Humans were weak even with magic, but to be sure, I assigned 2 of my generals that were on ultimate class to lead the operation and get as many magic tomes, grimoires, and books as possible. Everything then went straight to my library, as Architect scanned each book, continuously expanding his database. I also bought many of these books from other pillars, as many of pillars had countless magic tomes and similar things, just getting dust in their libraries, so most of them were eager to sell those books for a few souls coins or arachne drones. What idiots! With these new additions, I was able to lay a stable foundation for my magic system. Surprisingly, I have attained master-ranked mastery over devil magic and expert-rank mastery over Norse magic after reading through all those magic tomes I deemed important to learn personally. I also tried human magic. Surprisingly, it was rather easy, as I could easily do mathematical calculations without Architect's help. Apparently, the devils had more suitable brain development for such things if they tried it. I had practically cheated my way to have Grandmaster-ranked mastery thanks to Architect's help regarding human magic. Chapter 18, Talk of Bales. Bale Castle, territory of the House of Bale. Bale Castle, of the House of Bale, was one of the most secure places in the entire Underworld. Not only in its robust and enormous construction but, more importantly, the magical protection created from over 50 barriers cast over it. Currently, Venelana Bale was walking through the empty halls of the castle as she was going to visit her grandfather Zikram Bale and give him the message from her fiancé, who wished to meet First Great King. "Come in," sounded a male voice from behind the wooden door. Zikram Bale was a middle-aged-looking man with black hair and peaceful, violet eyes. He wore simple yet noble-looking attire that strengthened the already strong aura of dignity that was exuding from him. First-generation Bale, the first great king, and the right hand of the great Satan Lucifer, the primogenitor of all devils. His political power excluded even the other 3 Satans, as he practically controlled most of the 72 pillar houses. Currently, he was sitting in his study room, drinking tea while reading a magic grimoire. "So, what do you wish to say, Vina? Normally during this time of day, you would be practicing magic or physical exercises," asked Zikram. When Venelana returned from the Sunset Monster Mountain Range, she started training, even more, especially focusing on her magic and physique, as she was too feeble by her words. "When I was in the Sunset Monster Mountain Range, I met my fiancé," started Venelana, as Zikram looked a bit surprised. He didn't think much about her fiancé, considering him, like any other pillar heir, automatically useless. And I was surprised. Surprised of what exactly, girl? Where to start? Maybe from the moment when I saw him using dark light, said Venelana to him. She got permission from Zeoticus to say this to her grandfather, as he needed something that would catch his attention to meet him for sure. When Zikram heard that, he looked like he was hit by 9 rounds of lightning bolts all over. "That should be Impose. Rayla." "Yes, Rayla," muttered Zikram silently. "Who is she?" asked Venelana slowly. "Rayla Lillian Lucifer, daughter of the Lucifer, and Lilith, the younger sister of Rizavim Levon Lucifer. She disappeared many years ago after getting into an argument with her father over something. We assumed that she left Devil Race's territory and went to another pantheon's dimensional world. Who would have known, she was got together of previous Lord Gremory and even birthed a child," answered Zikram after a long silence. "Is she still?" asked him when looking at his granddaughter. "No, died after giving birth." "I am sorry," said Venelana quietly. She knew from Zeoticus that his mother died after he was born. "I want to meet with him. He wishes for the same thing." "Why?" "By his words to discuss future of next generations and devils as a whole," answered Venelana as Zikram's face darkened. "So he noticed that too, said he grimly. "Noticed what exactly?" "He noticed that there is a problem with us. Our leadership, 4 great Satans, are obsessed with a goal that is impossible to achieve. The world dominance is a pipe dream. Maybe if 3 factions united as one, there could be a chance, but now it is nigh impossible. While Zikram holds a great deal of respect for the Satans, he was also aware of their rather self-destructive tendencies and the upcoming Great War. All of them were hell-bent on world domination, while they weren't able to defeat even the god of their pantheon. It was understandable, as the disparity between them was too great. Big G was too strong, probably already on the level of Ophis, a true being of law. Currently, in Draconic Deus, there were only several publicly known beings of law. Most notorious were, of course, Great Red and Ophis. Then there was also Trihexa. While it was of law, it was overwhelmed by chaos and went mad. From pantheons, existences on the level of being of law were Christian Big G, Shiva of Hindu, and Jade Emperor of Celestial Court in China. Thought Zikram in his head. For Christian pantheon as a whole, it was good that Big G was being of law, at least, it protected them from foreign threats. While the three factions often attacked each other, they also often ganged up together when they faced external threats. Fortunately, Great Red and Ophis are interested in leaving Dimensional Gap. Trihexa has been sleeping for a long time. They aren't a problem. Leaving only Shiva and Jade Emperor. From what spies have found, there is a conflict between Shiva and Indra breeding in Hindu pantheon. Jade Emperor hasn't left Celestial Palace for several thousand years. We are becoming vulnerable. Without the existence of someone on the level of Big G, our pantheon become vulnerable to those who are on the same level. Fortunately, most of those people are more interested in increasing their strength. Like Jade Emperor, he created interesting cultivation for humans, but they can't reach higher than early ultimate class. While cultivators were exciting projects of the Jade Emperor, the highest cultivation stage that was achievable was only as strong as the early stage of ultimate class. It was understandable, as Jade Emperor created it based on bastardizing the divine energy of gods. Without ascending as god, they would be stuck at that level of strength till death. Of course, every pantheon was very careful when promoting a person to godhood. Still, the cultivators' souls are perfect for devils, as they are stronger than ordinary mortal souls. Send a letter to the House of Gremory that I would visit next week, said Zikram slowly as he looked through the window, observing the environment of the underworld. Chapter 19, Experiments and Letter. It shall be done, grandfather. And also prepare some gifts on our first visit to the House of Gremory. What shall be suitable? Asked Zikram as he looked at his granddaughter. Magic tomes or grimoires. Zeoticus is a fanatical magic researcher, especially on runic magic, answered Venelana. Zikram then summoned old-looking book that looked creepy with its pitch-black leather cover. This thing would do, who knows how strong he will become if he learns abyssal runes, said Zikram as he looked at the book. He quickly found out it wasn't of the universe, as it came from another world. He himself found it thousands of years ago, only several centuries after he was born. Things like that didn't happen often, but if someone is lucky, he could find some stuff from a different universe when spacetime created a portal through dimensional gap appear. After learning abyssal runes, he found out that it was a powerful runic language, even superior to that of Aesir runes that Asgard used. Zikram didn't know that abyssal runes would soon become the part used to create a whole new magic system. Architect, start the analysis process, I said as I was going to try the first spell of the new magic system I had created. Okay, casting process of the 0-tier spell, Fireball starts, I said as I was trying to cast the spell with the usage of the entirely new magic system for the first time. It was only an experiment, so I would be glad if it didn't explode in my face. The first step was the usage of devil magic. With the usage of devil magic, the first thing is to create an image of a fireball with demonic power. Afterward, the creation of a spell matrix is created based on the fireball model created by devil magic. With the already existing model, the creation of a spell matrix from runes is easier. To create a perfect spell, and fuse both of them, model in my head created from devil magic and runic matrix, I am using calculations to achieve as high precision and perfect fusion as possible. Soon enough new type of fireball was created. It was white in color, different compared to the orange-yellow when created with devil magic. Spell analyzation complete. Stability of 74.65%, compatibility between devil magic and Aesir runes is low, creating destabilization of the spell. That was something I was already expecting. My magic system was useless. The main problem was an incompatibility between the nature of devil magic, which came from demonic power, and Aesir runes, which were a mix of energy similar to divine power and unknown energy. My magic system was useless unless all spells were of 100% stability. If I had a runic language that was closer in nature to the devil magic, that would be very hard to get. How is the power of the spell? Ordinary fireball created with usage of devil magic has hotness of 1000 degrees Celsius. This one has even hotter than fireball created with pure usage of Norse magic, which was 1500 degrees Celsius. This one is reaching a temperature of 1700 degrees of Celsius. The spell's versatility and maneuverability are higher than the Norse magic variant. Finished architect the spelling analysis. If I increase the stability of the spell, then we could consider the experiment a success. I need to search for suitable runic language. I said to myself as I was thinking about the results of the experiment. Still, for a start, the results were pretty good. My initial idea of merging 3 magic systems appeared to be working rather well. With devil magic model creation in my mind, creating a runic matrix is faster by 2 times. With the help of calculations taken from human magic, these 2 things could fuse perfectly, creating a wholly new spellcasting method. Now it leaves my only stability problem. If I don't solve this, I cannot experiment with higher-tiered spells with higher destructiveness. Instability with those spells should be higher compared to 0 tier. If initial spells, like those of 0 tier I have created, have the stability of more than 74%, then the next tier, I have called combat tier, should have stability only around 45 to 55%, which could be probably pretty dangerous if it exploded into my face, as the destructiveness of those spells is high to take down the smaller building. For the rest of the day, I have decided to stop training and retreat to the library to read magic books. For me, it was rather relaxing, and every time I did it, not only was I resting but also getting stronger, as my knowledge about magic was becoming higher. As I walked to the library, I saw a head butler of the Furig coming to me. "My lord. There is a letter from the House of Bale." As he gave me a letter sealed with not a sign of House of Bale, said the man, but it was a bit different, from what I recognized, it was a modified Bale clan sign, used only by first Bale ancestor Zikram. "Thanks, you can go," I said as I started reading the letter while revealing a smile of joy. Apparently, Venelana did her job, and Zikram wanted to meet me and would arrive 1 week later. This was pretty good. I need to create a good impression, maybe some military showdown of my newly trained soldiers would be good. Only a few houses have elite trained soldiers among the lords, including 4 great Satans. From what I know, the best armies with the best training and strength levels were of House of Lucifer, Lucifuge, Bale, and Agars. Many of the devil nobles didn't care much about their own legions, and their soldiers were untrained or even outright weak. This would, in the future, lead to countless death. Maybe if I can get the help of Zikram, he has a greater influence in the devil society than most. Chapter 20, Meeting with Ancestor Bale. During this week, I have spent most of my time in the library, as always. I was studying magic to complete my tier magic system, as I called it. Theoretically, I currently have 2 tiers completed from the tier magic system. Not a very creative name, I was aware of that. One was 0 tier, which any novice magician could cast, meaning he has novice-ranked mastery. Spells of the 0 tier are either without destructive or weak destruction abilities, used mainly in one-on-one combat. The second was adjustable tier. This one was a bit complicated, but the base premise was that the tier of the spell was determined by the amount of demonic power/magical power used during the casting process. Such spell was, for example, Gravity Fall. Based on how much demonic power I used in the casting process, this spell could have the power of 0 tier or higher tiers, which are purely conceptual right now. I have also trained a bit with my clan trait, Dark Light, and felt that soon I would be able to reach expert-ranked mastery, meaning I could create a half-open gate of Babylon. Vina was right, it appears your love for magic is fanatical indeed, said a voice belonging to a man. When I turned around, I immediately recognized the person who had come. The first great king has come for a visit. Apparently, he found his way to the library. It is an honor to meet the first great king, I said as I bowed deeply. Architect, if you scan him, what is the possibility that he will notice that? Very high. Though I can scan his energy ripples to detect his class, while not that accurate. Do it. Scanning process complete. Demonic energy, 900 to 1000. The subject is probably around the pinnacle of Satan class, said Architect in my head. Damn, he was strong. They are probably the strongest devil after original Satans, they should be super devils, though I don't know what stage exactly, but not pinnacle, maybe early or intermediate stages. If not, they would have better chances at defeating Big G after he was exhausted from sealing Trihexa, maybe Lucifer was the pinnacle of super devil class. We can sit. Motioned Zikram, as we sat down, as he broke me out of my process of thoughts. I have brought you something as a gift to commemorate our first meeting, said Zikram as he took out the book titled Abyssal Runes and gave it to me. I was shocked when I noticed that book, and soon my shock turned into ecstasy. I obtained that book when I was still very young, probably 4,500 years ago. It fell into the Underworld, through the space-time crack in the dimensional gap, with several other things that, unfortunately, were not that valuable. Abyssal runes are very compatible with devil magic and could greatly boost up your combat prowess, explained Zikram to me, as I was tempted to start reading the book right now, but unfortunately for my researcher tendencies, now there was business to talk about. So, what do you think about the current situation, young Lucifer? Asked Zikram with more emphasis on the word Lucifer. What exactly? Incoming Great War. Worsening situation of our pantheon as whole or terrible tendencies of Satan's. I named several things that came to my mind. We could start with the war. During my journey here, I noticed that you have already started training your army to be ready for the war. That is good, the quality of your soldiers is increasing steadily, give several years, and Underworld would have another elite army. Praised Zikram. You should be aware of it far better, Lord Zikram. While 4 great Satans built the devil race as we know it today, they also led it to its doomsday. And this war, between our 3 factions, would be won for sure. I stated my opinion while waiting for Zikram to say something. I knew that he deeply respected 4 great Satans, but he was also a pragmatic person who wanted the preservation of the devil race at any cost. World domination tendencies of the Satans were self-destroying for us. That is certainly true, but alas, what can we do? In front of the strength of the 4 Satans that reached Super Devil class, we were not their match and could only dance as they ordered. Our best chance is that all 3 factions receive enormous casualties that would end in a ceasefire. Said Zikram after a short time of thinking. You should be aware that this is no solution. Aside from Rizavim, all other descendants, especially Bidliad Bashalin Beelzebub, Tsufame Tarika Leviathan, and Demedosu Zerikal Asmodeus, are as hellbent on world domination as their parents. Even if we survive the war, then there is a huge chance for civil war erupting. I am aware of that fact. Then our only chance would be to dispose of the tumor in our ranks before it grows or coup before the civil war breaks when it happens. Still, it would be a shame for bloodlines of Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Beelzebub to be lost. Apparently, we had similar thoughts with Zikram. With the last sentence, I agreed fully that their clan traits were powerful, but I had done some research on the clan traits and bloodline. Maybe with enough research, I would be able to transplant the bloodline. What if that was not the case? What if there was the possibility of transplantation of bloodline from one to another? I said with a malicious grin on my face. Oh. I have done some research on our devil bloodlines, and I am confident that I should be able to achieve such a feat with enough research and experimentation. If only I had some living specimen. I had done only some research on my body. Getting some living specimens with clan trait was extremely hard as Archduke Agars, or Great King Bale, managed all criminals, especially when it came to nobility. That should not be that much of a problem. Catch a few useless descendants of Satans during the Great War. Most of their descendants are absolutely useless and weak, so nobody would think there is something wrong if 2 or 3 disappeared, they would think they are weak. And Satans disdain everything weak, including their own blood. Chapter 21, Discussion about the Future. That is a good idea. What are our prospects for the future of the warlord Zikram? I have personally thought about weakening Church and Grigori on the earth. We could release some of their confidential information to several other pantheons, they will do the dirty work for us. You should have surely thought about something like this. I said as we were sitting and drinking tea in my library. Indeed. The Church is a great weapon of heaven, though they are also heavily relying on heaven. If the support of heaven stops, they would have great problems with defending their own territories, especially those that were taken from other pantheons, especially in northern countries and eastern countries. Additionally, we could weaken their supply of faith, meaning they won't have as many divine crystals used to cultivate angels. Similarly, as devils were feeding on souls and negative emotions to gain strength quickly, angels could do the same with divine crystals. Those were basically crystallized faith power, which is created by gathering it from followers. Gods commonly use it to strengthen their divine power or create divine messengers like angels. Olympians use it to create various monsters, Aesir on the other side to strengthen Valkyries or Einherjar, and much more of other uses. They could be used in divine magic or holy magic to boost up their power. And most importantly, they are used to strengthen the divine kingdom. That was the reason why heaven was practically an impenetrable fortress in Draconic Deus. The number of divine crystals used in strengthening heaven was eclipsing other pantheons easily. I have thought about selling this information to Asgard, Takamagara, vampires, and Olympians. Those prideful Greeks have lost many followers to the Church, and the same could be said about Aesir. Vampires would be glad to take revenge upon Church, and Takamagara wants to cleanse their territory from the influence of Church that is lurking in Japan. I stated my opinion about which pantheon and faction should contact. Problematic part is, someone needs to go there and negotiate. It would be best if we went there personally. The most problematic ones to communicate with would be Olympians and vampires, so I will contact them. They are not something young devil should bother with. Said Zikram, and I just nodded in agreement and gratefulness. I was aware it was tough to communicate with stubborn Greek gods, which were probably more arrogant than 4 Satans altogether. Vampires were the same, and I didn't even know their location. On the other hand, communication with Asgard and Takamagara was far easier. From what I heard, Odin was a pretty reasonable god, and the same could be said about Amaterasu, god-queen of Shinto pantheon. So, that will leave me with Asgard and Takamagara. I will make it done. Should we also exchange the intelligence we have gathered? The more damage Grigori and heaven suffer from the hands of other pantheons, the better. I know it sounded a bit hypocritical. I was aware of the fact as the weaker we got, I mean the whole three factions, the worse situation in the future would be for us. On the other hand, nobody would stop the upcoming war just because I had several very good arguments that we could be easily targeted of factions that have beings of law. Nobody would listen to me, and there is a high probability of being branded as a traitor. So, for now, the only thing I could do is follow the flow. Young Lucifer, what do you think we should do if hypothetically 4 Satans perish in the war? Zikram asked me with a glint in his eyes while I fell into deep thought. Kill their descendants, for a reason mentioned, and ally ourselves with species that are not part of any factions, such as dragon clans and Oni tribes, to create a strong nation. During the war, we will lose countless devils, and after the war, I don't doubt descendants of the Satans would be hell-bent on continuing the war. That needs to be prevented at all costs. This war isn't about who will win, as I think nobody will win. Everyone will suffer, subsequently creating a ceasefire to recuperate losses of lives. My thought is that many dragon flocks would be a great addition to us if we were to create a new nation upon the ashes of the old one. The same could be said about Oni tribes living in the Underworld. Even in nature, they are similar to us. I said part of my plan. It was a good plan, a plan for Baator. Dragons were the most powerful creatures, most of the dragons were on high class just after a few years of their life, with many of them with sufficient training could reach ultimate class. Also, all dragon kings were pinnacle of their class, with the potential to reach heavenly dragon class. If dragons united under one banner, they would probably be the strongest faction in Draconic Deus. Just one word from Great Red, and it would be done. Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for us, we could recruit them to create a faction together. When you think about it, dragons are pretty similar to us, devils. Both of our species are power-hungry, we want to be stronger than anybody, we are greedy, and we are also lustful. Just a great combination together. Zikram was thinking deeply about what I said. He was in a deep dilemma. He deeply respected 4 Satans for what they had done, they have built the devil race and cultivated it where it is now. On the other side, he was a pragmatist and was aware of the fact that they are leading us toward our death, albeit slowly, but for sure. He was aware that devils would be destroyed either by other factions or in endless civil wars that would come if we continued slowly. I have decided. Said Zikram with a deep and stern voice. Chapter 22, End of the discussion. On what exactly? I asked carefully as I continued observing Zikram. If original 4 perishes in the war, I will support your idea for the new form of government. If they don't, I will remain neutral in your endeavors and will not help either side. Stated Zikram slowly. He wanted to see, and then he would support the winner because, for him, it was a win to win in both situations. That sounds acceptable to me, Lord Zikram. If I may ask, how strong are descendants of the originals? I said. Lucifer only has one, Rizavim, including you, there are 2 members of the Lucifer clan. Rizavim is already of the higher ends of the Satan class, soon enough, he will even be stronger than his father. However, the man himself doesn't interest in ruling or anything else, even if a bit connected with governing. The other 3 houses of Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Beelzebub are weak. Only their inheritors are worth something, while branch members are absolutely worthless. Stated Zikram. I wasn't surprised about Rizavim. He was around 230 or so years old and was already nearing Superdevil class and soon would reach it. It was terrifying talent. About others, it wasn't that surprising. I remembered that in canon, the last direct descendants were weaklings, barely classified as ultimate class, and couldn't even properly use their clan traits. I see. Only shame that Rizavim didn't inherit Dark Light. Rayla, on the other hand, did, but unfortunately, she is dead. Dark Light is powerful, and I also one of the reasons why Lucifer could easily restrain other Satans and force them to obey his commands. Sighed Zikram. It was logical, as Dark Light was a mix of demonic element and holy element. It was lethal to devils, such as it was to angels and fallen. With this as an elemental advantage, Lucifer could easily suppress other devils. I will. Also, Lord Zikram, I have something to sell that would be very useful in the upcoming war. I said as I summoned one of the arcane mechanical automatons of the Arachne type. It only took several minutes for it to arrive. I wanted to sell them to Zikram for several reasons. They are good cannon fodder for taking hits and wonderful construction workers who work more efficiently on the battlefield than the traditional workforce. Like many other races during the war, devils had a workforce that worked on the front line to create basic military outposts, fortresses, watchtowers, magic towers, and various other things. It mainly consisted of death sentence criminals, prisoners, or slaves that were captured. Slaves were mainly rogues from other factions. Still, that was unreliable and tended to rebel or slack off. This thing here is called Arcane Mechanical Automaton. I belong to the Arachne-type drone, as they are great for balancing between office, defense, support, and construction. While their combat abilities aren't something great, just around low class, their true value lies in construction abilities and cannon fodder tank abilities. You see, to destroy one of these arcane mechanical automatons, you need firepower comparable to mid-class, as they are rather sturdy, and their runic instructions allow them to defend against energy-based attack very well. Also, as basic golems, they don't need to rest and can continue working as long as the runic matrix is undamaged and can convert ambient magic. I introduced my creation. I also planned to create a warrior, as there would be a need for a primarily oriented drone. From now on, it was without my capabilities, as I lacked the materials for such a feat for now. I relocated most of my resources available to producing weapons and armor. Thanks to that, gold was constantly flowing into my pocket, and now I was one of the richest devils in the underworld. Fortunately, nobody did anything about that, as the only thing I needed to do was bribery. I directly bribed noble houses with discounts on large orders, and everyone closed their eyes over my little monopoly. Also, my childhood friend Rayclyde Phoenix, newly appointed Lord Phoenix, helped me a bit with how to manage a monopoly. His house held it over Phoenix tears and other medical potions. I must admit that I am interested. They would be a good boost for every army, as we don't need to bother with damned ones. How are they commanded, and how many can you produce? I want to order them for House of Bale. Damned ones were a collective name for Expendables working force. They can be easily controlled by issuing commands. One of the drones is called Commander Drone. You will open a runic matrix and basically bind with Commander Drone. Then you can easily just tell Commander Drone what you want. Commander Drone, in turn, will instruct ordinary drones, as they have a basic level of intelligence. I explained to Zikram how they worked. Splendid. I want 1 million of them. Is that possible? Asked him, as I was shocked by the sheer number of them. Yes, but I need time and materials. A lot of materials. If I have enough, your drones would be ready within 4 to 5 months. Production of drones was easy. Currently, I have 50,000. If all of them work, they could create around 10,000 per day if they work at maximum. The problem are materials. I have nowhere enough to create such a large number. I was glad I managed to boost up the production speed, as all of them now had experience and perfect method on how to make other drones. That is indeed problematic. Most of the places are already being used in Underworld, only leaving places like Dragon Mountains or Forbidden Regions, but that is not possible. Maybe you can look for juvenile dimensional space in the dimensional gap. Dimensional gap was connected to countless worlds. From time to time, if you are lucky, you can find a newly developing world that is empty of life and full of resources such as metal ores, gems, and magic materials. Chapter 23, Dimensional Gap of the Astral Boundary. Dimensional Gap. I muttered out loud. Dimensional gap is sealed space belonging to the larger one, called astral boundary. It isn't known who sealed it, but not even the beings of law, in these words, cannot break and reach the wider space called astral boundary. From what I collected, sooner or enough, the seal would collapse, and dimensional gap would be once again merged with astral boundary. Explained Zikram to me. As I thought about that, it sounded logical and explained why there weren't existences above Apocalypse class. How large is dimensional gap compared to the astral boundary? I asked out of curiosity. Dimensional gap, with its tens of planes, are just a small speck of the dust in almost infinity ever-growing astral boundary. Many pantheons have countless books about astral boundary, from the time of the mighty stage gods, during the age of gods. I needed to learn more. If it was true what Zikram was saying, that when the seal that was separating the dimensional gap from the rest of the astral boundary collapsed, then I fear our entire world would be easy prey. As he talked about it, I also formed my own theory of who actually put up the seal. It was highly possible, it was mighty stage gods of various pantheons of surrounding planes. Mighty stage gods were mighty beings, but they weren't omnipotent. Mighty stage gods were the same as the Apocalypse class on the Divine Path God, meaning they were beings of law. I wonder what enemy was able to frighten them to the point of creating a dimensional gap. At the same time, it would also explain why all primordial gods have disappeared from the Draconic Dais, and none are remaining. If my theory is correct, astral boundary must have countless beings on the level of Apocalypse class and even higher, so mighty stage gods of Draconic Dais, who were aware they were weaker, decided to hide. While they may sacrifice their lives, they could reform thousands of years later. As long as their divine spark and divine body were intact, then they were all right. The body of God was a priceless treasure for alchemy, magic, and other disciplines. Are other pantheons doing something similar? Searching for resources in the dimensional gap? I asked. Generally, gods shouldn't be able to leave the world or plane where they ascended as gods. That was one of the ultimate rules of existence. Still, there always existed some way. Some. The most notable is Asgard. Aesir is very different from the other pantheons, as they are not originally inhabitants of the Draconic Dais, they just somehow bound their realm, Asgard, to the Draconic Dais, becoming the inhabitant in the process, so they have their way around those rules. Their gods could leave Draconic Dais for a prolonged time before getting weaker over time. What do you think their 9 realms are? They conquered different worlds. Other pantheons, while not sending their gods, tend to send armies and their strongest warriors from time to time. Draconic Deus was limited when it came to resources. There were too many factions and pantheons fighting for each piece of territory. So to prevent useless fights, they searched for resources either in the Underworld, as it was countless times bigger than Earth and someone ruled only a small part. The second option was to explore the gap for new worlds. Don't worry, if I see someone from other pantheons, I will kill them if they are weaker. If not, I will just order to retreat. I said wisely. During situations like these, it would be extremely hard to find a real penetrator of the attack in the dimensional gap, so if I find someone with an army and power weaker than myself, I could safely kill. If not, the retreat was always an option. Good. I will send several of my magicians with coordinates to open up the passageway. Also, Vina would arrive here after several days, she wanted to tell you. And maybe you can take her with you on the expedition. Good opportunity to spend time together, not talking about the fact she is good combatant, shortly reaching an ultimate class. Said Zikram as he looked at me. Maybe it will be better to postpone the expedition till both of us are ultimate class. I will be reaching the class soon, I am already on the verge. It will be much safer. I said, and Zikram nodded in agreement. Then I will send everything after you reach the ultimate class. Dimensional gap and planar conquests are dangerous, so better be careful now than sorry later. Stated Zikram with a wise voice. Taking Venelana with me was a good idea. We could spend more time together, and she would be an ultimate class soon, so I get another powerful combatant for free. With me, there are 2, and I will also take 2 of my generals, altogether 4 ultimate class combatants. That wasn't bad if we talked about a plane with no civilization or an extremely primitive and weak one. It was a pleasure to speak with you, Lord Zikram. I said as I bid goodbye to the Zikram, who teleported away from Castle Furig as he returned back to his domain. When he left, I was pretty satisfied with the results of my discussion with him. Now my focus turned to other things that needed attention. The magic study, manufacturing of arcane mechanical automatons, and preparation for the first planar conquest. I felt that the world he talked about wasn't that weak and new. It was a test of my abilities. He wouldn't send Venelana to somewhere that was too strong for her to handle, so his proposition to take her with me meant that the world wasn't too strong. And it probably had ultimate class beings. Old schemer. But I like challenges. I grinned as I was thinking about it. Zikram wanted to know the basic extent of my abilities and know if I was worth anything besides political talking and intrigue. Chapter 24, Cheated by the Old Man. After finishing the meeting, I immaterially called all of my 5 generals and gave them my orders. The first one was to double the numbers of my army so that each legion would consist of 200,000 soldiers. Meaning altogether 2 million. It wasn't big enough to compare to some more militaristic houses, but it was a nice number. During the Great War, a number of devils that fought there numbered in billions, or rather casualties were in billions. Second, I informed them about my plan for small planar conquest and ordered an army to increase the training regime by x10. I also invested a lot of soul coins to buy precious potions and pills for soldiers. The third thing was about increasing the combat process of the generals. The first thing I thought about was buying some high-grade magical equipment from other pantheons, so I gave that responsibility to General Bork. I have also been thinking about the usage of sacred gears, but that possibility was not very realistic for several reasons. The first one was that currently, heaven was at its strongest and controlled all sacred gears tightly, all users were pawns and soldiers of heaven. On top of that, sacred gears were tied to God's system in heaven, and it can know its current holder. Obtaining sacred gears when Big G is still alive is just pure action of courting death. Also, I personally disdain depending on the equipment to increase my power. While it is basically a soul weapon, sacred gear can still be rendered useless. I also had the theory that Big G could directly control all of them, as he was their creator through God's system. Rise of him had an ability called Sacred Gear Canceller, which worked on a relatively easy principle. It could nullify sacred gears of people who were weaker than the user, on the same level as the user. Basically, it depended on the amount of energy used. I remembered that it couldn't nullify Diabolo's dragon mode of that perverted trash in canon, as it was created with the power of Ophis, who was basically a being of law, far above Rise of him's level. So, if he had such ability, it was respectable that similar abilities, skills, spells, and methods existed in the infinite astral boundary. Still, while I don't plan to use sacred gears in the foreseeable future, at least not until I find a way to sever them from God's system completely, I won't be using one. It is too dangerous to leave something that is connected to heaven to be bounded with your soul. Even though I can later get some of them for my subordinates as they are pretty useful weapons. After Big G is dead, heaven won't have enough power to protect even the church, not sacred gears, which were, in comparison, not that important with the source of their religion on earth. So I can get a few of them. Getting them was though problematic. God's system decided when the sacred gear would be bound to someone. meaning the host of one sacred gear could appear only once for several centuries if unlucky. Searching for such a person was also pretty hard. Heaven had it easy, they could just look into the system and know who the host was. Everyone else had it hard, as they needed to search for them. I have even decided on which of them to obtain. The first one was Tellus Karma. While I didn't plan on using it, this one was unique, as from what I heard about it, Tellus Karma was built with the usage of infusement of laws of fate, thus capable of changing the probability of things. I don't want to use it for a simple reason, I would rather study the laws of fate itself. If possible, I also aim to obtain Sephiroth Graal due to its usefulness in genetic manipulation and its ability to use the laws of creation, life, and soul. Other useful sacred gears were Annihilation Maker and Dimensional Lost. For me personally, Incinerate Anthem for its ability to use the highest grade Holy Flame. After the war, I can start my research upon sacred gears, maybe even compare notes with Azazel. I heard that even now, that man was spending most of his time in research. Then I started to wonder if Gregory could be recruited for my plan, probably not after the war, but later, who knows. Once Underworld is mainly under the Devil's control, Fallen would need to be dealt off. Either by Gregory joining, expelling them, or Annihilation. I sat in my study as I was looking at the room's ceiling, and thinking about various things. There were currently many things to do, soon, the war would start, and I needed to be prepared as much as possible to obtain the biggest gains. Additionally, I also needed to visit Asgard and Takamagara to deal with the two pantheons. Zikram would go to Olympus and vampires. When I looked for information about the Asgard situation, there wasn't ideal. Apparently, Odin got into conflict with his eldest daughter Hela, and their relationship was almost at the point of the war. God King of Aesir has decided to be a peace-loving fool for a foreseeable period, from what I heard. That wasn't something I wanted to hear. Now I can see why Zikram left it to me, that old man cheated me. Odin molded Hela to be his weapon of conquest, and now that man has decided to end wars in his sphere of influence, she was practically made redundant for him. God Queen Frigga, Prince Baldur, and Prince Thor have decided to remain neutral. Prince Loki is leaning towards Hela's camp. So, who should I get? That only leaves me with one option. Hela. She was pretty strong, pinnacle intermediate divinity stage, same class as old Zikram. She would also soon enough reach an even greater divinity stage. Maybe Odin also feels threatened. If she is like I read about her, it wouldn't be weird for her to challenge him for the throne. Chapter 25, Plans and Visit. Leaving aside my thoughts about meeting Hela and planning how to survive the meeting with her unscathed, I also needed to meet with the Takamagara gods. Fortunately for me, the situation there wasn't bad, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. When it came to obtaining more resources, I have also thought about exploring Draconic Deus, not planet Terra, but rather the rest of the planets that were located in the plane Draconic Deus. There are a lot of planets that are untouched, probably. I don't know if they really are, maybe other species live in the Draconic Deus besides those in the center of the plane, Earth. The problem here was the lack of the void ships or proper long-distance teleportation methods. While the teleportation methods could be easily devised, I saw the future in the void ships. They would be useful in the future while traversing the astral boundary. Architect, bring out the blueprints for the void ships from my past life. I commanded my AI. Our civilization was a very advanced one in my past life, capable of easily traversing void and stars, conquering worlds, and destroying other spacefaring civilizations with ease. Mainly thanks to the fearsome advanced technology that Solar Federation possessed. Not advanced as those stupid pointy-eared bastards, it was enough to eliminate most of the enemies of humanity. At once. Said the mechanical voice in my head as I was looking through the currently available blueprints. What the architect brought out were the only ones that I would be available to create with my current resources within architect's calculations. What was problematic was the energy source. Here, I couldn't use traditional energy sources and needed to adjust it to Arcano Technology. Another problem would be FTL, faster than light speed. Aesir had similar vessels, and they used some kind of crystallized energy converter as their energy source. Maybe, I can adjust the runic matrix on the arcane mechanical automatons to work on a much larger scale, drawing the power directly from the astral boundary, in my case, the dimensional gap, as it was still part of the astral boundary. After the conquest of the newly birthed plane given by Zikram, construction of one void ship would be much easier. I can then explore Draconic Deus to the fullest. I grinned. The only pantheon capable of something similar was Asgard, as Aesir and Vanir species were dedicated to advancing their magical-based technology, thus creating many wonders. Maybe I can ask Hela how Asgard has progressed, but probably a lot. They should have already controlled several planets. So there won't be a huge competition. I also understood the fact why not many pantheons were attempting to do the same. When you compare the time needed to develop advanced magical technology, top the opening portal through the dimensional gap, then the last one is much easier and faster. Architect, start calculating process on adjustments to the lunar class cruiser. I want it to be done within the next year or two. As you wish. I was aware that such an advanced mathematical and magical project would take a long time, mainly when Architect would be dedicated to doing other things aside from this one. I wasn't in a hurry. Also, add an implementation of the antimatter engines into the model, creating dual energy sources concept engine. I said after a short thought. Antimatter weaponry was probably one of the most destructive in the arsenal of the Solar Federation military. Fortunately for me, I was part of a team tasked with researching more advanced usage of energy-based weapons and antimatter weapons. Then, I will also start adjusting the blueprint to accommodate several antimatter cannons. I wonder what has happened to my home universe if I really was in a different universe. Maybe my past home was some kind of sealed space, just like Dimensional Gap is. Sometimes. While I was happy with my current life, especially due to my high social standing, personal power, and long lifespan, I wondered how life was going in there. I don't know even if the time flows exactly the same between the two universes. I knew that the laws of all existence were different, so maybe even time flew in different ways here and there. For example, here, gods were real, and magic was real. In my past life, I only heard rumors about beings called gods, they were just superstitions of various cultures and races. The same thing as magic, though about that, some people theorized that what those arrogant pointed ears could do wasn't purely because of technology, and there was sorcery mixed in, but I have never paid attention to it. After finishing these matters of replicating some technological wonders of my past life, especially the void ships, I have gone to study magic once again. As a scientist and researcher, it was in my blood. As time went by, soon enough, 1 week passed by from when I started learning the Abyssal runes from the book Zikram gave me. My arcane mechanical automatons worked hard as bees, creating countless other arcane mechanical automatons with every resource available. I have also given a blueprint for a weapon system for the drones, so they would have weapons with the firepower of higher ends of the low class. I plan to use those drones as a combat force in the upcoming conquest. I wanted to know how strong they would be. Unfortunately for me, probably 99% of the blueprints from the architect's database were completely useless without prior adjustments. Evidently, most of the energy sources used by the Solar Federation didn't seem to work in this universe. I think it is due to different laws of the universe, or probably every universe as will, that is forcing the universe to evolve in a certain way while simultaneously forbidding every other way. So if I want to replicate anything, I need to adjust it to work with local energy sources. It was annoying as hell. If not for that, I would have probably more advanced technology than Asgard, or at least on the same level. After a week passed, I realized something. Venelana was coming for a visit. I need to quickly take a bath and get new clothes, as I spent last week cooped up in the library again. Chapter 26, of Blood and War, 1. At the same time, with Zikram, Romania. Romania was the ancestral home of the vampire race after the first generation of the true ancestors waged war on the primordial gods of the Greek pantheon in ancient times and took it by force. Afterward, the Blood Lords went to deep sleep, never awakening in the past thousands of years. Zikram knew that true ancestors were beings of law that arrived from astral boundary. Though Romania remained as the taboo land for Greeks and mostly for other pantheons, as ruling Blood Lords were too strong, stronger than average greater divinity stage god, and they liked blood of gods, for vampires, especially for the kindreds, it was the fastest way to gain power. Blood Lords were the second generation of kindreds, direct children of the true ancestors. Greater divinity god was the same as superdevil, and each pantheon had at least several such powerhouses, especially strong pantheons had many of them. Christian god has archangels that, while had energy reserves comparable to the superdevil, unfortunately, their combat prowess was lacking to defeat one. However, their elemental advantage could still cause them a great deal of damage. Vampires and kindreds were isolationists. They never left their territory unless somebody attacked them. Though Zikram would be sure that they would gladly attack church, they hated Crutch and angels with a grand passion. As he appeared in Romania, he was immediately surrounded by 20 vampire soldiers in crimson armor, each giving out an aura of an ultimate-class warrior. It was understandable, as when a peak Satan-class powerhouse appears in your territory, it is bound to cause chaos. Zikram, said a man's voice as one of the vampires took out his helmet. He was a middle-aged man with shining azure blue eyes and a stern look. Stand down. He is expected. Commanded men as all vampires put down their weapons and dispersed into shadows. Victor. It has been a long time, said Zikram a bit emotionally. Victor was Vampire Elder, the same class as Satan class, and was very powerful among the vampires. He was a direct descendant of the second true ancestor and son of Blood Lord. More importantly, he was also one of very few Zikram's friends. Yes, it has been, my friend. Come, they are expecting you. The Council of Blood Lords is awake in full attendance, said Victor as he led Zikram deep into a fortress that was hidden deep within the mountain range, hidden and protected by countless magic barriers and spells. Zikram was surprised to hear that even Ancestor was woken up, but it was understandable. Here the final decision makers are ancestors, especially if the top is about attacking faction that has also being of law. Zikram knew that while true ancestors were on the same level as Christian God or a bit weaker, they would both lose even if they fought him together due to elemental disadvantage. This was why vampires and kindreds actively avoided a fight with anyone of holy/light/sun/pure or similar alignment. "How is time treating you, Zikram?" asked Victor as they were walking through the labyrinth of underground tunnels that were leaving the city of the vampires. The holy city of the pale blood, Yharnam. It was where the Council of Blood Lords resided. Altogether there were 4 Blood Lords. There were 2 true ancestors, from which 2 Blood Lords were descended from the first true ancestor, and 2 were from the second ancestor. Each of the Blood Lords represented the main line of pureblood kindreds, Brunstud, Teeps, Carmilla, and Corvinus. "Not well since I need to prepare for war. Our 3 factions are finally going all out," sighed Zikram. Fortunately, devils and vampires/kindreds had a relatively good relationship as they were pretty similar to each other, creatures of pure darkness. I hope that I will be able to spill some blood of exorcists and angels," said Victor with a bloodthirsty grin. Vampires and kindreds hated church and angels probably even more than devils in a certain regard. True ancestors were not interested in anything in Draconic Deus as they were constantly researching the method of how to return to the astral boundary. "Maybe you will, who knows? I will gladly see your blood legions march against the church and angels. But the question is, are true ancestors willing to take a risk?" The risk I was talking about came from the Greek pantheon. Who knows, if some vengeful primordial god remains alive and if true ancestors made a move, they would attack Romania for sure. Not to mention that vampires and kindreds have attracted the ire of several pantheons for their tendency to hunt for demigods and even weak gods as a source of blood. While some pantheons might not have existences on the level of beings of law or in God's system of power levels, mighty stage gods, many of them have methods on how to injure or even kill one severely. Ancient artifacts, weapons, magic formations, divine weapons, and many more. Don't know, though most of our people would be eager to march to war. We don't know if our current enemies, besides church and heaven, will attack us. True ancestors, on the other hand, aren't interested in the affairs of Draconic Deus, they are interested only in returning to the divine blood plane. "Our ancestral home," said Victor as they were walking through the endless corridors. "I am well aware, and I don't even want true ancestors to act personally, that would turn this conflict in all our war between higher existence. Your legions, on the other hand, are another thing." Zikram's intentions were clear, he wanted devils and blood races to forge an alliance, they were practically on the same side. That was an ultimate advantage that devil race had, they could forge alliances with similar races as them, something that church and heaven could not, due to their aggressive expansion. That could work. Maybe even one of the Blood Lords would participate. Blood Lord Valerian Teeps is a battle maniac, so he won't miss the opportunity to go to battle and fight archangels. Chapter 27, of Blood and War, 2. Holy City of the Pale Blood was genuinely marvelous. It was created with Gothic architecture and gave a gloomy and dreadful feeling to everyone who was not a vampire or kindred and visited it. Zikram visited this place for the first time in his life, as kindreds were not allowing anybody to lay his eyes upon their holy city. This was a place where true ancestors were sleeping and blood lords were residing. Contrary to most factions, it wasn't located in a separate dimensional space tied to the Draconic Deus but rather in Draconic Deus itself, deep under the planet's crust, hidden and protected. Soon enough, they arrived at the huge castle of enormous size, dwarfing countless fortresses that the devils had to build across the underworld. Zikram could feel countless advanced magic spells protecting the fortress as he admired its beauty. No wonder that most local pantheons are not fond and even afraid of these people arriving from astral boundary. The production and advancement abilities are far above natives. Sighed Zikram as he was looking at the citated of Yharnam. In Draconic Deus, there were essentially 2 types of factions. One was the so-called native, which consisted of pantheons and factions native to the Draconic Deus, such as Takamagara, Olympus, Hindu, etc. The second one consisted of those who arrived from the astral boundary before the dimensional gap was created in ancient times. Those were vampires, Asgard, and several others. They were also not too friendly towards each other. Victor led Zikram to the meeting hall, where 4 blood lords were already awaiting him. It was a very dark room, with only moonlight illuminating 4 seats where 4 figures were sitting. Zikram observed each of the blood lords. 3 of them were men, and 1 was a woman, probably from the Carmilla family. She had long blonde hair and beautiful azure blue eyes. What caught Zikram's attention was a muscular man wearing pitch-black armor and gripping a sword in his hands. His crimson eyes were shining in the dark and thirsting for blood. That should be Valerian Teeps, thought Zikram as he looked at the men. Victor told him that Valerian Teeps was a battle maniac, so he would probably support his idea for sure, but other 3, he was uncertain. Kirstia Carmilla was an isolationist, while the other 2, Alexstras's Brunstud and Marcus Corvinus, were unknown. My honorable blood lords, I have brought a guest from the Underworld, proposing an idea to attack forces on Church and Heaven during the war between three factions of Heaven, Devils, and Gregory. Gregory was an organization of fallen angels, created by a mighty archangel that fell, Azazel, who fell from heaven. Soon enough, countless pure angels started falling for committing sins, and they soon enough created the organization Gregory. The Watchers of the Children of God. Azazel served as Governor-General of Gregory, but he wasn't too interested in faction management or anything. Due to that, Gregory looked more like countless bandit groups banded together. There was no real authority, it was a very loose faction. Yes, the great king of Bale, right hand of Lucifer. What do you wish to propose to us? Said one of the blood lords, more precisely, it was Marcus Corvinus. A middle-aged man with an average look in every way. He wasn't looking anything special, nor powerful, nor exceptional. He deceived countless people with this strategy, and all of them became his nourishment. Cooperation between devil race and blood races. Said Zikram straightforwardly. Be more specific. Answered back Blood Lord Corvinus with a low voice. As you have already noticed, tensions within our pantheon are becoming too much to bear, and soon enough, war would erupt. During the war, one of our targets is the influence of Heaven on Draconic Deus, and we wish to strike Church as hard as possible. During the war, Heaven won't have enough manpower to protect and help Church, as it will have full hands with war with devils and fallen angels. That is an opportunity for your faction to attack and exact revenge. Explained Zikram his plan while four blood lords were in deep thought. And how can we be sure that Yahweh won't attack us? Said a soft female voice of Blood Lord Kirstia Carmilla. He won't, for several reasons. First is that you have behind you true ancestors that could serve as a small deterrent. While not powerful as Yahweh, they could stall him enough for reinforcements to arrive and surround Yahweh. Second, four great Satans would be fighting Yahweh, so he won't be away from the battlefield. While the great Satans are weaker than him, they have created a unique method to boost up their combat prowess, actually to injure him. Third, you are not the only faction that will be doing this. Olympus, Asgard, and Takamagara will all attack. Heaven has made too many enemies and no allies with the aggressive expansion. While he is strong, very strong, we could rely on numbers and other special means. Many pantheons have their methods on restraining mighty divinity stage god or being of law. Explained Zikram with a great headache each time he mentioned the name of the Christian god. Your points are valid, great King Bale. We could indeed rely on numerical advantage, but Yahweh has his advanced magical technology creations and several archangels. It is still too risky. Not mentioning this is business of your three factions, not us kindreds. Said back Blood Lord Kirstia Carmilla with a cold voice. Even Zikram understood the dangers of doing such a thing. While they had two true ancestors on the level of being of law, genius apocalypse-class powerhouses, they couldn't defeat Yahweh due to elemental disadvantage. If, by any chance, he attacks them, then they would survive, but the costs would be enormous. The method of Satan's. How sure are you it will work? Asked one of the blood lords that had closed eyes the entire time and just listened in silence, Alex Stratsbrunstad. He was also the strongest out of them. 100%. They developed a special magic ritual. I won't go into details, but they would be able to fight him on equal grounds. Lord Lucifer personally guaranteed that. Said Zikram with confidence. Chapter 28, of Blood and War, 3. Hearing this, all blood lords present fell into deep thought and were thinking about the possible outcome of their decision. You can for now, we will decide among ourselves. Said Blood Lord Alexstras's Brunstad with a neutral voice as Zikram slowly left the meeting hall. As he exited the meeting place, he saw Victor already waiting there for him. So, what do you think their decision would be? Asked Zikram, his friend, as they sat down at nearby chairs. Hard to say. I can be sure that Blood Lord Kirstia Carmilla would be against interference. That woman is isolationist to the core, so she won't support any kind of military expedition, especially that which is attacking heaven. You have the support of Blood Lord Valerian Teppo, will support this with all his might for several reasons, but most importantly, aside from his battle lust, Church almost killed his daughter when she was young. For him, it is personal. Said Victor with a low voice as he looked at the closed door which led to the meeting room. What about the other two? It was apparent that the votes of the two remaining Blood Lords would be crucial. Blood Lord Marcus Corvinus and Blood Lord Alexstras's Brunstad are hard to predict. They will look at profit first and only then at consequences. If they judge that profits of this alliance are overshadowing its danger, then both of them would agree for sure. Explained Victor. What now? We have approximately several hours before they call you back. I am hungry and thirsty, so we should go to eat. We have good dragon steaks and fresh dragon blood. Said Victor as he licked his lips. I am not a bloodsucker, but that steak sounds good. Laughed Zikram a bit as both of them went away. The meeting room of the Blood Lords. So, what do you think about the proposition, my fellow lords? Asked Alexstras's Brunstad with a neutral voice. I oppose. We don't need to provoke Yahweh even more than we did. True ancestors together are not a match for that man, and if he brought here several of his archangels, our losses would be astronomical, and we could only depend on the holy city to survive. We are good as we are now. On top of that, this is not our conflict but the conflict between 3 Christian factions. Let them kill each other, this has nothing to do with us and will only bring unnecessary damage and danger. The first one to oppose was Kirstia Carmilla. On that, I don't agree with you, sister, this has everything with us. What do you think will happen if heaven wins? If devils and fallen are annihilated? Who would be next? How much of our blood will die, then? If they lose, the blade of Yahweh and his armies would be turned on us next time, and we alone are not enough. Yes, we could escape with the help of true ancestors somewhere in the dimensional gap, but what about our offspring and race? Do you want to spend your life as a hunted rat? I say we should fight. This is our fight, as much as devils. We are enemies of heaven and the church. Those shitty priests are hunting our young ones and killing small children just because of their stupid faith. This is our time to strike back. And I will personally lead the charge on the Vatican if it is possible. The outcome was expectable, but the process not. No one among them awaited emotional speech for a brute like Valerian. What about you, Marcus? At least you should be the voice of reason. Said Kirstia as she looked at Marcus Corvinus in the hope of finding an ally. I must disappoint you, Kirstia, as I agree with Valerian. Our faction, too, has enemies, and heaven and church will do anything to annihilate us. We could save our hides by escaping to other planes in dimensional gap, but that cannot be said about everything in our species. Sooner or later, Yahweh's blade will be pointed at us as we are the so-called creatures of the darkness. With 4 great Satans restraining Yahweh, we could join and attack church and heaven, fearing not his retaliation, while we 4 could deal with archangels. Said Marcus Corvinus as Kirstia's smile fell down. What do you think about this, Alexstrases? Asked Valerian as he looked at the last Blood Lord. Kirstia is fundamentally right, but she is also wrong. Yes, it is dangerous, but this is also our fight. We need to fight. Church has labeled us as their target of extermination, and what are we doing? Small skirmishes and small fights. We need to cripple them, destroy them, and leave them with no power to even think about attacking us for the next 1,000 years. Without heaven, church is nothing, we all know it. Thus I agree, we should help devils and deploy our crimson paladins and battle mages. With this being said, everything was already set in stone. It was 3 against 1, the majority of the Blood Lords felt that it was suitable to be no longer passive and start an active counterattack. If 4 great Satans would really restrain Yahweh, then they could safely attack the church and the forces of heaven. Then it is decided. Divine Blood faction will participate in the war against heaven and church. Stated Alexstrases in a deep voice. Chapter 29, of Blood and War, 4. Shortly after the meeting of the Blood Lords, deep within Yharnam Citadel, 2 shadow figures with nothing but crimson eyes visible were looking at each other. They have decided to intervene in the war. Stated one of the figures. Indeed. It was only a matter of time before church and heaven would have forced them upon this decision. They have become too aggressive. Said another one. What if the plan of Satan's fails and Yahweh won't be restrained and will attack us? Asked the first one. What else? We will escape to the dimensional gap. Said the second one. That is always a choice. Our aim is only to regain our strength and return to the divine blood plane. Nothing else matters, the only important thing in the lives of the main families of our blood, everything else is irrelevant. While I thought that you would have preferred to stay and fight to the death, Alucard. Said the first one. Indeed, but due to our injuries, we are reduced to weak Apocalypse-class individuals. Without the blood of enough other Apocalypse-class powerhouses, we won't be able to return to our peak fast. Answered back the second now, Alucard. It is still all your fault. Due to your stupid idea of exploring that creepy newly found universe and subsequently being attacked by the Chaos God. Both of us were nearly killed and crippled, to the extent that even some random new Apocalypse class can bully us. Said the first shadow to Alucard. Shut up, Brunstud. Who would have known that place would already have 4 great old ones? It looked like a new universe that was only a few tens of millions of years old. Nobody would think the such place would have even 1 great old one, not to mention 4 of them. Shot back Alucard to Brunstud. T.S. Still, we will watch and sit. Maybe collect the blood of devils, angels, and fallen. It is precious to our species. In the meeting hall of Blood Lords, several hours later. For Blood Lords soon enough called Zikram to hear out their decision. Great King of Bale, we agree to your proposal, but we have one condition for us to deploy our legions. Said Blood Lord Alexstrases Brunstud, while Zikram revealed a small smile hearing this. What condition? We wish to harvest blood from corpses of devils, fallen angels, and angels. Hearing this, Zikram was inwardly happy. On such a chaotic battlefield, nobody would care about the corpses of the killed, maybe with the exception of several people who would get a proper burial, but that was all. Practically vampires and kindreds would be doing a cleaning job. To that, we agree, said Zikram slowly. Then it is decided. We will meet on the battlefield. After giving a small bow to the four blood lords, Zikram left the meeting hall and went to the waiting lobby, where Victor was already waiting for him. From your expression, I can see that they have decided to wage war, asked Victor with a feral grin over his face. Yes, indeed. It will be a glorious war. Heaven is stronger than us individually, so we need to mobilize our advantages. Also, be careful of Church, they have a lot of sacred gear users. If possible, try to capture them alive and extract their sacred gears before killing them. As long Church doesn't get back sacred gears, its power would be cut tremendously in upcoming centuries. The power of the Church came from three aspects. The greatest amount of it came from heaven in the form of angels that tended to participate in exorcism missions. The second was from the huge number of exorcists that the Church was capable of producing. The last one was in the form of sacred gear users, which were all controlled by the Church. The strongest sacred gears users could rival even early-stage Satan class, which was pretty terrifying itself, as we are talking about pure humans that reached this stage, even if it is with the help of equipment. Zikram would rather see those things being locked deep within the vaults of the Yharnam rather than being allowed once again to return to the hands of the Church. Of course, if possible, he too wanted to obtain them, but mainly because of Yahweh, he decided against it. Another deterrent was that all of them were directly connected to God's system in heaven. So we will meet on the battlefield. Are you going to convince more pantheons to attack them if this mess officially starts? Asked Victor as he was aware that heaven and Church had way too many enemies. They could enjoy their superior position mainly because mighty divinity stage gods of other pantheons were incapable of taking action, and Yahweh was one himself and a relatively strong one. But alas, now, if four great Satans were restraining him, all enemies would start baring their fangs. Yes, my next stop is Olympus. My associate would be going to the Asgard and Takagahamra, said Zikram to Victor, whose eyes twitched a little, hearing Olympus. Greeks are arrogant, too much for their own good, but thanks to that arrogance, they will probably strike the hardest out of all against Yahweh. It was he who ended their golden age. And about Asgard, the only thing I can say, good luck. That place is getting messier with each passing month, said Victor, grimly mentioning the situation of Asgard. Odin and Hela, I wonder if it will really lead to the civil war. That is not the best outcome for us, stated Zikram. Who knows? Maybe Hela will desert and become a local warlord. Who knows? She is no match for Odin, and she knows it, but she has wide support of berserkers and Einherjar armies. Millions are willing to follow her, said Victor, his opinion on the matter. It is not surprising. Aesir are a battle race, waging war is in their blood, said Zikram, while his mind thought about other things. I wonder, maybe he can convince her to join. If he did that, it would be wonderful. Emotionally Hela is on the level of a child, maybe seducing her isn't that hard. Seducing gods of death, what a nice shock it would be, young Lucifer. Chapter 30, Spending a Day with Venelana, 1. At the Castle Furig. After I took a shower, I picked up a new outfit that looked almost the same as the one before. The difference was that this one was clean. I went to the hall where Venelana was waiting currently. Truth be told, my heart skipped a beat a little when I saw her again. I admitted that I harbored some affection for her. She was gorgeous, comparable to Eldari priestesses in my past life. I quickly shook my head and tried to get rid of my anxiety. I was never good with women. In my past, I was fully devoted to scientific research for my entire life of over 2 centuries. So yes, my experiences with romance were equal to 0, minus some rejections when I was young, but that was very long ago. And that was more than 4 centuries ago, in my past life. Today she was wearing a beautiful white dress with deep cleavage. When she noticed my stare, she giggled softly while I cursed myself in my head for my stupidity. Dealing with ladies probably isn't one of your qualities, my lord, said Venelana with a soft laugh. Yes, it isn't, my expertise is magic, research, and combat, I said with agreement. Though I wasn't good at it, I wasn't bad, probably in the middle, if I should add some points. Shall I give you the tour around Castle Furig, my lady? I asked as I looked at her. That would be wonderful. Venelana nodded, and thus we started our tour. Fortunately, Castle Furig was massive enough, so it will be a long tour. The first place we went was, understandably, the library. This place looks a bit messy. There is even a bed there, so I take it this should also be your bedroom, Zeoticus. A little daring to bring a lady to your bedroom on the first date, teased me Venelana, and after several seconds I realized it. Indeed, I ordered servants to bring me a bed here so that I could rest in the library. I spent all my free time here due to all the knowledge I needed to master. knowledge was power. I once experienced death, and it isn't too enjoyable to be repeated once more. Upon transmigration, I wanted to stay alive, possible for eternity. I am glad that you enjoy my embarrassment, Venelana, I said to her in a low voice. But yes, I live practically here. Due to saving time, I ordered servants to bring me a bed here. It saves time from moving one end of the castle to another, I explained. Sounds rational. Venelana nodded in agreement. What exactly are you researching here? Asked her while looking all around the place. Entirely new magic system. I am trying to fuse devil magic, human calculation magic, and runic magic to use the advantages of all three systems to create something far stronger, I exclaimed with a burning passion. And how are you progressing? I don't really know if she was genuinely interested or just keeping the facade to be polite. I was not good at reading emotions. Are you really interested, or are you trying to be just polite? If it sounds boring to you, we can go somewhere else, I said bluntly. I wasn't a person of all of that false politeness and other emphatic crap. Venelana also looked surprised by my statement as she slowly smiled. Haha, this is the first time someone is talking so plainly. You don't need to worry, while it may seem to be boring, I found it intriguing. Not many people could come up with new magic systems. Are you perhaps trying to create it to replace devil magic due to its disadvantages? Asked me Venelana curiously. Yes. Devil magic, while very easy to cast, as the casting process is based on imagination, the firepower of the majority of spells are too weak compared to other magic systems. You can create spells easily, but compared to spells created with the usage of other magic systems, their destructiveness is lacking. That is why only a small amount of devils use magic, while most depend on clan traits of close combat. I explained my idea. If devils could use a more powerful magic system, the majority of them could utilize their demonic energy reserves to the fullest. That is good. That would bring us on the same level as more magically developed factions, and after some development time, maybe even on the level of Asgard or Yharnam in terms of magic. In Draconic Deus, the most magically developed factions were Asgard and Yharnam. Aesir was famed for their battle magic and runic magic, and most importantly, their magical technology. At the same time, Vampire and kindreds of the Yharnam were famed for sorcery, blood magic, and their high magical affinity. Come, I will show you something more interesting than books, I said as we went to the place where arcane mechanical automats were working. Arcano Technology was always a marvel to look at. We went directly to the underground of Castle Furig while Venelana was looking at everything curiously. Finally, after 15 minutes of walking, we arrived at the underground place, where thousands upon thousands of spider-like mechanical creatures were running here and there. What are those creepy things? Asked Venelana. She took a step behind me and looked at the Ararkan drones with a disgusted expression. Those, my dear, are arcane mechanical automatons. They are advanced magical constructs similar to golems, but in nature, they are more similar to constructs of the Asgardian magical technology. The one you are looking at is of drone type of Arachne class. I introduced my creations pridefully. Your creation, I assume? Asked Venelana as she kept looking at them as they were working. Yes, one of my best creations. If possible, they would become main cannon fodder in the upcoming war. Drone type is not combat-oriented, but even though it has combat prowess comparable to the low-class magician in terms of firepower. I nodded as I explained a bit about them. Chapter 31, Spending a Day with Venelana, 2. How many of them are here? And why do they look like spiders? Asked Venelana as she looked over my shoulder at working spider automatons. Around 80,000. They are extremely fast at replicating and creating new ones, so theoretically, as long as there are materials, they could produce God knows how many of them daily. And they look like spiders due to their versatility. I gave out my explanation. Versatility. Yes, you see, they generally insect-type golems are more suited for more types of actions, such as attacking, support, working, and many others. Due to their shape, they can take the role of fighter, defender, supportive unit, or construction or worked unit. I continued my explanation. Do you want some tea and dessert, Venelana? I have exclusive tea shipped from the Forbidden Garden of Celestial Court, I said as Venelana nodded her head. I love tea as much as coffee. Unfortunately, for now, at this time, coffee was not available to me, but tea was. I have bought Moonlight Heavenly Tea leaves. 1 gram of them cost me around 20,000 soul coins. That amount of money was enough to buy armor and weapon sets of the dwarven craft of excellent quality for info. Expensive tea was one of my very few indulgences in this life. I was rich, so I often bought costly tea for myself. Hindu, Celestial Court, and Takagamera produced such, and I was one of the biggest buyers. Of course, such ones were sold only to the rich and powerful, as nobody had so much money to buy 1 gram of tea from 20,000 soul coins. Certainly, this tea was not ordinary, but it also had excellent effects on the soul and strengthened the soul a little. We went to my private garden, which was a relatively small place for me, to just rest. It was filled with plants and trees delivered there from Takamagara or Three Realms, which I have brought, giving visage of the Chinese or Japanese architecture. We sat down, there weren't any chairs, we were sitting on the ground, on the pillows, and before us was a small tea table. Did Lord Zikram tell you about the results of our discussion? I asked as I waited for the tea to be brewed. Tea brewing was a highly complex process that I rather enjoyed doing. Yes, he did. I must admit, I didn't think my future husband was so ambitious. Replied Venelana with a grin. So, what, you are also well aware of our species and our grim dark future state? I remarked. The current state of the devils was terrible. My vision for a new form of government was only out of personal ambition but also a need. Only one was truly united among the three factions, and that was heaven. Fallen angels were divided between many cadre-class fallen angels, creating diversity. Still, as there were not many cadres, as each one was as strong as Satan-class devil, their diversification was less than devils. Practically our government was some kind of confederation. We had rulers, the four great Satans, but their ruling was just a name. A united government existed, which were four great Satans, but their commanding power over the rest of the noble houses wasn't extreme. Each of the pillars, extra demons, or other nobles had a high degree of autonomy. They were managing their territories as they seemed fit, so they weren't managing even a shit. In terms of government, we are even worse than fallen. Look at it, our nobility responsible for managing their territories and training up armies, what is ding? Playing, indulging in sexual or other pleasure activities, wasting time and power. Only a very few of them are really doing something, the rest of it is just a disgrace to their names. I said with disgust in my voice. Devil nobles were responsible for managing their territories solely by themselves, and almost none paid heightened attention to it. When I succeed, it will be the first thing I will change. And if you rule, how will it change? Simple. I will implement territorial management level, which other pantheons use to grade their vassals. Celestial Court, Asgard, and Takagahamara have been using it for thousands of years. The base premise lies here. Every territory will be graded based on its state in economics, the number of powerhouses, magical and technology level, and several others, and we will then get the average territory management coefficient. If some territory falls below the TMC, then the lord in charge would be severely punished. If he increases the TMC level in contrast to the previous one, then there would be a reward. Asgard is using this method to keep the development of its 9 worlds and Jarldoms, Celestial Court on the other hand development of 3 realms, while Takagahamara on its vassals. Territory management coefficient was a very effective way to practically control and speed up the development of the territory as a whole. I heard that punishments in the 3 realms are especially severe due to the high population of various species in 3 realms. The most common one is the execution of the lord. It is the most populous faction, so there isn't a problem with finding new ones to take the place of old ones. That could work. Still, the premise is that you have overwhelming power and suppress all opposition. Ideally, you can combine it with benefits that your rule will bring. Said Venelana after some thought. Indeed, but I have enough time to grow. Within 100 years, there won't be anyone in the underworld to oppose me in terms of strength. I said. Maybe even sooner, but I don't want to progress too quickly, as that could damage my foundation. I now have an optimal path, and once I uncock the clan trait Devour, I can advance by leaps and bounds. My advancement won't be hindered, and the only thing that would matter would be to advance my masteries. Chapter 32, Spending a Day with Venelana, 3. Having a class was important, as was attaining higher-ranked masteries. I don't want to end up like Ophis, having class, but her power usage was almost non-existent. That was why it was essential to train and continue mastering your power. Now on the other list. I believe Lord Zikram has informed you that I will be commencing an expedition to the dimensional gap, right? I asked slowly as I looked at Venelana, who was quietly sipping her tea. Yes, he said. After I reach ultimate class, the same could be said about you. Venelana nodded her head. Have that old man told you more precise information about that plane? He told me that it was some kind of newly birthed on in the dimensional gap. Still, I am a bit reluctant to believe him. I grumbled a bit. On this, he was truthful. Civilization there is some kind of tribal one. It is inhabited by some race of beastmen and even some humans. Interestingly, they only follow the path of strengthening their bodies. Grandpa sends a few scouts there. Magic users are really scarce, only some shamans in bigger tribes above 5,000. Explained Venelana. If you sent some scouts there, how strong is the civilization there? I ask the most important question here. Relatively weak, we have discovered only several ultimate class chieftains and 1 ultimate class shaman, though, in terms of combat prowess, they should be far weaker than even initial ultimate class in Draconic Deus. Said Venelana. When I heard it, I was satisfied. Even though there might be ultimate class in terms of class, energy reserves, or body strength wasn't all. If you don't have advanced magic knowledge, weapon mastery, or something similar, you can't properly utilize your own strength. So if we are talking about some primitive tribal civilization, all of their combatants would be weaker compared to those of the same level in more advanced planes. That is good. When both of us are ultimate class, we could invade that world. I will be taking 3 of my generals, all of them are ultimate class. At least one of the magicians that Lord Zikram would be sending should be ultimate class, right? I asked. Yes. Of Dantalian line, very experienced in Norse, Olympian, white, and black magic. Especially in dimensional spells. That would be together 6 ultimate classes. 6 ultimate class people were enough for primitive tribal civilization. All of ultimate class were elite combatants, so theoretically, everything should go all right unless we encounter unexpected circumstances. And then my mechanical legion would expand exponentially. Good. Unfortunately, I don't have any magician on the ultimate class. Unfortunately, not many devils were masters of magic. Only a few had ultimate class magicians that were well versed in magic. From what I have observed, a common way of fighting among ordinary devils without a clan trait or any other unique ability was just throwing some weak spells created with devil magic around. At the same time, if you are out of energy reserves, you go for close combat. It was far worse compared to angels and fallen angels, they at least have basic knowledge of the usage of their racial magic. Still, it was understandable among devils. As for common devils, it was very hard to learn advanced usage of devil magic without being subjected directly to someone of nobility. Devil nobles hoarded and guarded the knowledge, not talking about an advanced magic system that was superior to devil magic. They won't reveal anything as they feared that the common devil might one day surpass them. Another foolishness that needs to be eradicated completely. How do you like tea, Venelana? I asked while sipping my tea. Tea harvested from 3 realms or dimensional world belonging to the Hindu pantheon was the best one. It is delicious. Grandpa often drinks tea harvested from Celestial Court, but he is a such cheap steak and never shares. Pouted Venelana sadly. You are aware that 1 gram is sold for more than 20,000 soul coins. To make such a cup of tea, usually 2 or 3 grams are used, so between 40,000 to 60,000 soul coins are used. It's extra expensive, mainly due to its calming effect and nourishing effect on the soul. Meaning you would have a better affinity for magic or any energy-based arts. I explained as Venelana's expression turned to shock. A cup of tea for 60,000 soul coins was such an extravagant thing that people who could afford it in Underworld could be counted on one hand. Of course, most noble houses are not good at making money. The pay of an ordinary middle-class soldier was somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 soul coins monthly. So 1 cup of tea was 60x times that. Of course, soldiers were one best-paid professions in the Underworld. No wonder it is so expensive. Remarked Venelana as she enjoyed the tea. Yes, but the effects are good, and the taste of the tea is best. Of course, tea from Takagahamura is also top-notch. Next time, I can brew that one, or perhaps one from Hindu. I have a rather wide tea leaves collection. I said casually while enjoying my tea on this peaceful day. We spent the rest of the afternoon chatting about mischievous and mostly rather unimportant things. I found out that almost nothing changed about my communication skills, as the only things I could converse fluently were politics, magic, and research. Fortunately, Venelana noticed my social skills, and she took the lead in the conversation to avoid that awkwardness since that often happens on dates probably. I never had one in my life, so I can't really talk from experience. As the sun was setting, Venelana was soon going home, and as a proper gentleman, I decided to send her out. As we were nearing the entrance to the Furid Castle, Venelana turned to me and stared at me for several seconds before opening her mouth to say something. I enjoyed today very much. Hopefully, we can repeat it soon. Said Venelana as she leaned over and kissed my cheek before teleporting away, leaving me frozen like a salt pillar for the next 10 minutes. Chapter 33, Magic and Origin of Architect. Wake up, you are standing here for the whole 5 minutes. Said Architect in my head, as I was still surprised by her show of affection. It was the first time in my life, so I didn't know how to act appropriately. Shut up, you scrap of metal. Come, we need to conduct more experiments. Tier magic system needs to be finalized. I said. Now that I have a good understanding of the Abyssal runes, I could start the implementation process for my magic system. Previously, I used the Aesir runes as a base, which were not of the same origin, so their compatibility wasn't that high. With current knowledge available, there is a high possibility of achieving 100% stability for 0-tier spells, combat tier spells, and tactical tier spells. Stated Architect in my head. And when I reach ultimate class, I can start experimenting with strategic tier spells, meant for master magicians with ultimate class energy reserves. With that, we would have covered the entire devil race, as there are practically no devils that specialize in magic that are above ultimate class. Strategic tier spells were spells that required mastery over the magic system to cast and were meant for magicians of ultimate class. The destructiveness of these spells was everything from mountains to smaller islands. Still, that was within the architect's calculations. The destructiveness of zero-tier spells was very low as they were used only in one-on-one combat. Combat tier was higher, and spells could destroy buildings. Tactical tier could destroy towns to smaller cities. It corresponded to energy reserves of the low class, middle class, and high class. My aim was the creation of strategic class magic for several reasons. For first, I can only create spells of a specific tier only when I have corresponding energy reserves. Secondly, among devils, there were only a very few those who had magic as their primary form of combat, and all of them were only in the ultimate class. I went to the underground space, which also served as a testing ground for my experiments. Architect, start analysis process on the spell. We are starting with zero-tier fireball. I said as I started conjuring the fireball spell with the usage of the tier magic system. Within several seconds, the fireball spell was finished. I knew it was stable, I could feel it instinctively from my experiences as a magician. Results. Stability is 100%. Compatibility between abyssal runes and devil magic is perfect. Stated architect his analysis, while I was inwardly satisfied hearing this result. Okay, then continue, I will start casting other spells of zero tier. First, one spell I cast was Magic Arrow, which was one of the most effortless spells across many magic systems. Then it was Thunderbolt spell or Electrosphere spell. All of them had the stability of the 100%, meaning the first tier was my magic system was completed. Excellent, now on to the combat tier. I said with glee in my eyes. With Architect's help, the completion of my new magic system was just a matter of time. I was glad that upon transmigration, I had my STC with me. The Architect wasn't an ordinary AI chip. He was a prototype artificial intelligence that would control multiple STC to boost up the production capabilities of the Solar Federation tens of times, allowing our power to at least contend against Eldari. STC stands for Standard Template Construct, a pinnacle of humanity's technological advancement. It was an advanced, artificially intelligent computer database. Its main functions were data storage and fabrication system. It was designed to provide construction details for human colonists during mankind's early interstellar expansion across the Milky Way galaxy due to huge technological differences between various colonies. Then, after witnessing the powers of the Eldari in terms of production through their psychic means, which many believed to be sorcery, we searched for a way to enhance the production capabilities of the STC. And then it came. I proposed to create Central Artificial Intelligence, which would be the pinnacle of our technology, with the ability to control all STCs in the Solar Federation. Typically STC needed a human operation, but if such advanced AI as Architect operated STC, it could boost the efficiency by tens of times. That was the birth of the main template controller. Unfortunately, I died before implementation. Some old folks were concerned that if all STCs are connected to Architect, then if something happens to the MTC, all infrastructure would collapse in a single moment, though they were not wrong. That was why I had secretly connected the Architect to the network, that was why he had such a huge database. Unfortunately, due to universal laws, all designs needed adjustments before they could be implemented. I started casing combat tier spell, Grand Fireball. It was just a bigger and more complex version of the Fireball spell. Results. I said after the spell was cast. Stability is 100%. Compatibility between abyssal runes and devil magic is perfect. Another success. After repeating this with other spells that were designed as combat tier, such as Thunderclap or Magic Missile, I concluded the combat tier is complete. Now the last, tactical tier. This one would be harder a bit, as the destructiveness of these spells was far higher, so I can't make any mistakes. Even one would have catastrophic consequences. Tactical tier spells could easily destroy towns or even smaller cities. I started casting the tactical tier spell Dragon Lightning, which generated an enormous dragon head made out of lightning above me. Fortunately, I had no problem controlling the spell before dispersing it after some time. Analysis. Stability is 100%. Compatibility between abyssal runes and devil magic is perfect. Answered Architect in the voice of an elderly man. It is done, first 3 stages of new magic revolution are done. I with a hint of nostalgia in my voice. Congratulations. Said Architect in my head. Chapter 34, Preparations for the Ultimate. 1 year later. 1 year passed after my achievement of creating a new magic system. During this 1 year, I performed countless tests, and as it was concluded, the system was perfectly stable with the addition of abyssal runic magic instead of Acer 1. Everything was going very well. My business was generating more and more soul coins, which is very important for the upcoming war. Several arcane mechanical automatons stuck up on 100,000, unfortunately. I lack materials, so I ordered to stop further production and focus on building fortifications, magic towers, and fortresses around my territory, to fortify it for war. I have also trained extensively in the Dark Light clan trait and reached expert ranked mastery over the clan trait. Now I could open 10 Dark Light portals that could constantly generate Dark Light spears, which dramatically boosted my combat prowess. The most important thing that happened during this year was that I would soon reach the ultimate class in energy reserves. I was currently at the high-class pinnacle and was holding back as I needed to prepare some things before reaching ultimate class. I did my research properly. When one reaches ultimate class in terms of energy reserves, I didn't know the process for those who focus on body training or physique refining. A huge qualitative change in density and quality of the energy comes. To have it as smooth as possible, I need to strengthen my foundation when reaching ultimate class. For devils, the most common ways to reach higher classes were two. One of the simplest ways was to just age, but that is extremely slow. If some had low innate talent, their progress in decades might be only a few units of demonic energy increasement. Architect, is the ritual ready? I asked about the state of the ritual. Today I plan to reach the ultimate class, and I plan to use ancient rituals that my grandfather used to reach ultimate class. Hopefully, after the ritual, not only would I be ultimate class, but also at least early stage. Yes, it is. Answered Architect in my head. I nodded, satisfied. What also was the biggest difference between the high-class devil and the ultimate-class devil was that upon reaching the ultimate class, devils would awaken their true name. Upon awakening the true name, some tended to get special abilities, some true names strengthened already existing abilities. Also, there were another two abilities of true names. The first was when it came to devil contract. Basically, ultimate-class devils could, due to their true names, breach the contract and suffer little to no backslash, as in the contract was never mentioned the true name of the devil. That gave ultimate-class devils great leverage against their contractors, they could easily cheat them. The second was that, during the combat, as long as the enemy wasn't aware of the true name of the devil, then you basically get some boost in combat abilities. I don't know how exactly it works, but it had something to do with the laws of the universe. After I reach the ultimate class and familiarize myself with my new strength, the expedition can commence. I said with a bloodthirsty grin. During the past year, I had 3 dates with Venelana. From a human point of view, it may sound like we never see each other, but it wasn't like that for devils. Our long lifespans made our perception of time and many things different. I have greatly enjoyed spending time with her. She was a funny person, responsible and supportive. She encouraged me to pursue my magic research, and I have even taught her my tier magic system. Truth be told, after I reached ultimate class, probably the higher end, I planned to release it to the public. It would significantly strengthen devils before the Great War and save many lives. Both of us had many things to do besides the courtship responsibilities. Venelana reached ultimate class last week. Her talent was better than mine. I had a cheat in the form of an STC AI architect. Still, it was annoying that my own talent was low. Truth be told, my talent was rather average. Since then, I have started researching a bit about enhancing innate talent for some things, and fortunately for me, many human magicians have done something in the past. Humans of Draconic Deus were pitiful as they were weak and fragile, so they searched for a way to enhance their innate talents to rival those of supernatural beings. Murden Emrys, or by his other name, Merlin Ambrosius, invented one such ritual. I had that ritual formula in my library, as I had my people rob that library where it was hidden. It required many precious resources from the various pantheons. My heart bled when I had to spend too many soul coins, but alas, it was for the greater good. I had combined that ritual into a ritual that my grandfather used to reach ultimate class, so I am rather curious about the changes it would incur. Combined with STC AI and terrifying genius-level magic talent, I wonder what heights I will reach. I am aware that my current talent was ordinary and that it needed to be changed. I went to find 2 other generals of my armies that were currently residing in Castle Furig as they were overseeing the training of my legions. General Amike and General Azarath. Both of them were of ultimate class and were much younger than General Bork Zagan. Also, they were common devils that had rather special abilities. General Azarath was born with a terrifying physique and had an immense talent for Tuki, Senjutsu, and martial arts. While General Amike was a swordmaster, and on top of that, he was also a magic swordmaster. Short-lived races couldn't master swords, and only those with astonishing talent may achieve such a feat. The magic arts for swordsmanship would take several lives, but long-lived species didn't have such a problem. I ordered both of them to actively stand on guard, as I would be reaching ultimate class. I didn't want any unforeseen circumstances as I was also undergoing special rituals. Chapter 35, Ultimate Class. After giving out final orders, I went to the ritual hall, where everything was prepared for my attempt to reach the ultimate class. As I combined reaching ultimate class with several rituals, I made the entire thing a bit risky. If it backfired at me, it would be slightly problematic. I went to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. Architect, take control of the Rosenkreuz. I commanded as I was sitting on the ground amidst the magic spells and arrays that were inscribed here. At once. Answered Architect back. We can start. I said as I activated the spell formation. The ritual has started. Countless runes started glowing, and the density of magic particles increased tenfold in this room after several short seconds. This went on for several minutes until the magic density was so high, it began to liquefy. After that, I released the last barrier on my body and started passively absorbing the magic particles into my body with grand speed. An enormous amount of magic power was being converted into demonic energy and flew into my body, where it fused with the already existing one. Then the process started, all of my energy started refining itself without me needing to do anything. I felt that the amount of demonic energy I possessed decreased at an alarming speed, being replaced with far more dense and potent demonic energy resulting from the process. With the help of the ritual, I could practically control the entire thing, and with a continuous flow of demonic energy converted from ambient magic was going to my body. Soon enough, my energy reserves started increasing. 70, 80, 85, 90, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. I reached the ultimate class. Finally, at least, but thanks to the ritual, it didn't end here, and my energy reserves kept increasing at a steady speed for the next half an hour until the magic spells broke down. After the entire process was done, I suddenly felt the entire room going freezing. Dismison. 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 Sounded a creepy voice in my head. Dismison of devil talent, the one who shall be blessed by the power of Underworld, nirvana of innate affinity, of the innate talent, shall be one bearing the name of Dismison. Repeated the creepy cold voice in my head. Suddenly it disappeared, and the temperature of the room returned to normal. So, that was the will of the Underworld. I heard about it only in legends. From my grandfather's diary, not even he got his true name directly from the will of the Underworld. Grandfather was aware of only two devils he knew, Zikram, Bale and Lucifer. Apparently, they got the blessing of the Underworld, as they got their true names. Normally, ultimate class devils need to figure out the usage and abilities of their true names, but those who the will of the Underworld granted names didn't have this problem, as the will told them instead. After reaching the ultimate class, I felt like my body was full of energy. Not only that, but my demonic energy was far more potent and dense. It was a wonderful feeling. Architect, do the scan. I wanted to see the exact amount of my growth. I was aware that I was already far above the newly advanced ultimate class in terms of energy reserves, thanks to the rituals I had undergone. As you wish. Name, Zeoticus Gremory von Lucifer. True name, Dismison, devil talent. Race, pure-blooded devil, bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer. Age, 182. Class, ultimate. Demonic energy, 152. Strength, 82. Agility, 80. Vitality, 70. Clan trait. Dark light, expert, Gate of Babylon style. The Devourer, sealed. Magic systems. Tier magic, expert. Devil magic, master. Norse runic magic, expert. Abyssal runic magic, expert. Human magic, grandmaster. 152 units, that is good, practically saved me several years worth of time training. This is good, all those soul coins were worth it. And my physical parameters also increased mildly, a most notable one being the vitality, which was greatly strengthened by me reaching the ultimate class. I said to myself. But the tremendous boon was my true name. It may seem ordinary, but it was essential for reaching the being of law. I knew that even without some genius level-like talent, I wouldn't have a problem reaching Super Devil, probably within several centuries. Still, reaching Apocalypse class, the being of law, with just this was impossible. With this, coupled with STC AI, my progress would be countless times faster. I was now beyond happy as I got rid of one of the biggest skeletons in my closet, which was my average talent. I heard that Celestial Court even had an extraordinary method to measure one's talent. Maybe once, I will take a look. Now that I have reached ultimate class, I can finally move on with all of my plans. First thing before the conquest commences, I need to finish another tier of my new magic system, and that was strategic tier, as it would significantly boost up my combat prowess. Then, I could start the expedition to that newly birthed plane, the Yester plane. Also, soon enough, my experiment would be done, and I could attempt to awaken my sleeping clan trait, fortunately. With Devour ready, I could increase my energy reserves at a good tempo. Especially during the Great War, where there would be countless ultimate class beings or even higher. Even we devils have tens of Satan-class devils, though the vast majority were only at the initial or early stage. Great Satans, there were at pinnacle of the Satan class. Lucifer was Super Devil, and his son Rise of him would be one in the near future. His rate of progress was terrifying. Angels and fallen angels also have many beings on the level of ultimate class and cadre class. So many of them would become my nourishment. I grinned as I said those words in my head. Architect, start working on the strategic tier magic. I need to complete that before the planar conquest. I needed some firepower. Currently, my only advantage was class, not combat prowess, if only I had mastery over dark light, but the clan trait was too hard to master or even train in. Chapter 36, Problems at the Border, 1. 2 months were by from the moment I reached the ultimate class. During these 2 months, I have already contacted Venelana. I informed her that I had reached ultimate class and told her that the planar conquest could soon begin. Now that both of us were ultimate class, it would be alright. My progress on recreating strategic tier magic was going smoothly, and I have already created a few spells. I only created several spells for each tier, as I wasn't planning to create more. As soon as I released the principle of my new magic system onto the public, devils who specialize in magic would do that for me, and after some time, I just need to harvest my rewards, which would be many and many spells. I have also told this to Zikram, and he told me to present it to Lucifer. Something I was conflicted about. Technically I was his grandson, as I was the son of his daughter, but the problematic part was that I was only ultimate class while being over 180 years, though I have inherited dark light trait. If I got in his favor, I could get a higher noble rank, more territory, and more advantages during the war. Additionally, maybe with a bit of luck, I could get his advice on dark light. I will wait after the planar conquest is over, I will decide. Now is not the right time. I thought in my head as I continued my research. Outskirts of the Gremory territory, Magic Tower. Hey, activate the magic sequence the Lord implemented and do a scan. Said one of the devils on the top floor of the Magic Tower, apparently the detachment commander. Yes, Commander. Answered the soldier as he activated the magic sequence, and several magic circles appeared above the Magic Tower and started releasing intense light around the surroundings, reaching several tens of kilometers. Sir. There is a signal, fallen angels are coming from the north, approximately 36 kilometers away. Reported soldier hurriedly. How much? Asked Commander with dread in his voice. Around 30,000. It should be a divisions of Legion. A reported subordinate with a trembling voice. Meaning, if it really is a division's unit belonging to Fallen Legion, it is a high chance ultimate class Fallen Angel is leading it to do some kind of mission. And even if not, there should be countless high class Fallen, they would be annihilated. Immediately activate defense barrier magic. Prepare for emergency escape teleportation and send a message to the Furig. Fallen are testing our borders, once again. Responded Commander quickly. Each magic tower that was constructed had inbuilt protocols. For example, now, the magic tower would activate a defensive barrier that would slow down the Fallen for at least 2 to 3 hours, and if the barrier is breached, the tower will self-destruct, killing as many of the Fallen as possible. As the barrier was created around the magic tower, all soldiers teleported out to the nearest outpost before sending a message to the Furig HQ. As they were gone, thousands of black-winged figures appeared in the crimson sky of the underworld, aiming at the magic tower. Prepare the light spears and offensive magic, bring down the shield and kill everyone in the tower. Screamed leading fallen angel, clad in armor, as he held a sword in his hand, and his 4 pairs of wings signified his ultimate class strength. Yes, General. He was one of the generals of the fallen angel legions residing in the demilitarized zone and often skirmishes with devils. As I was comfortably reading Magic Tome and sipping my tea, suddenly a servant rushed to my room looking extremely panicked, so much that he ignored most of the protocols. Something must have happened. My lord, divisions of fallen angels have attacked one of Magic Towers, closest to the Furig Castle. Legion General leads them. Said the servant in panic. Damn. Right now, all of my ultimate class subordinates are far away. Though it is a good opportunity for me to test my power. I thought in my head before finishing my tea. Prepare mass teleportation formation and mobilize the soldiers. I will take Furig Legion with me. How are their numbers? I asked the servant. 30,000, but there could be more. The tower is still standing, and 10 minutes after the assault began, it sent information about another 50,000 fallen coming from west of the tower. Reported servant. So it should be all around 80,000 fallen angels, while I have 100,000 devils as I am taking half of one legion. The problem is that fallen has an elemental advantage and also their general. Architect, start combat calculations for the best strategy to utilize our advantages. I commanded in my head. I needed to get there before the tower fell ideally, but that was not so realistic. Hopefully, if the tower is destroyed, it could take several thousands of them down or maybe at least injure the fallen general. For the first time, I was wearing the ancestral armor of the Gremory clan. I was never for wearing armor, but alas, it could save my life. This one looked like it was made for devils. It looked rather diabolically, painted pitch black with crimson lines. It took me around 30 minutes to properly put on the armor, as it was the first time I was doing that. This was going to be my first larger battle since my transmigration. Also, this wasn't an ordinary skirmish, judging based on the number of enemies and their leadership. They probably had something else in mind just besides harassment and testing borders. They probably were for raiding. Gregory was pretty fucked up when it came to management. Their domestic affairs were even in a worse state than most of Devil nobility territories, which was something to ponder upon. After I had armor on, I exited my bedroom and went to the gathering place, where already thousands of Devil soldiers organized in disciplined formations were gathering. Chapter 37, Problems at the Border, 2. I stood on the balcony of the Fury Castle, overseeing how my army was gathering. Tens of thousands of soldiers, donned in black armor, holding spears, lances, or halberds, looking ready for war. They were organized in orderly-looking formations, waiting for the order to march. This will be hard. I thought in my head. Calculations are done. I have prepared 17 possible scenarios, which are primary ones. Secondary scenarios could be around 50. Sounded the voice of an architect in my head. I muttered. After nearly 30 minutes, all of my soldiers were assembled, patiently waiting for the teleportation gate to open. It was a large-scale teleportation spell that was often cast to transport a huge number of people. The magic tower has self-destructed. The approximate death count of fallen angels is between 8,000 to 12,000. Said architect, as I grit my teeth. They have breached the tower, which wasn't exactly something I wanted to hear. Each of those magic towers took many resources and time to build, but alas, at least it caused enough damage to the enemy. Launch the gate. I told the operating magicians behind me as they started casting the large-scale teleportation magic to open the gate to the place where Fallen was. Soon enough, ambient magic in the air surged, and soon enough transparent gate appeared. For the Underworld, for the Devil race, and for death to the Fallen. I shouted as I grabbed my scythe and swung it at the gate. I unleashed my 4 pairs of Devil wings, signifying my ultimate class strength, and significantly boosted soldiers' morale as I led my army to the portal. The place where it opened was 10 kilometers away from the magic tower so that I could prepare an ambush at the Fallen. Implement Plan 10. Plan 10 was one of the scenarios that the architect calculated. I sent mental instructions to the division commanders on what to do. I had 100,000 soldiers, from which almost all were of middle class and 2,500 of them were high class. Plan 10 was a straightforward one. I will make a target out of myself and lure Fallen by striking them hard with strategic tier magic while my army will hide. Due to huge fluctuations in the ambient magic, it will be night impossible for Fallen to cast properly detect spells, and under the chaos of my strategic tier magic, they won't even have time. As the last soldiers were coming out of the teleportation gate, I started casting the spells. Strategic tier spell, Chain Dragon Lightning of high rank of strategic tier. Soon enough, an enormous dragon-like phantom made out of purely lightning materialized above my head, having over 50 meters. Let the dance begin. I muttered as I released the spell, in the direction that was full of injured and uninjured Fallen. Apparently, after the magic tower self-explosion, they decided to recuperate a little, which was actually good for me, as they were unprotected. As I shot one Chain Dragon Lightning spell, I immediately started casting another 2 at once. Thanks to my mastery over tier magic as its inventor, boost from the Rosenkreuz, and newly, my true name, its usage of demonic energy for one spell of this tier was around 10 units, which may seem a lot. Still, for such destructive magic, it wasn't. Additionally, my regeneration was so fearsome that I had full demonic energy reserves in the next 6 minutes. That was also part of the advantage of my true name, as Will of the Underworld directly granted it. I would get many passive bonuses when fighting in the Underworld. This was something that only a very few existences had. Mainly those who were blessed by the will or had divinity related to the Underworld. On the side of the Fallen, General of the Fallen Angels was currently standing in front of his division commanders, giving them various orders until his eyes perked up a little. Attack! He shouted, but the spell had already hit, and very hard. As the massive, several tens meters long lightning dragon smashed around the crowds of the Fallen Angels, it evaporated hundreds of them in a single hit. For someone like the general or his division commanders, they were able to evade the spell, but other Fallen, especially the injured ones or those who were resting, were killed. Another 2. It should be ultimate class magician, but I don't recognize the spell type, probably devil. Said the general, as he started ordering the Fallen Angels to mobilize, as 2 lightning dragons hit different parts of the environment where Fallen were, killing countless of them in the process. He is attacking us from a distance. If he releases more troublesome spells, how are our losses? Asked General as he looked around, as Fallen was quickly recovering from the ambush attack. I can sense that 5,000 were killed. Reported Fallen that was proficient in magic. Damn. Quickly reorganize before he starts bombarding us with more spells. We need to kill him. I will take half of the soldiers to catch this devil. Ordered General of the Fallen Legion. They are equally arrogant to devil nobility, but that is good. I said to myself as I watched all that chaos, destruction, and death I had caused with only 3 strategic tier spells. It was marvelous. I will send one more at them, but at those that remained there. I muttered as I cast another Chain Dragon lightning spell. After it was released, I also ordered several division commanders to take half of the army, and go back to the magic tower to kill the remaining fallen there, as I saw that General of the Legion took the majority of fallen to pursue me. Those who remained behind were only around 20,000, and most of them were injured. I also cast a few defensive spells over myself to create a barrier around me, so the fallen would focus on the barrier, and then they could be ambushed by my soldiers. Chapter 38, Problems at the Border, 3. After casting several other defensive spells over myself, I patiently waited for the fallen to arrive as my soldiers were waiting in the shadows. Thanks to the high fluctuations that my spells made in the ambient magic, casting any kind of detection spells was rendered useless. Soon enough, the fallen general was already here, looking straight at me. Who would have thought that Duke Gremory would personally appear on the battlefield? What an honor, said the fallen general with a mocking voice, to which I revealed a small, provocative smile. No. The honor is mine, for my territory to be attacked by an overgrown pigeon is truly something. I always thought they were stupid birds, but maybe they had a little brain. As I said that, I could see the anger on his face clearly. This one is easy to provoke. That is a good thing for me. I thought in my head as I kept observing the fallen as they prepared their light spears to attack my barrier. Based on fact, there were around 50,000 of them here, the barrier would break in one wave. I am not strong enough to withstand such an alarming number of attacks, at least not now, without proper preparations. What it is, pigeon. Did you forget your brain searching for bread on the streets from human beggars? Seeing the general wasn't a patient person, I decided to provoke him into acting rashly. If the fallen fired the first wave, my army would have the best time to attack, as the fallen would be defenseless for several seconds. Fucking bat. Kill that abomination of the animal. Screamed fallen general with rage as he barked his orders, and fallen angels started preparing their light spears and shot them at me, to which I revealed a bloodthirsty grin as it started. Idiots. I thought while activating the pre-prepared teleportation rune as at the same time the attack fell, thousands upon thousands of devils appeared and started madly attacking fallen angels. All of my soldiers were of middle class in terms of physique, countless of them were even in terms of energy reserves, and many were high class. Spells of devil magic were being used in thousands as they fell on the defenseless fallen angels that were just comprehending what had happened. After the first salvo of the devil magic came the second one, this time from the high-class soldiers that were taught tier magic. This one was far more destructive, and hundreds upon hundreds of fallen were being killed with each spell. Ambush. Regroup and counterattack. Shouted fallen angel general as he saw thousands of his soldiers being killed in the ambush by devils. Just now, he realized that he was tricked by the devil standing here. Isn't it nice? When the blood of your enemies flows like a river and falls down like rain. I asked the rhetorical question as I released tens of combat tier spells, mainly magic missiles, and thunderclaps, as countless spells were being shot at the fallen general. I was a bit reluctant to use dark light as that was my trait. Architect, scan. I ordered in my head. Class, Ultimate. Holy Power, 213. Strength, 49. Agility, 75. Vitality, 30. In terms of physique, he is weaker than me, while he has larger energy reserves. However, most fallen are not very creative and use only light spears. Similar to devils, they don't use magic often. I thought in my head. Fallen General quickly unleashed his 4 pairs of wings and used them as protection against incoming spells, as he knew he could not dodge. Also, thinking it to be simple devil magic, he was confident that he could withstand the attack with a bit of enhancement from holy power. How wrong he was. As soon as approximately 154 spells fell upon him, it shot him backward, several tens of meters, as he coughed blood from his mouth. Not your average devil magic, right? Though I don't wait, that pigeon like you would understand the beauty of the mysteries of the arcane. I mocked as the fallen general screamed in anger and released several huge light spears at me that were flying at me with tremendous speed. With the help of my 4 pairs of wings, I flew high in the air and easily dodged each of them while shooting back a few spells, this time tactical tier 1s. Unfortunately for me, Fallen General was aware that magic released by me was perilous, so he immediately dodged the spells. However, they ended up hitting countless fallen angels that were behind him, evaporating them to oblivion. He is good at dodging even while he is injured. With the speed, he will probably try to escape with his life. That would not be good. Seeing that I had no chance, I didn't want to let Fallen General escape. I flew with my top speed at the Fallen General as I gripped my scythe Rosenkreuz. I wanted the Fallen General to think I would engage him in close combat. As I was nearing him, he saw that I had a melee weapon. He arrogantly decided to fight me in close combat. As we were only a few steps away from each other, something unexpected happened. Several portals appeared below and behind the fallen general, and chains from dark light shot out of them, enveloping fallen general, not allowing him to move an inch. "You are dark light," said shakily fallen angel general with a broken voice. "Yes, and thanks to your stupidity, your death is sure," I said as I severed his head in one swing of my scythe. Due to him being bounded with dark light chains, he couldn't move an inch. I am really clumsy with weapons. Architect, build training mech and upload martial arts and fighting styles related to scythe, I ordered. Solar Federation often use training mechs to train soldiers in martial arts or weapon masteries. It was very efficient and fast. I only needed to reach expert rankled mastery. Especially for the upcoming conquest, as barbarians without magic would often tend to use close combat, it would be bad for me if I couldn't use magic properly. Chapter 39, Problems at the Border, 4. During my fight with the General of Fallen Angels, my army started slowly overpowering fallen that were fighting against my devils. Slowly, many fallen angels were either killed by spells or in close combat. Corpses of fallen angels were falling from the sky like droplets of water during heavy rain. For me, a devil, it was a beautiful sight to see. Soon enough, the rest of my army came in, which was ordered to deal with injured fallen from the explosion of the magic tower. After the rest of my army arrived, the situation completely turned around, and hundreds of fallen were being killed with each passing minute. As a newly found warmonger and battle maniac, I joined the fight and started slaughtering the fallen like a cabbage. Most of these fallen were just low class or middle class, they were weak, and their combat prowess was even lower than their class. I heard rumors that many fallen weren't good combatants, and only a few fallen armies were top-notch. Namely, ones led by Azazel, Barakweel, Kokabeel, and most notable one, Azrael, the Angel of Death. From what I heard, Azrael didn't become part of the Gregorian rather occupied territory deep within the Underworld, far from Gregorian devils, and became a rather reclusive group. I wondered a little bit why. Why did the strongest archangel ever create and born choose to become a reclusive hermit? I stored the fallen angel general's body in my dimensional storage, as that could be used as my fuel for advancement when I unlocked Devour Clan trait. I observed the process of cleaning the battlefield. I also ordered properly cleaning the battlefield, taking all weapons and armor. Devils normally didn't do that, mainly, nobles were against it as it was below them to take something from killed fallen. I didn't care. All of those armor and weapons could be smelted and reforged into new things that would make me money. After 1 hour, the entire battlefield was cleared, and all corpses of the fallen were stored in separate dimensional storage. I thought they could be helpful to later, maybe as food for monsters or something in that way. Altogether, I came here with 100,000 soldiers, and fortunately, my losses were only around between 5,000 to 8,000, which was an excellent victory. Before leaving, I left here half of my legion to guard the area before sending here arcane mechanical automatons to build here another magic tower, as the entire array was now disrupted. The array was actually a super barrier formation that was created by activating all magic towers of my territory at the same time, enveloping it in the barrier that should withstand even attacks of multiple super devils or greater divinity stage gods. It was something that I created with the help of an architect to protect my territory during the Great War. During the war, there would be countless raids, surprise attacks, or ambushes aimed mainly at civilian populated areas, and that was a significant threat as loss of lives could be immeasurable. Only several houses had something like this, as it cost a great deal of money to create and required a very experienced and knowledgeable magician, so most houses didn't bother with creating such defensive arrays. Zikram had one for sure, he even had a smaller version of it, which I was just working on over each city. Truth be told, I had planned to invest most of my wealth into the protection and fortification of my territory before the Great War. Wealth could be easily regained after the Great War, as then the entire infrastructure of devils would be in ruins. On the other hand, if the population is lost, the weakening would be for thousands of years, if not permanent. I have returned to the Fury Castle with a satisfying feeling. I also need to check out the Familiar Forest sometimes. Familiar Forest was located in the Underworld, filled with monsters that often bonded with magicians or magical races as servants. Familiar Forest, to be precise, was a location that devils used as their place to get familiars and was controlled by Tiamat, one of the 5 dragon kings. She was a terrifying entirety, a powerful one. Dragons were strong. If possible, I need to avoid her. Someone stronger than the pinnacle Satan class isn't someone I wish to meet. Dragons, contrary to devils, had an advantage in their physique. This means that the high-class dragon was simultaneously high-class in energy and body, allowing the dragon to contend against weaker ultimate class that depended solely on energy reserves. Dragons excelled in magic and in close combat equally, so meeting someone like Tiamat wasn't a good idea, and I even heard some rumors that she had a pretty bad temper, so unless I decided to bribe her with some treasures, it was a big no. When I read the compendium of familiar monsters, there was one that caught my eye, not in strength or raw power, but rather in potential. It was called Spitting Thorny Flower. It was pathetically weak and without proper abilities at the start, but it had immense evolutionary potential, as it could digest other corpses of other beings, using them as fertilizer to evolve. At later stages, when it evolves into higher evolutions, it obtains terrifying defensive abilities and even offensive at later stages. There was noted that there was one of those somewhere in the territory of the Hindus. It evolved to something called Flower Demonis, reaching terrifying strength comparable to the greater divinity stage. It even caught the attention of Shiva so much that he decided to make the Flower Demonis his familiar. That was recorded as a rumor several thousands of years ago. If it caught the attention of someone like Shiva, a primordial divinity stage god, which is the same as the being of law, it must have something in it. Who knows what strength it reached now? Chapter 40, The Genetics of the Clan Traits, 1. Maybe it reached the next evolution and became a being of law, who knows? If someone like Shiva invested in its growth, then its speed of advancement must have been terrifying. Also, some primordial divinity stage gods could also traverse the astral boundary, though with severe restrictions, because their god slot is bound to a particular plane, but they still could. After returning to the Fury Castle, I turned my attention to one of the last things I needed to do before the planar conquest. That thing was unlocking the clan trait of the Gremory clan, the Devourer. The architect was running a deep-scale analysis for more than 2 years, practically until I transmigrated here. With several experiments I have conducted on prisoners and criminals, from which a few had dormant clan traits, I was able to learn many things. I even got some books from Zikram that he got who knows where. One of them was certainly interesting. The Book of Lucifer was an amusing name when I thought about it, but it greatly described how the first generation of devils was created and how the clan traits worked. Also, some theories on how to awaken the sleeping clan trait. Of course, it also recorded the possibility that some devils might not inherit the clan trait. That was tied to the bloodline genes inherited from the bloodline of parents. It may happen from time to time, that child may not have had them at all or a tiny amount, so it couldn't possibly manifest the clan trait. Analyzation process upon the bloodline of Gremory. Possible solutions, 1. Sounded the elderly voice of an architect in my head. 1. With all advanced knowledge of the Solar Federation and some bits from the Eldari Empire upon genetical engineering, you have come up with just one solution. Now I was a bit angry and nervous. One solution means that if it fails, I have no other option. Maybe I could search for someone on the level of being of law who is well versed in magic, alchemy, and genetics to do something, but that was now out of the question. Yes. Based on information gathered in my database, combined with those obtained in this universe, mainly from the Book of Lucifer, the reason why the Devourer clan trait is dormant in your case is due to its conflict with the Dark Light clan trait. Explained architect, and I immediately understood, as realization struck me like thunder from the clear sky. The source of all bloodlines for devils is the heart, not bloodline heart. If one clan trait is too dominant, it could overpower the second one, and Dark Light is as of darkness element as it is of light element, so it could easily overpower clan trait that is pure of darkness element. On top of that, active clan traits are tended to be more aggressive compared to the passive clan traits in terms of the behavior of blood. So the solution would be. I talked to myself as I stopped in the middle. Yes, to create a new heart in your body that could accommodate Gremory bloodline. If I have complete STC, I could probably come up with more solutions, but alas, current technology is not sufficient. Said architect. Constructing the STC is not something I can do with my current abilities. In the plane, probably only Asgard and maybe Heaven have enough resources and advanced tech to do that. I said back. The architect was MTC, short for Main Template Controller. If he had access to the STC, Standard Template Construct, he could manufacture anything as long as he adjusted the blueprint within several hours. Unfortunately, the construction of the STC was still very far away. If I had STC, I wouldn't need to depend on arcane mechanical automatons to do all the work. STC would construct the parts, and arcane mechanical automatons would just put it together, saving much time. And tell me, how will I create another heart in my body? Not talking about moving bloodline genes to that heart. This is the purely mad solution. What the architect proposed was something of extreme difficulty for my current abilities. Heart could be easily cultivated from cells of deceased devils that would serve as biological material, combined with some magic rituals. That shouldn't be a problem. Transplantation may be smaller as there is a 34, 59, 87% possibility that your body will reject a newly germinated heart, even if it is cultivated from your DNA, a lack of data to use on devil physiology. Moving the bloodline genes, there is a spell for something similar recorded in the Book of Lucifer, though it would require an enormous amount of demonic energy to cast. At least several ultimate class devils and energy reserves would need to be powering that spell. Explained architect. As I listened, it seemed problematic and complicated. But if it worked, it would be something fascinating. It would give countless devils chances to awaken dormant clan trait and have two clan traits simultaneously. Not that devils like that don't exist now, they existed but in minimal numbers. It was sporadic for a devil to manifest two clan traits. Basically, it meant they had a bit of luck, and most importantly, their clan traits were compatible with each other, so they wouldn't clash or something. Order arcane mechanical automatons to start preparations. I will go and gather ultimate class devils needed to power up the spell, I said to Architect. In the end, the temptation to awaken the dormant clan trait was too big. Having another clan trait, especially one like Devour that could constantly enhance my energy reserves by devouring the energy of corpses, was phenomenal. I had 5 ultimate class generals under me, and all of them were ultimate class of energy reserves, but the problem was that I could not move all of them to one place at the same time. It was a risk. Fallen won't do anything for the time being. Chapter 41, The Genetics of the Clan Traits, 2. After I killed General of the Fallen Legion, together with 80,000 fallen angel soldiers, they would lay low for the time being. Still, I had to work very fast, as I didn't want to waste time, and if ultimate class unprotected my territory for a more extended period of time, it might lead to some complications and attacks. Germination of the new heart took more than a week. First, I germinated it with my own DNA to increase the compatibility rate and used the bodies of many high-class devils as biological material and nourishment. Thanks to advanced genetical knowledge from the age of technology from my past life, and even knowledge from Eldari, I was able to engineer a perfectly suited new heart for me genetically. Also, getting more hearts was an advantage for me, as most of the demonic energy was concentrated in the devil's heart. From the Book of Lucifer, I have found out that there existed devils with multiple hearts, mostly first-generation ones. After the new heart was successfully germinated, I started working on the ritual that would be performed. It was a complicated one, as it required countless abyssal runes to create. Laying out the runic matrix for that formation took me several days. Architect, with this heart, what is the possibility of rejection? I asked as I was working on the abyssal runes to make final adjustments to the ritual. 21, 69, 82% that your body will reject. Decrease by 12, 9,000, and 5%. A decrease of around 12% to 13% was good. After finishing the work on the runic matrix, I went to sleep and prepared for tomorrow's ritual. The next day after I woke up, I was notified by the butler that all of my generals had arrived and were waiting for the next orders. So, the operation could start. I asked Architect as I was going to the room where surgery would be done. Architect himself will perform it through a specialized arcane mechanical automaton that was built for this occasion. I didn't trust anybody else with my body. I lay on a white table while waiting for the automatons to start. Soon, you will fall asleep, and when you wake up, everything will be already done, said Architect to me as I started losing consciousness and falling asleep very quickly. At least that machine was considerate enough to do the surgery when I was unconscious, so I won't feel that hellish pain 2 times. After I woke up, I didn't feel very different from before, but if I focused, I could feel a second heart beating in my chest and functioning as the original one. So the surgery has been a success, I see, I muttered. Yes, indeed. Compatibility is good, so the heart was successfully accepted by your body. Now we can start the last part of the procedure, but unfortunately, for this one, I can't give you anything to lessen the pain from the ritual, said Architect in my head. Damn, machine. Let's start, I said, as the runic matrix suddenly lit up, as 5 figures started supplying the demonic energy to the runic formation together with me. All ultimate class generals were pouring all of their demonic energy into the formation, as I felt it reconstructing my bloodline genes. It hurt like hell. I had to do my best not to scream out of the pain as my bloodline genes were being moved from my original heart, now the first heart, to the second heart. Slowly, during 1 hour, as I endured this torture, all bloodline genes were moved successfully. Afterward, everything was done. I could barely catch my breath. Return to your position, I ordered as all 5 of them bowed slightly and disappeared to their positions. Interestingly, I even felt my demonic energy reserves increased by around 10 units by the addition of the second heart. When everything was done, I felt I could subconsciously use the Devour ability, just like I used Dark Light. It felt so natural to me. Master, you should check the mirror, said the Architect's voice as I summoned a small mirror and looked at my appearance. My previously pure crimson-colored hair now had countless silver streaks among it. Probably due to bloodlines in my body achieving equilibrium, I now looked more like Lucifer in terms of appearance. My previously light blue eyes now were royal purple. I heard that people with purple eyes were destined to be rulers, emperors, and sovereigns. It was a sign that one was blessed with noble fate, though I am inquisitive if it is true. Still, that was something that I would research in the future. Now I had my clan trait unlocked. I could devour the energy from the corpse of that fallen angel general, and then only visiting the familiar forest remains, and the planar conquest could start. This success was mostly attributed to the Book of Lucifer. I wonder how it got into Zikram's hands. It is something that Lucifer and Lilith would guard at all costs. Both of them are super devil class, and I doubt Zikram would steal it, meaning. I said to myself as I suddenly realized something. Meaning, it was given to you on purpose, probably by Lucifer or Lilith, maybe by both. Finished Architect for me. If that was the true cause of things, the true scenario Lucifer already knew about my heritage, I was awaiting something similar, that Zikram probably won't hide my heritage from Lucifer. It was only a matter of time before he would call for me and assign me a lucifuge. There was a reason why each Lucifer must have a lucifuge. I felt it from the moment I transmigrated, like an emptiness that cannot be filled with anything. Whatever I tried, I have never been able to fill the empty cold void feeling I have always felt. And then, that was the reason. Chapter 42, The Devourer. Lucifuge clan was closer to the Lucifer clan than any other devil bloodline, as they were made from the same source. Even clan trait of the Lucifuge clan, power of annihilation, was similar to the dark light trait, as the power of annihilation was extremely deadly even to devils, same as the dark light. Each member of the Lucifer clan would get a Lucifuge clan member based on their bloodline resonance between them. A special bond is formed between them that empowers them, making them stronger if they fight together. Just like Lucifer had Lord Lucifuge, Rizavim had Euclid Lucifuge. Apparently, my mother should have Graphia, but alas, my mother escaped from home before she could even test the bloodline resonance between them. Hence, there is a very high probability that Graphia would be paired with me. That would also mean that she would become my wife by default. If female Lucifuge is paired with male Lucifer or vice versa, they must marry, as there was no better partner for Lucifer than Lucifuge. Still, that was a topic for later, only when original Lucifer noticed my existence, and I would get assigned Lucifuge to me. For now, I took out the corpse of the fallen angel general, which was in perfect state thanks to the simple storage spell. Evidently, the corpse was still full of energy. To use Devour, I needed to have direct contact with the corpse, as my mastery was low. My grandfather could simultaneously use it from a distance and even on hundreds of targets. With my lower-ranked mastery, I needed to do it manually, and that was troublesome and low in terms of time. I touched the corpse of the fallen angel general and used the Devour ability. Slowly, all energy in the fallen angel general's body started flowing into my body, entering my heart, strengthening my energy reserves by a smaller amount, of probably 5 units. Architect, scan. I said to Architect. As you wish. Soon enough, the scan was done. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Energy, 167. Strength, 82. Agility, 80. Vitality, 70. So a total increase by 15 units if I count increase from the addition of my second heart. With this amount of energy reserves, I shouldn't be weak like a newly advanced ultimate class being. During the planar conquest, I fight more and obtain more ultimate class corpses. It would be best if we killed some lesser divinity stage gods. I said to myself. Body of the lesser divinity stage god, or rather of any god, was precious. Ironically, the bodies of gods were precious even if they were under the being of law level. Especially for the familiar, I planned to obtain the corpse of lesser divinity stage god would be a priceless treasure for advancement in strength. I also have around 75,000 corpses of fallen angel soldiers in my dimensional storage, and I thought I should use Devour on them a bit. Unfortunately for me, my mastery was too low, so I won't able to gain anything. From my grandfather's notes, with Devour, you can devour the energy of the same or higher class as yours. But if one attains master-ranked mastery over the ability, you can basically refine weaker-level energy from countless corpses. For example, you have 100 high-class corpses. With Devour, you can absorb their refined energy that would be equivalent to gains from the weakest ultimate class. Grandfather didn't use this method often, as it required an enormous amount of energy and gave you only a small increase. It was more profitable to search for beings of the same class. I even speculated that after reaching Apocalypse class, I wouldn't absorb anything from beings under being of law, no matter how many of them would be used in the process. Architect, what is progress on adjustments to the antimatter Magicule cannon batteries? I asked as I sat down. Soon, the first ones would be produced. Arcane mechanical automatons have manufactured everything to stabilize and produce antimatter. How is their firepower? Pinnacle of high class with the usage of tier magic system. With the usage of Magicule particles, the firepower and stability were increased significantly. However, the larger version of the cannons, installed on the void ships, has predicted firepower comparable to the ultimate class. Answered Architect. Slowly he was adjusting most of the inventions and weaponry of the Solar Federation for the circumstances of Draconic Deus. Antimatter weaponry was one of the most destructive the Solar Federation had in its arsenal. These cannons were just small weapons compared to the antimatter weaponry's pinnacle that could easily destroy entire planets. The most powerful antimatter-based weapon could implode the sun, though it was never used by Solar Federation and served mainly as a deterrent for the Eldari Empire and various Orc empires and warbands. Even though it is small weaponry, for upcoming conquest, even cannon battery should be enough, taking into account that in primitive society, there won't many powerhouses or advanced technology or magical technology. Good, continue adjusting slowly entire database, and give priority to things that could be used immediately in the current situation. Not everything could be used in this world, where everyone controlled fearsome powers like magic or divine power. For example, things like tanks or knights will have little to no usage against strong experts for now. Maybe knights with enough adjustments, several runic inscriptions, and rare materials could be used. I remember during the Stellar Exodus, knights were why so many colonies survived until the invention of the warp drive and STC. Knights and knight houses enjoyed great prominence and respect even when I lived in the Federation. 4. Now start slowly preparing for the planar conquest of the Yester plane. I will depart to the familiar forest. I said to Architect and to myself at the same time. Chapter 43, Familiar Forest, 1. I stood before the familiar forest and waited for the familiar master to arrive. Familiar master and his apprentices usually act like guides through the familiar forest, as getting lost in this damned place was pretty easy. Not talking about the fact, this place was also dangerous, as deeper parts of the forest was filled with general-level monster and even stronger beings, not to mention, Tiamat the Chaos Karma Dragon, who was stronger than Pinnacle Satan class, had a nest in a familiar forest. However, there have been rumors that she has reached Heavenly Dragon class already due to a few engagements with Welsh Dragon Ydraig Gotch, the Red Dragon of Domination. A devil. You smell like Lucifer and, that maniac, interesting. Said a voice from the darkness. When I turned around, I saw a figure standing there. It was a man, a tall, handsome man wearing a black coat with a long mixture of black and blonde hair as well as heterochromatic eyes where his right eye is gold and his left eye is black, and he has pointed ears. I knew that he wasn't human, and I felt incredible power surging from him. Dark Dragon of the Crescent Moon, Crum Crutch. The man before me was one of the strongest evil dragons in existence, or rather would be. Even though I knew he was strong as Zikram, this should be shortly after he was released from his control by evil god Bale, who used nefarious means to control Crum Crutch. And you have awakened the Devour clan trait, interesting, maybe you would be a worthy opponent in the future. What is your name, fledgling? Asked Crum Crutch as he leaned over the tree. Just by his presence alone, all monsters in the surrounding areas escaped to the deeper parts of the forest. Zeoticus Gremory von Lucifer, my lord. I replied politely. Existences like Crum Crutch could snap my neck in a matter of seconds if they find something they don't like, especially mad ones, like Crum Crutch that didn't care about consequences. No need to talk with me like some stuck-up noble, fledgling. Just call me by my name. I could be considered as a family friend, yes. Said Crum Crutch with a small laugh at the end of the sentence. Now come. I will guide you. What familiar are you looking for? Asked me Crum Crutch as he signaled me to follow him. Spitting Thorny Flower. I answered slowly as Crum Crutch stopped for a while. Ha ha ha, you are one of those, right? To groom it to reach a higher level, an enormous amount of resources would be needed, and in case of that thing, you know what I meant. Laughed Crum Crutch with a crazy smile. Yes. Countless corpses of strong beings for it to evolve. Soon enough, the great war between 3 factions will start, and a few other conflicts, so I don't have to worry about not having enough fertilizer for my familiar. Currently, I have around 75,000 corpses of fallen angels that attacked one of my outposts. I have read a lot about Spitting Thorny Flower. Each evolution will regress to the weakest state, obtain new abilities, and increase the limit to the strength it could achieve. For example, Spitting Thorny Flower could maximally reach warrior level. Afterward, it could evolve into Bloody Thorny Flower. It would then obtain new abilities and fall back into minion level, though its potential would increase to the commander level, and it worked like this. Yes, war. Muttered Crum Crutch under his breath. I knew he was affiliated with the Celtic pantheon, which suffered greatly under Yahweh's expansion of Christianity. Crum Crutch, if you want, you can fight against church and heaven, I can easily make it real. When I said that, he stopped in his tracks and looked at me with piercing looks. How that fledgling? He said. Together with great King Zikram Bale, we have devised a plan for how to weaken church and heaven. Several other pantheons would be cleaning their backyards from the influence of Christianity, most notable ones being blood races of the old Yarnam, Olympians, Shinto, and Aser. The last 2 we not certain, but I will make them certain in the future. Celtic pantheon could clear entire Britannia and get its territory back, don't you think so? You can even fight on the main battlefield against cadres or even archangels. I continued my persuasion. Good fledgling, you have courage. Do you have enough of it to enter Lifeblood Soul Geas contract? Lifeblood Soul Geas contract was a very hidden secret among lords of the houses. It was an exceptional type of contract that devils could enter into, where not even the existence of your true name could protect you if you breached it. Yes. I said solemnly. If I could get Crum Crutch on my side, it would make everything easier, and also, I will have another powerful combatant on my side. Not to mention that he will soon reach Heavenly Dragon class. With his body and magic, he could easily slaughter archangels. Among evil dragons, he was most honorable and respectful. The rest of them were the true embodiment of evilness. I have one question before we proceed, I said before drafting the contract. Ask away. You have lived for a long time and seem aware of my secrets of the devil race. Lately, I have been thinking. Zikram said that 4 great Satans have a method to restrain Big G, but it sounds laughable to me. 3 of them are pinnacle of Satan class, and only Lucifer is superdevil, but Big G is bona fide a mighty stage god, comparable to Apocalypse class, true being of law. I stated my question. This was something that didn't let me sleep. No matter how I thought about it, I never found something that could answer my doubts. Oh, the answer is more simple. Do you know about Trihexa? Asked Crumb-Crutch with a creepy voice, to which my face paled. Chapter 44, Familiar Forest, 2. You mean? I was shocked beyond everything else. When Lucifer was cast out of heaven and created devil race, they started exploring Underworld and even Dimensional Gap. During their exploration of the Dimensional Gap, I heard, from your grandfather none less, that they found some pocket dimension or whatever, which actually was the sleeping place of Trihexa. Explained Crumb-Crutch. Those madmen. Don't they know if it breaks free from Yahweh, we are all screwed? I said with anger, so that was their plan. They planned to release Trihexa on Yahweh in a sealed area. Such a fight between 2 existences on that level could go for even years. Even if he won, he would be greatly weakened and severely injured, recuperation may take decades. Yes, they are, using Trihexa, the beast of Apocalypse, for something like this. If it goes out of control, the entire Underworld, heaven, and entirely of the Draconic Dais would be turned to dust, unless Shiva, Jade Emperor, or Great Red steps forward to stop it. On the Draconic Dais, there were only a few existences that could rival Trihexa. On top of that, Trihexa, as the Beast Emperor of the Apocalypse, was noted for its terrifying defensive and regenerative abilities. Let's rather turn the list. Why are you coming to the familiar forest, Crumb-Crutch? I said as we were walking through the forest. Simple. After Luff defeated evil god Bale, and I was released from the control spell that bastard put on me, I decided to tour the world and observe human world and underworld as part of my training, though the human world is disgusting for me, as everywhere I look there is church, fortunately not for a long time. Why familiar forest? I came to challenge Tiamat to fight. She is the strongest of the dragons on the Draconic Dais if we are not counting Red One and White One. Said Crumb-Crutch. Great Red and Ophis weren't on the list, as they were cooped in the Dimensional Gap, and they were already Tier 3 existences, there was no worth mentioning them, they were 2 above our current league. Tiering was something Architect came with. Basically, Tier 1 existences, or as I called them, cannon fodder, were everything from low class to high class. Then there were Tier 2 existences, Ultimate Class / Lesser Divinity Stage God to the Super Devil Class / Greater Divinity Stage God. Tier 3 existences were called Beings of Law, though I have no idea how many classes were there was a severe lack of information about it. So nobody would know anything unless some mighty Divinity Stage God or Apocalypse class powerhouse started talking. Why are you so adamant about defeating Tiamat? I asked out of curiosity as I listened for almost 20 minutes to Crumb-Crutch telling me about Tiamat. When we were fledglings, we were born in the same mountain range, so we interacted a lot. If I were to get stronger than her, that woman told me that she would become my mate, so here I am. On top of that, I could get a grand fight with someone on the pinnacle of the Dragon King class. Said Crumb-Crutch, so Tiamat wasn't Heavenly Dragon class now. That was good, but I would never suspect that he was here to find a mate. Though similar to devils, dragons also wanted to have the most powerful mates, so their offspring would have the best genes possible. We devils did the same. Truth be told, I would have never laid with a woman who was weaker than me or had low potential. It was in my pride as the devil, though not everyone was like me. I was more like devils like Zikram in this regard. Many of the younger devils were promiscuous and didn't care about their choice of sexual partner. At first, help me find my familiar and then go to do what you want. I said to him in frustration. I wanted to quickly find that spitting thorny flower, but finding something in this place was damned nightmare, as I couldn't even use location and detection spells due to the presence of Tiamat. I don't want to be dragged into her fight with Crumb-Crutch, as for me, it would just spell fast death above everything else. What about Lifeblood Gia's contract, fledgling? Asked Crumb-Crutch slowly, to which I nodded. As long as you can give me many battles and fights, I have no problem following your orders, at least to a certain degree. With this, my debt to your grandfather is repaid. Sighed Crumb-Crutch, as we signed the Lifeblood Gia's contract. With this, Crumb-Crutch became my partner. Or what is the correct term? He wasn't subordinate or retainer, though he would fight my battles if the opponent was strong enough to provide him a challenge. What debt? I asked as I noticed his words at the end of the sentence. Something that is not your matter, fledgling. Answered Crumb-Crutch shortly. Come on, fledgling, we need to find you familiar, and I have a meeting with Tiamat," said he excitedly at the prospect of the fight and possible mating, though I don't really know which one he meant, but if I can guess, then probably the fight is more important. Fortunately, as we were walking through the familiar forest, most of the monsters let us be, thanks to the savage killing intent that Crumcrutch was releasing to scare everything away. On the other side, he also wanted to lure Tiamat here. He said she was obsessed with treasures, so she spent all her time deep within her cave labyrinth, guarding her treasure vault. We are already near, somewhere here, plant-type familiars reside. Now you can go alone. If I go there, they will all hide," said Crumcrutch as he looked at the part of the forest. "Thank you. After your business with Tiamat is finished, please visit me at Castle Furig," I said politely as Crumcrutch just nodded and disappeared. Chapter 45, Familiar Forest, 3. Even if I can't find Spitting Thorny Flower, my trip was already worth it, as I entered into Lifeblood Gia's contract with Crumcrutch. The only thing I need is to provide him enemies to fight, and he will aid me in my endeavors, which was a good deal for me. Crumcrutch and this contract with him will become my trump card for upcoming events. It would be for the best if he reached Heavenly Dragon class soon enough, which was near him. Only if I was stronger could I take him as my subordinate, but that would require at least Super Devil class strength. For now, I will be satisfied with what I have. Thus I started searching for the Spitting Thorny Flower. And truth be told, searching for one plant-type familiar monster in a huge place like Familiar Forest was a nightmare. Thus I have decided on another kind of strategy. I took out several corpses of low-class fallen angels I had killed during the skirmish, dropped them on the ground, and then concealed myself. Spitting Thorny Flower would be lured here by the aroma of fresh corpses it could eat to strengthen itself, and at that moment, I may bind it. After waiting for nearly 1 hour, I finally found what I was looking for. A huge 2-meter-tall green plant that looked like an ordinary carnivorous plant, with just one exception, that it was huge. I looked at the plant as it stared at the corpses of the fallen angels cautiously, looking around and checking if this was not a trap. Seeing this, I waited for a little and decided to reveal myself when it started eating them, as then, it couldn't escape quickly. After several minutes, the Spitting Thorny Flower started slowly enveloping the corpses of the fallen angels in vines, absorbing them into its body. As I slowly cancelled the stealth spells, I cast over myself and revealed my presence. Spitting Thorny Flower looked surprised and alarmed, but I soon took out another corpse of fallen angel and threw it to the Spitting Thorny Flower as a sign that I was not an enemy but a friend. The intelligence of the Spitting Thorny Flower was rather low. It increased with each evolution. From what I have heard that in higher evolutions, it could be far more intelligent than the average human and even gain a humanoid form. Spitting Thorny Flower looked at me curiously before taking a step closer to me while still looking at the corpse of the fallen angel that I had thrown her. Making a contract with Familiar wasn't that easy thing. The familiar monster needs to have some level of trust in the person who wishes for the contract. Some familiars were hard to gain their trust, and fortunately, in the case of Spitting Thorny Flower, it was rather easy. As long as I had food in the form of corpses, gaining the trust was just a matter of time. After half an hour, just like I had thought, the Spitting Thorny Flower started being relaxed around my presence, so I used a binding magic spell. If the Spitting Thorny Flower accepted it, then I would gain a familiar. Suddenly, a faint light appeared, and I felt a bond being created between Spitting Thorny Flower and me. Excellent. Architect, scan the familiar, I said with satisfaction. As you wish, answered Architect as he did the scan on my newly obtained familiar. Race, Spitting Thorny Flower. Level, Minion. Magical Power, 5. Strength, 15. Agility, 4. Vitality, 24. While I looked at it, it was terribly slow. It had terrifying vitality and even pinnacle level strength for the minion level. Its magical power was pathetic, as was the agility, but that vitality, it has broken the limit. Apparently, the vitality was the specialization of the Spitting Thorny Flower. How long before you reach the next level and evolution? I asked the Spitting Thorny Flower. The next evolution would increase the limit to the commander level. Spitting Thorny Flower released several incomprehensible sounds for a normal person, but I was a bonded master who was able to understand them perfectly. So around 2000 to reach Pinnacle Warrior level and to initiate next evolution, the maximum you can digest, I said grimly. Damn, the consumption of corpses was too much. I just don't want to imagine how much it would increase in later evolutions. Apparently, the higher evolution, the higher need for fertilizer. Or I could feed it something like corpses of dragons. I thought about that as a joke. If I find the dragon's corpse, maybe I will give it to the Spitting Thorny Flower. Okay, fortunately, the war is coming, so there is no need to worry about fertilizer. Come, you can let your roots in the Furig Castle, and I will bring all corpses you want there. I just wonder how much rivers of blood and mountains of flesh must have Shiva invested into his familiar to evolve into Golden Crown Flower Queen or whatever that evolutionary stage is called. Though Shiva is god of destruction and his wife is god of slaughter, for them to find and destroy some planes in the dimensional gap to feed that plant is ordinary matter. The spitting thorny flower nodded its two large flower heads, hearing my words, and started moving behind me as I opened the teleportation portal to Castle Furig. Now I can do the such spell, as I don't need to worry about Tiamat finding me for trouble, as she surely has her hands full with Crumb making havoc there. As I watched the spitting thorny flower disappear into the teleportation. Then I looked into the distance, as I sensed huge fluctuations of the wild, magical power from there. So they started fighting. Maybe I could go observe, nah. I could be mistaken for the enemy. I said to myself as I also entered the teleportation spell and disappeared from the familiar forest. Chapter 46, Duel of Crescent Circle and Chaos Karma. Third POV. Shortly after Crumb left Zeoticus for his own things, he went directly to the cave where Tiamat was cooped up. Among all dragons living on the Draconic Dais, Tiamat was one that was most obsessed with finding, collecting, and guarding her treasures. Crumb, still in his human form, stood there before the entrance of her cave as he looked around the place, sensing the dragon. Tiamat, you treasure nut, come out. Or I will steal your treasures. Shouted Crumb with his loudest voice to the entrance of the cave. An enormous amount of dragon aura and draconic power radiated from him as he shouted into the cave. Bastard, you will not steal any of my treasures. Shouted back an angry female-sounding voice from the cave. Soon enough, a huge dragon appeared from the dark cave. It was more than 10 meters tall and 15 meters long, with celestial blue scales that glittered in the light. Why have you come here, Crutch? I am not interested in you battle-maniac antics. Grumbled Tiamat as she looked at the Crumb in his human form. Not my problem. You told me that if I can defeat you, you will be my mate. Said Crumb as he started changing to his original form. He was a majestic jet-black dragon with enormous dragon wings bigger than Tiamat in his dragon form, at least by half. Just because you are bigger than me doesn't secure your superiority. Said Tiamat as she spread her wings, flew at the Crumb with her fastest speed, and breathed an enormous amount of dragon fire at him. To counter this attack, he enveloped his wings in draconic defensive spells and used them to shield himself from the attack rather easily, as Tiamat's dragon breath wasn't able to put even a scratch on his scales. It appears your flame is weaker than those of mixed-breed drakes. Said Crumb. Comparing a dragon to a drake was one of the biggest insults of their kind. Especially the mixed breed. The only worse thing is to call the dragon a lizard, which infuriates them to death, and most would even risk their lives to kill the offender. As a counterattack, he punched at Tiamat with his front legs, sending her flying several tens of meters, taking with her many trees and rocks in the process as her huge body crashed. While each dragon had innate draconic magic, a special branch of magic that only dragons knew, Crumb liked to battle more in close combat than with magic. However, draconic magic was probably the most crude, wild, and primitive magic system in Draconic Dais. Still, never underestimate the draconic magic. While it may be wild and primitive, it was so destructive that it outclassed the majority of the magic systems existing in the Draconic Dais. Most of the spells of draconic magic were like a tsunami that took everything with it and destroyed it with just brute force. Before Tiamat could even get up, Crumb already flew high above her and started kicking her with his back legs, punching her with his front legs, and occasionally slashing her with his tail. Ah! Screamed he, as Tiamat came out from nothing, bit his tail with her strongest bite. The tail was an extremely sensitive body part for dragons, devils, or any other creatures that had it. I admit that you are currently stronger. Said Tiamat with an exhausted voice as she barely caught her breath. I know. Now, do you surrender? I will also give you some treasures for my future mate. Said Crumb as he pressed his front leg on her neck. Treasures. Tiamat's eyes widened in surprise as she nodded her head. Afterward, he released her, and both of them changed to human forms. In her human form, she has the appearance of a beautiful woman with straight and long beautiful pale blue hair, dark blue eyes, and a cold atmosphere that radiates from her beauty. She wore a navy blue skirt, and her entire body was doused with the color of deep blue. Tiamat was beautiful both in her dragon form and her human form. Why did you construct your lair here in the familiar forest? Aren't you tired of dealing with those arrogant and stupid bats that often come here? Asked Crumb in confusion, not hiding his disgust with most devils, as he thought they were weak. Not much, those who dare to do something here just become my food. Especially the ones from noble houses, their flesh and blood are delicious. Said Tiamat with dangerous glee in her eyes. Dragons enjoyed eating flesh that was right on magical power, and devils were, so it was not surprising Tiamat would eat some devils from time to time. And why are you here in the Underworld, Crumb? Asked Tiamat. Training. After Luff defeated evil god Bale, I have decided to continue my training to reach Heavenly Dragon class. I was previously training in the human world, but unfortunately, it is stuffed with the presence of the church too much for my taste. After leaving the human world, I have decided to tour the Underworld. Answered back Crumb as he dusted off his clothes. I have also met an interesting fledgling devil, who was brave enough to enter Lifeblood Gia's contract with me. In exchange for occasional help, he will provide me good battles. Said Crum Crutch. So you will probably participate in the war between Heaven, Gregory, and Devils? Asked Tiamat as she looked around. Yes, personally, I have a great deal of hatred for Heaven and the Church. So I would be causing problems for them, even for free. Said Crum Crutch. Also, don't you want to come with me? I heard that Church and Heaven have countless treasures. He said with a feral grin. Treasures? Where? I am in. Exclaimed Tiamat in happiness as she led Crum Crutch to her nest. Chapter 47, Preparations Before the Conquest. POV Return. After I returned to Castle Furig, my spitting thorny flower took root in the separate garden, which was located in the underground complex under Castle Furig. It started digesting the fallen angels' corpses I have been supplying. While spitting thorny flower was the lowest evolution of this species, its digestion speed was still absolutely terrifying. I could digest hundreds of corpses within a day. I have waited 3 days, and just after 3 days, it has reached the pinnacle of the warrior level and is now preparing for the next evolution. With Architect's calculations, I found out that we will need 5,000 of them for the next evolution. No wonder most of these flowers never evolved beyond the bloody thorny flower, which is the next evolutionary stage of the spitting thorny flower. The amount of fertilizer was enormous. I wonder how that one, which Shiva contracted, was able to reach its level before being found out before Shiva. Maybe it discovered some kind of god's graveyard. Considering that one was living in the dimensional world of the Hindu pantheon, it seemed possible. Fortunately, I have enough fertilizer, so I left it there and left there a few arcane mechanical automatons that will take care of the feeding process. Now the most important thing was the planar conquest of the Yester plane. I have already sent a notice to the House of Bale, telling them we could start. Soon Venelana and also that magicians from Zikram would arrive. And soon enough, after I sent the notice, Venelana arrived through the long-range teleportation. Contrary to what she was usually wearing, this time, she was wearing combat armor. I must admit that she looked more attractive in the armor rather than in dresses. Hello Vena, you look gorgeous in the armor. I said while gently kissing her hand, to which she giggled in satisfaction. Hello to you as well, Zeo. Magicians should arrive soon. Said Venelana. Magicians? I asked in confusion, as I thought Zikram would send only one person. Yes. There is only one ultimate-class magician, Mephistopheles. He brought with him his apprentices to experience planar conquest. Most of them are of high class and pretty skilled in many magic systems. I perked up hearing that Mephistopheles would come. He was the best magician among devils that had mastered countless types of magic. He often used humans as his medium, entering into a contract with humans, he would give them power while they would obtain new magic for him. This is good, I can compare notes with him about my tier magic system. After some time, Mephistopheles, along with his apprentices, arrived. Mephistopheles is a middle-aged man with gelled hair, which is a mixture of red and blue. He has heterochromia, his left eye is blue, while the right is red. He had that weird aura of mysteriousness around him, like you can't know what this person is thinking or something in that way. Lord Mephisto, I welcome you to my abode, the Castle Furig. I welcomed him with a slight bow. He was lord of his own house, the House of Feles, and was also the best and most respected magician in the devil species. I am grateful for such a warm welcome, Lord Gremory. It honors meeting someone from your lineage after your parents passed away. Said he in a polite voice as he bowed back. So he knows. Zikram. Evidently, my little secret won't be secret for a long time. I thought in my head as I gestured for him to follow me together with Venelana. Now, I will be taking to this expedition altogether 13 legions, which are 6 million soldiers and 2 of my generals who are on ultimate class. I, unfortunately, don't have proper battle magic-oriented legions, so that responsibility for long-distance attacks would mainly fall on you, Lord Feles, and me. I said to him. That is acceptable. I will instruct my apprentices to start building the portal slowly. It will be done within the upcoming days, as it requires many resources and experienced magicians to open. I heard from Lord Zikram that your lordship is well versed in magic to the point of creating a wholly new magic system. If possible, may you show me the results of your research. I will also show you something of my own creation in exchange. Said Mephistopheles to me, to which I smiled widely. This was something I had waited for. Of course, it would be my pleasure to discuss magic with the genius of our race, Lord Feles. I said happily, but then I saw bored Venelana. But before that, I need to spend some time with my fiancée, naturally, you understand. I said hurriedly, as I knew if I started the academic discussion now, we would be discussing magic for several days straight, and Venelana would be unhappy. She would not say anything, but I knew she would be disappointed. Obviously, I understand, I also have some obligations that I need to fulfill so that we will meet in the evening. Asked me, to which I nodded my head in agreement. Thank you, said Venelana quietly to me, to which I smiled a little. Grandfather, send you his regards. Where is he? Now he is meeting with werewolf tribes. While they are much weaker than Bloodkin, they also have 2 or 3 combatants powerful enough to cause damage to Church. Apparently, after your discussion with him, he is hellbent on the destruction of Church, said Venelana. That destruction of the Church won't be entirely possible, but we can destroy its influence in other parts of Europe. It is far deeply rooted in Italy, but from Britannia, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, it could still be purged with fire and blood, I said with a feral grin. Italy and Central Europe lost the case. Heaven would protect it at all costs, but other areas had some pantheons that were hiding in fear from Yahweh and his archangels, but that would soon end. Chapter 48, Opening the Portal. I will depart for the Asgard and Takagahamara after the conquest of the Yester plane is done, I said to Venelana as we then started talking about various mischievous things. Your new look is pretty good, more handsome than before, said Venelana during our conversation as a reaction to my new upgraded looks. After several hours I have been accompanying her in tea and snacks, I went to Mephistopheles to discuss magic. Progress on constructing the planar or astral gate was going steadily. It was decided that the portal would be constructed away from Castle Furig in the militarized zone. This entire area where the portal was located was guarded by several magic towers, creating enormous defensive and offensive formations to protect the gate and protect everything from the gate. Getting help from Mephistopheles would greatly help in propagating my new magic system and, more importantly, creating new spells. I have created only several spells, as I wasn't bothered creating countless spells, as there are those who will do it in my stead. Lord Lucifer. Lord Feles, so Zikram is very interested in announcing my heritage to the entire world as it seems, I said while greeting him back. Though with my new appearance, he didn't have to do much, as I would be suspected by most, as silver hair is a trademark of the Lucifer and Lucifuge blood, though, with my dark light, it is clear as night sky. Indeed, you are an anomaly, my lord. For Lord Zikram, or even for Lord Lucifer. In the long term, keeping your heritage hidden may cause you more damage than profit. As ultimate class devil, I can predict that you won't stay as ultimate class long time, right? Said Mephisto as he looked at me. For whatever you wish to do, you need to bring the maximum from your bloodline, from the fame of the name Lucifer. Devils respect it, at the most innate level, as the original is the creator. Said to me Mephisto. We will see at a later date, after the conquest of the Yestera. When will the portal be ready? I asked the important question of this day. 1 day, 2 days maximally. Planar travel is pretty complicated, and one mistake could result in us connecting to an entirely different plane within the dimensional gap, or we would get lost in the dimensional gap and die subsequently. It needs patience and resources. Fortunately, we have enough of both, right? Mephisto said that with a small laugh at the end. You have scouted the Yestera plane, right? I asked him. No, that was work of Lord Zikram, but he didn't give me anything, so we will need to do it after we enter the Yestera plane, but the civilization there is weak, some human barbarians, and mainly goblinoid species and some monster species. Said he in a sorry voice, as it was also additional work for him as a main leading magician of the expedition. Damned, old man. Rather, for now, come and look at the fruits of my research, I exclaimed happily as we started comparing notes about magic. I showed him my tier magic system with a brief explanation of how it worked. Then Mephisto tried it, and thanks to his exquisite knowledge of devil magic, human magic, and several types of runes, he was able to replicate the results. How did you solve the spellcasting stability? All rune types I am using, be it Asir, hieroglyphs, or Shinto, are resulting in a great deal of incompatibility. You must find a suitable runic language perfectly compatible with devil magic, right? He said as he observed the spell he cast. As expected of someone of your abilities when it came to magic. Yes, Zikram provided me with entirely new runic magic, which is absolutely perfect for the usage with devil magic. Innate affinity compatibility is 100%. I said to him. Afterward, we spent talking about magic till the next day, as we worked together on the tier magic system. As Mephisto said, it was more suitable for devils than their innate magic due to the lack of firepower of devil magic. After another day that was spent by me either accompanying Venelana or researching magic with Mephistopheles, the outline of the planar gate was finally constructed by arcane mechanical automatons and apprentices of Mephistopheles. Now it was time to activate the planar gate by casting the correct spell that would activate the entire runic formation that was engraved there, and the gate would be open. Then my armies could march and conquer. Search and destroy. I was standing on the balcony of the Furig, together with me was Venelana, and behind us were standing 2 of my generals, General Amike and General Borkzagan. All of us were in our armors, and down below, all around the Furig, hundreds of thousands of devil soldiers were lined up in nice and clear formations, waiting for orders. Suddenly, Mephisto started chanting the incarnation for the spell, and the entire runic matrix started glowing as an enormous amount of ambient magic was being drawn to the spell formation, and a dimensional portal was being formed around the planar gate in the same kaleidoscopic color as was the dimensional gap. Send in scouts. I commanded sternly after seeing the planar gate was connected to the Yester plane. Fortunately, it took only 20 minutes until the scouts returned with the good news that the planar gate materialized on the abandoned area that looked like some kind of wasteland there. After hearing the report, I grabbed the Rosenkreuz and swung it at the planar gate. March. To battle. To conquest. For the glory of devil race. I shouted to my soldiers as 6 million devils started marching to the gate after General Amike and General Borkzagen went ahead of them to guard the gate. Come on, my dear, death and destruction await us. I said to Venelana, who nodded happily and followed after me. Chapter 49, Yester Plain. On the other side, where the portal opened, it was a wasteland. There were only dead trees, dead plants, and similar things. Not even an insect was living here. Tens of thousands of devil soldiers were swarming the area like swarms of ants and started guarding the area. After soldiers came through the gate, thousands of arcane mechanical automatons swarmed through the portal and started digging into the ground. What are your spiders doing, Zeo? Asked me Venelana as we walked through the portal. They are building a fortress around the portal. Then they would move on to the pentarunic magic tower formation, which would be built inside the fortress, and the octarunic magic tower formation, which would be built around the entire area where the fortress would be located. We need this place to be protected best to our capabilities in case this fortress is attacked. I answered her back. Now the most important thing was to build fortifications around the portal and defensive formations in case of attack. If this portal is destroyed, we are all fucked up very well. As to build a new one, we would need to search the whole plane for suitable resources. If an enemy has the power to destroy the portal, he would be far stronger than my army. So, in short, portal destroyed equals fucked up. General Borkzagen goes and secures the perimeter of 20 kilometers, kills everything, and if possible, captures some intelligent lifeforms in the plane. I gave an order as General Bork bowed slightly. General Amike, organize soldiers to help arcane mechanical automatons in building the fortifications. We need them to be built as soon as possible. He also bowed and left to help to build fortifications. Lord Felis, if you mind, together with your apprentices, scan the area and start laying protective spell formations. Then join General Amike and arcane mechanical automatons to help to build the fortifications. I gave one order after another after just Venelana stayed with me. We sat together as I conjured 2 chairs and a tea table and started brewing tea. As proper lord and commander of this expedition, I enjoyed the view while waiting for tea. So, how long do you think this conquest will take? Asked me Venelana as we were sitting down and observed everything below us, as the soldiers and arcane mechanical automatons were working hard to build fortifications and everything around it. Depends on the strength of natives. Preferably less than 1 year. If the natives here are stronger than initially thought, then it would take even more. From what your grandfather told, the peak of this plane should be only ultimate class, something we can deal with. I explained while finishing the brewing process of tea. And what if they are above? Asked me Venelana curiously. If there was something on Satan class, then we are in deep problems. Then I will call help. Though I believe it won't be necessary. I said slowly, to which Venelana nodded. We continued drinking tea until soon enough was dark, and each of us went to sleep in our tents that were constructed. A day later, I met with Lord Felis, General Amike, and General Borkzagen. Even Venelana was here though she looked pretty bored as we were discussing military things. The fortress around the portal and pentarunic magic tower formation would be constructed maximally within 1 week. Afterward, we could start the march. Said General Amike his report. Lord Felis, when can you cast a large-scale magical scan? I asked while looking at Lord Mephisto Felis. Preparations are done, now we just need to wait until the pentarunic magic tower formation and octarunic magic tower formation. Then we would be able to scan the entire plane, as this world is not that big. Probably only 50% of Draconic Dais, not counting all planes connected and tied to the Draconic Dais. This was probably the best course of things to scan the entire plane in one go. Casting large-scale scanning scans was troublesome. Casting such spells would require probably experienced Apocalypse class to scan the entire plane. For Mephisto to cast such a spell even with the help of pentarunic magic tower formation and octarunic magic tower formation was a good feat also. It will save a lot of time. We would have a detailed map of this entire plane with one spell, with all notable locations and even settlements. Or at least what is on the surface. In regard to an underground world, if this plane has something like that, we would need to do it by ourselves. Very well, then we will wait for 1 week until pentarunic magic tower formation and octarunic magic tower formation are constructed, and then we will start. Generals, how are my legions? I asked as I looked at General Amike and General Borkzagen. Half of them is working together with arcane mechanical automatons on the building process, while half guards the area. They change their roles each day," replied General Amike. "Morale is high, and soldiers are eager to fight," replied General Bork-Zagan. "Have we encountered some monsters or other species?" I ask. "Not many, only a few hundreds of monsters, strongest being only at the commander-level monster. They were soon turned into rations, besides that, nothing," stated General Bork-Zagan. "Good, but be on guard if general-level monster shows up. Start searching through this entire area we have termed as Wasteland and kill everything. After Pentarunic Magic Tower Formation and Octarunic Magic Tower Formation are completed, and we have a complete skin of the Yester Plain, we will start the march." I gave out my orders as both General Bork and General Amike bowed slightly and left the tent. "Lord Mephisto, you and I will go and help to construct magical defenses over the place." He just nodded before my eyes looked at Venelana. "Venelana, you will protect the home fort," I said to her. General Amike was tasked with protecting the outer perimeter, General Bork was in charge of the search, while Mephisto and I were doing magical defense. So Venelana, as the last ultimate class, was tasked with the defense of the portal. Chapter 50, We March. 1. 1 week later. After 1 week, I arrived with my legions in the wastelands of the Yester Plain. The entire place had changed tremendously. The first thing to notice was probably the entire place had been turned into one massive military outpost. Around the portal, the majestic Gothic-looking fortress was built by arcane mechanical automatons, and my soldiers combined effort while incorporating their Pentarunic Magic Tower Formation created from 5 magic towers, which were part of the fortress. Several miles away, one could see 8 magic tower that was creating the Octarunic Magic Tower Formation. Below these wonderful structures, thousands upon thousands of soldiers were swarming as they patrolled the area or trained. "So, how are the results of the magic skin, Lord Felis?" I asked Lord Mephistopheles as we were in the war room that was located on the top of the fortress. "Of course, Lord Lucifer," he said lightly, calling me only by the name Lucifer. He then conjured a map of the entire Yester Plain. This entire plain has landmass around 50% of Earth Plain. It has 1 continent and 2 subcontinents, which are not too far from the main continent. This continent we are located in, we have named Eur. Another subcontinent we named Ire, and the main continent is addressed just as main continent. "Now to the Eur subcontinent," explained Mephistopheles as he conjured the image of the Eur subcontinent. "Now, we are located at the southern edge of the subcontinent. Only a few miles south of our position is the sea. Our only way to expand is to conquer the entire southern area, which is inhabited by 3 human barbarian tribes, and several small monster nests or human settlements," pointed Lord Mephistopheles to the most southern point of the image. "What about the 3 tribes?" asked General Bork-Zagan. "Not too much of a problem. They are very weak, with only 2 ultimate-class barbarians among them. While they may have ultimate-class physique, with tier magic, killing them should not be a problem as I already tested the magic resistance of these barbarians, and it is weaker than expected. Other magic systems, as Aesir, should do the same work. Population-wise, they have around 1 million population altogether, while combat-wise, approximately half of them is able to fight, but they are weak," explained Lord Mephisto. "General Amike, General Bork, Venelana, each of you will take 3 legions and 20 antimatter magicule cannon batteries and annihilate all those tribes. Leave none alive, use corpses to lure monsters there so that we can annihilate them in 1 scoop later," I commanded in a firm voice. During the last few days, final adjustments to the antimatter magicule cannon batteries were finished, and I already ordered manufacturing them. As the portal was constantly being opened, I could have a stable flow of crucial resources or reinforcements from home. Yesterday, antimatter magicule cannon batteries arrived. They looked like I remember them with their futuristic design. 40 of them were immediately mounted on the Fortress Gremory, which was actually the official name of the fortress, leaving me with 60 antimatter magicule cannon batteries that could be used in the field. Each of them had firepower comparable to tactical tier spell, meaning destruction from town to city level. In this conquest, it is annihilation. I don't need survivors, especially no some human barbarians or goblinoids. I need an entire plane to be empty, as I plan to mine even core. Mining the plane's core wasn't something heard of in the Draconic Deus as it would lead to the plane's destruction. Still, in my previous life, the Solar Federation was mining cores of stars or planets rather often as they were massive sources of energy that could be used in creating special weaponry or devices. The entire southern area was controlled by these human tribes, who were barely able to survive raids of the goblinoid tribes from the north, but thanks to the territory advantage, especially the valley that was the only available route from north to south, human barbarians were able barely to survive their aggressive and brutal attacks. Soon after, Generals Amike and Bork-Zagan bowed and left the war room to go and organize legions, while Venelana still remained there. I know, Vina, that to you, it may sound to slaughter everyone from infants to old people, but alas, this is how wider works. Those with bigger fist rules, and now we are ones with the bigger fist, and to keep this advantage, we need to do everything in our power. Even if it means committing atrocities on weaker and innocent. I said to her in a cold voice. I personally didn't care even if billions or trillions of innocents die, for me, they were just numbers, I would gladly kill even for the life of a single devil. This was probably when I finally realized that even with my memories, I was now devil through and through. In my past, during the Stellar Exodus, similar scenarios were common. Races were being slaughtered and annihilated by Solar Federation for the greater good of humanity if they were deemed a threat after the militarization of the Federation. I went to Venelana and kissed her gently on her forehead. You don't need to have mercy with anything that isn't our ally. Remember that, well, they are either with us or against us, nothing else and nothing more. Those who stand with us or serve us shall be rewarded, those who stand neutral need to make a choice where to stand, and those who stand against us shall be annihilated to the last person. I said gently as she nodded her head and departed as well, while Mephistopheles gave me a weird look. You have more in yourself from Satan Lucifer and First Gremory than you can imagine. Said he silently before he left the room. Possibly yes, probably. Chapter 51, We March. 2. From a distance, one could see three big armies numbering hundreds of thousands, followed by heavy artillery in the form of futuristic-looking antimatter magicule cannon batteries. Each of these armies had its own direction, as each of them was aiming at different. One was going to the south, another to the southeast, and the last one was going to the southwest. Each one of the targets of these armies was located where one of three major barbarian tribes in the southern area of the Ur subcontinent was located, and soon enough would be annihilated. Sometime later, southeast of the southern area of the Ur continent, human barbarian tribe, codename A. High Command of the Conquest Expedition named three local human barbarian tribes as Tribe A, Tribe B, and Tribe C. Not every creative name, but why should one be creative for something that would soon be turned into a sea of blood and corpses? General, we are nearing Tribe A, your orders. Said Lieutenant General Amike to him as they were nearing the main city of Tribe A after they slaughtered several smaller settlements. Surround the city and use antimatter magicule cannon batteries until the city is destroyed. These primitives are of no challenge. Ultimate class ones are only in Tribe B and Tribe C so that we could go with an artillery bombardment solely. Said General Amike with an uncaring voice, as he preferred to sleep rather than deal with these primitive humans, who were not any kind of challenge. Though he was glad, his colleague Bork Zagan and Lady Venelana Bale got tribes that were ultimate class barbarians, meaning they would need to fight personally. Concerning Zagan, he was a bit battle maniac, and Lady Venelana was Bale, so it won't be a problem. Yes, General. Saluted Lieutenant him as he went to organize artillery troops. Shortly after that, 3 legions of devils, numbering 600,000, surrounded the entire city, and antimatter magicule cannon batteries were strategically placed around the city and started firing. When the first salvo fell, the city walls were blasted straight into oblivion as if they never existed. The combination of antimatter and magicule particles proved to be especially destructive. And these were cannons that were firing at their lowest power, as they were just testing them. Good, now put it to max power and annihilate it. Said General Amike with a satisfied smile. Around the same time, south of the southern area of the Ur continent, human barbarian tribe, codename B. 3 legions led by General Bork Zagan were nearing their target, which was human barbarian tribe B, located at the south of the fortress Gremory, where the portal opened. General Bork Zagan stood proudly on his griffin, who served as his mount and looked around, searching for signs of enemies. Similar to legions led by General Amike, they too encountered some smaller settlements that were exterminated to the last child. Suddenly, he saw the city and a large number of enemies marching in their direction. Excellent, this will save us time. Prepare antimatter magicule cannon batteries and start firing in their direction. When they are close enough, stop bombardment and engage in combat. I will go and kill their commander. Commanded General Bork Zagan as he jumped off from his griffin and this time used his own wings to fly, searching for enemy ultimate class being. As he flew, he heard and saw antimatter magicule cannon batteries as they were firing at the incoming barbarians, taking hundreds of lives with each shot, until they got close enough to legions, only the artillery quieted down. Oh, here you are. Said General Bork, as he saw the biggest barbarian that looked different from the rest, as he wore more ornamental armor than the rest and radiated more power. As he descended down, he heard something that was the ultimate class barbarian shouting in a language he didn't recognize. While devils had omnilinguistic ability, it wasn't for all languages, but only those existing and being used in Draconic Deus. He then waved his hand, summoning several huge shadows, which were actually golems, created through the clan trait of Zagan, fleshcraft. It allowed him to use biological matter to craft golems or something similar. The stronger the base material, the stronger the final creation. He ordered his flesh golems to attack the ultimate class barbarians as he continued supporting them with his magical attack from a long distance. Around the same time, southwest of the southern area of the Ewer continent, human barbarian tribe, codename C. Venelana led the last 3 legions to destroy the barbarian tribe C in the southwest of the southern area of the Ewer continent. Contrary to the 2 generals, Venelana left commanding completely to her adjutant, as she wasn't suited for all this senseless slaughter that was happening. She could understand the inevitability of it, but she didn't enjoy taking innocent lives. Something her fiancé admired a little bit, as foolish as it was. One could say that the annihilation of the entire civilization was the core of the planar conquest. As they were progressing in the march, they soon found the barbarian tribe C, where the last ultimate class barbarian was located. "You can do whatever you want. I am taking care of the leader," said she to her adjutant, as she spread her wings and flew high in the air, as crimson dark power of destruction circulated around her, creating countless star-like orbs around her, as they started falling down on the city, mainly at the place that leader was, obliterating everything from the realm of existence. In the aftermath of the battles, Fortress Gremory, Top Tower. "My lord, we have received reports from Lady Venelana, General Zagan, and General Amike," stated the servant that came just now. "And?" I asked without even looking at him and continuing to read my grimoire. "Excellent. All 3 human barbarian tribes were completely annihilated without leaving a single soul alive. Now, the entire southern area from Wastelands till the Skull Valley Pass belongs to your lordship." Chapter 52, Never Stopping War, 1. One day later, Skull Valley Pass. The Skull Valley Pass was a place that divided the entire Ewer subcontinent into 2 parts. Smaller southern area and larger northern area. While human barbarian tribes inhabited the southern area, the northern area was mainly inhabited by various goblinoid species that were extremely populous. Each year, they attempted to enter the southern area through the Skull Valley Pass, but they couldn't pass through the valley and were always repelled due to territorial disadvantage. Thanks to that, Skull Valley Pass was immediately secured by Devil Legions, who went directly there after the destruction of tribes A, B, and C. It was a strategic location that needed to be secured as soon as possible. Currently, it was guarded by 9 legions, which were worth 1,800,000 soldiers, and 60 antimatter magicule cannon batteries that were stationed in various positions with good angles so they could be used to their maximum potential. General Amike, General Borkzagan, and Lady Venelana were in the war tent, which served as the temporary command center. All 3 of them weren't looking exactly happy as they listened to the report of the scouts. "This isn't good, though the question is, how they found out about it?" asked General Amike. "They probably have ultimate-class shamans or warlocks, but now that isn't important. Right now, more than 6 million large hordes of goblinoid tribes are going here. That is a problem. This is bad. We need to prepare for the defensive. We are severely outnumbered, and the enemy has even a few general-level monsters," commented the situation General Borkzagan. "As long as we properly block the valley, with antimatter magicule cannon batteries, which could deal them a great deal of damage. Our main point should be using defense to lower their number and kill their commanders and beings on the ultimate class. Then the horde won't be much of a problem. The real problem would be taking care of general-level goblinoids," stated Venelana calmly as both of the generals looked at her, mildly surprised hearing her tactics, but nodded in agreement. "The horde will arrive 1 hour later, while our reinforcements will take at least 3 hours from the Fortress Gremory. Probably Lord himself will arrive with reinforcements, taking 3 legions with him, leaving only 1 legion at the fortress guarding the portal. Right now, as the southern area is clean, our concern is Skull Valley Pass," said General Borkzagan after. "Then send a message to Zeo to arrive as soon as possible. Until that, we will play defensive," said Venelana as she went out of the room. She took the role of unofficial commander because of her status as fiancée of their lord. She held the last word, and both generals were aware that she herself was no pushover. In terms of destructive power, Venelana may be weaker in class as she was newly advanced ultimate class, but she was in a higher league in terms of combat prowess. "My lord, a horde of more than 6 million goblinoid species is advancing with tremendous speed at the Skull Valley Pass. Apparently, tribal chieftains of largest tribes were defeated by someone that unified north and started advancing to the south, concurrently, as we were conquering human barbarians. I heard a report from one of my servants as I was reading the grimoire in the library while conversing with the architect from time to time." "Interesting. How many beings on ultimate class are there?" I ask. "Around 7, my lord. One of them is even Eldritch Giant that appears to be the leader of the horde. What is weird, the detection spell found signs of divinity on the Eldritch Giant," said the servant as my eyes sharpened. "Send a message to 3 legion commanders to prepare for the march. We will go with the fastest speed combined with large-scale teleportation. Within 3 hours, we should arrive at the Skull Valley Pass," I commanded as the servant bowed slightly and ran off to carry my orders. Divinity, so this plane is already starting giving birth to the god slots. Damn, this is getting problematic. We need to act fast. When the plane developed to a certain level, it started creating god slots. God slots were limited on how many gods the plane could hold. Higher-leveled plane, a higher number of gods. Newly birthed planes usually didn't develop god slots, not until several hundreds of thousands of years have passed till the birth of the plane. Based on records that Aesir and kindreds brought in, astral boundary was a classification of planes. Planes were graded from grade 9 to grade 1 based on how strong entities planes could bear. Of course, this applied only to the astral boundary and not other universes, the other realms of existence, where were different universal laws. For example, Draconic Deus was grade 5 plane according to the planar classification of astral boundary realm of existence. Meaning that the grade 5 plane could hold maximally apocalypse-class beings and around 5,000 gods. However, that could be bypassed by creating dimensional worlds by combining the divine kingdoms of gods to create something like a super-divine kingdom. It works like this. A pantheon of gods that ascended in some plane want to bypass this, so they all fuse their divine kingdoms to create a pantheon's dimensional world. From that moment, their existences as gods are tied to that pantheon's dimensional world, which is a collection of countless divine king OMDs and other special materials, and god slots are then freed. Though the danger of this is that, after this transiting, from plain god slot to pantheon's dimensional world, God would be weakened drastically, for a long time, unless he used special means to hasten recovery. Of course, the disadvantage of this is when the world is low on population, larger number of gods will result in that all gods would be weaker. As they would be forced to fight for worshippers, so gods usually won't artificially increase the number of gods. Chapter 53, Never Stopping War, 2. This method was employed only in planes where there was an overwhelmingly high population or was ruled by a single pantheon, as the existence of pantheon's dimensional world was a great defensive means. Or the gods were preparing for an invasion. Now Yester plane showed signs of gods, so this world should already be a proper grade 8 plane, where the limit of gods should be 10. Meanwhile, at the Skull Valley Pass. They are coming, said General Amike as he looked at the incoming horde of millions. Leading them was a huge figure. It was an eldritch giant, had skin tinged with faint purple and light-colored hair. It had gray-colored eyes. The giant was 9 meters tall and looked fierce. He was armored in spiked armor, wielding one huge double-edged axe and broadsword. It also had various arcane tattoos on its body. Eldritch giant, damn, this is problematic, muttered Venelana quietly. Venelana was aware of this species. Especially those on general level and higher were fearsome existence. Eldritch giants was a race that had innately fearsome physical strength and high magic resistance. Additionally, upon reaching general level, their innate magic allowed them to dispel magic on the same level or weaker, which made them a nightmare opponent for any magician. Who will fight that eldritch giant? Asked General Amike. I will go. Although he has innate magic to dispel magic, my power of destruction would be most effective against its defensive abilities, said Venelana with a hint of uncertainty. While General Bork would be a better choice with his clan trait, he was needed at another place. He needed to command soldiers, so only Venelana remained. While General Amike was also a choice, it was not a good one. What about the rest of the general level ones? Asked Venelana. From Fort Gremory, we got information that 7 of them should be in this horde, responded General Amike. I will send 2 of my flesh golems to take care of 2 of them. I just finished making them from ultimate class human barbarians, said General Bork Zagan. Minus giant and these 2, there leaves 4 general level enemies. How will we deal with them? If left unchecked, they could decimate a large number of our army. We concentrate the power of antimatter magicule cannon batteries and try to assassinate them, and then maybe use the magical formation to trap them in one place. That could work, hopefully. Then everyone goes to your positions. Soon enough, the entire Skull Valley Pass was on the highest grade military alert. 2 generals along the Venelana were standing on the top of one watchtower. Everyone was waiting for the incoming horde. I sense only 5 energy signatures on the ultimate class, meaning 2 of those aren't here, but magicals can clearly sense them. Either they departed to somewhere else, or they are planning something, said General Bork Zagan. If they are scheming something, it may be problematic. Send message to the Fort Gremory to keep detection magic from magic tower formations activated. Having 2 general level enemies hiding in the shadow was a problematic thing. Fortunately, magical detection from magic tower formations could find them and send a magical message to Skull Valley Pass. Start charging antimatter magicule cannon batteries and attack 2 of general level enemies. Target 2 orc chieftains, commanded General Bork Zagan, as all 60 antimatter magicule cannon batteries were being charged to maximum and aimed at their targets. 30 antimatter magicule cannon batteries at each one. Hopefully, it will be enough to kill general level being that has physique on ultimate class. Fire! Shouted General as all 60 antimatter magicule cannon batteries fired, aiming at the 2 general level orc chieftains. As they hit their targets, a huge explosion happened and took tens of thousands of goblins, orcs, bugbears, hobgoblins, and other creatures that were marching. As the dust settled down, it showed half-destroyed corpses of the 2 general level monsters. good. Now rise the defensive magic formation and after 5 minutes, take it down and start firing antimatter magicule cannon batteries once again. As antimatter magicule cannon batteries were being used to their maximum power output, they needed some time to cool down. Fortunately, it was only 5 minutes until they could fire once again. After 5 minutes, antimatter magicule cannon batteries started firing again, taking thousands of goblinoids' lives with each shot of each antimatter magicule cannon battery. Still, it was a slight loss regarding such a massive horde, but alas, it was still a loss. When they were close enough, Venelana spread her wings and flew directly at the Eldritch Giant that was leading the horde, and shot at him with several orbs created from the power of destruction as Eldritch Giant swung his humongous weapons defending against them. The arcane resistance of the Eldritch Giant was showing its full might as he defended against the majority of the power of destruction effects. After being hit by several orbs of power of destruction, he suffered only minor injuries. Damn, with this, it will take a long time before I will take down the giant, muttered Venelana as she kept flying around the Eldritch Giant, dodging his attack with his huge sword and axe. Meanwhile, she was dueling the Eldritch Giant. An army of goblinoids started attacking the fortress walls, only to be attacked by soldiers that were throwing random spells at the goblinoids. Soon on Earth, bodies of devils and goblinoid species were gathering as blood started flowing. After half an hour, General Borkzagan has released 2 of his flesh golems, crafted from corpses of general-level barbarians. After he released those 2 flesh golems, it attracted the attention of 2 general-level entities, 2 orc shamans that were commanding the goblinoid army, which left space to General Amike, who then flew into the middle of goblinoid and released his full power and started slaughtering them like cabbage. Most of these creatures were only of minion level and warrior level, which was the same as low class and middle class. Chapter 54, Never Stopping War, 3. Now all general-level monsters were being occupied. The primary fight was between the 2 sides' soldiers. Slowly, corpses of goblinoids were gathering faster than devils, thanks to devils being individually stronger and geared in the best armor. Fortunately, they didn't manage to breach the even first defensive wall. Alas, slowly, they would, with wave tactics, destroy several defense layers. One has to admit that the goblinoids were fighting with ferocity, not seen in devils or many races. Especially the more aggressive species like orcs and bugbears were comparable to the Asgardian berserkers in terms of ferocity and brutality. Their physical prowess was also superior to that of most devils, even if they were of the same class. Restart the antimatter magicule cannon batteries and start focusing the fire on the back lines of the horde, commanded General Borkzagan as he looked around and ordered to use antimatter magicule cannon batteries once again, as currently, due to close combat engagement, they stopped firing them. But due to possible wave attacks, General Bork wanted to prevent it. General, we have detected those 2 missing general-level monsters, reported General's adjutant. Damn, how far are reinforcements? Asked General Borkzagan. Probably 1 or 2 teleportations, reported adjutant. I will personally take one of them. Amike will also take one of them, perhaps, said General Bork as he spread his wings and went to fight. When he flew high in the air, 2 general-level monsters appeared. They were orc shamans who were proficient in some kind of elemental magic or spirit magic or whatever. One of those orc shamans went directly at General Borkzagan and started casting spells at him, which he dodged relatively easily. Another orc shaman went to attack Venelana, that was fighting the Eldritch Giant, and attacked her with his spells. Damned creature! Shouted Venelana in anger as she dodged attacks from Eldritch Giant, and at the same time, she fired orbs created from power of destruction at the orc shaman that controlled several nearest bugbears to use them as a wall. Suddenly, as they were all fighting, a portal opened high above, and a man in dark armor appeared with his long crimson, silver hair reaching his back as he gripped the scythe in his right hand. MCPOV. As I appeared high on the battlefield, I looked at what had happened below me. Fortunately, as I observed the situation, my forces were steadily holding their ground, if not having an advantage in the fight. Then I started casting the spell of strategic tier called Hellflame. It was based on the clan trait of Phoenix House, though it didn't have its properties, its darkness enlightenment was the only one it had. Soon enough, massive amounts of dark red flames were conjured as I voved my scythe that also acted as a mystic code, and the sea of flames was set free on hundreds of thousands of goblinoids below me. As I controlled the spell not to cause any kind of damage to my troops, tens of thousands of goblinoids were burned to ash, and even more, were injured by the terrifying heat radiated from the hell flame. It wasn't a strategic tier spell for nothing. Fortunately, my soldiers, thanks to their enchanted armor, were protected from the heat. Then I flew directly to Venelana and started firing dark light spears at the orc shaman that was barely dodging them, but after several seconds, his speed slowed down, and my attacks were already injuring him. I spread my 8 pairs of devil wings and opened several dark light portals, from which chains of dark light flew out and coiled around the orc shaman like a snake until one of my dark light spears pierced his skull, killing him on the spot. I quickly stored the corpse of the orc shaman in my dimensional storage, as it would be a great source for my Devour clan trait, and flew to Venelana, who was fighting against the Eldritch Giant. Scan. I commanded Architect in my head. Level, General. Magical power, 250. Strength, 289. Agility, 60. Vitality, 236. I looked at the scan and was mildly surprised. This Eldritch Giant was pretty strong. In terms of physical state and energy reserves, it was far superior to Venelana or mine. The only downside was its speed, as it was rather slow, but it might be unquestioned in everything else. Compared to intellect or mastery over arts, it was as low as or even lower than the average soldier in Underworld. From what I saw, Venelana managed to injure it with her power of destruction, unfortunately, not enough to kill this creature. I was almost drooling when I thought about using Devour on the corpse of such a strong creature. The gains from it would be enormous. I looked at Venelana, who noticed my gaze and nodded, to which I started casting tens of spells, mainly those with high destructive capabilities, such as Dragon Lightning, Thunder Death Lightning of tactical tier or even combat tier, such as countless magic missiles were being created around me, as all of them shot at the Eldritch Giant. Unfortunately, for my spells, they weren't enough to break through the terrifying magical defense of Eldritch Giant, but that wasn't even my main aim. Thanks to my distractions, Venelana could condense a large amount of power of destruction in several orbs and attack Eldritch Giant when its defense was regeneration, causing him many injuries. I will try to immobilize it with chains of dark light while you will gather as much as possible of power of destruction to break the magical defense so that we could kill it. Eldritch Giants were a pain in the ass of any kind of magician. Their arcanic defense regenerated extremely fast and was very high. So I plan to use power of destruction as a catalyst to bring it down, and then I will finish it off with dark light spears. Hopefully, it will work. Chapter 55, Never Stopping War, 4. As we were flying around the Eldritch Giant, who was in anger trying to attack us in vain, it was apparent that the Eldritch Giant looked troubled and pretty pissed off. He couldn't defeat either of us, as we were pretty good at dodging his attacks, and we were also constantly restraining him so that he couldn't command the goblinoid horde around. I saw that the two flesh golems that were created from corpses of the ultimate class human barbarians were at a disadvantage against two general-level orc chieftains, but that was understandable, as they were just brainless zombies with colossal power. Fortunately, General Bork Zagan managed to kill the orc shaman in a relatively short time and started commanding his two flesh golems directly. At the same time, General Amike was wreaking havoc among the goblinoids, shooting spells here and there, massacring them like cabbage, making rivers of blood. What I didn't like was that my soldiers started dying faster. Something not pleasurable but inevitable. Most men and women never participated in the war, so this would at least steel them to a certain amount, but I saw that I had lost tens of thousands of soldiers, so that was enough. I created several dark light portals as Venelana got behind me and started concentrating power of destruction in 3 orbs. Suddenly, as the Eldritch Giant was closing, chains of dark light shot out, coiling around the Eldritch Giant like a snake, not allowing it to move an inch. The Eldritch Giant looked angry as he tried to break the chains to no avail. In turn, he was even being burned by the dark light chains. As he was struggling in the trap I cast on him, Venelana was done with her power of destruction orbs, and I started creating a highly compressed dark light spear with a large part of my reserves. It wasn't huge, rather small, only 2 meters long, but had a concentration of energy worth 80 units, which was a terrifying amount. As the orbs of power of destruction hit the Eldritch Giant, he screamed in pain as I saw how his skin and muscle tissues were dissolved. Apparently, the arcanic defense was broken for some time, giving me precious time. As I saw the Eldritch Giant wriggling in pain, as he screamed from the pain that his injuries were causing him, I released the dark light spear at him, which I even boosted with a lightning spell to give it even higher speed. The dark light spear shot with speed and ferocity like tribulation lightning as it aimed at the head of the Eldritch Giant, piercing his head in one go. After several seconds, when I was sure that the enemy was already dead, I released the chains of heaven, as I called the technique, dropping the corpse of the mighty Eldritch Giant on the ground. As the corpse hit the ground, deathly silence took over the battlefield. Remaining general-level goblinoids, 2 orc chieftains looked at each other before a silent nod. They started retreating as other goblinoids started screaming and then running away. Altogether 5 general-level powerhouses fell here, including the leader that was general-level Eldritch Giant, so as the horde lost its leaders, they did what they were best. Run. Run as hell. But I wasn't giving any chances. I looked at Venelana and General Amike, who stopped his onslaught and flew to my position as all of us flew to 2 general-level orc chieftains giving them pursuit. It would be best to kill them here, so they can't return back and reorganize their forces, giving resistance when conquering them. Meanwhile, with heightened morale, my legion started pursuing fleeing goblinoids, killing them with ease. Bodies of goblins, orcs, bugbears, and hobgoblins were accumulating in small hills with tremendous speed. After pursuing for several minutes, Venelana managed to kill one of the orc chieftains by blasting his head with power of destruction, while General Amike killed another one, as I restrained it with one of my chains. I must admit that they were pretty good at fleeing. Regarding what to do with 2 corpses, I left them to General Borkzagen, as they would be helpful and could create another 2 ultimate class flesh golems, boosting his power several times. The siege of the Skull Valley Pass was finished, and we had won. With the death of all those general-level powerhouses, practically the entire Ewar subcontinent would be under my rule within several days, at the slowest. Now the only thing was to clean the battlefield. I went and stored the corpse of the Eldritch Giant in my dimensional storage, as I wanted to use Devour on it. That one would significantly increase my power. Chapter 56, Aftermath. After the last of the Goblinoids were killed, we started slowly cleaning the battlefield. I ordered to collect all corpses on commander level, as they would serve as good food for my troublesome familiar. I didn't bother with lower-leveled corpses, as they would be of no use. For as fast as possible growth of my familiar, I needed corpses of the strongest beings. What was troublesome after it evolved to devouring thorny flower, which has a strength limit of general level, then it would be strengthened only of corpses of commander level and higher. From my limited understanding of that species, they needed an enormous amount of food to reach a higher level. Even from commander level's corpse, their progress would be slow. I had an idea that if their limit is set to, for example, commander level, then that level would act as base material, and lower-leveled ones won't be effective anymore or will be effective with the efficiency of 100 they were before. I need more data. I flew through the battlefield as I watched my soldiers and arcane mechanical automatons cleaning the battlefield, with General Amike and General Borkzagen giving instruction and overseeing the battlefield. "My lord," said both of them as they watched me come. "Order all soldiers to stop the cleaning works and go to rest. Tomorrow take all 11 legions and conquer the rest of the Ewar subcontinent, kill anything that breathes. I want to have a clean subcontinent," I ordered. Now was the best time to attack the rest of the subcontinent, as their leadership was crushed and dead. Also, most of the northern tribes of various species were drastically weakened, as they lost their numbers here. "Yes, my lord." "Also, what are our losses?" I asked as I looked at them. "Around 100,000 dead. For many soldiers, this was the first large-scale battle, my lord," answered General Zagan slowly, to which I grit my teeth. "More than I anticipated, but the remaining ones would be steeled with fire and blood," I said with frustration. Still, with such a numerical disadvantage, it was a good result. Not to mention Goblinoid tribes have more combat experiences than my soldiers, who were mostly freshly recruited to increase numbers. Fortunately, with the right training methods, and top-notch weapons and armor, losses were far less than they would be if not for my precautions. When we return from the conquest expedition, we will start the recruitment process once more and adjust military drills by tenfold," I said briefly as I watched both of them bow and then leave. I also instructed arcane mechanical automatons to finish the cleaning works, delivering the corpses of commander-level creatures to me. As I stored them in my dimensional storage, the rest was left to rot after arcane mechanical automatons extracted the magical power to recharge themselves. It was another function that the architect created based on my Devour clan trait. It allowed any kind of arcane mechanical automatons with the right runic matrix to extract magical power from the deceased foe, recharge itself, or store energy. Thanks to that, they could work faster and without needing short breaks for recharging with ambient magic. This would also boost the efficiency of the arcane mechanical automatons several times. Next days, my legions started marching through the Skull Valley Pass to conquer the rest of the Ewar subcontinent while I stayed here in the fortress and oversaw the cleaning process. Surprisingly, Venelana tagged along in case they encountered more ultimate-class beings. Fortunately, after 2 days, I got the message that half of the north already fell into our hands, as the legions marched and annihilated every village or town they found. With such speed, soon enough, the entire Ewar subcontinent, within exactly 5 days altogether, fell under my rule. In some corners, some goblinoids survived, but they were mercilessly hunted down as I ordered complete cleanup from any even but intelligent forms of life. Yester plane must be stripped clean, as an entire plane would be turned into mining type, and even core would be mined. After an additional week, I was creating some plans for basic fortifications of the subcontinent and a means to reach other lands of the Yester plane. All continents were divided by huge bodies of water, and from magic scans, there were some really nasty things living deep within the depths of the ocean. This was troublesome, but I left it be as now I am not prepared to deal with sea monsters. A teleportation array was the best option to bring my legions to other continents, but that could only be constructed if we were already there. So to safely cross the large distances, I ordered the arcane mechanical automatons first to replicate and build more arcane mechanical automatons. Afterward, they would start building the first void ships. For the first void ship to be built, I chose a cruiser type, more precisely lunar-class cruiser. Not to mention, each void ship of the Solar Federation has fearsome firepower. Now that I have the entire subcontinent at my disposal, that would be used as resources for my new weaponry, something not possible in the Underworld, as most resources went into factories to make supplies for war. Arcane mechanical automatons started mining works immediately, as they attacked all deposits, worked non-stop to mine countless ores, and started working on manufacturing more arcane mechanical automatons, and this process repeated and repeated. I even ordered soldiers to help with various tasks to boost the production rate. I wanted everything to be done maximally within 2 months of time. Chapter 57, Progress of Small Break. 2 months went by from the conquest of the complete subjugation of the Ewer subcontinent. Last 2 months, I have mainly spent surprisingly training and experimenting with magic. I finally trained with the specialized automaton to learn a scythe mastery more, as I sucked at the close combat pretty bad. I have also used Devour on the corpses of the Orc Shaman and Eldritch Giant. The Eldritch Giant gave me the biggest surprise. I increased my reserves a bit and, more importantly, helped my physique tremendously, as I was almost at the pinnacle of the high class in terms of physique. Currently, I was in Fortress Gremory, which became the command center for an entire expedition for the time being. I finished the last exercises with my scythe, as I spent some time practicing not to look so bad. While I preferred magic, as it was everything for me, it was good to be prepared for anti-magicians or begin with the ability to negate any energy types, which was troublesome. Thus close combat became more important. I had a great advantage in my physical strength, so it would be foolish not to use this advantage to the fullest and learn some weapon mastery. Architect Scan. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Energy, 183. Strength, 98. Agility, 96. Vitality, 90. Most of my increase went to my physical attributes, mainly because of using the Devour clan trait on the Eldritch Giant. On the one hand, it would be better to have increased energy reserves, but on the other hand, increasing physical state was far harder. I then went to the balcony of the Fortress Gremory to see what was happening down below me. 3 humongous void ships were being tended by tens of thousands of arcane mechanical automatons, as construction of the first void ships of my future fleet would be soon completed. My current number of arcane mechanical automatons shot up to the number of 750,000 within 2 months, which was a very nice number. I could finally start many construction projects and other things with such a number. Even a small plot of land in this newly birthed plane was far richer in resources than my own territory. Though that was understandable, most territories in the underworld belonging to the lords were already explored, and resources were found and mined. For resources, regenerate could take tens of thousands of years or with some extraordinary means, but that would be pointless talk. No wonder most of the factions that could do it will explore the dimensional gap and search for some weaker planes to conquer them and take their resources. With this trip alone, I have saved several years of worth of time. With a constant flow of resources into my factories, production of the arcane mechanical automatons went with tremendous speed. I even got to have 3 void ships constructed already. While each of them was of the only cruiser, it was still better than nothing. Though, even cruisers of solar federations have fearsome firepower. Main cannons, which were practically antimatter magicule cannon batteries of the higher model, had firepower comparable to ultimate class. As I looked at the works being done on the void ships in satisfaction, I was thinking about starting to construct combat-oriented arcane mechanical automatons of the Arachne type. While drones were useful in supportive and construction areas, they were not so suited for the battlefield, even with their combat prowess of low class, after I ordered to install a small magicule lasgun onto them. I already have several models that I will construct for combat-oriented automatons. The future lay in Void Fleet. During the Stellar Exodus and Age of Technology, the most powerful, if not all, of the Solar Federation came from the Void Fleets that we have constructed. While our land armies in terms of strength were inferior to Eldari Empire or Orc warbands and Orcish empires, in terms of naval fleet, we could hold our own against Eldari and even Orcs, if not for Orcs using numbers against us. In past decades Solar Federation was more and more militarized, something that I truthfully approved, as High Admiralty and Marshals poured more finances into the research of weapons and things for the military. Some things that weren't finished, like human enhancements and various transhuman projects, were still in the database of Architect. Many of the marshals of the Solar Federation wished to create transhuman warriors that would be able to slaughter in combat the Eldari Exarchs or Orcs, from ordinary boys to mighty war bosses. It is awe-inspiring how efficient and simultaneously terrifying your Arcano tech is, said Venelana as she stood behind me. Yes, indeed. The Arcano tech, I believe, is the future of the devil race. Look at it, at its wonders. With void ships able to traverse starts and conquer worlds, we could raise fortresses, castles, and cities within days with mechanical automatons. And when combat-orientated automatons are manufactured, the blood of enemies would baptize them as a terrifying army to face in battle. I said dramatically while imagining millions of mechanical automatons of various shapes and forms, orderly marching underneath thousands of void ships that were high above them to the battle, bringing down every foe and killing every enemy. Devils had a good predisposition to develop Arcano tech. We were an extremely magical species, meaning magical power, magicule particles were our root. We are also long-lived species and could easily learn through time, develop, and many others. Taken orcs, for example, they were primitive, even beyond that, barbaric and savage species. Even they used their weird technology that tech boys created. That was something I had learned from my past life. Orcs were a pain in the ass even with primitive weapons due to their fearsome physical strength, which I would say is around middle class for weaker ones, high class for stronger ones. But orcs, armed with advanced technology, were a nightmare for everyone that fought them. I remember that they were like the plague that destroyed everything in their path, and when they were armed, worlds and stars burned. Chapter 58, Preparations. We would have war council soon, so be so kind and stop admiring your metal machines that look creepy. Said Venelana from behind me. They are not creepy, their design is to maximize their potential in everything they are doing, that is why Arachne-type arcane mechanical automatons were created. I said that but Venelana didn't bulge even, and we went to the war council. We went through the halls of the Fortress Gremory, where Generals Zagan and Amike, together with Lord Mephistopheles, had already waited for our arrival. Gentlemen, we can start, I said as we entered the room. Of course, my lord. At first, the state of our army is well, and we have replenished the losses, so we are on a number of 3 million soldiers, ready to march on the Ire. General Bork Zagan reported that Lord Mephistopheles turned or holographic projection of the Ire. As we can see, the next target of the conquest would be the Ire subcontinent, leaving the mainland of Yester plain as the last one. We have sensed a large amount of Ulitme class beings on the mainland, so before we have manufactured enoch weaponry from Arcano Tech, it would be best to go there as last. Explained General Zagan with a short break as I nodded my head in approval. From magical scans, it seems, contrary to the Ire subcontinent, the entire Ire subcontinent is dominated by human tribes, more developed than barbarians than here, probably due to lack of a large number of various monster species or goblinoids as in Ire subcontinent. Continued General Zagan. About how many ultimate classes are we talking about? I asked while looking at General Zagan. More than 15, probably. Reported General. Soon, 3 lunar-class cruisers would be constructed with firepower that is able to kill ultimate-class being. With a specifically prepared ambush, we could kill a large amount of them, maybe even all, if we lure them to battle. I said. With the construction of 3 lunar-class cruisers, the first of my void ship fleets, I wasn't too worried about numerical disadvantage against more ultimate-class beings. With void ships and advanced antimatter magicule batteries, I could prepare some kind of ambush and dispose of even several ultimate-class beings in one sneak attack. And if I have more than 20 void ship, I could even let them get head-on. We will use void ships to cross over the sea and build teleportation array on the Ire subcontinent, and through the teleportation array, our army and together with Mechanical Legion will cross over. I plan to cross with void ships and their construct array to bring my legions. That is a good plan, Lord Lucifer. During my magical scans, I have found that within depths of the ocean, there are entities on the Satan class. Stated Lord Mephistopheles. This was something I had already predicted when we first came here. It was only a matter of time until I had enough power and military strength to conquer the sea inhabitants and mine the entire plain through and through. Sea exploration would be done much later, now, our focus is on continents. I said. My lord, how many soldiers could one cruiser transport? Asked me, General Zagan. If they are packed densely, then maximally 100,000. Altogether, all 3 of them could transport 1.5 of Legion, and in storage space, a probably unknown number of mechanical automatons, but probably even more. Answered shortly. Cruisers weren't suitable for the transportation of many troops, which was a role for battleships, dreadnought, flagships, or space fortresses. Then it is decided. Void ships will be finished in the upcoming days. Lord Mephisto, you would be coming on this expedition with us, as Fortress Gremory with all advanced Arcano Tech isn't in immediate danger for now. I ordered. With new additions to the defense of Fortress Gremory, the fort with all Arcano Tech, it could easily defend against the attack of many ultimate class beings. Mainly thanks to new models of antimatter magicule batteries that were also used in the lunar-class cruisers were mounted onto walls and towers of the Fortress Gremory. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Of course, Lord Lucifer. Responded 2 generals and Lord Mephistopheles together as they left the room, and I was left alone with Venelana. So what do you think, Vina? In the future, this would be our lifeblood. I said to her as I sat down on the sofa. It is too bloody but probably necessary. From 2 months, you have obtained resources worth several years of production in the Underworld. Said Venelana slowly as she came to me and sat on my lap, and hugged me. My heart beat very fast as I felt her soft body touching mine. This was really something new to me. I felt uneasy but also comfortable for some reason. This is just a biological reaction of you meatbags have, or in other words, you want to mate with this woman, so mate with her. Said the voice of Architect in my head. Crappy machine. I cursed in my head. After several seconds, I hugged Venelana with my hands and held her close to me as her head rested on my chest. It was apparent that even though she was masking it perfectly, she didn't like the environment here. This was a military expedition with a minimum amount of luxuries or other necessities for nobles. Personally, I was not too fond of it, so I didn't take anything that wasn't really needed for expeditions or battles. Thank you for your help, I said quietly to her. In truth, I was thrilled that she came. It didn't seem like that, but she was a great help. Chapter 59, First Flight. The next day, I was standing in the command center of one of 3 lunar-class cruisers. I was sitting on the throne that was installed in the middle of the room while General Zagan and Venelana were sitting beside me, as my ship was in the lead of the other 2. Finally, after a long time, I was once again sitting in the Void Ship. The entire Void Ship was controlled by simple AI created and controlled by Architect. During my time in the Solar Federation, I designed many of them, especially for battle. This was the advantage of advanced artificial intelligence technology. In Solar Federation, all fleets were solely controlled by AI while captains of ships, or other Navy officials, were only making final decisions, where to shoot, if shoot, where to fly, and other things. In other things, AI was more precise than the human factor. We were passing through the ocean current, and we would be for several hours. How much time until we reach the Ire, Zeo? Asked me, bored Venelana as she was sitting there and looking bored as hell. Even I was a bit. Of course, I could read some magic tome, but due to sitting here with General Zagan and Venelana that would be considered as rude to them. One was my fiancé, and the other was my most loyal vassal. 3 or 4 hours, we are flying at the lowest speed, not to waste much energy, as we need it for weaponry, and also, the entire ocean is full of many strong monsters and sea beasts, we don't need to attract attention. I answered her. Deep within the depths of the ocean, there were many strong entities. I set the speed of the void ships to its lowest for the reason of the lowest consumption. In turn, my ships won't be attracting the attention of more energy-sensitive monsters and creatures that would be otherwise tempted to attack my transport. I see, that is indeed a wise move, my lord, said General Zagan from my side. After arriving at the Ire, we would be landing in the west of the subcontinent. Apparently, in near there is a strong tribe of humans that would be needed to deal with, so I will be putting in test my new artillery of antimatter magicule batteries. I explained. The problematic thing was, near my landing place, where I planned to construct a teleportation array, was some tribe of humans, liked by Ultimate-class Chieftain, so my new void ships would have their first test. Why not fly and land north or south of Ire? Asked Venelana. It was no good option, my lady. You see, while these 3 void ships may appear strong, if we are unlucky and encounter some powerful sea beast, we could be easily attacked by the sea. North coast and south coast are much distant, so we would need to spend more time flying. Answered her General Zagan. The sea beasts truly terrified me. When Lord Mephisto told me that, he found existences on the level of Satan-class/intermediate divinity stage, God was truly dreadful. This plane was weird, its development and strength drastically differed between sea and land. Still, even if we are talking about continents, this place has far more ultimate-class powerhouses than we have initially predicted. That is a bit troublesome, I said. Don't worry, my lord. Currently, I have 4 ultimate-class flesh golems, and after we dispose of these foul barbarians, I hope that you will leave me some of them so that I can increase my collection. Said General Zagan with a malicious grin, to which I nodded. Of course, General, your collection is most helpful in this conquest, I said. While flesh golems, created from Zagan's clan trait, were weaker than genuine experts, that was mainly due to a major loss of intelligence and wisdom due to their death and use of the clan trait to reconstruct them as flesh golems. Their use was even weaker because they could easily block and stall genius ultimate-class powerhouses for enough time. They could use the numerical advantage to kill even real ultimate-class powerhouses if they were to gang up on someone. Yester a plain, Ire subcontinent, central region, several days before. Chieftain, the prophets, and shamans have verified the news. Apparently, the entire Ire subcontinent fell to the vile invaders. Said a man in long fur robes. What should we do, head shaman? Invaders should be powerful to conquer the entire subcontinent. Asked the chieftain, his advisor, the head shaman. In my opinion, we should contact other great tribes through the entire Ire and establish the alliance against the invaders. From what shaman's prophecies and visions told that the invaders are already coming to attack and annihilate us. Stated the shaman in a creepy voice. How much of legendaries could we gather with all support? Asked chieftain. The legendary powerhouse was in their culture name for ultimate-class entity. There are 7 great tribes across entire Ire, and each of them has on average 2 legendary powerhouses, some have even 3. Altogether, we would have probably around 17 or 18. The problem is, some of them are already part of their prime, especially great tribes in south, are in severe decline, and their legendaries are already on the verge of dying from old age. Answered the shaman truthfully. Even so, gathering so large a number of legendary ranked powerhouses was terrifying, so he hoped that it would be able to defeat enemies. Especially now that his tribe was calling for the such alliance, and they had 3 legendary ranked powerhouses, himself included. Then send a message to all great tribes and call them for a meeting right now. We need to establish a military alliance as soon as possible. Do you know when the invaders will arrive? Said Chieftain. Within days, Chieftain. I will work as fast as possible to accomplish these tasks to preserve our civilization and banish the evil invaders to where they belong. Answered Head Shaman. Good, hopefully, we will all survive this. Chapter 60, Landing at Ire, Attacking a Tribe. Yester a plain, Ire subcontinent, Western region. If one looked from the coast of the western region of the Ire subcontinent, on the horizon, you could see 3 humongous spaceships appearing as they were slowly flying towards the land. I observed the area, not finding anything weird. There weren't enemies, so that was good. General Borkzagen was standing next to me in the command center of the lunar-class cruiser as we were observing the coast. It looked like a beach, with sand and sunny weather. Where should we go now, my lord? Asked General Zagan while observing the land. We shall be eradicating one of the great tribes in the western region of Ire subcontinent, close to the west coast, isn't the Tagara tribe? I don't want any kind of disturbances during the building process of the teleportation array to Ire. We will annihilate them with antimatter magicule batteries installed on cruisers. At least we will see the might of new models of them in practice. As 3 lunar-class cruisers went in the direction where the Tagara tribe was located, I said with a grin. Of course, my lord. Answered General Zagan as we continued our journey where the Tagara tribe was located. After half an hour of flying, this time with high speed, I was not bothered by attracting mighty sea beasts and monsters from the ocean's depths, and soon enough, the Tagara tribe was in our sights. It was worthy of the title Great Tribe. It looked huge, with many buildings looking more advanced than the tribes in the Ewar subcontinent. I even sensed 2 legendary ranked powerhouses that were there. There are 2 of them. Start charging the antimatter magicule batteries, including the main cannons. I commanded as everything was being charged on the 3 lunar-class cruisers, aiming at their target, which was a settlement of the Tagara tribe. Soon enough, after several seconds, I got a notification from Architect who was now directly controlling these 3 void ships that all artillery was fully charged and ready to fire. Fire. I commanded, as soon as tens and tens of antimatter magicule batteries started shooting at the settlement of the Tagara tribe, which looked like Starfall. Including the main artillery cannons, which reminded High Supernova when it shot 3 large balls of concentrated energy. Afterward, one could hear screams of pain and anguish from down below as the entire settlement was bombarded straight to oblivion, destroying everything, leaving nothing standing or alive. Only 2 ultimate-class powerhouses of the tribe are barely standing after the first wave of artillery. Send them a second wave. I commanded, and immediately, all antimatter magicule batteries started shooting again. The sound of firing, steel, and fire was being spread around the 3 void ships as a new wave of attacks hit the ruins of the settlement. When the supernova shots of the main artillery fell down, a massive explosion occurred, and a shockwave tore out all trees in diameter of 1 kilometer. Even ships shuddered slightly as we experienced the aftershocks. After several minutes, the dust finally settled. I looked in delight at the huge wasteland created by my Arcano Tech, the former populous city settlement of the Tagara tribe, populated by tens of thousands of humans. Splendid, what do you think, General? I asked with a cheerful voice, seeing my weapons work in such a marvelous way. This was nothing more than combining my knowledge from Solar Federation and the magic of this realm of existence, creating even more fearsome weaponry. And this was only a beginning. As I would grow stronger, so would my Arcano Tech, as my possibilities would widen, allowing me to construct and recreate even more wonders from the golden age of technology. Cruisers had less firepower than combat-oriented void ships. I wonder how strong upgraded battleships or even void fortresses would be that were the pinnacle of spacefaring technology of Solar Federation. My final aim was to construct Black Fortress. Black Fortresses weren't technology or anything created by Solar Federation, but something far more ancient. Still, it eclipsed every ship across all fleets of the Solar Federation or Eldari Empire with such huge destructive power. Solar Federation had studied one of them, and I was even head of the research team. I have all data saved in the Architect's database, waiting for the blueprints to be finished. Send down mechs and legions to clean out. We will construct the teleportation array here. The Tagara tribe was located in a suitable location with good defensive possibilities. Secure the location, and build a simple fortification. I commanded as General Zagan began shouting commands to his subordinates. The only loss I suffered was that the ultimate-class humans' bodies couldn't be recovered as my artillery blasted them to oblivion. Soon enough, all 3 lunar-class cruisers started landing down, and soldiers together with mech started marching out of them and started their specific tasks, such as cleaning, building, and other things. The entire place was cleaned in 3 hours, as if nothing ever happened here, thanks to magic and mechs. Then, the building process of the teleportation array started, which would take approximately 12 hours probably. I then retreated to the cruiser to spend some time with Venelana and drink some tea, maybe I would go sleep before I dumped overseeing duty onto General Zagan. Another advantage of being a lord, I have subordinates that are doing things instead of me. On the other side, I was inventing new Arcano tech gadgets that eased life for everyone, my people included, so it is even. When I was back, I already saw Venelana preparing tea for me, albeit a little clumsily. It was apparent this was the first time she was doing something like this, to which I smiled lightly as I sat down. And after a very long 12 hours, I was notified that the teleportation array was already finished, which was fantastical and terrible. Fantastic for the conquest, as it could continue. Terrible for me, as I wanted to sleep a bit more, as I was tired. Chapter 61, Moving On. After waking up, I went to the teleportation array to activate it. Fortunately, the activation process was a very short one, and soon enough spatial portal was created of enormous size. Tens of thousands of soldiers started pouring from it and getting into orderly formations. I was satisfied seeing such beauty, and soon, I will unleash them onto the Ire and turn it into my playground similar to the Eur, and then mainland, and soon, the entire Yester plain would be my source of resources. After some time, my entire army with over 1 million soldiers was here, together with 500,000 arcane mechanical automatons, was on Ire, and soon, tomorrow, they will march. After constructing so many arcane mechanical automatons, I have decided to start using them for war. After the conquest of the Ire, I will begin manufacturing the combat-oriented types. Some of them were already in the preparation stages. General, organize everything for an attack tomorrow, coordinate your attack with the usage of void ships, we will use them in every attack already. Also, notify me if something happens. I said before I turned to leave. My lord, there is something that requires your attention. General Zagan quickly said before I left. What? I turned around. Our last magical scan performed by Lord Mephistopheles showed that as we are speaking, almost all ultimate-class powerhouses of these tribes are together gathered at one place, probably some meeting. It is highly possible that they are plotting to ally against us. Altogether 15 ultimate-class powerhouses are participating in that meeting, my lord. Explained General Zagan as I frowned lightly. As much as I hated humans, despite being one past life, their most significant advantage and talent were banding together, depending on unity and numbers. I will break down one aspect of history when I take control. Something not many races were good at, devils being a prime example. Most of us are too proud or straight arrogant to ask for help. While among humans, they would join together when faced with threats and fight as one. Something I didn't want to see. Now, 15 joined together to form a resistance group, annoying me to no end, but alas, they will be crushed and killed as everything that stands in my way. Proceed as usual. Without any changes, but include counter plans if the bigger number of ultimate class powerhouses appears. We need to be ready for all possibilities that could happen. Something that I wanted to prevent happened. I was unaware of such a possibility, but I hoped that human tribes would either be too blind to fight together or put their grievances and hatred first before common interest. Also, be especially careful, and tell Lord Felis to conduct scanning and tracking spells every 12 hours to observe the location of ultimate-class powerhouses. We need to be in light of their movements. I said to him before leaving. Architect, start creating counter-plans for the ultimate-class humans and how to most effectively kill them with our current strength without any major loses. I said to my MTC. Of course. Sounded the voice of an architect in my head. I wanted to win, suffering minimum losses. In this regard, the architect is the best strategist. In Solar Federation, battle strategies were often created by the most advanced artificial intelligence due to their superior calculation abilities and analysis skills. With the help of the architect's skills, I will have countless possible scenarios I can apply to my situation if we encounter a large amount of ultimate-class powerhouses. I also made a mental note to beat up Zikram when I reach his level of power or higher for purposely sending me to a world that is too annoying. Fortunately, there are no notable threats, as he wouldn't send Vina if it were that case. He was probably here personally to scout the world. Still, so many corpses of ultimate class, exquisite, though, the troublesome quality was low, and I noticed I wouldn't be gaining much increase from them, but probably enough to reach a higher level of ultimate class. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Yester plain, 15 people in tribal clothing were sitting on lavish chairs, as the deathly silence was in the air, nobody spoke a word. So, how accurate is that information? Asked one of the humans in the fur of a bear and a huge cub next to his chair. 100%, entire Tigara tribe has been annihilated by invaders to the last person. Apparently, they used some monstrous flying metal things to shoot at them and annihilated them, including 2 legendary people. Said the chieftain of one tribe. We must act immediately, rally armies, and attack vile invaders. Yes, together, we will be able to defeat them. How many warriors can each of your tribe rally? My tribe can muster 15,000 warriors. Asked one of the chieftains. 50,000. 65,000. 40,000. 57,000. 62,000. Soon all 15 of them stated how many warriors they could bring to their alliance. So in the end, a grand army of 1.6 million is formed, known as the Alliance of Ire. With this grand army and 15 legendary powerhouses, we shall defeat and banish vile invaders to where they came from. Said the leading chieftain that became something akin to the chairman of the Ire Alliance. When shall we march unto the enemy? Those vile invaders are currently in the western region, and we don't know what is their next target. Asked one of the chieftains. After we mobilize our armies, we will attack them at first. In front of our strength and numbers, they will be nothing. Said the leading chieftain with a hint of arrogance in his words, as now he was the practically uncrowned king of the Ire subcontinent. Then it is decided. Everyone return to your tribes and start rallying troops, force all tribes to send as much as possible troops for our cause. Said them, the leading chairman. Chapter 62, Battle for Ire, 1. Several days later, Provisory Fortress Fort West. I have changed my plans in the past several days thanks to the stupid natives. It was not sarcasm, but they really helped me a lot, as they decided to attack first, which was pretty good for me. My most remarkable advantage is that Arcano tech is better used in situations like this, at least tech that I have in my arsenal. The next day after my army arrived through the teleportation formation, I was notified that all great tribes were mustering their armies and started marching to my location, which I was mildly surprised and amused. Thus I have settled for defending. With stealth tech, I have hidden my 3 lunar-class cruisers to give natives the feeling they were not present and encourage them to attack me. I have also installed all my antimatter magicule batteries onto the fort and also hidden a few of them in the surrounding mountains, as this terrain has many mountains, which gave me an idea to build some magic towers so that we can apply magical spells of larger scale or magical formations and traps. With a terrifying building force, arcane mechanical automatons, I had everything built within the upcoming days, and now I was just expecting the enemy to come. I have also reduced my army of 1 million that was here to just easily 300,000 and let the rest hide within mountains to act as an ambush force. These humans were stupid, they were just some new and young civilization, and as they were in tribal age, they were pretty aggressive. To maximize usage of my Arcano tech and various traps, I needed to provoke them to attack me recklessly. How are your preparations, General Zagan? I asked my retainer, who was handling some paperwork. All my ultimate-class flesh golems are ready to stall 4 of their ultimate-class powerhouses. Lady Venelana could handle 2 or 3 of them, as individually weak, and General Amike will also be able to take probably 2. Lord Mephistopheles arrived yesterday, and he would take control of the pentamagic tower formation that was built by Mech to cast large-scale spells at the enemy and if needed to cast supportive spells. Reported General Zagan. Very good. What about preparations for using antimatter magicule cannon batteries and lunar-class cruisers I gave you? I gave him some most useful scenarios of battle created by the architect to go through them. We will do it similarly to the battle in the Skull Valley Pass and try to bombard them with concentrated fire with both antimatter magicule cannon batteries to reduce the number of their powerhouses. With our current firepower, if needed, we could even wipe all of them. Answered General Zagan. Yes indeed. But that would also obliterate bodies to dust, and I need them to increase my power, and you can craft more flesh golems if they are in an excellent state. I said to him. With the usage of so many antimatter magicule batteries and on top of that, with lunar-class cruiser, I think we could kill probably at least 10 ultimate-class powerhouses with 2 salvos, but that will also wholly obliterate bodies to dust, and nothing would remain. With controlled bombardment, bodies will be at least partially preserved. Though it will increase a bit of loss of lives on the other side, to prevent that, I will personally join the battle and take as many of ultimate-class powerhouses as possible. Finish all things needed to be done. I am returning to my room to study Magic Tome. As I was eager to study new Magic Tome, I told him that I found it fascinating. Every day, I learned something new, and it helped me to perfect my new tier magic system. Slowly, I steadily improved the might, stability, and abilities of the tier magic system even more. Having Lord Mephistopheles here, I could consult with him, which helped considerably. At the same time, several days of travel from the western region. If one looked at the roads this time, he would see hundreds of thousands of human barbarians, clothed in primitive clothing made from the fur of animals, armed with clubs, crude spears, and swords, as they were marching to the western region. On huge monsters, be it saber-toothed cats, mammoths, huge black fur wolves, and other creatures. Big Chieftain, in 2 days, we will arrive at a place where the invaders are located. Said one of the legendary powerhouses belonging to some great tribe, based on his clothing was furrier and more complete, suited for winter, he was from north of Ire. Very well, we need to banish those vile invaders as soon as possible to prevent any slaughter of our blood. Syed, the Big Chieftain who was the leader of the alliance between Ire Human Tribal Alliance. Chapter 63, Battle for Ire, 2. Day of the battle, Ire Subcontinent, Yester Plain, Western Region, Provisory Fortress Fort West. Is Lord Mephistopheles ready to activate spell formation? I asked my generals, General Amike and General Zagan, who were standing behind me, armed in their battle armors. Yes, my lord. Lord Mephistopheles is prepared to cast the spell with the help of his apprentices. The spell will create a formation that will prevent them from leaving, allowing us to eradicate them in one gulp, basically taking the entire subcontinent in one go. Answered General Zagan. This was a plan to annihilate all enemies in the Ire in one go. Then it would only leave the bigger mainland, which had a higher number of ultimate class, as they were many general-level monsters. Still, there isn't any kind of unity, so they would easily annihilate one by one. What about Arcano Tech weaponry? I questioned as I looked at the huge dust cloud rising high in the sky, several kilometers away. Evidently, our guests were already here soon enough. We have prepared 100 antimatter Magicule cannon batteries to be our artillery, and 3 lunar-class void ships are waiting in the stealth mode for the time to strike. Reported General Amike. Very well. I said we are all waiting on the Fort West, with 300,000 soldiers remaining here. Rest was hidden, waiting to ambush them. At the same time, all arcane mechanical automatons were loaded onto the lunar-class cruisers, and they would be dropped into the middle of the enemy when the chaos started. Thus we waited, and soon enough, 20 minutes later, we could already see the first humans barbarians, in their primitive gear marching at us, under leadership lavishly armed, at least for their standards as much as a primitive tribal society could go. One of them stepped forwards and shouted something I didn't understand. While the devil's innate talent was omnilinguist, it wasn't that easy. For it to activate, devil blood needed to be integrated with the world's core, the will of the world to recognize. Afterward, devils could speak all commonly spoken languages that weren't magical or mystic in nature. I didn't bother the barbarian that was talking and immediately ordered the plan to start. The moment I sent my confirmation from several magic towers, an enormous amount of magical power surged and fused with ambient magic in the air, creating a huge transparent dome over a diameter of several kilometers, locking both of our armies in this space until one side perishes. Afterward, the formation was cast, and barbarians were still in wonder what was happening. I gave orders for antimatter Magicule cannon batteries to start their bombardment, under the leadership of 3 lunar-class cruisers, that fired before the antimatter Magicule cannon batteries, aiming at the ultimate-class powerhouses mixed in the crowd. Bombardment from the antimatter Magicule cannon batteries and mainly 3 lunar-class cruisers armed with more advanced antimatter Magicule cannon batteries compared to those used for smaller combat tactical class killed already several ultimate-class powerhouses on the side of humans and more than 200,000 ordinary soldiers. While they were strong in numbers, they were individually weak, and on top of that, they weren't practically wearing any kind of armor, just some of them had some primitive clothes made from the fur of warrior-level and commander-level monsters, which was absolutely insufficient in front of advanced Arcano tech. Should we start another salvo, my lord? Inquired General Zagan as he observed the might of Arcano tech. By now, they must have understood that this would change the future of war. Just like gunpowder changed the style of war for humans completely when it was discovered, we will also change. Besides individual power, which will always remain the top priority, we will have a lesser one, which would be Arcano tech. While Arcano tech and even technology were Solar Federation was little threat to Tier 3 existences, which was Apocalypse class and higher, it was terrifyingly effective against Tier 1, which was basically low class to high class. And most of the armies of all factions in Draconic Deus were composed of Tier 1. Basically, the entire conquest was won by far with the usage of Arcano tech, and if I had even more powerful weaponry at hand, even stronger worlds would fall. When the production of more advanced arcane mechanical automatons begins and first mechanical legions are constructed, only then will the entire Draconic Deus see the might of my Arcano tech. How many ultimate class have we killed with the first one? I asked as I looked at General Zagan. Detection spells are showing that 4 ultimate class from present 15 have died. Answered General Zagan swiftly. Then send them another one to kill at least 5. Afterward, we will be joining the fray. Also, how many soldiers have died on the enemy side? We don't want too many casualties on our side. I said to him. More than 200,000 has died from first salvo, my lord. After another one, an additional 300,000 should die, altogether, 500,000 would die from the initial 2 million barbarians. Answered General Zagan to me as I nodded with satisfaction. At my order, all antimatter Magicule cannon batteries and 3 lunar-class cruisers started their fire once more, this time even more aggressively, taking down, this time, unfortunately, only 3 ultimate-class powerhouses. Apparently, these ones were smarter, and learned from their mistakes, and used their soldiers as cannon fodder, a pretty clever move. Only 8 ultimate-class humans remained, while more than 700,000 humans died due to bombardment. 500,000 died solely from the second salvo, as ultimate-class powerhouses used ordinary soldiers as meat shields. Chapter 64, Battle for Ire, 3. Architect, take direct control of void ships and supplement the magical barrier created by Mephisto. I said in my head to my MTC AI. As you wish. Answered back the elderly voice of Architect as I gripped my scythe Rosenkreuz and unleashed my wings as it was time to join the fun. Currently, I was even confident to go in close combat, as I trained a bit and raised my mastery to expert rank. Still, I will remain with my magic. Rosenkreuz acted as my mystic code, the amplifier one and specialized one. It strengthened my spells by a great deal. When I flew high in the air, Venelana and General Amike did the same, and General Zagan released 4 ultimate-class flesh golems upon enemies. Our side had 7 against 8. That was good, but alas, 7 human ultimate-class human barbarians were blasted to dust. Inevitable end, as I wanted to preserve the lives of as many soldiers as possible. I targeted 2 ultimate-class human barbarians, as Vina and General Amike took 1 each, and 4 flesh golems stalled 4 of them. I started casting countless combat tier spells, mostly Grand Fireball, Magic Missile, and Thunderclap spells. I cast 10s of them simultaneously as I shot them at the 2 enemies that were before me. While they were lower rank spells, they mildly injured both ultimate class barbarians. One of them was a pure warrior, and another one was some kind of shaman or something. Due to their primitive development, their magic system was just based on elemental spirit magic, which lies in borrowing powers from elemental spirits. Primitive societies usually use a relatively easy system. The majority of magic practiced by human tribes in Africa in Draconic Deus or some in Asia was practically something similar. Shamanism was prevalent here and there. After being injured by me, they started some kind of strategy, as the warrior one stood before the shaman while the shaman started calling upon the elemental spirits. This was rather dangerous, as I wasn't betting my chances on my luck. If the shaman is lucky, they could summon powerful elemental spirits that could reach even superdevil class / greater divinity stage gods, which was pretty terrifying. Thus, I immediately cast a huge strategic tier spell, Chain Dragon Lightning, as a huge dragon made out of lightning materialized above my head and shot with enormous speed at the shaman that was calling upon the strength of spirits. When the shaman realized what was going on, the spell fell on him, obliterating him on the spot, instant kill. Damn, that body could have been used for devour. I cursed a bit as I looked at the ultimate class warrior and attacked him with a barrage of dark light spears. Meanwhile, I was fighting my battle, below me, and the ambush started as the rest of my legions joined the fray together with arcane mechanical automatons, which started dropping from the sky like raindrops. Slaughter was commenced. These humans were no match for a perfectly trained, armed, and more advanced civilization. This was inevitable. On the other hand, as I looked around me, I also was aware that we devils could end the same way. If we are invaded by strong civilizations or factions in the astral boundary, like some human arcane empires, mighty divine pantheons, or countless strong races. Soon enough, Venelana killed her opponent by blasting him off with her power of destruction. Similar to the effect of bombardment from antimatter magicule cannon batteries and 3 lunar-class cruisers. The enemy was blasted to oblivion. Afterward, together with Venelana, we disposed of the rest of the ultimate-class humans fighting flesh golems of General Zagan. The battle between armies was also coming to an end. My soldiers now were more experienced than before, and these humans, as poorly armed and trained, were no match for my armies. Arcane mechanical automatons, while drone types, were very effective against barbarians. In Draconic Deus, they would be useful only as cannon fodder, but against primitive civilizations such as this, they could be used as effective combat measures. Within the next 1 hour, we had disposed of all ultimate-class humans, and I obtained the bodies of 3 ultimate-class shamans that would serve as my nourishment. Then 4 bodies were in good shape, and they went to General Zagan to become flesh golems. I needed a lot of ultimate-class flesh golems, as they would be handy when conquering the mainland of the Yester plain, as there was a high number of general-level monsters. Fortunately, they fought between themselves for supremacy, so I didn't need to fear any kind of alliance or something. While the conquest would take a longer time, probably half a year, it will be easier, as I only need to dispose of 1 or 2 general-level monsters simultaneously. It will be a hunt or something like that. Architect, start cleaning the battlefield. Before turning to face my 2 generals, I ordered Architect in my head, who was standing before me, with Vina and Lord Mephisto. Good work, everyone. General Amike and General Zagan, you 2 are in charge of cleaning the battlefield together with Mechs, who the Architect controls. Gather all bodies in one place, they would be processed for energy. Lord Felis, please cast a protective spell over the entire Ire for the next 1 week until we have constructed a proper magic tower structure and stabilized our grasp over the subcontinent. I said my orders. With more advanced Arcano tech, I had a new way to create energy, the processing of bodies. The higher the class was, the more energy could be created. After 1 week, a proper network of magic tower constructed by Arcano tech would be finished, and my hold over the Ire would be absolute. Then the mining works could also start here, in addition to the EUR. With 2 subcontinents, I can exponentially increase my army and start building combat-oriented mechs. They would be instrumental in the conquest of the mainland of Yestera. Chapter 65, Aftermath of Ire. After giving orders, I took my spoils of war and left the rest of the work to my loyal subject. The next day, General Amike and General Zagan took the army and even mechs and conquered and annihilated every human on the Ire subcontinent. Within 1 week, the entire Ire fell, and the magic tower network was swiftly constructed during that week, increasing my fold. Afterward, I could finally enjoy some rest, as an attack on the mainland was scheduled to happen 2 to 3 months later. Probably 3, I needed to manufacture many things for the conquest to be as smooth as possible. Today I was sitting in a particular room in Fort Bale that was named in Vina's honor, or the real reason I sucked at naming things. But alas, Venelana was happy, and I got a kiss, so good deal. Before me, there were 2 corpses of ultimate-class human shamans before me, and I planned to use Devour trait on them. I used the Devour on the corpse on the right and felt a stream of energy enter my body as it soon disappeared. Increase. I asked Architect. 4 units. Answered my MTC AI. Then I used the Devour on the second corpse, and my demonic energy reserves increased once again slightly by 5 units. Altogether I had right now 192 units of demonic energy by Architect's calculations. Not great, not terrible. I ordered Architect to start constructing a proper mechanical legion, and the base would be Arachne Hydralisk. This mech was around 3-5 meters tall and weighed around 500 kilograms. Armed with 2 scythe-like limbs, it looked like Lamia or rather some kind of Lovecraftian aberration of Greek Lamia. Additionally, it had inscribed a set of protective runes, gaining strong energy resistance. With all things, its power is high class. It was also armed with some energy-based weaponry. After 2 months, I will probably have 1 legion of 200,000 of these Arachne Hydralisks. This was the might of mechs, the more I have faster they replicate. After 1 month, the entire Ire was turned into an industrial paradise. The number of drones shot up to 2 million from an initial 750,000 just after 1 month, and now drones started working on the construction of mechanical legions as they started building Hydralisk mechs. Some other drones were doing mining work, others were doing processing work in many factories. Having such a world as this was truly profitable. I gained a huge army from resources mined from 2 subcontinents, and mainland had to be conquered. With this, I would be able to gain so many mechs. I will make an astronomical amount of money when I start selling them. After another month, I gained my long-dreamed mechanical legion of 200,000 intimidating-looking Hydralisk mechs. They looked beautiful and dangerous at the same time. I have decided to wait an additional 2 more months, have at least 2 mechanical legions, and have some time for drones to construct a few more lunar-class cruisers. I spent most of my days silently, studying magic or talking with Mephisto or Vina. Sometimes I wonder about my perception of time is messed up. In my past life as a human, even though there was a long lifespan among even ordinary humans, we perceived time in the way we would die one day. While I was the devil wasn't the same. Devils could spend decades doing literally nothing without any remorse. Our lifespan was minimally 10,000 years, so we were slow at everything. After additional 2 months, all preparations were done. I now had in my disposition 400,000 high-class Hydralisk mechs and 14 lunar-class cruisers, together with more than 2 million drones. Though in the upcoming conquest of the mainland of Yester, I won't be using drones even as cannon fodder. They get broken very easily, and preparing them is annoying. My army that would be invading the mainland shall be 10 legions of my devils, numbering 2 million. I already replenished the deceased as I called reinforcements from home. Then 2 mechanical legions and a small fleet of 10 lunar-class cruisers. There would be 4 drone legions to construct objects and some necessary things as support. While Hydralisk mechs could be used as workers, their efficiency was far lower compared to that of specialized drones. Soon enough, the entire Yester would be mine. When finally, I would be able to return home, I felt better in the Underworld. Today, the last thing needed was to consult a strategy and assign roles to each of the ultimate class fighters on my side, and then tomorrow, we could go. Ultimately, it was decided that the invasion of the mainland would commence with an army divided into 2 groups. Each army group would have 5 legions of devils, 1 mechanical legion, and 7 lunar-class cruisers. Group 1 would be commanded by General Zagan, while Group 2 would be commanded by me personally. General Amike would join Group 1, while Vina would join Group 2 with me. Lord Mephisto would be remaining on standby in the Ire subcontinent in case of emergencies. Chapter 66, Mainland of the Yester Plain. After several days, when all preparations were complete, I led my army group B numbering 1 million soldiers and 200,000 mechs, along with several supporting Arcano Tech, mainly artillery, to the mainland of the Yester Plain. Within the next 2 hours, we would be reaching the southwestern shores of the mainland, and I was already in combat-ready mode. The entire mainland was populated by monsters and some goblinoids or other monster humanoid species. So fight, as soon as we land, was inevitable. With 2 of us, we are enough. There is a low possibility of encountering a higher number of general-level monsters in one place on the mainland, as they tend to be rather territorial. Also, due to the lack of humans on the mainland, the more intelligent species such as orcs or bugbears don't tend to group together, but rather the entire mainland in one huge war zone between various species and tribes as they fight over domination. I explained slowly. While the mainland had more general-level monsters, numbering in tens, they were too engulfed in inner strife. Not to mention the fact majority of monsters were stupid even at the general level, so I didn't fear any kind of unified resistance. We can slowly hunt them one by one. On top of that, I needed a lot of general-level corpses to increase my energy reserves through Devour. It would be best if I find some species like Eldritch Giant that had an extremely potent magical power. That would be good for me. I know, we just don't have enough ultimate-class combatants on our side, said Venelana quietly. Yes, you are right, but what we have is advanced Arcano tech, which could blast ultimate class to death until even no dust remains. Also, we are a more advanced and developed civilization, so we need to ensure our dominance over these savages. On top of that, both of you and I are top among the ultimate class combatants, even though we are barely at the higher ends of the ultimate class in terms of our energy reserves. Our clan traits are pretty destructive, so it will be alright, I said to her to lessen her worries. After 2 hours, we were finally nearing the shores of the southwestern part of the mainland of Yester. General Zagan, together with his Army Group 1, should be landing on the southeastern part of the mainland at the same time as us. What are those, Zeo? Asked me, Vina, as I looked through holographic to see tens of thousands of monsters on the shore. It is a Voltimaria, a fish monster with a blackish-purple body made of stone. Voltimaria varies from 1 to 2 meters in length, have 8 fin-like organs, and have a single eye on their forehead. They are able to float up to 3 meters in the air and charge opponents at high speed. They have incredible endurance due to their stone bodies and are strong enough to destroy heavy armor with their sharp fangs. Sounded the voice of the architect through the ship's inbuilt AI. How is their general strength? I said. Majority of their species remains its whole life at the minion level, some may reach warrior level. Usually, the leaders or some mutated ones may reach commander level. The overall threat is low. Still, be wary of their numbers. On those shores, there are almost 1 million of them, responded AI. Use Void Ship's weaponry and wipe them all out. While their individual strength is low, their numbers are rather high, and we are near the sea, they could easily call for reinforcements. I commanded as all 7 lunar-class cruisers started readying up their weaponry. Soon enough, shooting from antimatter magicule cannon batteries and main cannons was heard, as they fell onto hundreds of thousands Voltimarias and created massive explosions upon the contact. The entire bombardment took 20 minutes until I got a response from the ship's AI that there were no signs of life below us. Now, the formerly clean and beautiful beach was full of craters, crimson sand painted from the blood of monsters, and body parts from almost 1 million Voltimarias. Excellent. Now land and order Mechanical Legion to march. We will test the efficiency of the Mechanical Legion in practice, I ordered, as one cruiser landed down, several kilometers away from the beach, where the massacre of monsters commenced, and tens of thousands of arcane mechanical automatons started marching out from the cruiser. All of them looked like some kind of insectoid snake, marching in orderly formation until all of them stopped and readied their weapons. Architects take direct control. 30 kilometers from us should be a small tribe of kobolds, numbering around 40,000, without any general level. March there, maintain the formation and speed, cruiser would be covering the sky, I said to Architect as suddenly all mechs started to march in a specific direction, and all lunar-class cruisers were flying above them, occasionally killing a few monsters that were flying in the sky. Usually, some rogue monsters, or even some flocks, but they were killed swiftly. Soon enough, we reached the kobold settlement. The entire settlement looked like some ruins of the proper village. Still, most humanoids were not intelligent enough to build proper buildings. A kobold was a reptilian humanoid, standing between 60 centimeters, 75 centimeters tall, weighing between 16 to 20 kilograms, with scaled skin between reddish-brown and black in color and burnt orange to red eyes. Their legs were sinewy and digitigrade. They had long, clawed fingers and a jaw like a crocodile. Small white or 10 horns protruded from their head, and they had rat-like tails. Pathetic, annihilate. As the entire mechanical legion of Hydralisk mechs, I gave out my command and started marching at the settlement. These mechs were brutal and efficient, weak kobolds were no match for mighty mechs and were killed mercilessly, and within the 1 hour entire, the settlement was bathing in blood. Chapter 67, Southwestern Region of Mainland, 1. Really terrifying. This level of efficiency is very high, though their production cost is a bit high with the current production abilities of the Underworld. Unless we start investing more into planar exploration and conquest, commented Venelana. While Underworld didn't have enough resources to produce the necessary amount of mechanical legions, that didn't mean that other planes also didn't have them. Devils could always go for planar conquest like I hear. I got enough resources from just 2 subcontinents to build a lot, which wasn't even the end. From architect scans, resources on 2 subcontinents would be enough to last for 5 years or so. And when I reach Satan class or higher ends of it, I can slowly start cleaning sea monsters at that level and access resources underneath the water. Everyone can see that planar conquest was profitable. And this was true to be said nothing. The stronger the civilization was, the stronger its target of conquest could be. If I had strength, I could conquer some advanced civilizations and absorb their knowledge and power into my own. Something was done in Draconic Deus by Asgard to magical civilizations they found or Celestial Court if they found some cultivation-based civilizations. In Astral Boundary, such things were a common occurrence. Stronger civilizations devoured weaker to become even stronger. Soon enough. Okay, where to go now? Where is the largest tribe? I ask Architect. 70 kilometers to the north, there is an entire area that is ruled by various ogre tribes, from which all tribes have one general-level ogre. Apparently, they are at war with each other even right now as we are speaking. There are 8 tribes there, so await 8 general-level ogres to kill. Afterward, the entire southwestern region should be done, although there should be at least 3 or 4 rogue general-level monsters. They are just some minor threats. Answered Architect. Ogres appeared as giant humanoids with very muscular bodies and large heads. They stood around 300 centimeters high and could weigh 280 kilograms to 320 kilograms. In truth, instead of muscular bodies, they were rather fat, as they were gluttonous creatures willing to eat almost anything. They were beyond stupid, while a bit smarter than trolls. Then set the course to the ogre area. We will go hunting. I declared as my fleet, together with Mechanical Legion, went to the next target, which was the nearest ogre tribe. Their number was lower than other species, but their strength on average was around commander level, while a few young ogres were of warrior level. I sensed one, general-level ogre, the biggest one in the tribe, standing at 330 centimeters. Interestingly, he had primitive armor, some plates of crudely hammered iron on his chest. They started evolving. Or is their civilization progressing? Interesting, sadly, they won't have time. I said to myself. When I saw that ogre clad in primitive armor, and some crudely made iron weapons, it was apparent that they were in Iron Age by classification of civilization advancement scale. They already found a way to mine and smelt ores. It was sad, at least for them, that they would need to die here. Truth to be told, I would love to observe their evolution and conduct some experiments. Maybe in the future, I will create some kind of safe environment and drop there some primitive species to observe their evolution. How many are there? I ask. 4,597 ogres. From which more than 4,000 are of commander level, and the rest are warrior level and minion level. 1 general level combatant detected. Said AI of the void ship. Vina, you are on. Try to kill that ogre as soon as possible. I don't want to see him destroying my precious mechs. Also, try to contain your attacks. I said to her as she pouted a little and flew out of the void ship. I understood that containing her attacks was troublesome for her clan trait, as power of destruction was hard for clan trait to control due to its destructive nature. So when someone with the clan trait fought, collateral damage was very high if one was not careful, and you can easily kill your allies. Mechanical Legion underneath my void ships rushed at the ogre village, and ogres in the village, without any second thought, actually did exactly the same thing, and a fight erupted between 2 sides. In the middle of all of that was Venelana fighting with ogre chieftain, wielding a huge piece of iron that looked like an iron pipe, probably some kind of failed forging experiment. They probably wanted to create a weapon but didn't know how to. I watched from the comfortable chair in my void ship how all ogres were overwhelmed and killed to the last specimen until none was remaining. While the Mechanical Legion was finishing the battle between Vina and ogre, chieftain was also nearing an end, as the ogre was tattered and bleeding from all parts of the body and was missing his left hand. Ultimately, the fight ended when Venelana blasted the head of the ogre chieftain with a ball of condensed power of destruction, killing the ogre chieftain on the spot. As I watched the body fall to the ground with satisfaction, I noticed the entire area was cleanly stripped of all life that could be a threat. Architect land void ships and order all troops to land out. Organize into 3 formations, from which one would take 5 void ships, Mechanical Legion, and you will command it. The other 2 groups will take 1 void ship and be commanded by Venelana and me. While one group would be significantly bigger, it was due to the lack of an ultimate-class powerhouse overseeing that. It was compensated by having 5 lunar-class cruisers and an entire Mechanical Legion. That should be enough to hunt for general-level monsters without any high casualties. It will be done. Chapter 68, Southwestern Region of Mainland, 2. Just 1 week was all it took to clean off the entire region from the ogres completely. All ogre tribes and settlements were found, annihilated, and burned down within 1 week until nothing remained. In front of overwhelming might and advanced Arcano tech, these primitive ogres were annihilated to the last one. Good news also came from the group of General Zagan, whose army Groud A achieved the same results as me and controlled the entire region where they landed. Currently, I let my soldiers organize their own hunting groups and hunt for the general level threats in the entire southwestern area. As we conquered the region we land, I immediately started expanding. It was predicted that within the next 2 weeks, my Army Group B would meet with Army Group A of General Zagan, which would also mean that the entire southern area of the mainland of Yester had been conquered. My energy reserves have risen to 201 units from devouring several general-level ogres on the other side. Their energy reserves were pathetical, just barely classifying for ultimate class, but what one would await from an ogre. Their physical strength was their main forte. Though, there existed a rare breed of them, called twin-headed ogres. Twin-headed ogres were rare breeds or some kind of mutation of ordinary ogres. As the name said, they had 2 heads and were excelling in the usage of magical power. Often, they were skilled in close combat as they were in magic. On top of that, they were intelligent and comparable to many other sentient species. Maybe with a bit of luck, I will be able to get my hands on the corpse of the twin-headed ogre. That would be a nice boost. There are 2 general-level entities coming from north to our position, said Architect as I was in the lunar-class cruiser, enjoying my tea and reading a magic grimoire. Species, I said uncaringly as I sipped my tea. Amphispana. It is a white twin-headed long-necked dragon more than 20 meters long and several 10 times wider than an orc, with the right head having red eyes and the left blue. It is capable of 2 different breath attacks. The right head uses a crimson mist that surrounds itself and diffuses magic, while the left head breathes blue flames that burn even on water. In addition, it is capable of using its neck to hit opponents and attack them from underwater. Probably, it was woken up from its slumber, a stroke of bad luck, explained Architect. Amphispana was a monster with fearsome physical strength and defense, and it could even use magic to a certain degree. I will just bombard it with magic until it is blasted to death. I slowly stood up and took my mystic code Rosenkreuz with me as I soon flew out from the lunar-class cruiser and flew in the direction where the 2 Amphispana creatures were. It didn't take a long time for me to find them, and as they were relatively close to the location of the fortress. They looked just exactly disgusting as Architect described them, annoying. I muttered to myself as I observed incoming Amphispana general-level monsters. While they looked disgusting, they had ultimate-class energy reserves of magical power, so they could strengthen me by a larger amount compared to all ogre corpses I have obtained this week. So, due to that, I have decided to kill them in a way to preserve their bodies as much as possible. I don't want to destroy them completely, as that would cause excessive loss of magical power, as I learned during my time using Devour. Thus I decided to use a combination of Dark Light and Chain Dragon Lightning, a strategic tier spell, for extra piercing power. The most simple way was to create 2 Dark Light spears and then coat them in the Chain Dragon Lightning spell. While it may sound simple, in truth, it was pretty hard, as it required enormous precision to not explode anything straight to my face. Combined usage of clan trait and tier magic system was something new that I hadn't tested properly yet, only with lower rank spells, which wasn't that dangerous if something went wrong due to my strength right now. But with the strategic tier spell and Dark Light spears on the same level, I would be severely injured if it exploded. Thankfully, Architect did the proper calculation, and thanks to my true name Dismason, my own affinity to handling any kind of energy was boosted up to the max, so I was able to construct the spell model for the Chain Dragon Lightning spells over the Dark Light spears just within 10 minutes. I waited for several minutes for the best time to strike, and then when 2 general-level Amphispanas were in my strike zone, I released spells at them that flew at them with thunderous speed, piercing through their heads like a hot knife through butter. Nice instant kill. I muttered to myself as I flew to 2 corpses and used Devour on the first trait, as I felt a huge amount of energy enter my body, and I felt my energy reserves expand by several points. Really good, I said as I used Devour on the second corpse, and once again, I felt a nice feeling over my body, as I felt my energy reserves expand. Architect, scan, I said to my MTC AI. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Energy, 218. Strength, 98. Agility, 96. Vitality, 90. An increase of 17 units was really nice. If I should go by an increase from ogres or any other species whose magical ability was just secondary, then this was good. Soon enough, I neared the limit that my current form could hold. With 218 units of demonic energy, I was already in the higher ends of the ultimate class in terms of class. I predicted that by the end of the conquest of the mainland, I would either be at the pinnacle or not far from that level. Chapter 69, The Continuous Conquest, 1. When a devil approaches the limit of his class, he or she will undergo a so-called metamorphosis or evolution, or whatever one could call it. During that process, one's body would be changed, which would allow one to accommodate more energy in the body. It also drastically expanded energy reserves and had many other gains from it. After I was done with these 2, I used another strategic tier spell, Hell Flame, to burn down the remains of the 2 mummified Amphispanas. Then I just flew back to my cruiser to finish my tea, snacks, and book. 1 month later, somewhere in the southern area of the mainland of Yester. I see that your part has been successful, General Zagan. I said while looking at General Zagan, who was sitting across from me. It was 1 month from the time I killed 2 Amphisbanis. During this 1 month, my army group B progressed smoothly and annihilated countless tribes, towns, settlements, and monster hordes until blood was soaked red. Thanks to Architect and advanced Arcano Tech, the casualties we have suffered were kept to a minimum during the conquest. Similarly, Army Group A, commanded by General Zagan, progressed smoothly and annihilated everything in its way until we met at a certain point in the southern area of the mainland. Now, we will progress to the central region, and when that one is conquered, then western region and eastern region. It was hard, but we made it out without any serious losses. Thanks to my ultimate-class flesh golems combined with lunar-class cruiser and their high firepower, we were able to dispose of many general-level monsters without any problem. Stated General Zagan. What about Mechanical Legion? I asked after a while. He was given complete control over the Mechanical Legion. Truth to be told, I was surprised at their efficiency when I first deployed them. If we conquer the entire plane, then we can build more and more legions like this. They are practically perfect soldiers, especially suited to be best cannon fodder, and in higher number, they could even drown ultimate-class experts. Said General Zagan. Continue. These little things are more suitable to be our foot soldiers while we may focus on cultivating elite devil armies. Mechs of high class such as Hydralisk-type arcane mechanical automaton are perfect close combat cannon fodder foot soldiers. If we manage to replace ordinary soldiers with mechs, it would drastically lessen the losses of lives of devils, as most devils killed at the battlefield are that of the low class and middle class, with some high class being among them, but not that much. Secondly, we could train our armies to be elites or to have proper specializations. I nodded my head in agreement hearing everything that General Zagan said. Yes, indeed, as I studied our recent wars, it was true that the majority of low class and middle class soldiers that went to wars or battles died there. The percentage was lower for high-class combatants but still lingered between 40% to 55%, which was pretty high for my standards. The main reason was simple, which could be seen in most civilizations and cultures and a bit different. Most of devil nobility didn't intend to groom a proper army, and if there is a call to war, then what happens? There is a mass forced conscription from rows of common devils that have minimal to no training, and they are subsequently dropped on the battlefield with poor gear. While devils were better in certain areas, as many knew the basics of combat, it was not enough for war. I plan to develop a trend of constructing mechanical legions to fill the roles of cannon fodder soldiers. If you go by price, then constructing mechanical legion was only a tad expensive compared to training proper legion of high-class soldiers. The advantages of my mechanical legions were much more lucrative. You don't need to pay them salaries, arm them, feed them, or house them. They only spent some money on repairs, which isn't very responsible, as they can mostly repair themselves if needed. That is good. I predict that resources from the continents of the Yester plane would be enough to build several million of them and plus a smaller void fleet. Sadly, without having at least 3 Satan-class combatants, it will be impossible to conquer the depths of the oceans. I said to General Zagan, who agreed with my statement. Having millions of arcane mechanical automatons and the entire void fleet was my main goal to do before the Great War started. With this Arcano Tech, I would be able to increase my influence significantly and more easily implement my plans. Also, it will be much easier to do severe damage to Fallen and Church. If possible, maybe I will cause some collateral damage to the Olympians. Hades would become a threat once in the future as he has immense hatred toward devils for eating souls. How is the situation in the central region? Questioned me General Zagan as we were sitting in my room of this cruiser. Here it is interesting, compared to the other regions of the mainland of Yester, this one has something similar to civilization or at least tribal society similar to Eur. Apparently, some orc tribes have established some kind of kingdom or whatever it is called. Our scans show that they have subjugated tribes of ogres, trolls, hill giants, and weaker species such as kobolds or goblins. It may be problematic, as pinnacle general level orc has probably emerged and conquered every tribe. Problems are their numbers, as they number in millions. I answered. I chose Central Region first after the South Region fell precisely because of this. In this region, something akin to the primitive kingdom emerged, which was unacceptable as if given more time, they could grow more and become a threat or cause serious damage. So we need to lower their numbers at first. Chapter 70, The Continuous Conquest, 2. Yes, their numbers are too high, and it may turn dangerous for us once the invasion there starts in the full might. They might drown us in pure numbers, which could cause pretty terrible damages to us. I stated. What strategy do you propose, General? I ask. Simple guerrilla warfare. We will lure them to the predestined locations and kill them in large numbers with traps or with bombardment from void ships or antimatter magicule cannon batteries. Afterward, we can start the invasion with full force. We should focus on the most populous locations and species, such as goblins, kobolds, and orcs. They are the main force of this primitive nation. Proposed General Zagan, to which I nodded. Try to dispose of hill giants too, each of them is pinnacle commander level, and their defensive abilities are terrifying. They would cause a lot of damage to our troops. Average hill giant that was the pinnacle of commander level would need around 4 to 6 pinnacle high-class devils to kill it. When it came to Hydralisk mechs, then somewhere between 10 to 15 would be needed, which is a pretty high number. That was mainly thanks to their extremely high defensive abilities and vitality. They were troublesome opponents. I wanted to dispose of their tribes through traps and other means such as bombardment from Arcano Tech gadgets, as that would be the easiest way to finish them off. I will give it my best, my lord. Now, if you excuse me, said General Zagan as he bowed slightly and exited the room. Hopefully, this entire thing will end as soon as possible. It is becoming too annoying, and I want to return to the underworld. I muttered to myself as I was left alone in my room. Are you again sulking, Zeo? Asked a cheerful voice of Venelana, who had just now entered the room. Yeah, probably. It is annoying, you know. If not for the lack of ultimate class powerhouses on my side, I wouldn't come here to fight with a bunch of barbarians and monsters. While this expedition gave me some combat experiences, it is boring at the same time. I said to her as Vina sat down across me. I can relate to that, muttered Venelana. Don't worry. Soon entire thing will end, and we will return home. Then I will return here when I reach Satan class to clean the seas out of the monsters. I swear, I will join invasions to strong or interesting places, not ones like this, I said to her. Essentially, when the central region of the Yester mainland is conquered, western region, eastern region, and northern region would fall without any resistance, as they are in the same state as the southern region, which fell to me within 1 month, so no threat. Do you want to go on a date when we return to the underworld? I asked out of nowhere, to which Venelana looked a bit surprised, at least on the surface. I bet she was shocked, as I was not a proactive person when it came to our relationships. The main initiative always came from Vina, something I was thankful for. Yes, that would be nice, answered her with a beautiful smile. I heard Agria's island has a beautiful environment, maybe we could go and take a look. The most distinctive feature of Agria's island is that it appears to be a giant floating island suspended in the sky. A popular tourist resort is also the place that controls the airflow in the underworld. On top of that, it contains the essential crystals of the highest quality that is used to create both the evil pieces and brave saints in the future. So I will be taking a sample of them to conduct some research. I want to see the extent of them. The creation of evil pieces is unnecessary and would be a catastrophe right now, as I cannot influence their usage, to minimize it. It would be best if they were invented after a specific time when my voice would be most important for all devils. I heard that Agria's is a wonderful place. I always wanted to visit it, muttered Venelana as she looked at me. Afterward, we spent several hours discussing various things to do after returning to the underworld. Several days later, General Zagan began his guerrilla warfare against the primitive kingdom of orcs and other similar species. I gave him control over all void ships and the entire artillery battalion, which consisted of more than 200 antimatter magicule cannon batteries, and he gave me brilliant results. As predicted, just with a slight provocation, he managed to rule several hundreds of thousands of orcs, trolls, and ogres into a trap, as they thought that somebody was attacking their territory and lured them to a remote location, where antimatter magicule cannon batteries and void ships tore them to shreds. The second thing that happened was the continuous process of sending assassins and assassinations of chieftains of tribes that didn't have good relations among themselves to create internal strife and conflicts. Most of the races that were in this nation were beyond stupid and waged war among themselves, even if they were allies. So when something like an assassination of a chieftain happened, the next day they marched to attack their rival. They thought he was behind the act. Third thing, several bigger tribes of hill giants and trolls were completely annihilated personally by General Zagan, General Amike, and Lord Mephistopheles working together. That removed probably the biggest obstacle to the successful invasion of the central region. Still, after 1 week of this operation, the so-called king noticed something and ordered all tribes to stand down and prepare for an attack. I must admit that the orc ruling this nation was a pretty smart one compared to his compatriots to see danger behind. Still, it was already too late, as all major operations that needed to be done were already performed, and now the final push into the central region could start. Chapter 71, The Continuous Conquest, 3. Several days later, the central region of the Yester mainland of Yester Plain. Unfortunately for my smooth guerrilla warfare, it came to an end 2 days ago, when the nation nicknamed the Goru Kingdom, as I took a slight inspiration from the orcs in my past life. However, that ones were far more brutal, bloodthirsty, dangerous, and even maybe smarter. Dunno. Currently, they were attacking our position from several directions, which was a pretty good move. Still, their higher firepower, which was hill giants, were exterminated, and ogres and trolls were weakened to dramatically degree where they posed no threat. While they still held an overwhelming numerical advantage, it wasn't as high as before the start of guerrilla warfare. On top of that, heavy hitters were down, and even several general-level entities were killed. They marched, but their march was not smooth, as I gave orders to use traps and strategical ambushes to lower their numbers without losing a single soldier in direct combat, which was a brilliant achievement. Mainly thanks to Architect, as he had in his database recorded practically every single confrontation with orcs, be it rogue warbands or star-spanning orcish empires, from the moment humanity of Solar Federation came into contact with them. And compared to the orcs, these goblinoid species were a bunch of babies. Currently, I was leading mechanical legions along with 3 devil legions and 1 artillery battalion to meet one of the armies belonging to the Goru kingdom. They were numbering around 2.5 million, practically outnumbering us by 1.5 million, but it was alright. The problem was that if I didn't finish the battle as soon as possible, they would get reinforcements that were away several hours, and they numbered additional 2 million goblins and kobolds, so pain in the ass. Fortunately, only 2 general-level entities were present here, as I sensed only Orc Shaman and Troll Chieftain that were on the general level in this army. Orc Shaman was no threat, as I fought them before and knew their abilities were low. On the other hand, that Troll was problematic. They had a very high healing factor, and all adult trolls had regeneration ability, which made them hard to kill. Active the antimatter magicule cannon batteries and start bombardment on their position. Stop only if you are ready to go into close combat. If needed, use the main artillery of lunar-class cruisers, but only if needed. Who knows if any more general-level monsters appear, so we need to be ready. I ordered commanders of the legions and flew high in the air, searching for my opponents. The problem here was that any time more general-level entities could appear, as we were in their territory, I wanted lunar-class cruisers to be on standby because their main artillery cannons could quickly dispose of if the situation called for its threat. Soon enough, I found 2 monsters with ultimate-class signatures in the middle of the marching army as I heard sounds of shooting from the antimatter magicule cannon batteries, as thousands upon thousands of monsters were blasted into meat paste and blood flew like a river. When I noticed them, I immediately chose the troll as my first target. I conjured dark light chains, pinned him down, and barraged him with tens of dark light spears. Countless bleeding scars appeared around his body, but not even one fatal injury. The regenerative abilities of this one were indeed something. I flew closer, watching as the troll struggled to destroy the dark light chains Enkidu without any success, not forgetting the orc shaman that tried to escape. He probably noticed that he was no match for me, so he went to call reinforcement, not on my watch. I turned around in a split second and started casting Strategic Tier Chain Dragon Lightning with the help of my Mystic Code, and when the spell was done, I released it at the escaping Orc Shaman that was running for his life while dodging projectiles from the antimatter magicule cannon batteries that were falling on the army. 1 hit, 1 kill, and the Orc Shaman was killed just by a single spell. As he was running, he couldn't properly cast any defensive spell to at least lessen the damage and was killed on the stop. I turned around the troll, that was still kept by Dark Light Chains Enkidu, and started firing at him tens of tactical tier spells, overcoming his regenerative abilities, until his bones and flesh became visible, though not stopping for a second until the regeneration of troll was not able to keep with my spell output and was slowly killed in agony. When the troll chieftain died, all monsters were screaming in a panic as I killed the troll chieftain. When he fell, the artillery bombardment stopped, and my legions entered the fight, spearheaded by mechanical legions. They slaughtered panicking monsters like cabbage. Especially the mech hydralisks were like death gods on the battlefield. Basically, the death of 2 general-level monsters that acted as leaders of this army signified their swift end, as within half an hour entire army was annihilated properly, with minimal losses on my side. Afterward, I gave the order to proceed deeper into the central region, as our next engagement would be with that army of goblins and kobolds numbering 2 million individuals. Fortunately, there weren't any general-level existences, so they were pretty vulnerable. As I returned to the cruiser, I got a message from General Zagan informing me about their victory over their enemy, and they progressed deeper into the territory of the Goru Kingdom, as they annihilated 2 smaller armies and 5 general-level monsters. The last army group that Venelana led also managed to dive deep into the central region. She annihilated a huge monster horde and was currently advancing deeper, and soon met with one of the biggest settlements in the entire nation. Chapter 72, The Continuous Conquest, 4. Half a day later, we were already conforming to the army consisting of kobolds and goblins. Still, instead of combat, I ordered bombardment as they were individually too weak and numerous, so we just blasted them off. I helped with several strategic tier spells as I released them upon my enemies. After annihilating goblins and kobolds, I led my army group deeper into the central region until we finally encountered some settlements that I swiftly destroyed. Unless there were general-level monsters or huge numerical disproportion, I let mechanical legions deal with them. They didn't need rest or anything, so they could be used 24/7 if required. Thanks to that, our progress was very smooth until we achieved our destination, which was the capital of the Goru Kingdom. When imagining the capital city, it wasn't some city. I thought it would be built from stones, but instead, it was an enormous settlement, just like any other. Huts, tents, wooden houses, and some palisades from huge trees. We started laying the siege, as I have seen other 2 army groups belonging to General Zagan and Venelana, who arrived half an hour after me. Now, there was a high probability that enemies would play a defensive battle with us, but that was okay with me. I had enough Arcanic Tech artillery, void ships, and 3 ultimate-class powerhouses with fearsome long-range attacks, including me. From early detections, I have detected that there were more than 20 general-level monsters in the settlement, maybe even more, which was a bit troublesome. That was too much to fight against in open combat, as they could easily destroy many of my common troops, which won't be pleasant. What to do? Architect, what is the probability of killing all of them in several salvos from 14 lunar-class cruisers? I ask Architect. 78% The probability itself is rather low. If they are not killed simultaneously, it could be troublesome. Problematic is their strength, as there should be at least 4 or 5 Pinnacles general-level monsters. Answered Architect. So, what do you propose? I asked him, knowing he had already formulated some kind of plan. Using on cruiser to detonate itself. The antimatter Magicule warp drive explosion would be so great to annihilate even Monarch-level monster several times over. This could be the easiest way to end this entire conquest of the central region. There is a very high possibility that general-level monsters there would be annihilated if there is a confrontation, but losses inflicted on the army would be between 40% to 50%. While mechanical legions could be completely destroyed. Explained Architect. Chances. 100%. In every simulation from 1356, the result is the same. Complete annihilation of every single living enemy in diameter of several kilometers. I would recommend casting a defensive barrier to prevent unnecessary collateral damage. In truth, this could probably be the best-case scenario. While the loss of a single cruiser pained me right now, as I wasn't in a state where loss even of the entire fleet would be just a minor obstacle, alas, it could prevent unnecessary losses. The problem is that inside that settlement are many general-level monsters, and several of them are terrifyingly strong. Now it made sense, we didn't encounter as many general-level enemies on our way. They were all on their way to the capital to prepare for the final defensive battle. On top of that, I wanted their corpses to be my nourishment, but alas, fate has other plans. Then start implementing the plan. I ordered as 13 lunar-class cruisers started changing their location and surrounding the capital from a distance of 15 kilometers. When they were far enough, I started casting a spell with Lord Mephistopheles. Soon enough, with energy support from all 13 lunar-class cruisers, it created an enormous barrier that enveloped the entire settlement, creating a huge dome. Only one cruiser was in that dome, which was empty, loaded with additional explosives, which were small unfinished cores for antimatter Magicule cannon batteries. Architect controlled the cruiser from a distance, and he directly crashed it at the settlement. When the cruiser crashed, the earth shook a bit, but soon it substituted, and everything went quiet. After several seconds, everything went white as the ship exploded, creating an enormous explosion that I felt even through the defensive barrier, shields, and hull of the void ship. Soon enough, the barrier started having cracks all over until it cracked in full force. Damn, that self-destruction is too fearsome, how strong it was. Comparable to the full power of Pinnacle-level Satan-class/intermediate divinity stage god in terms of energy reserves. Fortunately, the barrier absorbed most of the damage before it cracked, and the void shields of the cruisers absorbed the rest. Altogether, the ship's damage level is only between 5% to 9%. If left unhindered, that kind of explosion could destroy an entire continent and annihilate all life on it. Thanks to the barrier, it absorbed 99% of the power that was released during the explosion, but it still cracked and was destroyed. It took almost half an hour for the dust to settle, for me to see a crater in the earth that was deep several tens of kilometers. Really terrifying thing. In the future, if I would want complete annihilation, I could always send some void ship to self-destruct. How long till we can once again access this area? Due to post-radiation released from the explosion, probably 1 month if we include all purification of magic and Arcano Tech. This entire area is now a pure death zone, just like on the planet's Federation used those things. Informed me, Architect, as I nodded before turning around to give orders. Continue in original army groups to conquer rest of the mainland. Now that this thing is finished, there should be practically zero resistance. General Zagan will go to northern region, Venelana to western region, and I to eastern region. Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to finish the entire planar conquest and return home. Chapter 73, Conquest Done. After 1 week of travel, I arrived with my army group in the eastern region of the mainland of Yester plain. After arriving in the eastern region, I immediately unleashed my mechanical legion, which started annihilating one tribe after another. I have even killed several general-level monsters, mainly those that could be used for devourability, while the rest of those, who weren't suitable, were blasted to meat paste by main cannons of lunar-class cruisers. After another week, the entire eastern region was almost wholly cleaned from any signs of life. All monsters, goblinoids, orcs, trolls, giants, and other species were killed. 1 week later, the entire eastern region was entirely under my control when the last general-level monsters were slain by me yesterday. I got reports from General Zagan and Venelana that they were too done with their part. Only General Zagan had some problems, as he was forced to fight sea monsters that attacked the shores of the northern region, and countless merfolk attacked the mainland under the leadership of 3 pinnacle general-level merfolk. Thanks to his 10 ultimate-class flesh golems and help from General Amike, they were able to kill them all and push merfolk back to the sea. He also started constructing the fortified lines through the shores due to fear of merfolk invasion happening again, which was realistic suspicion. They too were returning to meet with, only General Zagan left the majority of his army group in the northern region until the fortified line on the shores of the northern region was constructed. It was understandable that those sea monsters would try to conquer the mainland when they sensed the death of countless general-level monsters. Fortunately, only weaker ones came, and they didn't wake up and bring those monarch-level entities from the depths of seas and oceans. In the future, when I reach Satan class and have several Satan class subordinates under me and more advanced Arcano tech, I will hunt every one of them. The bottom of the sea was probably the most precious bank of resources. From devouring all those general-level monsters, what was a good thing, my demonic energy reserves have risen to 240 units. Thanks to my mastery over tier magic system and dark light trait, I had terrifying combat prowess among the ultimate class powerhouses. The only thing that was limiting me was my energy reserves. Before the Great War started, I wanted to reach Satan class. Rise of him was already won for a long time, and as a Satan class entity, I would have probably the best chances to survive the Great War without being killed or crippled. On top of that, it would give me freedom during the war and an opportunity to increase my social standing and prestige. After the Great War ends, it would be the best chance to execute a coup d'état and rule the Underworld. I left my adjutant in charge of cleanup works, and construction works in the eastern region were left to architects overseeing as I took one cruiser and left for the meeting with Venelana and General Zagan to conclude this entire thing and finally return home. After more than 10 hours of traveling in the cruiser, I finally arrived at the meeting point, where General Zagan was already waiting for me. My lord. He bowed slightly as he greeted me. General. I said to him. Good job with the merfolk, I must say. I didn't think they would attack this soon. I praised him sincerely. As my best subordinate, who served my family for centuries, he did splendid work with invasion attempts from the side of merfolk. Thank you for your praise, my lord. He said to me. When the plane is industrialized, I will reward your family with 1 mechanical legion and 5 lunar-class cruisers and a battalion of antimatter magicule cannon batteries. I said. I deemed this as an appropriate reward for his service and merit achieved during the planar conquest. I am honored, my lord. He bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. And now even Venelana is here. I said as I saw another lunar-class cruiser coming. This plane was still developing, and due to certain factors, it wasn't the best decision to travel through teleportation spells in the Yester, at least yet. Even me building a teleportation formation to transport troops from Ewr to Ire was a great risk. Now, where is Lord Mephistopheles? I ask as we gather here. My lord, Lord Felis has decided to stay here and study the development of the laws of the world. Currently, this plane is undergoing evolution to reach the grade 7 plane. He suspects that there may be a reason why there were already several monarch-level monsters in this plane, even though this plane is right now grade 8 and shouldn't possibly hold them so well. General Zagan attempted to explain to me, but his knowledge about this topic was low, so it sounded pretty terrible, but I was aware of why Mephisto would stay here. Typically for planes to evolve into higher grades, there are 2 possibilities. One is natural by aging. This path could take hundreds of thousands of years at the shortest, and millions usually. The second path was letting the plane devour other planes. Or rather, it was done by extraction of the world's core and letting another world's core absorb its energy. From what I read about Astral Boundary Universe, the second most common reason behind planar conquest was precisely this. Strong factions would often wage wars to obtain more world cores to fasten the evolution of their own plane. That would bring them many benefits, such as more god slots, higher energy density, size expansion, and many others. A long time ago, there were even wars between universes, but I didn't have many records about that. Then let him stay. Additionally, General Amike will stay here permanently, together with all mech drones, all void ships, and mechanical legions. Half of devil soldiers we brought here would be stationed here to protect the plane until the complete defense system is done and fortifications are constructed. Chapter 74, Finally at Home. Draconic Dais, Underworld, territory of the Gremory family, Castle Furig. As I breathed the air in the Underworld, a fascinating, unnaturally satisfying feeling went through my entire body. After 6 months or so, I was finally back home. I even felt a bit stronger when I returned back. Really, devils were stronger in the Underworlds. Now that I was back home, I had some time before departing for the Asgard and 9 realms. At first, I needed to hear a report about the development of my territory during the half a year I was gone, but probably not much has changed. As on long-lived race, devils accepted changes very slowly. After several hours, I finished meeting with Castellan of Castle Furig after learning nothing much had changed. Venelana went to enjoy luxuries of the underworld that weren't available during the planar conquest, while I sent a message to old Zikram that the conquest was successfully made. Just as I sent a message to Zikram, I thought about Krumkruch and the contract I had with him. Maybe I should send him to the Yester to kill those Monarch level C monsters, as he would be most suitable for the job. What was surprising was that after 20 minutes, I informed Zikram that I had already sensed his energy signature in my castle, as he was already here, waiting for me in the castle's lobby. Lord Zikram. I greeted him when I entered the lobby. Lord Gremory Lucifer, said he with a slight smile. I see that you were eager to hear about my success. Though I must say, there were small complications, I think I should get an excellent mark for your test. I said with a slight grin. Indeed you have. I didn't expect you to finish it so soon, probably, those magical technology things are powerful. So, how are the results? Is it enough to affect the incoming war? Asked Zikram with a serious voice. Yes. Just half of the resources from the Yester plain, which is located on the continental part, are enough to construct several mechanical legions, artillery battalions, and even void fleets. If we gain complete access to the bottom of the sea, then our gains would be much higher. Alas, the sea is ruled by 7 Monarch level C monsters, and my current abilities in this matter are minimal. I answered truthfully, to which Zikram nodded in satisfaction. Apparently, he was astonished at my quick and splendid success. In this regard, I can help you a bit and kill some of them. From Venelana's letter, I know that you, Arcano Tech, would be a great boon to the devil race. Additionally, I want to personally see Mechanical Legion in combat before deploying them on the battlefield. Said Zikram, to my shock. I would be grateful for your help. We could depart after I finish my tasks to the Asgard and Takagahamara and, of course, reach Satan class. With my current progress, it won't take much time. Till then, we will leave it be. I answered as I led Old Man Zikram to my garden, as I wanted to drink some tea. We soon arrived at the garden and sat down. Currently, the state of the Yestera is peaceful, as all sentient life on 3 continents was annihilated to the last one. Sea is still full of monsters, but they are now lying low after their defeat on the mainland when merfolk tried to attack the northern shores of the mainland. I have left half of the expeditionary army together with mechanical legions under the supervision of General Amike, as there are still many things to do there. Within 1 or 2 months, I expect that all the entire 3 continents of the Yestera plain would be completely industrialized, from mining to manufacturing. I said to him about the current state of the Yestera plain. That is good. I need you to manufacture defensive Arcano Tech structures and weapons, especially artillery, to fortify our position further within the next year. Most fortresses and fortified positions depend on some magical technology bought from Aesir, but they are selling us only basic things or old ones. Your Arcano Tech is more advanced, and most importantly, it is available for us. Stated Zikram. If all strategic points, such as military fortresses and some strategically located castles, could be armed with antimatter magicule cannon batteries and Arcano Tech towers, it would drastically increase their offensive and defensive capabilities. They would be much harder to breach and could cause tremendous damage to the enemy during siege or battle. It shall be done. I will accept payment in raw materials such as ores, metals, and magic crystals in addition to classical payment in soul coins. Within 2 months, the factories would start production first products that could be sold immediately. Operating most of the Arcano Tech weaponry is very easy and accessible through the terminal installed in each weapon. I informed Zikram when I expected things to work to their fullest. Excellent. I would like to order 10 mechanical legions, 1,000,000 drones, 1,000 antimatter magicule cannon batteries, and 25 lunar-class cruiser void ships if that is possible. And then he dropped a bomb. The sheer size was enormous. Fortunately, with my current production abilities, producing such a size was indeed possible with enough time. You need to pay half of it in raw materials. Currently, mining and processing work in the Yestera are just in the infant stage, and the supply of materials obtained from that world is still rather low. To produce an army of such size would take a long time without sufficient materials. If you give at least half his payment, then it could be finished within 4 months. For Zikram to have him on my good side, I will give him a discount so he would have it cheaper. If he supplies the raw materials at least for half an army, then he would get it for free as I won't charge anything for the manufacturing process. Chapter 75, Politics and Plans. Then I thank you for your efforts. I will have the materials delivered within 1 week at the slowest. Also, when will you depart for Asgard? The situation there is getting worse, day by day. Stated Zikram slowly. How so? I asked slowly. I was aware that the situation in Asgard was messed up absolutely. I hope that the civil war hasn't erupted, or all my plans will be done for. When everyone saw that relationships between Odin and Princess Hela are done for, and a very apparent rebellion will occur, others took their chances. Currently, we have some incomplete information about Jotuns, flame creatures of Muspelheim, and dark elves of Swordalfheim are rebelling," said Zikram in a grave voice. "So Laufey, Surtur, and Malekith can't take it more." All three of them were on the same level as Superdevil, and while as individuals, they weren't posing a threat to Asgard's rule over the 9 realms of Yggdrasil, together, they could pose some threat. Not to defeat Asgard, but they would be able to cause them tremendous damages, from which they would be recuperating for centuries. Yes, what is even more surprising, Hela, while being of only intermediate divinity stage god, could fight with even greater divinity stage gods not specialized in combat. Jotun King Laufey has long longed for revenge for the last war, and Surtur wishes to destroy Asgard. While Malekith wants to wipe our Aesir and Vanir species respectively for genocide done by previous King Bor, which was done even before Asgardians arrived at Draconic Dais. Explained Zikram, the situation there was getting even worse. Jotuns, the ice giants, were all of high class in terms of energy reserves and physique. Additionally, they had extremely fearsome ice manipulation innate ability, and countless of them were in ultimate class. While Muspelheim had a wide range of countless flame-related species that lived there under the rule of Surtur, the strongest fire giant that ever existed on the Draconic Dais. And finally, the dark elves of Swordalfheim, fearsome assassins and warriors with terrifying stealth skills and masters of magic. In the past, they were almost brought to extinction by Odin's father, King Bor, but some of them survived and chose to hide in the depths of the Swordalfheim, waiting for their revenge. I may have a solution to this. Odin is a lost cause, he turned into a peace-loving fool, and now his enemies are rebelling and probably would march to war. So, I will go and convince Hela to leave Asgard and settle down in the Underworld with her followers. I will even provide her territory," I said to Zikram, to which he nodded in satisfaction. "What about the severing connection with Asgard? She will lose her divinity and fall to ultimate class the moment Odin will cast her out," stated Zikram. Aesir and Vanir had different power systems, as they took divinity directly from the dimensional world Asgard, not from their followers. Additionally, they could get stronger even without becoming gods. For example, Hela became a god when she was already ultimate class, as she was given divinity over death and slaughter by God King of Pantheon Odin. He could also take it back as he gave her access to it. This was the advantage of the divine pantheon from the astral boundary. Still better than being chained like a half-beaten dog, to live as a slave for the rest of her life. Also, like any other Aesir or Vanir, she could get stronger even without it, and don't forget that they can transform into innate gods. You know that someone like Hela won't be able to exist under Odin's rule after he decided to be a peace-loving idiot. Millions of Aesir and Vanir will follow her if she comes here because, like us, they are also battle race," I said. "If Hela joins our side, it won't be just her but also millions of their people. Asgard was built on blood and the corpses of countless enemies in the astral boundary, and now their god king has decided to be a pacifist. From many of them, it was like thunder from the clear sky. Countless Asgardians, all berserkers, and many Einherjar would rather leave Asgard to continue their warlike lifestyle than be turned into ceremonial soldiers who would see battle once per century, and their main job would be catching thieves. If you can convince her, then it would be great. Also, be careful of Odin. Allfather is a mighty being. Even if he softened, he is still one of the top greater divinity stage gods in Draconic Dais, and he uses the might of the entire Asgard as God King. He can obtain the power of Apocalypse class for 10 minutes. Warned me Zikram as he soon departed from Castle Furig while I returned to my things. After he left, I experimented with a new type of spell that I had been thinking about. More precisely, dimensional spells. It was a branch of space magic and a very strong one, capable of tearing down the fabric of reality itself. I focused on one peculiar spell, called a dimensional slash, that is able to space itself. If I master this spell and transport it to the tier magic system, I would probably be unrivaled among all Unlimit class powerhouses on Draconic Dais. If not unrivaled, then at least in the top 3. I went to my training field to conduct my experiments, where I usually tested new magic spells. It didn't take me long before I already had a functioning spell matrix that could be tested. By the initial analysis, the power of this spell was a top-notch strategic tier spell. If more demonic energy was used in constructing the spell matrix, it could reach even higher tiers. Possibilities of the dimensional spell were infinite. After a few tests, I ensured the dimensional slash spell was wholly stable and suitable for combat. In the future, I would have another powerful spell in my arsenal. Chapter 76, Bloody Thorny Flower. After finishing my magic experiments, after a long time, I finally went to take a look at my familiar, which should have finished digesting all corpses I left to it, before departing for the Yester plane. I arrived at the place where the spitting thorny flower was located and looked around. It looked almost the same as before, but the energy fluctuations were drastically different compared before. Now, it was at the pinnacle of warrior level and was in the evolution process of evolving into the bloody thorny flower. To boost up the evolution speed, I took out several commander-level corpses that I had in my stash that were in a perfect state and threw them to the spitting thorny flower, which immediately pierced them through with her roots and started absorbing their blood and magical power at the tremendous speed. Soon enough, I saw the changes on the spitting thorny flower, as it started growing bigger and its previously green leaves turned into bloody crimson color, giving an overall bloodthirsty feeling around it. Architect scan it. It should have already evolved into the bloody thorny flower. Race, bloody thorny flower. Level, warrior. Magical power, 37. Strength, 35. Agility, 15. Vitality, 59. Abilities, take root, corpse feeding, poison spit, basic elemental magic. I observed the architect's skin with mild wonder. While it didn't obtain any new abilities aside from the ability to cast some basic elemental magic, which was good, its stats grew tremendously, and this was right after evolution. I have prepared thousands of commander-level corpses to bring this little fiend to the strongest state possible. I needed to evolve this familiar as soon as possible, to use it in direct combat. Additionally, it would obtain even more combat-oriented abilities when it evolved even further. Now, as it was, it shouldn't have a problem dealing with several middle-class devils at the same time, as its vitality is too high for an ordinary middle-class entity to break through. I then took out around 3,000 commander-level corpses belonging to various monsters, goblinoids, or human barbarians and gave them to the bloody thorny flower. In the end, I didn't have a lot of commander-level corpses due to the fact that most of them were in a horrible state. For bloody thorny flower, to maximize the effect of the corpse, it needed to be in a perfect state. So enemies that were killed by antimatter magical cannon batteries or with various clan traits or wide-range spells were absolutely unusable for it. But I still had enough for my familiar to evolve into the devouring thorny flower, which had a limit of general level. Then after I supply enough fertilizer for it, I would have additional fearsome combatant on the ultimate class, which is extremely troublesome to deal with due to its vitality, defense, and various racial abilities. I had prepared several 100,000 commander-level corpses for the situation when it evolved, but alas, after evolution, it would be classified as a Tier 2 being, and the effect of a corpse belonging to a Tier 1 entity was about 0.97% by architect's calculations, due to extreme disparity of quality. It was the same for me. For example, if I used Devour clan trait on high-class being, then I won't be able to do anything. Maybe if I used it on several thousand high-class beings simultaneously, my reserves would increase by 1 or 2 points. That was due to a huge disparity in energy density, purity, and quality. Additionally, it was also due to something called universal law. Basically, all it was about was balance. If an ability such as Devour was unbalanced, I could probably get to Super Devil just by devouring all those monsters in Yester. After finishing my responsibilities with feeding my familiar so that it could be useful, I went to the training ground to strengthen my body. One of my goals was to reach ultimate class in my physical abilities too. If I reached Satan class without having an ultimate class body, it would be risky, as my physical body may not be able to accommodate a properly overwhelming amount of demonic energy. In the best case scenario, it would cause me some internal injuries and other troublesome things. In the worst case scenario, I can explode, literally explode. My body was currently at the high class pinnacle, and I plan to use an extreme gravity environment coupled with magical power refinement, from using magic crystals to strengthen my body even further to reach an extreme state. According to architect scans, the extreme state basically had a maximum limit, or in a numerical way, having 99 in all physical attributes. I prepared a magic formation in the courtyard. After I sat down, several already pre-prepared magic crystals started releasing their magical power after the barrier was erected around the entire courtyard to prevent leaks of magical power, as I wanted to have a small space with extremely dense magical power. Soon enough, after the spell was activated, I felt my body being crushed by enormous gravitational force, but it was quickly adapting to it, and thanks to the extremely high magical power density in the air, my body was getting slowly stronger and stronger. After several hours of strengthening, I already felt that gravity didn't have any effect on my body, as I felt it fully saturated with magical power. Architect, scan. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Energy, 240. Strength, 99. Agility, 99. Vitality, 99. I looked at the increase with satisfaction, as I was already thinking about what to do in order to advance my physique to the ultimate class. If I am going to Asgard, then Hela may have some of those. I muttered quietly as I thought about certain objects that could greatly help me in my endeavors. And that thing was Golden Apple of Idun. Mysterious fruit that was grown by gods of life Idun, which had the ability to turn humans into Aesir or prolong life for other Aesir. For me, I could either directly eat it or use it in the potion, depending on its best usage. Chapter 77, Summons from the Lucifad. 2 months later, Castle Furig, Gremory territory. I took some time before departing for Asgard, as I wanted to practice magic and train a bit, as there would be absolutely no possibility to avoid combat during my trip there. Additionally, mining and industrial progress in the Yester plane was going very well, as currently, from the latest reports, factories have already started producing the first mechs, now giving more focus on drones, as there was a deficit of drones for all things that needed to be done. After finishing the entire conquest of the Yester plane, I have decided to experiment more with the Dark Light Clan trait, and I have developed a new style of usage called Truth-Seeking Orb style. This technique consisted of compressing a massive amount of dark light into an orb-shaped ball that generally floats behind the user's back in a circular formation. My limit was creating 4 balls, currently. These balls are called truth-seeking because they can be used on a subconscious level to attack, defend, or support. Additionally, if needed, they could also change their shape, split, merge or self-destruct, creating a huge explosion of dark light. I created this technique because I lacked proper usage of the dark light trait aside from the Gate of Babylon style, which included weapon creation from dark light and, subsequently, even Chains of Heaven. What surprised me was that, after gaining my true name and my talent reaching the top, I easily reached master-ranked mastery in the Norse rune magic and Abyssal runic magic. It was also because they were similar to tier magic system, as Abyssal runic magic was one of its bases. My casting abilities increased with higher mastery over runic magic of various types, even when using tier magic system. Additionally, my mastery over Devour clan trait went from novice to adept, which was pretty good, as I could now use the Devour more skillfully. My lord, a messenger is waiting for you in the hall, bearing the sigil of the Lucifer clan, said the butler that entered my training room as I opened my eyes. I will be there in a moment, I answered as the butler bowed and left the room while I stood up and clothed myself. Damned old man, still, it was just a matter of time until he ratted it to Lucifer, I muttered as I went to the waiting lobby, where I saw an average-looking middle-aged devil as he bowed deeply to me. Lord Lucifer Gremory, I bear the summons from the great Satan Lucifer for you to come to the capital city Lucifad within the next 7 days, stated the envoy from the Lucifer clan. I will be there within 1 day, I replied to the envoy. When Lucifer was aware of my existence and wanted to meet me, I needed to be there as soon as possible. For several reasons, the smaller one was to make a good impression. I was inquisitive about the major one, though Lucifer summoned me. Still, I had some thoughts about what he wanted. After that, the envoy went back to where he came from, and I went to prepare for my short trip to the Lucifad. Probably the biggest reason for this summons was due to getting assigned a Lucifuge clan member, and the only one suitable was Graphia. Right now, she was around the early stages of ultimate class, as she was probably the most talented member of the Lucifuge clan ever born. Her father, Lord Gerstel Lucifuge, even declared her his heir. I also was a bit scared, truth to be told, about this entire meeting with Lucifer. I didn't know the exact relationship between him and my mother, Rayla, after she escaped from home. Still, it would be best to get into his good graces. Currently, I was too weak and too strong. After several hours, I went to the teleportation formation and teleported away. Underworld, Lucifad. Lucifad was an enormous city that was home to millions of devils. The glorious and magnificent capital of the devils, which was inhabited by all 4 great Satan clans and also 6 houses of Lucifer that guarded this city. I looked over and cast a concealment spell over myself, so no one under Satan class specializing in magic won't be able to sense me. I didn't want to attract attention, as with my appearance, after my blood changed my appearance, I looked like Lucifer. Currently, the entire Lucifer clan has 3 people, including me, Original, and Rise of him. If possible, I wanted to avoid meeting any descendants of Satan clans, as they are problematic entities. Not that they are strong but rather arrogant, so it would be highly possible that I would either kill them or cripple them, bringing me necessary trouble. I went to the greatest castle in the entire Lucifad, which belonged to the Lucifer clan. When I entered the perimeter of the place, I noticed that it was heavily guarded, as hundreds of high-class soldiers was patrolling the area, and I even sensed 10 ultimate-class devils present. As I looked around, my eyes were on the silver-haired middle-aged man in a gorgeous, aristocratic-looking outfit as he was standing near the entrance to the castle. I can sense you, you know, youngling. I am a master of more than 10 types of magic, so while your mastery is almost perfect, it is meaningless in front of me, sighed the silver-haired man indifferently as I undid the concealment spell. Greetings, Lord Gerstel Lucifuge. I greeted the man politely as I slightly bowed. Head of the Lucifuge clan, right hand of Lucifer, and probably, he would be my father-in-law in the future. From what I sensed, he was at the Satan class, and he was pretty strong, judging from his energy signature. I remembered that he died during the civil war in canon, but now with my presence, as I planned for no civil war to happen, he would survive. It would be a shame to lose such a powerful person. Chapter 78, Meeting in the Lucifad, 1. He looked straight at me, scrutinizing me from toe to head. You look similar to your mother, Rayla, while at the same time, you have many traits from your grandfather Lord Zeldris, said Lord Gerstel Lucifuge after a short time. He is expecting you already, come, I will lead you. I just nodded my head and followed after Lord Lucifuge. He then led me to a huge, lavishly decorated throne room, where a lone man with silver hair and hazel eyes was sitting on the throne with closed eyes. I observed the man and felt enormous demonic energy from his, truly standing to the superdevil class entity he was. He was the strongest devil in the Draconic Dais and soon to be corpse due to the Great War. Lord Grandfather. I decided to bet on the familial card as I greeted him. He remained unmoved, just he slightly opened his eyes and observed me slightly before nodding his head a little. You are quite strong, but not enough, said Lucifer coldly while looking at me. Still better than all descendants of Satan clans with the exception of Rizavim, but he is way older than you. Here, use this, it should help you to reach Satan class faster, he said as he threw me the crimson-colored crystal. When I caught the crystal, I sensed an enormous amount of demonic energy from it. It was around maybe 300 units to 350 units of demonic energy. After a closer look, I realized what it was. It was demonic energy crystal, probably of mid-grade. These little things were naturally birthed by certain places in the underworld, where demonic energy was extremely dense. They were especially precious for devils, as devils could absorb energy inside the crystal and advance by leaps and bounds by expanding their energy reserves. For example, this crystal would be enough to bring me to the pinnacle of ultimate class. Though, I have decided to use it when undergoing evolution to the next class, as during that time, I could reach mid-tier Satan class in one go and become a solid powerhouse in Draconic Dais in a matter of hours. Judging from your look, you have found the most suitable usage for this crystal, said Lucifer, to which I bowed my head slightly, expressing my gratitude. I am most deeply grateful, Lord Grandfather, for this gift, I said. He wanted me to reach Satan class as soon as possible, to have another powerful combatant on his side. As I was walking through the Lucifad, I heard some rumors that Rizavim already became absolutely uninterested in everything connected to ruling and war. Come here and sit down. Motioned him with his right hand to the chair next to him as I went there and sat. So, Zikram told me a lot about you, he said casually as he looked around the empty throne room. From when? I asked as I was curious when he told him about my lineage. Short time after he found out. Rayla was always my favorite, more than Rizavim. While she was getting stronger slower than Rizavim, at least she had some interest in ruling and governing the devil race. I was amazed to find out that she had a descendant, on top of that, with the son of that madman. On the top, you have succeeded in awakening the Devour clan trait, very good, answered Lucifer. So it was you who sent me the Book of Lucifer. I noted it as a matter of fact, to which Lucifer nodded in agreement. Indeed. For me, it was no longer useful, and truth be told, I wanted to see how strong you could become if you awakened Devour, and it didn't disappoint me. In such a short time, you are already higher ends of the ultimate class, with a good chance to enter Satan class within the next 2 years, said Lord Lucifer. Devour is really wondrous thing, but after I reach Satan class, it would be harder to advance unless I enter places like Sunset Monster Mountain Range that had a high concentration of Monarch-level monsters and creatures, but as you know, my grandfather Zeldris was torn apart there, by Pinnacle Monarch-level monster. While Devour was good to advance fast in lower ranks, as we are in Draconic Dais, there was a limit to powerhouse numbers. If I was in Astral Boundary, with my financial abilities, I could just buy cores of Monarch-level monsters or other Tier 2 powerhouses and be done with it. Here, even if someone obtained something like that, they would never sell it. That is understandable, but as you already know, the Great War is approaching. With a bit of luck, there would be many powerhouses on that level that would be killed, so either you kill them yourself or play a scavenger, it doesn't matter, but you will obtain strength you need. I nodded in agreement. Still, you did a good job with proposing bringing other factions to this conflict. Zikram already told me that Pale Blood of Old Yarnum, Olympians, and Werewolves tribes has agreed to attack Church and annihilate their influence from the face of Draconic Dais, greatly weakening Yahweh in heaven. He sounded happy saying that. I will be going to Asgard and Takamagara soon. Additionally, I may convince Celtic Pantheon to take their part and attack the influence of the Church in Britannia and Ireland. If everything goes according to plan, then the influence of Church would be limited to only Central Europe, Italy, and some smaller parts of the world, I said. Crumcrutch would probably be able to convince God King of Celtic Pantheon Dagda to make a move. Especially with someone like Gods of Death Morrigan and God of Light, Luff would be eager to jump at this opportunity. It was a unique one. If they let it pass, their religion would be forced out of Britannia and would lose much of their worshippers, causing the strength of their pantheon to deteriorate, as they are mostly faith gods significantly. Chapter 79, Meeting in the Lucifad, 2. Crumcrutch? You have come into contact with that madman? Asked Lucifer with an apparent distaste for Crumcrutch. In Familiar Forest, before I went to the Planar Conquest. I answered truthfully. So he went to Tiamat, he should have already then reached Heavenly Dragon class, muttered Lucifer. I was surprised to hear that. He should have sensed the fight between Crumcrutch and Tiamat. If Crumcrutch really has reached Heavenly Dragon class, then it was for the best, as I would have another powerful combatant on my side. Additionally, as Heavenly Dragon, he would have the best chance to create a dragon faction and bring it to join my nation in the future. Together with Tiamat and Tannin, I could get probably 60% of all dragons in Draconic Deus to join my future nation, expanding my power a tremendous amount. "Show me your dark light," said Lucifer in a bit commanding voice, as he wanted to see the dark light I inherited with his own eyes. I did as he instructed and condensed a ball of concentrated dark light with my new technique, the truth-seeking orb style. He observed it calmly before I dispersed the orb of dark light with a wave of my hand. "Very good, you can be considered as a true member of the Lucifer clan and bear the name of Lucifer. I will announce to the Underworld that we have another inheritor of the dark light," said Lucifer proudly, and while I wanted to refute, I rather chose to remain silent. Announcing something like this is plainly stupid and idiotic. Now our enemies would know that another bearer of the dark light has appeared and would come for my head. In truth, I doubt any Archangel class would come for me, as they were on the same level as Super Devils in terms of energy reserves. I would be dead for sure, but as long as Lucifer is alive, no Archangel from Heaven or Gregory would dare to attack Underworld before the Great War. Still, that didn't mean some cadre-class angels or fallen wouldn't come. Persuading Lucifer to conceal it was meaningless. He was as arrogant as he was stupid. Probably this was also the reason why Mother escaped from home. And now, I would become a living target. I needed to become Satan class as soon as possible. Then it won't be much of a problem to deal with assassins and other enemies on the same level as me if they decide to come for me before the Great War starts due to the dark light. "Here, take this," said Lucifer as he threw another crystal at me. That is a memory crystal that can record a person's memories and experiences. I had recorded some of my experiences and training of the dark light. It should help you substantially to increase your mastery over the dark light. I looked at the memory crystal in wonder and immediately crushed the crystal as I felt a huge amount of memories enter my head. All of them were related to the usage and mastery of the Dark Light clan trait of Lucifer clan. After it stopped, I felt that I had attained master-ranked mastery over the Dark Light, and my control over it exponentially increased. Now I could fully open the Gate of Babylon, create Dark Light objects with minimal consumption or create more truth-seeking orbs with it. Overall, my combat prowess could be considered as the top of all ultimate class entities, even in the astral boundary as a whole, if I raise my reserves a bit. "Excellent, based on your current control, you should have attained mastery of the Dark Light, right?" he asked, to which I nodded in agreement. "Well done. Additionally, do not forget to tell you, after you reach Satan class, come to the Lucifad. You will go with Rise of him to perform some mission for the devil race," he said seriously. "What missions?" I asked curiously as I wondered what needed to have two Satan class members of Lucifer clan to deal with, one with Sacred Gear Canceller and one with Dark Light trait. "You will go and hunt some rogue Sacred Gears user or some affiliated with Church. They are a threat, and during the Great War, some Sacred Gears, whose location is known to us, need to be dealt with as they are dangerous. Additionally, while we have obtained the assistance of other pantheons and factions, aside from Pale Blood, it won't be good if they obtain Sacred Gears," said Lucifer seriously. This sounded logical. While Zikram obtained the support of Olympus, Pale Blood, and Werewolves, I would obtain the support of Takagahamara. Lucifer didn't wish any of these factions to obtain Sacred Gears for their faction aside from Pale Blood, as they weren't interested in power plays in Draconic Deus and wanted to return to the astral boundary. "What about Sacred Gears themselves?" I asked seriously. "If possible, bring them to Underworld for study, if not, seal them in hidden locations. Can I keep Incinerate Anthem if possible?" I asked. "You want to fuse with Sacred Gear? Are you aware of side effects?" asked Lucifer with a serious tone. "Not now, as I am perfectly aware of the dangers, but Incinerate Anthem is perfectly suited for me due to Dark Light, and I always wanted to have the flame-related ability. On top of that, I will just study it and see. Fusing with Sacred Gears currently is too dangerous due to him," I answered casually. "Then it is good. Also, there is another matter why I have summoned you to the Lucifad," said Lucifer with a weird smile. "As for every Lucifer needs to have a Lucifuge," he said shortly afterward. So I was right. I would probably get engaged to Graphia now. This is good, she is the most powerful Lucifuge and has the potential to reach Satan class within the next decade, not mentioning the fact she is a very good administrator and combatant. I thought in my head. Chapter 80, Meeting in the Lucifad, 3. After he said that, I saw a person enter the throne room. She was a beautiful young woman appearing to be in her early 20s with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, which ends in twin braids and red eyes. She wore an outfit that was a black shirt with golden caramel accents at the edges of the shirt and spread horizontally near the bottom, with two light golden trims going down the shirt, and the shirt split slightly above her stomach, exposing her midriff. Her jeans are blue, with a white outline at the top. Around her neck and shoulders is a long, cyan scarf made from light material that reaches her hips. Lord Lucifer. She bowed to Lucifer after she turned her attention to me. Young Lord Lucifer. And then she bowed again. Now that you are all here, it is time to test a bloodline resonance between you two, said Lucifer, as Graphia and I cut our finger a bit to bring out a drop of blood, to which Lucifer started casting some incarnation, and soon enough, the 2 drops of blood combined and shined brightly before they dispersed into nothing. Excellent, your bloodline resonance is powerful. That is good, Graphia, from today, you will be destined to be with the blood of Lucifer for all eternity, he said with a commanding voice that Graphia just nodded her head in agreement, as this was the moment she was mentally prepared for. One could say that from her earliest childhood, she was groomed to become an aide to Lucifer. As always, a Lucifer must have a Lucifuge. It was her destiny. Now that everything is done, you both can go, said Lucifer as he basically sent us away. Both of us, Graphia and I, bowed slightly before we left the throne room, leaving the original Lucifer alone sitting on his throne. As he was sitting on the throne, he revealed a slight smile on his face as he watched me departing, which I just barely caught, and it looked creepy. After we left the throne room, I saw Lord Lucifuge, father of Graphia, waiting in the hall, before the entrance to the throne room, with rather an anxious expression on his face. When he saw us both exiting the throne room together, he sighed in relief. So, the bloodline resolution between you two must be high, right? Asked him, to which I just nodded my head while Graphia looked at her father without saying a word. Now we would become family, young Lord Lucifer. Your grandfather must have been delighted to see another person with dark light. With this, we would have another powerful combatant on our side before the war starts, said Lord Lucifuge. It is exactly as you say, Lord Lucifuge, just with the declaration, Lord Grandfather, I will soon become a prime target for assassinations from Heaven and Gregory, I said to him, to which he nodded in agreement, as it was an undeniable truth. Indeed it will, but also, it will be a test for you, said Lord Lucifuge before he bowed slightly and went away. So, what now, Lady Graphia? Shall we depart for the Furig, or do you wish to do something else before I ask her? No, we can go, Lord Zeoticus, she answered mildly before we went to the I used teleportation spell for the Castle Furig. Meanwhile, in the throne room. So what do you say, Gerstel? Asked Lucifer, his attendant. He has potential, immense one. I have never thought that someone, too, would inherit the dark light. Are you sure about the announcement? If unlucky, someone like Kokabeel would come to assassinate him, and it could spell problems if he doesn't reach Satan class quickly, and this is just between our 3 faction. Maybe even other factions would make a move to prevent the rise of another powerhouse on our side, answered Gerstel Lucifuge. Heaven and Gregory won't send anyone above ultimate class as they won't risk war erupting prematurely before they complete their preparations. By now, it is set in stone that war would happen. At most, they would send several ultimate class powerhouses to kill him. If he can't survive that, he won't be worth being my descendant, said Lucifer. And why exactly you gave him the demonic energy crystal? It was of mid-quality, they are pretty rare to come by. Lord Gerstel Lucifuge was aware that demonic energy crystals were pretty rare these days, as the energy density in the underworld was worse compared to what it was in the distant past. If my guess is current, then he will use it during his metamorphosis to Satan class, to directly reach higher ends of the Satan class. At least he would become useful. With additional Lucifer at Satan class, we will surely win the war, and devils will dominate everything, sighed Lucifer with mad glee in his eyes. As you command, my lord, said Lord Gerstel Lucifuge with a slight bow before he left the throne room. His mental state is once again deteriorating, same with the other 3. Where this will lead, thought Lord Lucifuge as he went away. Chapter 81, Graphia Lucifuge. As I returned to the Castle Furig, my thought was a mess, and I was overwhelmed with anger. I didn't feel for a long time, as I always used Architect to suppress my emotions, not to cloud my judgment. Bastard, just wait, once I am done, I will give you a fate worse than death, I thought in my head. That bastard made me a prime target for assassination from Heaven, Gregory, and other factions just to satisfy his pride and superiority over others. All original Satans were the same, arrogant beyond even Heavens. Unfortunately for me, right now, I was in no position to oppose his decision as he was too strong for me to handle, and if I was correct, he had something that allowed him to control all devils. And I was not talking about power, but rather about some kind of blood magic. In the end, he was the one who created the devil race with the Book of Lucifer, and I noticed that several pages were missing from the book as they were torn out. He probably didn't want anyone to learn about the method of controlling devils through blood. I read about similar spells that allowed one to control everyone through blood. Ancient blood magic was long forgotten but still practiced by certain individuals. In canon, it remained lost due to Lucifer's death, but I wonder if I could get my hands on it. If yes, then it would be great insurance for me to control devils and prevent possible rebellion against my rule. You seem to be distracted, Lord Zeoticus, said a gentle female voice of Graphia behind me, to which I stopped my track of thought. Call me by my name. We are to be wed one day, and you are my part, calling me lord sounds distant. I said to her. That is not appropriate, my lord. As your servant, I should follow a protocol of behavior to my best. She said, befitting to her strict expression. You are not a servant, Graphia, you are my partner. I said with a rather complicated face as I didn't know how to deal with her. My relationship with Graphia was complicated, to say it best. In a certain sense, she wasn't and was my servant. A Lucifuge was a partner for Lucifer, a companion, and a friend. I could observe at least that when I noticed her father Gerstel Lucifuge and original Lucifer. As I said that, I noticed her surprise seeing this, probably even though she was mentally prepared for her fate and just accepted her duty, deep down, she was still dissatisfied with all of this, as her entire life was just some kind of scheme for the great cause of all things. Then, in private, I will call you by name. She said this was probably the best thing I could get from her right now. She was still not so comfortable around me right now and too focused on her duties. Right, now there is almost nothing for you to do in the Furig, but there is still some work that needs to be done in the Yester. I said to her. Yester? Asked Graphia with a confused expression on her pretty face. Small world, I have conquered for resources. You will go there and help General Amike with guarding our factories there. Lately, sea monsters have been unruly once again, with General Level 1s attacking our positions there, and I need their second ultimate class person. I explained. I knew that sea monsters would be causing troubles, and now there were even some General Level sea monsters attacking fortified positions and fortresses. Graphia was ultimate class with very high combat prowess, so she would be a great help there and, hopefully, solve the problem as soon as possible. Also, as we are to be wed, you need to be aware that I already have a fiancé, Venelana Bale, from the Bale clan. I said, just to be sure. I am very well aware of that fact. She said with dangerous glee in her eyes, but I ignored that. Probably she viewed Venelana as competition, which was true, but it wasn't my matter to meddle in that. Both of them were pretty strong and prideful, so it would probably be hard for them to accept each other. Afterward, we talked a bit before Graphia departed for the Yester plane, and I went to do what I have always been doing, reading magic tomes to perfect my tier magic system. 1 month later, I was surprised to see that Graphia had already returned from the Yester, and she also brought a message from General Amike. It was surprising that such a gentlewoman on the surface at least annihilated more than 10 general-level sea monsters attacking the shores of the mainland in the Yester. Truth be told, I was delighted with the results as Graphia was a great help. If not for her, I would either need to go there personally or send General Zagan, who was tasked with reorganizing the army and implementing mechanical legions into my military structure. Splendidly done, Graphia. Also, have you brought their corpses? My familiar would have great usage for them. I asked her. Now my bloody thorny flower will soon be finished devouring all the fertilizer I gave her. I would need something on ultimate class to evolve even further to reach a new evolution stage called Devouring Thorny Flower, which was a general level entity. Yes, but only 8 of them are in a suitable state according to your instructions. Said Graphia as she handed me the interspatial pouch that stored those corpses. 8 of them is a pretty good result and should probably be enough. Well done. I can also sense that you have grown stronger. Architect, scan her. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Energy, 285. Strength, 76. Agility, 80. Vitality, 50. Chapter 82, 9 Realms. Class-wise her demonic energy level is higher than mine, but her body is lacking, but still admirable. She must have undergone strict physical training and strengthening. Not something many devils would do. I thought in my head. She was pretty strong among the ultimate class powerhouses. I will be departing for the 9 Realms soon enough. In the meantime, when I am gone, look over the Furig and borders with a demilitarized zone with Fallen. I said to her, to which Graphia nodded. With her overseeing Furig and my territory, I could rest that they were secure. F. Soon I would be departing for the 9 Realms, with my prime target being to reach Hela, who was in Helheim. The only way for me to get into the 9 Realms was to go through the Draconic Dais and find a portal that is connected to the Helheim in the Draconic Dais. If I am lucky, I will be able to find it relatively fast. I studied a bit about the 9 Realms. They were huge interconnected dimensional realms, created from 9 realms of Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Jotunheim, Swordalfheim, Niflheim, Muspelheim, Midgard, and Helheim. There were also some minor realms, such as Nidavellir. Yggdrasil, the world tree that connected all of them. Asgard was home to the battle race Aesir, which ruled over the entire 9 realms. Vanaheim was home to the Vanir, species with immense talent in magic and sorcery. Jotunheim is a frozen world inhabited by ice giants. Muspelheim, a volcanic world of raging flames under the rule of flame giant Surtur. Alfheim is home to light elves, a special breed of elves with a high affinity for light magic. Niflheim is home to endless cold, freezing fog. Swordalfheim, currently a dead world, was destroyed by an ancient war between King Bor and King of Dark Elves Malekith. And finally, a small world of Nidavellir, home to several dwarf tribes. Some may not distinguish Midgard and Earth, but in reality, they were different places. Midgard was a plane that was eternally in the Viking Age. Almost all Einherjar that started as mortals were selected from Midgard. One could say it was like a factory for soldiers that supplied Asgard with its armies. I teleported to the Draconic Dais, to Norway. I didn't bother looking around. Humans here were still beyond primitive in culture and barely had anything of interest to me. Immediately I cast the spell to search for spatial disturbances, to search for the tunnel to the Helheim. I was in a hurry, as I could no longer prolong this matter due to extremely high tensions in Asgard. There. I muttered as my detection spell finally found something several miles away from my current location. I also needed to be cautious because two people could easily sense me entering the Helheim. One of them was Odin, as God King had absolute control over the 9 realms and could easily detect if someone entered. The second one, even more problematic, was Heimdall. He was an all-seeing god, directly connected to the source of the 9 realms, and his perception was even superior to that of Odin's. To evade his all-seeing eyes would be highly problematic. Fortunately, right now, he should be focusing on Hela and her army, and with a bit of concealment magic, it should be okay. I went to search for the spatial tunnel leading to the Helheim. Surprisingly, I found it rather fast, and it was guarded by several powerful warding spells and even magical formations around the entire area. The first thing I needed was to break down the magical formation, but that was done rather quickly, as I did it with brute force, as the formation was weak and crudely done. After I was done with it, I moved to the warding spells that were blocking the entrance to the cave, where the spatial tunnel was located. The master of the Aesir magic appropriately did these spells in Aesir magic. These ones proved to be more problematic. To break them down would require some time, but with help from Architect, I could easily locate weak spots in the warding spells and barriers over the entrance to the cave, break down the barriers, and enter the cave just within 1 hour. Afterward, I entered the cave and quickly located the portal, which was at the deepest part of the underground maze. I entered the portal and soon enough appeared in the Helheim. Damn, this place is even worse than Underworld. I muttered as I looked around. The sky was dark black, just like death. The air here stanched with the aroma of rotting flesh and blood. This was really a shithole, a realm of the dead. I needed to find Hela as soon as possible and strike a deal with her, or whatever, as I was aware that my concealment spells could not last for eternity, and sooner or later, they would be found out by Odin or Heimdall, and then I would be fucked up. Find Hela, get her only my side, and depart for the Underworld with her army as soon as possible. Still, if Odin chooses to banish her and strip her of her godhood, then she will fall back to the ultimate class, as she got her godhood when she reached ultimate class. But, Aesir has innate ability to awaken godhood. Naturally, I read that Odin did it, but from current Asgardians, almost none have achieved such feat. I thought in my head. Still, I was in a hurry. From the latest reports I got, enemies of Asgard, namely Laufey and Surtur, had started moving their armies against Allfather already. While Malekith was still lurking in the dark, hoping to strike when Odin was at his weakest. Truth to be told, after I get Hela to join me, I don't really care what will happen to Asgard, though some of their technologies, magic, and treasures are too precious for me to ignore. Maybe I will steal them and admit the chaos. Chapter 83, Helheim. If I replicate things like Bifrost, that would be a great boon. Not even Solar Federation had such an advanced method of travel during my age, though there were some proposals to use Immaterium for that, which was too dangerous. Asgard was a very advanced civilization that had fallen in terms of strength since the ages of God King Buri, who founded Asgard in the astral boundary. During the age of God King Bor, they lost in some conflict in the astral boundary, suffered great losses, and were forced to flee. And truth to be told, Dimensional Gap was just a poor, backward, primitive area even when it was part astral boundary and not a sealed dimension. Here resources were scarce, energy density was low and magical laws were weak. I was currently located in the Helheim outskirts and was far away from the central location, where Hela was with her army and followers. Here in the outskirts of the Helheim, it was filled with countless undead that was walking here and there aimlessly. Skeletons, zombies, undead creatures such as dragons, giants, and many others. The especially entire place was filled with draugrs. A type of undead that inhabited the entire Helheim. They looked like a weird combination between mummy and zombie with azure glowing eyes. Most of them were created or birthed from deceased Aesir warriors whose corpses were dropped into the Helheim, where the unique energy of the Helheim resurrected them. I walked through the plains of the Helheim while I was in a constant state of vigilance. While I was at the ultimate class, Helheim was a hazardous place, even for those far stronger than me. Additionally, I was worrying whether Odin's army had already arrived at the Helheim. Tensions were high, and it was highly probable that Odin would send an army to pacify Hela and her army. Soon enough, the entire Helheim would be turned into a battlefield. Soon enough, I sensed a huge horde of Draugrs coming in my direction, from which I sensed one ultimate-class Draugr. I was even tempted to kill it, to see their combat prowess and how strong they were. I stood in the direction of the Draugr horde and started casting a dimensional slash spell. In 10 seconds, I had already completed the spell model and released the spell at them. From a distance, I observed how the dimensional slash tore the fabric of the reality and entire space where they were just disappeared into nothingness. Soon enough, the Helheim just repaired itself just like nothing happened. I also had the architect record this entire fight for research purposes, as it was how laws of the world influenced the strength of spell and energy-based attacks. How strong are magical laws of Helheim compared to those in the Underworld? Weaker by several fold. Underworld has a higher level of magical laws, which is more suitable for the growth of powerhouses, though magical laws here are still stronger compared to the other planes such as Yester. If the dimensional slash spell were cast in Yester, it would take several days for the plane to heal the damage on the fabric of reality. Here, it was done in minutes. Stated architect his analysis. Why are magical laws stronger in Underworld compared to those here? I ask. Probably due to the nature of the 9 realms itself. They are getting weaker due to not being properly assimilated with the magical laws of the dimensional gap. Probably the reason is they didn't have any being of law when they transported the entire Yggdrasil to the draconic dais and when the dimensional gap was created. From my analysis, if 9 realms were in the astral boundary, your spell wouldn't even be able to tear the space there, as magical laws in astral boundary should be even 100 times stronger than here. Answered architect. That is understandable. Draconic dais is much weaker than the astral boundary. While the creation of dimensional gap saved a few, it doomed the rest to be on the bottom of the food chain. I said. Mighty stage gods, who were being of laws, created dimensional gap to protect their civilization from the strife in the astral boundary, where civilizations and factions perished each day. And another result of this action was that the entire dimensional gap was getting weaker and weaker with each passing millennium. As it was completely severed from the astral boundary, its magical laws were being developed in different ways, or rather say, they degraded, energy density lessened, and it was harder for powerhouses to emerge. Even now, dimensional gap had maybe 15 apocalypse-class entities at best and 0 powerhouses above the apocalypse class. I muttered some incomprehensible sounds before I started moving once again, going deeper into the Helheim. After several hours and skirmishes with a few monsters and undead, I finally arrived at the deeper parts of the Helheim. I recognized the simple fact as I saw outposts and sentries of the Hellas army that was patrolling the area. Chapter 84, Hela, 1. I sneaked around beyond their fortified lines in my search for Hela's main camp. I easily caught her signature, as she was a person with the strongest divinity in this entire region, so she was relatively easy to locate. With my concealment spells, it was easy to arrive unnoticed at my location, where I finally found Hela in a remote place as she was training with her necro swords. Those swords were pretty interesting, from what I could tell. A mixture of various metals, but at the same time, they seemed to be alive. Maybe it is some kind of soul weapons like sacred gears or something similar. I thought in my head. In truth, Hela was as beautiful as she was deadly. She had shoulder-length pitch-black hair as darkness night and emerald green eyes. She was around 200 centimeters high, higher than me by 5 or 6 centimeters. She wore an armor-like bodysuit of green and black colors that were combined. Come out, devil, while your stealth spells are flawless, I still control part of the Helheim's world's will source. Said she with a cold voice as I undid the stealth spells and revealed myself, to which she readied her necro swords and aimed them at my neck. Easy, easy there, my lady. I come in peace. I said quickly before she decided to kill me. I was very well aware that she wasn't the most reasonable one. Make one wrong move, and your head will leave your shoulders. She said coldly. So what do you want, the devil? I haven't dealt with your kind for decades. Said she. Of course, my lady. My name is Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer, and I have come here to negotiate with you. I said, and I felt that her necro swords disappeared when I introduced myself. Lucifer. Gremory, you are a descendant of 2 madmen that even outshine my family. She said, to which I nodded in agreement. Original Lucifer was nuts, and my paternal grandfather Zeldris Gremory was a battle maniac and a power-hungry madman who died due to lust for power. I admit that my genealogy is far from the best. I said in a low voice. Do you know how Asgard became pathetic as it is now? Asked Hela with some melancholy in her voice. Tens of thousands of years ago, long ago before I was even born, in vast astral boundary, there was a man of rather average species similar to humans. He was called Buri, the first god-king of Asgard pantheon. He rose from nothing in the astral boundary to heights that he once could not even imagine. While Asgard wasn't among the strongest factions in the astral boundary, it was still considered a rather strong faction, with many mighty stage gods and even supreme stage gods. She stopped for a while. Supreme stage god must be a stage above mighty stage god in the divine path. But then, one day, an Asgardian military discovered an unprotected Grade 3 plane that was on the verge of becoming Grade 2 due to some occurrence. Only a few tens of millions of humans and beastmen lived there, but they were surprisingly weak, as they had only several Apocalypse-class experts and a few mighty stage in their native pantheons. Even for Grade 4 plane, it would be considered weak. Nothing could stop the glory of the Asgardian war machine. We invaded the world and soon enough pushed natives to the brink of extinction, but then it happened. For now, it sounded too good to be true. A truly strong factions of the astral boundary noticed newly evolving Grade 3 plane. You need to know that Grade 2 planes are rare and could bore peerless experts and mighty powerhouses that could destroy the entire draconic dais with even the simplest spell. As we were fighting there under the leadership of King Buri, another competitor appeared. It was one of the human empires, the Arcane Empire, that occupied Grade 1 plane by itself. They arrived with hundreds of Apocalypse-class warriors and mages, tens of Dimensional-class powerhouses under the leadership of their Emperor, Lord-class entity. I just stood there and absorbed new knowledge. Now I had answers to what stood above Apocalypse class, namely Dimensional class, and above it was Lord class, but I was aware that there existed ranks above. Just from mentioning Emperor was Lord class, meaning true powerhouses would not spend time running a nation, they would rather seclude themselves to train and research. Great-grandfather Buri refused to retread, who knows why, maybe due to confidence, maybe due to arrogance, maybe due to foolishness. In the end, it didn't matter, as the Emperor of the Arcane Empire killed him in split seconds before God King could even summon the might of Pantheon. Other mighty stage gods and supreme stage gods were butchered, caught, and human warlocks and arcanists extracted their divine sparks. The main Asgardian army was completely annihilated to the last man, and the only person who survived was his son Bor, who was sent to Asgard. Moment God King Buri sensed the strength of humans, as his son was just an early mighty stage god. After he returned to Asgard, he realized that the entire strength of Asgardian civilization was gone, with just a few mighty stage gods remaining, but that was all. They have lost their strongest gods, with their godhoods were taken. Their own Apocalypse class and Dimensional class magicians were killed. Most advanced magical technology devices and weaponry were lost during the war. Nothing remained. So, he resulted in the last option. He used Yggdrasil to move the entire Nine Realms plane to the outskirts of the astral boundary, where he joined local gods in creating a dimensional gap, dying in the process due to internal injuries suffered from previous battles. From then on, Asgard was and is getting weaker with each passing century. We are nothing more than just former glory, living on the lost wonders and golden glitters. Now hearing this story from Hela, it would be an understatement to say I was shocked. Chapter 85, Hela, 2. And now, my father has decided to abandon the ambition of returning to the astral boundary. In past years, he has decided to just meddle with natives and become Pantheon to the draconic dais, forever being trapped in the dimensional gap. When I was little, I have always heard stories about the vast astral boundary and wished to lead conquest there, not to be confined in this prison. She said with mild anger visible in her voice. In a certain sense, the entire dimensional gap was a prison, as nothing could go in and out. Resources were finite here, and planes were also finite. While here there may appear a new one, it was an extremely rare occurrence, not comparable to the vaster world, where it is common. Leaving the dimensional gap was something I had wished to achieve when I learned about the grand world beyond. And now it even seemed possible to leave it with an entire plane on your back. If Asgard did it, I will too. I have a proposal for you. Leaven Asgard to join Underworld, and I promise you that you can lead armies to conquer, kill, and slaughter as you wish. In the future, even in the astral boundary, as dimensional gap is too small for my ambition. I said with a small smile. Hela looked at me, surprised. Perhaps she was considering the option. And how do you plan to evacuate approximately 160 million people from here? She asked me, to my shock. I didn't wait for about 160 million Asgardians to follow Hela. This was good. She had a critical resource that I lacked, a combat-ready population. I can easily open large-scale portals with a bit of Arcano tech and your control over Helheim that would allow transporting even such a large population. My lands are able to accommodate such a number of people. I answered swiftly. I already had such an Arcano tech device prepared at my territory, the only thing that awaited was Hela's help. Then swear lifeblood Geas and I will agree. Sooner or later, Odin will strike, and as hypocritical as that bastard is, he will strike hard to annihilate my followers and seal me in some goddamn pocket dimension, never seeing the light. Then he will fabricate some lies about how nothing happened and how I never existed. She said with a sarcastic laugh, and I nodded in agreement. We swore lifeblood Geas to don't betray each other and fulfill some things, nothing serious. At least I have gained a little bit of her trust. How many soldiers do you have from your total population? I asked one of the things that interested me most. 30 million Berserkers and 10 million Einherjars. Around 5 million magicians. The rest are civilians, mainly families of soldiers, craftsmen, artisans, and similar. Also, I have around 20 ultimate class followers. Damn, these numbers were overwhelming. If I could ever follow my lead, then I would probably have the same military strength as Archduke Agar's, only a bit below Great King Zikram Bale. I have a question. Why did you accept? Something that bugged me. She was far stronger than me, had far higher military strength than me, so why willingly follow? While it may seem I have something, in reality, I lack the means to leave Helheim with my army and civilians. I could leave with my strongest ones, but for what end? I will lose everything, and all of these men and women that followed me here were personally trained and cultivated by myself from the moment they joined the military and are loyal. They chose me over their king, something I cannot betray. If I leave, Odin will kill them all, to silence them and bury the truth, as always he did. So what should I do? Go to other pantheons? Not an option, as I have harmed them too much, and bad blood is among us. So the Underworld is the only opinion. Additionally, soon Odin will banish me and strip me of my divinity, leaving me at the pinnacle of the ultimate class. She said. They were valid arguments. I came in the direst time with a solution to her problem. He will probably sense that someone from outside entered Helheim and sent royal guard and some gods to capture me and annihilate my followers. So, I don't have much time to make decisions. When can you open the portal to the Underworld? She asked me, to which I threw her small ball-shaped device with a runic inscription. Active it, and use Helheim's source. This thing will subsequently open several portals around locations you wish. I said, and Hela immediately did what I had said and activated the device. In a split of a second, enormous space rifts appeared around the entire Helheim. How long will the evacuation last? I asked. 2 to 3 days. What about when Odin notices this and tries forcibly to cancel those portals? What then? She asked rather nervously. Not possible, as now, they have already obtained source code of the world's will and are able to bypass all magical restrictions. Additionally, energy is fueled by the Underworld itself and dimensional gap. Unless Odin uses the strength of all 9 realms and Yggdrasil to disrupt it for a chance to shut them down, portals will remain open. I answered. I made many countermeasures to the situation if Odin attempts to destroy portals. He won't. The strength of 9 realms is not great as it was, and Yggdrasil is sleeping. If he used it, he would risk the destruction of Asgard itself, as he won't have an advantage in the fight against Malekith, Laufey, and Surtur. Maybe even other pantheons will attack Asgard. Divine power reserves of Pantheon are small. Said Hela, and now I was sure the evacuation plan was secured, at least for some parts. And what if he sends in a larger army than just royal guards and some gods? Not possible. When I left, I took around a third of the soldiers in our military. Asgard's army is around 150 million, largely due to constant demilitarization, and most of its strength comes from berserkers, which all to the last one followed me. Said Hela with a victory grin. Chapter 86, Hela, 3. Then good for us. I said. After 2 days, the evacuation process was going very well, and practically all civilians were already in the Underworld, accommodated in my territory, where they started building their own city, in Helheim. Meanwhile, at the Asgard, things were beginning to move. In the royal palace of Valisjaffel, an old man in golden battle armor was sitting on the throne in the throne room. He had white hair and a white beard, missing his right eye, a gold eye patch covered that. He was gripping a huge spear. Well played, my daughter, well played, muttered the old man with a cold voice. He was Odin, the Allfather, current god-king of Asgard Pantheon, and ruler of the Asgard. Vidar, Gondal, said Odin in a neutral voice as 2 figures stepped forward and knelt before the throne of Asgard, the Hlitskjaf throne. One of them was an elderly woman who wore a deep blue-colored robe. She had a fearless look on her face as she looked at the god-king. She was Gondal, current commander of the Valkyries. Another one was a huge man, over 2.5 meters tall, clad in black metal armor with animalistic features. He was Vidar, a pinnacle intermediate divinity stage god who acted as the commander of the royal guards. Your Majesty. Both of them said. Take a division of royal guards and Valkyries and depart to the Helheim immediately, and catch Hela. She and her rebels are leaving Helheim. Said Odin solemnly to both of them, widening their eyes in shock. How is that possible, my king? Asked Gondal, as she was well proficient in the many magic systems across the draconic dais and even a few from the astral boundary. She found a helper who allowed her to open trans-dimensional space rifts to the Underworld that cannot be closed. Apparently, some devil with high knowledge of magic is helping her escape. Not only that, but they also have some magical technology that rivals ours to stabilize and protect the portals, as I cannot close them. I even stripped Hela of her control over Helheim, but it appears those portals are fueled directly from the Underworld's worlds and dimensional gap. Explained Odin, which left Gondal and Vidal deeply surprised. This is an unexpected development. They have even managed to conceal this matter for 2 whole days before I found it. Most of them should already be gone, but Hela would be leaving as last. She is probably waiting for you, be prepared. Said Odin, as both Vidal and Gondal bowed and left the throne room to mobilize their troops and depart for Helheim. Each royal guard was a pinnacle high-class warrior, while many of them were even at high class in terms of energy reserves. The same could be said about Valkyries. Additionally, with their formation and tactics, they are able to match even intermediate gods, not talking now, when they had the support of Vidal, a peak intermediate god, and Gondal, who was the same as Satan class in terms of magical power. Helheim. Lucifer, Odin has severed my connection to Helheim. Now we have 2 to 3 hours before his attack dogs will arrive. Fortunately, evacuation is already complete, and now only several of my most loyal and strongest subordinates remain here. Said Hela to me as I was meditating and preparing to hear something similar to this. He still hasn't banished you? I asked while I looked at her. No, he probably fears if he did that, and I lost my divinity, then as ultimate class, I would flee, and he would gain nothing. He is too arrogant for that. He needs to achieve at least partial victory now when 1/3 of the deserted army is in Underworld. She said. Who will come? And how many? This was a pretty important question. With the current situation, I think he will probably send 1 or 2 divisions of royal guards that should be 2,000 pinnacle dual high-class warriors and bat lineages. Additionally, with Valkyries, maybe altogether maximally 3,000 people. Also, he will send Vidal, the commander of royal guards. He is pinnacle intermediate divinity stage god who is a fearsome warrior. Said Hela with a grim voice. Here, take this. Said she as she threw me something. I was surprised to see what it was. It was the golden apple of Idun. It should push your physique to ultimate class. It will give us better chances to bring some of them down. Among 1 division of royal guards, there should be minimally 10 ultimate class warriors or lesser gods. Really, the strength of Asgard was high, even after their sharp decline. I immediately ate the golden apple of Idun as I felt huge energy enter my body, as it was absorbed and refined by Devour, and I felt as if each cell of my body was being strengthened to a new level. Everything was being pushed to a new level of existence, be it my flesh, bones, or organs. Even my energy reserves expanded by a significant amount. Golden apples of Idun were one of the priceless treasures of Asgard. Just one could turn an ordinary mortal human into Aesir and even directly push him to the middle class of physique and energy reserves. Additionally, people used them to break the shackles of their bodies to reach a higher level of power. Architect, scan. Class, Ultimate. Demonic energy, 254. Strength, 118. Agility, 106. Vitality, 124. I was surprised to see this. My strength was now many times higher than before. With a stronger body, I could accommodate my already high energy much easier, and handling it became easier. I will also suffer less backslash if I overuse my magic. Most magicians have paper-like bodies, and due to that, if they overuse their magic, they would often suffer terrible internal injuries, as their bodies could not handle such power. It was an unwritten rule for magicians to have 1 class with lesser physique than your energy reserves to be okay, but now many cared for that. Still, even if you don't suffer some terrible backslash, you will slowly accommodate many hidden injuries that will make your progress much slower or even outright impossible. Chapter 87, Hela, 4. Golden apples of Idun were peerless treasures of Asgard, and I was pretty happy that I got my hands on one of those. Thank you very much. Perhaps do you have saplings or trees that could be planted in the Underworld? I asked with hope. If she had tree saplings or even an entire tree that could be planted, that would be heaven sent. I could grow these apples and use them to strengthen my subordinates. I managed to get only some saplings that could be planted. Fortunately, I also took the growing method for them. While I could probably not raise them as effectively as Idun, as she is an expert in that, I could yield some results. Said Hela, to my surprise. This was better than I had expected. So, what is our plan for combat? She questioned me. While she was aware that she was intermediate divinity stage god, she was aware the moment Odin banished her, she would drop to the pinnacle of the ultimate class. She was probably also testing me in a certain way. While I am tempted to fight them to death and send some gift to Odin, that is not possible right now for me, but not for you. I will lay several magic formations around here, and you will act as bait for Vidal and Royal Guard and lure them to the formation. I will tie the activation moment for the moment when Odin banishes you. When he banishes you, you will be teleported out, and the entire space will explode, taking as many of them as possible. We could try to kill Vidal and slaughter Royal Guards if they are severely injured afterward. I explained to Hela. I wanted to kill them for a simple reason. Their divine sparks were priceless, and I could use that divine power to strengthen my body with special magic spells. Killing Vidal. You sure are ambitious. Chuckled Hela slightly. His body and divine spark are priceless treasures. Among royal guards, there should be additional lesser gods, so their divine sparks are there too for me to take. With some time, I could use them to increase my strength, and you too. For my plan to become a reality, I needed Hela to work for me. And how do you expect your magic formation to kill Pinnacle Intermediate God? His physique is terrifying. To wound him, you lack firepower. Additionally, how will you deal with his soul escaping? She asked me. Gods were really problematic beings. Divine Path was one of the oldest ones and strongest ones at the entire astral boundary in the long-forgotten ages until new paths like that of Warlock and Arcane emerged among humans, and then various races imitated it to create their own power systems. Gods fundamentally could be divided into two basic categories. Innate gods created one. They didn't need faith to ascend to godhood and could do it naturally, mainly due to their racial predispositions for such a thing. Faith gods created the second. They created all gods of divine path, as innate gods were incredibly rare across the astral boundary. To ascend as a god, you need worshippers to supply you with faith. Faith gods were especially problematic to deal with. Even if you kill them and destroy their physical body, they could reform given enough time if they had enough worshippers. You could make it harder by the destruction of their divine spark, as that would basically destroy their godhood. If that happened, God would need 100,000 years minimally to recuperate if he had several million worshippers at least. While innate gods didn't have such miraculous ability, they, on the other hand, weren't so dependent on the faith power of their worshippers. Faith was like a two-handed weapon. On the one side, it could quickly raise the power of God, on the other, you are closely tied to your worshippers. If, for example, someone slaughtered all worshippers of lesser god, then such god would suffer terrible backslash and injuries. And fall into the demigod stage, which was something between high class and ultimate class in terms of devil power ranking. Simple, you will power up those magic formations with your full power. I have some divine crystals so that you can charge it with power equivalent to the 3 pinnacle intermediate gods. Then you just need to attack Vidal and royal guards to enter formation, and I will do the rest. Afterward, you are teleported, and I and your subordinates will take care of the rest. Regarding Vidal's soul, after his divine spark is taken and used in ritual by me, the only option for him to revive would be to use an enormous amount of materials and faith power to construct a new divine spark, and only then his body. That alone would take tens of thousands of years, as resources in Dimensional Gap are scarce. I explained my plan. So essential Asgard would be losing 1 pinnacle intermediate god for good. Dimensional Gap is a poor place. In the astral boundary, even ordinary lesser god or moonlight warlock would be far richer than greater god here. That could work, but I want half of those divine sparks. When Odin banishes me, and I lose my divinity, I want to become innate god. Said Hela with a confident voice. Aesir and Vanir had the ability to become innate gods, but due to lack of resources, nobody chose that path, as even in the astral boundary, it would take an enormous amount of precious resources to achieve. No problem. Just try to play along and play for time. I said to her. If I obtain those resources, I could quickly raise the strength of my physique to the later stages of the ultimate class, which would, in turn, tremendously increase my combat prowess. While I am not a close-range fighter, I will utilize every advantage I have. And having a strong physical body was one of them. When you have a strong physical body, it will also affect the speed of healing and even the regeneration of energy reserves. Chapter 88, Confrontation in Helheim. I was instructing Hela on how to make a proper magical trap. While Hela was skilled in magic, I could proudly say that I was far above her in terms of magical knowledge, not to mention having superior advantages such as Architect AIMTC. It only took 1 hour for the magical formation to complete, as Hela used all of my divine crystals in the creation, as I also helped her by adjusting the formation and spells. I was lucky to get some divine crystals I bought from some auction in Hindu. In Hindu pantheon was often brutal competition, and divine crystals were precious for gods. Some god was selling them for an enormous amount of war resources, which I supplied in the end. Divine crystals were practically an enormous amount of crystallized divine power. Now the trap is complete, and just bait. Our guests should arrive soon enough. I said as Hela grimaced, clearly not happy for being used as bait, but alas, there was nothing else to undergo this quest. I then cast several concealment spells and disappeared as I waited for the show to start. And so it happened, 1 hour later. Clouds darkened, Bifrost opened, and a line of pure light shot from the sky to the ground as countless people came out of the light. All of them were clad in golden Asgardian armor powered by runic inscriptions and armed with swords and spears crafted from the most advanced Asgardian magical technology. Soon enough towering figure of Vidal emerged from the portal of light, followed by hundreds of Valkyries as they flew on their Pegasi high in the sky. So Odin has decided to send his loyal hound to end me. Asked Hela Vidal with mockery in her voice, as she was aware of his short-tempered personality. Traitor, you and all your brethren. Shouted Vidal in anger as he was called a dog. Traitor? Maybe in a certain sense, yes. To Odin, but not to our Asgardian ancestors. Maybe you and the gods of Asgard, dimensional gap is heaven sent, but to me, it is nothing more than prison for a disgraced nation, where we will ultimately perish. Asgard belongs to the astral boundary and not here, and if that hypocritical old man refuses to admit that, then I will achieve what he thought to be impossible. Said Hela in anger as I watched everything from the shadows. It is not your right to question king's choices. Peace is here, not your endless bloodshed and wars that will doom us. We have been here for thousands of years, living in peace, without fear of being attacked and enslaved, destroyed by fiends of abyss, warlock dynasties, arcane empires, other pantheons, or other factions. Said Vidal with a serious voice. And for what? For that, we are getting weaker and weaker with every generation. That we don't have any mighty divinity stage gods. For that, we are not even getting stronger but weaker instead. Peace is never a solution, it is the only path to destruction, as once someone appears and destroys us, we won't even be able to think due to the peace. Shouted Hela at him, like Vidal, Valkyries, and royal guards were approaching Hela and encircling her so she could not escape. Warmonger, as you can never understand that peace is possible. Said a voice belonging to an old woman in magical robes as she said from Vidal's back. Gondal, he sent here too? Asked Hela, surprised. Gondal was one of her teachers when she was little, but she was too loyal to Odin to think otherwise about his orders. Gondal is right, Hela, surrender to the judgment of Allfather for betraying Asgard and allaying with devils. Said Vidal with a rather commanding voice with a stoic expression as he looked at Hela. At the same time, she watched around and lured more and more royal guards and Valkyries to the magical formation. Vidal was already only several steps away from her, while Gondal was more cautious and wasn't even thinking about approaching her position. Maybe that is for the best. Thought Hela, as she didn't really want Gondal to die here. Do you know what, Vidal? Go fuck yourself. Cursed him Hela to provoke him, and it paid off. Capture her. Immediately. Screamed Vidal in absolute anger as she went for Hela, and hundreds upon hundreds of royal guards and Valkyries rushed at her position. She could only hear a faint voice in her ears. I Odin Borson, son of Bor, grandson of Buri, king of Asgard and god king of Asgard Pantheon, I hereby banish Hela Odin's daughter from the Asgard and Asgard Pantheon forever till the end of ages. It was Odin's voice as he was banishing her, and she felt her divine power being stripped from her as his strength significantly decreased, and she fell to the pinnacle of ultimate class. At the same time, countless magical runes, spells, and formations appeared around the place where Hela was standing. Vidal retreat. It is a trap. Shouted Gondal at Vidal, royal guards, and Valkyries, but it was too late. Suddenly Hela was enveloped by light and disappeared from the place, and at the same time, everything went blank, as everything exploded and destruction embraced everything in diameter of several kilometers. Gondal and several Valkyries by her side managed to teleport away as Heimdall activated Bifrost to save at least those who could be saved. Damn, that was one of hell explosion, I wonder how many it survived. I thought as I observed it from a safe distance with Hellas generals, who were all ultimate class warriors. There were even several lesser gods among those who came for Hela with Vidal, as he wasn't the only god present. Now, we will go and kill everything that managed to survive before Odin comes here personally or sends reinforcements. General Ragnar, shall we go? I asked a bearded Asgardian in black armor as he held an enormous two-handed hammer in his hands. Of course, lad, we will spill some blood. Said General Ragnar with a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 89, God's Lair. After the dust settled, 10 of Hellas generals and I arrived at the explosion scene. The entire field was filled with corpsed, blood, and body parts, and the stench of blood was heavily present in the air. Kill everything that moves, Ragnar and I are going to finish Vidal. I said to them, as I was something like an unofficial leader. As I went with Ragnar to the center of the explosion, we killed a few surviving royal guards and Valkyries that were barely alive as they were rolling on the ground, bleeding and slowly dying due to their injuries. Oh. Lesser god of weak rank. I muttered as I looked at the golden-clad man who was still alive but unconscious. Lesser divinity stage was divided into 2 sub-stages. Feeble rank and weak rank. Take out my scythe Rosenkreuz, with 1 slash, I severed the head of the unconscious G-god and cast spell as I tore out his divine spark out of his body. His soul attempted to escape, but alas, as he was weaker than me, I caught his soul and destroyed it with a special spell. Ragnar was doing the same thing as me, though more brutally, as he was crushing skulls of warriors that survived my trap with his enormous warhammer. After half an hour, I gathered around 12 divine sparks, all of them were of lesser gods of weak ranks, which was pretty good loot. As lesser gods were essentially on the same stage as me, I could kill them permanently by crushing their souls. Of course, I couldn't do that with intermediate gods, that thing was impossible. As we were killing all survivors, mostly those strongest ones, as the rest of the generals were focusing on finishing off ordinary members of the royal guards and Valkyries, I finally found Vidal. He truly lived to his fame as pinnacle intermediate divinity stage god. While he was severely wounded, he was still able to stand on his 2 legs and even fight as he charged at Ragnar and me the moment he saw us slaughtering unconscious royal guards and Valkyries. His physical strength is surely terrifying. I could see as he is visibly healing. I thought in my head as I spread my wings and flew away from enraged Vidal, as Ragnar took him head-on. With few spells to strengthen Ragnar's defenses and strength, he was able to hold off raging Vidal. As I created distance between us, I started casting countless tactical class spells as I started showering Vidal with spells, causing him additional injuries. But alas, that was still not enough, as to really kill Vidal would take more, so I decided to go all out and use my strongest attack. Strategic tier spell, Dimensional Slash. I started creating a spell matrix in my head, and soon after it was completed, I released it at the Vidal. As Vidal was engaged in a fight with Ragnar, he didn't have enough time to complete as it severed his left hand. Vidal screamed in anger as he was subsequently hit by a 2-handed hammer by Ragnar and enveloped by chains of dark light as I barraged him with a bombardment of the dark light spears and several more destructive spells. Injuries on Vidal's body were worsening with every spell that hit his body, and I could see with my bare eyes that his energy was slowly diminishing. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several pitch-black swords appeared and pierced through Vidal's legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Ragnar took his chance to use all of his power and crushed Vidal's right hand into a bloody mess of disordered flesh with his warhammer. Apparently, Hela was hiding in the dark and waiting for her time to strike, like the ruthless predator she was. While at the same time, I coated my scythe with the power of dark light and devour at the same time and stuck it directly at Vidal's heart, piercing his heart and causing him to shout in pain as his heart was being destroyed. I stretched my right hand, pierced it through the wound on the heart, and brutally tore out his divine spark as Vidal lifelessly fell onto the ground. I could see that his soul was too strong for me to destroy, and it was sucked up back to Asgard. Evidently, Odin has used a bit of his power to save his favorite servant. It was clear that he had lost this time, as Hela could leave, Royal Guards Division and Valkyrie Battalion were slaughtered, together with 12 lesser gods of weak rank, and even Vidal was basically killed, only his divine soul remaining. He could choose to reincarnate as a mortal and start anew or spend countless millennia recuperating. We won. I screamed as blood dropped from my mouth in happiness. Fuck, you are right, Batling. We won. To hell. Laughed Ragnar in delight. I achieved something not heard of for the last 1,000 years in Draconic Deus. As an ultimate class, I killed Pinnacle Intermediate God with millennia of combat experiences. I stored corpses of all gods and divine spark as I would have used for them. The most priceless thing from God is his divine spark. The second one was, of course, the body itself, as it was a peerless treasure, often used to make medicines or various things ranging from magic materials to weapons. Chapter 90, Reactions. We need to leave, fast. Hela, come. I said after taking everything of some value. Now was the best and probably the final time to get out of here, as I feared soon either reinforcements came, in much more soldiers and experts from the Asgard side, or maybe even Odin himself would come. That would be catastrophic. Coming. Answered a female voice in the shadows as Hela appeared out of nowhere and went to me. I then teleported us all to the nearest spacetime rift leading to the Underworld and disappeared from the Helheim. From a distance, high in the sky, I could see pitch-black ravens circling as they were flying there happily. Hugin and Mirim, so he was watching the whole time. I muttered as I stepped into the space rift after everyone went ahead of me. After I stepped through, every space rift across the Helheim that was leading to the Underworld suddenly collapsed simultaneously. Meanwhile, the Asgard's royal throne room. My king, the mission was an utter failure. We fell into the trap, and only several Valkyries and I survived, everyone else was killed. Said Gondal as she bowed to her king. How? Asked Odin, feeling as if he had aged by an entire decade just within 1 second. Hela had a helper. Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer helped her to construct some fearsome magical trap formation that was apparently tied to Hela's banishment as an activation moment. In an instant, when she was banished, she was teleported out, and the spell array exploded, killing almost all royal guards and Valkyries in an instant and severely injuring the rest. I managed to save myself and several Valkyries as we were far behind them. When I noticed it was trapped, it was late, as Hela tricked Vidalanaut into attacking her from close range. Explained Gondal as 2 black ravens flew into the room. As they circled around the throne until they landed on Odin's shoulders and started screeching. My king, what happened to Vidal and other lesser gods? Asked Gondal. As she disappeared from Helheim moment, she noticed something was amiss. All lesser gods are dead. Vidal is essential to only his divine soul surviving, but his divinity is lost. Either he will reincarnate as mortal Aesir or spend millennia recuperating. That Lucifer descendant was really threw out and went on how to deal with gods and kill them down permanently properly. Probably the only reason why Vidal's soul survived. With his strength, he couldn't destroy the soul of pinnacle intermediate god with Pantheon mark. Explained Odin, while Gondal was deeply shocked. Now the strength of Asgard decreased even further. The loss of 12 lesser gods' weak ranks was bad, even if they were low-ranking gods, but they were all royal guards and experienced warriors. And the loss of Vidal was fucked up absolutely, as he had high chance to become greater god within the next 2 centuries. Mobilize all armies. Now royal guards and Valkyries are severely weakened. There are high chances that Malekith, Surtur, or Laufey will strike. Ordered Odin in anger. Somewhere in the Jotunheim, a world of eternal ice. Oh. Odin lost so many, and even Vidal was essentially killed. Asked a deep voice. Immediately order mobilization and start offensive at Asgard. Said the voice after a short time. At the same time, in the fire world of Muspelheim. Send out the legions. Kill every Asgardian you find. Said the voice belonging to the huge shadow figure of flames. Somewhere in the dark shadow world of Swordalfheim. My king, word of Asgard's loss is spreading. Laufey and Surtur are already sending armies to clean off their world of Asgard's outposts and soon would attack their holdings in other worlds. What shall we do? Asked an armored man as he looked at the throne where a shadowy figure was sitting. Send in assassins and kill important generals in the army and royal sorcerers. Try to assassinate as many important figures in the kingdom as possible, causing as much chaos as possible. Harass their fortresses, destroy their supply lines, kill their leaders, cripple their infrastructure. Ordered figure on the throne as its eyes shined red. At the same time, Underworld, Gremory territory. Now entire Gremory territory was more lively compared to before. My population increased by approximately 160 million, and I just gained more than 40 million soldiers. This was a great boon for me, hopefully, that Hela would be as cooperative as she said she would be. I was aware that she had a few screws loose in her head, but so what, nobody was perfect. As long as she would kill my enemies, everything was okay. Now the next thing on my to-do list was to go to Takamagara and talk with Shinto Pantheon about the plans. The situation in Shinto Pantheon was peaceful as the entire faction was ruled by the Iron Hand of Amaterasu, who was the pinnacle of greater god. Hopefully, it will go better compared to this. I have promised Vina to take her on a date to Agrias. I will go before taking a trip to Takagahamara. I muttered. Venelana would be happy that I remembered my promise, as I was really too busy with many things. Hopefully, after the war, I will have some peace and time to relax, but now I must strive to increase my power to the maximum possible for a better future. You have returned, Zeoticus. Said a voice belonging to the Graphia who was managing Furig in my absence. Due to her status as my fiancée and personally chosen by Lucifer, she had high authority, and nobody dared to question her. And even if they did, she was pretty strong, so she could easily beat anybody under Satan class. Indeed, please take over overseeing accommodation of Aesir and Vanir that fled from Asgard. Coordinate with Hela in that regard. She should be somewhere there or here. How are you holding on managing the territory in my absence? I asked. Chapter 91, Orden. Good, it wasn't that hard. Answered Graphia in her usual stoic expression as I nodded. Then thank you for your work, and now if you excuse me. I said as I left for my chambers. Meanwhile, all around the Draconic Dais, a huge storm was brewing order in all factions and pantheons. News about what happened at Helheim leaked even sooner than one would expect, as immediately after Zeoticus and Hela left, Laufey and Surtur started a brutal offensive against Asgardian royal army, and hundreds of thousands were killed within several days. On top of that, the king of dark elves, Malekith, crawled out of the shadows and assassinated countless prominent people in Odin's kingdom with his dark elven assassins, throwing them into chaos. In a certain place, in the inner palace, a handsome young man with long flowing red hair and uplifted dark red bangs was sitting cross-legged as he meditated. He had a third eye on his forehead that was also closed. He wore a heavily stylized three-piece suit-type outfit consisting of a black waistcoat over an untucked collared white shirt, an orange cravat, and magenta-colored trousers tucked into light brown boots. The most distinguishing feature of the outfit is the stylized high-collared robe jacket with a length that falls to the wearer's shins. The upper part and shoulders of the robe jacket are dark-colored, the rest being a teal color, and the robe jacket's trimmings are gold-colored. On each shoulder is a large gold-colored omega symbol, on each outer forearm are 3 gold-colored strips of fabric, and the robe jacket ends in large white cuffs. The outfit is finished with white gloves. My emperor, the information is verified. Said a voice belonging to a man who knelt on the floor before meditating man, as he disappeared soon after relaying the message. When the servant left, the red-haired man opened his eyes. His right eye had the omega symbol in it, while his left eye had the alpha symbol in it. Another transmigrator appeared. Very talented in magic and skilled, he could be a great addition to the Orden. Should I invite him? muttered the man as he took something out of his pocket, which looked like a card. It was one of the 22 major arcana cards, the Fool card. Let Mercurius decide. He muttered as he threw the card high in the air, and soon the card started shining in the bright light as grey fog surrounded the card. I see, why have you chosen to ask me, Deus Ex Machina? Indeed, this one is interesting, as there isn't any fate tied to him. Test him, if he passes, he will be a great addition to the Orden. Our organization will grow once more. Said a voice from the grey fog. Have you found somebody suitable, Mercurius? Asked Deus Ex Machina. Indeed. In one of those cultivation universes you came from, an extremely mighty cultivator that is worthy, and I already delivered invitation. Additionally, Kazikla found someone, which is funny, the person he found is an ordinary mortal with a bit of spirit energy, barely able to contend against Starry Sky Warlocks or senior arcanists of Astral Boundary, but has enormous potential, especially her intelligence and scheming abilities are really something to behold. I have given her a bit boon, she is still a child, though but has an immense affinity for a certain thing. Her master would rape her, so I changed the fate of the world a bit to gain another strong cultivator for our side. Though, due to that, I need to send someone there later on. That universe is a barren one, it would do a good place for gathering strength in the grand scheme of all things. Answered Mercurius. Also, Christoph Lohengrin chose to invite a person. Said Mercurius after a short time of thought. Who? Asked Deus Ex Machina with a surprised voice. Someone who bears the title of Almighty and has potent precognition abilities. Answered the Mercurius. Your agenda is sure interesting, Mercurius. Said Deus Ex Machina. Things are moving, and only several eras are remaining. Top experts, factions, and empires and dynasties are expanding like crazy, and ancient experts are slowly awakening from their sleep while creating alliances and hidden organizations like we do. Answered Mercurius, while Deus Ex Machina nodded in agreement. Also, where is Rot Spin? I haven't heard about him, even before using Samsara rebirth technique several eras ago. One era was approximately 10,081 years. Don't know, he disappeared once more, probably went to another universe. He is a traveler, and our messenger may find some great addition to the Orden. When it starts, it will be good to reduce the number of universes by a great amount. Answered Mercurius. Do you think your astral boundary is ready? Asked Deus Ex Machina. No. While it isn't weak either, it isn't that strong, but for that reason, Orden was created, at least partially, to gather similar-minded people. Additionally, this is what it makes even more interesting, Deus Ex Machina. Said Mercurius as he laughed. Only you can take extermination of an entire universe as a game, Mercurius. If you are unlucky and got invaded first by a strong universe, you would be in trouble. Especially those where cultivation is practiced, like mine, they are very strong for the current astral boundary. Many of them have even thrones. Explained Deus Ex Machina. I am aware of it, for that, we need to take the initiative and use universe stairs to invade and assimilate universes with lesser energy density to become nutrients for the astral boundary universe. From what I have seen, most factions are already preparing for the greatest war of all time. Said Mercurius. Also, when will you return to your true body, Deus Ex Machina? Asked Mercurius after a short time. Soon, the cultivation of Samsara rebirth technique will be complete. Answered Deus Ex Machina. Oh, and take this. Could you give it to the new recruit as a test? The card will do the rest. Said Mercurius as another major arcana card appeared out of the grey fog. The Devil Arcana. Note from July 2022, not dropped and not fucked up, how many of you short-signed people were predicting, just because you have trauma from reading something similar, it doesn't mean you need to drop it for a basically no reason. I partially understand that many fears that I will drop the story soon after, sometimes it happens to authors who mix up too many things without further thinking, but currently, the story is already past the half, 370 chapters are written and the general outline of the storyline is completed long ago with the ending included. Chapter 92, How to Process Corpses of Gods. At the same time, Lord Gerstel Lucifuge relied on a message to Lucifer about events that transpired in the Helheim. Hearing this, Lucifer's mood turned unusually good, hearing all of that. With the addition of Hela's army to the Underworld, he was even more confident of crushing Heaven and Gregory to the ground. Completely unaware of plots and schemes for his death by his own blood. Send out the decree that I rise noble rank of Zeoticus Lucifer to the Grand Duke for his merits in securing such enormous help for devilkind in the war against our eternal enemies. Sighed Lucifer with a commanding voice. One day later, as I was relaxing in my gardens, I received a decree from Lucifer that I had been promoted to the Grand Duke noble rank. This was good, as now, I was socially one of the highest-ranking nobles in the entire Underworld. I planned to be promoted to at least king rank before the war started. After reaching Satan class and securing assistance from Takagahamura in wiping out Church from Japan, I can predict that Lucifer would promote my rank once more. That would be for the best, as then I would be automatically placed as one of the military leaders of the Great War on the Devil's side, or I could make my own army and be completely independent of the chain of command, like Great King Bale. Now, before I planned to take Vina on a date to Agrias, I decided to make use of divine sparks and corpsed of lesser gods that I had obtained on my trip or killing spree in the Helheim. As usual, I planned to brew a potion out of the body parts of the gods. While my alchemy skills weren't that bad, they were pathetic compared to the real alchemy that was practiced in the astral boundary. Fortunately, alchemical knowledge available at the Draconic Dais was fortunate enough to utilize approximately 80% to 90% potential from the corpses of lesser gods. I was using only 6 of those corpses, as the other 6 were reserved for Hela. Fortunately, the corpse of Vidal could be processed separately into several potions, as it was too potent compared to lesser weak gods. Potions refined from corpses of these lesser weak gods would tremendously improve my physique, as the divine path of God was well known for the balance between physical strength and energy reserves. Every power system has its own advantages and disadvantages. Divine sparks of the gods could be used for other people to ascend or be used in various rituals or weapon refinement. I planned to use half of the divine sparks I obtained in ritual to combine it with a potion. I calculated it should strengthen my physique to the pinnacle of the ultimate class. Of course, somebody who specialized in physique and was the so-called body cultivator could reach a much higher level than me from this procedure. In truth, what I was doing was considered an extravagant mad wasting of resources in astral boundary. Nobody would waste 6 corpses of lesser weak gods and their divine sparks to strengthen their physique. Only a very few factions could do something like this. Similarly, Vidal's corpse and divine spark would be used in the same way, hoping to strengthen my physique to Satan class. After that, I would be considered as one of the top powerhouses in the Draconic Dais, and by astral boundary standards, I would be a heaven-defying genius. As I reached such a level of power just within 200 years, which was a short time, and in reality, it was only 10 years or so from my transmigration. I started preparing my potion ingredients, which were corpses of the lesser weak gods. To prepare it, I instructed Architect to dissect them for crucial ingredients: blood, heart, and bone marrow. Every part of the god's body was brimming with energy and power. I could feel it with just a look. Usually, lesser weak god has no problem killing ultimate class powerhouse with ease, but thanks to my carefully planned trap, they all fell at the same time. Even a grade 7 plane, according to the classification of the astral boundary, has a limit of only 10 gods. I then dropped everything into the huge cauldron and activated a magical formation around it for it to brew under immense heat. While I wasn't a very skilled alchemist or potion brewer, which was a subclass of alchemy, with the architect's help, it was effortless for me to produce potions from zero knowledge. Within the next 10 hours, I have spent brewing the potion, adjusting the heat, or adding some additional ingredients like some mid-grade energy crystals, parts of monsters, and other things to boost up the efficiency of the potion. I was slowly preparing for the moment when I would enter the astral boundary, which was a real stage, not something like the dimensional gap, which was a sealed space consisting of only a few tens of weak planes. I have also decided that in the future, I should target planes where gods were abundant and hunt them for resources when I would be strong enough. Maybe even kill as many of the gods in dimensional gap, they would become my nutrients or for my followers and family. Sadly, I cannot use Devour on the divine spark, as the divine energy is too contradicted to the demonic energy, and it would cause me serious injuries due to energy deviation. Soon enough, the potion was finally finished, and I obtained 4 bottles of it altogether. I will use 1 on myself, 2 could go to Vina and Graphia. They would be participating in the Great War, so it would be good for their strength to increase. Last 1 I will give to Hela. I need to have her on my side, as her soldiers are currently the majority of my army. I said to myself. Chapter 93, Promotion. Venelana and Graphia were both my fiancés and, besides that, also the closest allies I had. For them to become strong was also meaning I would become stronger. I could say that I probably loved Venelana, as her cheerful personality made my day better when she came for a visit. In truth, I didn't care too much about them, as I could always hunt for some gods and make more. For now, increasing my strength in every way is my top priority. I then took 6 divine sparks and started preparing the spell formation. With my deep knowledge of arcane, I had it prepared within a short 1 hour. Afterward, I gulped down the god corpse potion in one go and activated a magical circle powered up by 6 divine sparks. As I drank the potion, I felt overwhelming energy enter my body from the potion. Second wave energy entered my body from the magical formation, as I repeatedly felt every cell in my body being strengthened. The entire process took several hours, as I completely drained energy from 6 divine sparks until they turned to nothingness. After it was finished and the entire god corpse potion was finally digested, I felt wonderful. My physical body was brimming with power, such much power. Architect scan. Class, Ultimate. Demonic energy, 263. Strength, 290. Agility, 285. Vitality, 294. In numerical values, my physique is even stronger than my energy reserves. After getting into Satan class with the help of God Corpse Potion brewed from Vital's Corpse and Divine Spark, my progress in strengthening my physique should stop until I reach Apocalypse class or obtain Corpse's Divine Sparks of Greater Gods. Resources of Dimensional Gap are greatly limited in that regard. I muttered. I planned to have a balance between my energy reserves and physique. I believed in using every advantage I had. Unfortunately for me, strengthening my physique to an Apocalypse class would be impossible with the resources available in Dimensional Gap. Apocalypse class was starting point for true experts, as only from then can you be considered a true expert in Astral Boundary. Everything under that level is only cannon fodder. Of course, compared to mighty beings of law, everything is meaningless. After I finished my ritual, I decided to call Venelana for the date I had promised her, to take her on a date to the city of Agrias. Before I could do anything, one of the butlers came and notified me that a decree from Lucifer has arrived. In truth, I was wondering what it was. After I got into the meeting hall, where a messenger from Lucifad was already waiting with the decree in his hands. I just heard what he had to say, and to be honest, I was pretty surprised hearing it. It seemed that for my merits, basically getting Hela and her armies, I was promoted to the Grand Duke and was awarded additional territories and more authority in the Underworld. This was pretty good. The higher my noble rank before the Great War was, the better. With more territory, I could recruit more soldiers and build a stronger army. Additionally, with this promotion, I also got a new Ultimate Class General in my army. Altogether, I had 16 Ultimate Class powerhouses under me, though 10 of them were Aesir and Vanir. Now that I was promoted, it was guaranteed that I would be one of the main army commanders during the Great War, another perfect way to dispose of my political opponents or people that would dare to threaten my plans for unification. After sending the messenger away, I decided to call Venelana for the promised date in Agrias. 1 hour later, Venelana arrived through the teleportation circle. "Hello, Vina." I greeted her with a slight bow. "Hello, Zeo," said Venelana cheerfully. "Wait a bit, I must get some things before we depart," I said as I left for a moment. Meanwhile, Venelana was waiting for her fiancé, and soon another person appeared. "Oh my, isn't it Lady Bale?" asked a cold female voice. "Lady Lucifuge, you are here too?" asked Venelana back with a sweet smile. "Indeed, I was appointed by Zeoticus as Castellan of Furig," answered Graphia with a predatory smile, to which Venelana grimaced as something sparked between those two. "Indeed, such a menial task is certainly fit for you," sighed Venelana sweetly as Graphia's eyebrows twitched a little. "I must agree, not everyone is capable enough to be entrusted with such responsibility," said Graphia. "Such is the truth, very fit for an emotionless person like you." After several minutes, I finally returned and saw that Venelana and Graphia were talking to each other happily, or it seemed at least like that. "My ladies. Vina, we can go. Graphia, please go and send a message to Hela that the first part is ready," I said as I cast a teleportation circle, and we have transported away. After Zeoticus left with Venelana, Graphia grimaced as she muttered. "This round, I have lost, but wait for the next time." Chapter 94, Date at Agrias, 1. I must admit that Agrias is a charming city. It was a large city located in the Agar's territory but was exclusively maintained by the forces of the 4 Great Satans. It served as the second capital of the Devil race, and most importantly, it was where most of the scientific breakthroughs were made. I wonder if they already started researching the Agrias crystals, which would later become prime material for the creation of evil pieces. Getting into the city wasn't an easy feat, as mostly only nobility was allowed into the city, and many of them after strict screening. For me, as I was officially from the Lucifer clan, I got a free pass. Those 4 madmen are really paranoid, they must have already started creating the Malbranche, and maybe they have already finished them. Still, from my knowledge, they must have used something else in the forging and creation process, as only crystals of Agrias alone are not enough. I thought in my head. "Where do you want to go first, Vina?" I asked her as I looked around the beautiful architecture of the flying city. "We could go to the restaurant first," said Vina with a charming smile as I held her hand, and we walked to the most luxurious restaurant that was on Agrias. I booked the entire restaurant's top floor, which was usually reserved for the most prominent guests. We were led there by water and sat down at the table with the most beautiful view. We sat down, and both of us ordered some food. I personally chose my favorite, the dragon steak. This one came from an evil dragon from 3 realms, a real exclusivity. The price for one steak was enough to buy pretty good armor, a weapon, and some supportive things. Vina chose to eat dragon fish exported from the rivers of Takagahamara. While waiting for the food to arrive, I took out the God Corpse potion and gave it to Vina. This is potion I refined from corpses of gods I killed in Helheim. It is called God Corpse potion and has an enormous effect on physique. It could easily strengthen your physique to later stages of ultimate class, I said to her while giving her the potion. Vina was just high class in terms of physique, which was pretty important. Old man, Zikram must have spent many precious resources on her, as Vina was strengthening her physique in a similar way to me by the usage of treasures and magic. Vina was shocked seeing the potion, and probably even more than I gave it to her, just like that. This could be considered one of the top-grade treasures in the dimensional gap due to its limited resources. Even in the vast astral boundary universe, it would be considered a precious thing. Thank you," said she with a smile as she held the potion. Another reason why I gave it to her, I wished for Vina to become Satan class before the Great War. If she did, she would be automatically placed as a commander on one of the front lines and could help me enact my plans. After the food was served, we talked about some random things. I talked mainly about my trip to Helheim and my encounter with Hela, and my fight with the gods of Asgard. When I mentioned Hela, it felt the air change around Vina a bit, but I think it was just my imagination. "Oh, and I prompted to the Grand Duke by Lucifer today," I said to Vina as I finished talking about my trip to the Helheim. "That is wonderful news," said Vina sweetly. "When you are departing for the Takamagara?" she asked me after a short time. "I will try to reach Satan class before that, as I am very close to reaching that class," I said. With the knowledge I got from Hela about the astral boundary, I found out that the ranking system was different there and here in the gap. It was due to dimensional gap was severed for a long time from the universe, so it started developing a secret realm to a different direction. Satan class was the same as Bright World Warlock in Warlock Cultivation System or Level 3 Legendary Arcanist in Arcane System. From the information I got from Hela, the Devil ranking system was like some weird combination of Warlock Cultivation System and Arcane System. To reach Super Devil class, Devils only needed time, energy, aptitude, and nothing else. This was pretty similar to the Warlock Cultivation System. But, from then on, there was one huge barrier to reaching Apocalypse class, which was to comprehend the law. This was, on the other hand, very similar to the Arcane system of Arcanists. So theoretically, if Underworld had 10 times that of energy density, then Devils would get stronger much faster, and we could become more powerful. The path after the Super Devil class is like an enormous mountain that is almost impossible to conquer. When I started researching this topic, I also ordered Architect to look at another thing, something which was in my mind for a very, very long time, unexplained, and only now, after getting knowledge from the astral boundary, it finally gave an answer. Clan traits of Devils. They weren't just clan traits. They were the path to the comprehension of law and breaking through to become a real powerhouse in the astral boundary. After that, I realized something. This isn't something Lucifer could do. Someone born in dimensional gap doesn't have such ability. So the only logical answer was, the Book of Lucifer wasn't really his own creation but rather an artifact that fell to the draconic dais a long, long time ago and was found by Lucifer. Based on the Book of Lucifer, he, formerly known as Luciel, changed his name and turned himself into Devil. Such was the truth of the original. Chapter 95, Date at Agrias, 2. Not that something of that mattered, but I would like to extract his memory and see his secrets. The fact he gave me the Book of Lucifer means he himself isn't completely aware of its value or playing some dangerous game with me as a pawn. Whenever the truth is, one is certain, and that is, Lucifer must die. Now I was curious to explore more of the Book of Lucifer, but alas, I didn't dare to do it while he was alive. If it was a trap, then maybe he gave me the book in hopes I would be able to unlock its secrets, and when I am no longer useful, he could kill me or whatever, but it won't end well for me. Zeo. Hello. I heard before waking from my thinking trance-like state. Oh, sorry. I was a bit caught in my thoughts, I said as Venelana pouted a little. About what exactly? Asked she. About that, how beautiful are you today? I said with a smile. I didn't want to talk about certain things as it was not appropriate for now. After we had finished eating, we went for a walk around Agrias city. As the city was accessible to members of the nobility, it was empty, despite its size and beautiful environment. Several days earlier, Bale Castle. Venelana was walking through the halls of the Bale Castle while searching for her mother to have a talk with her. As usual, she found her at the gardens, relaxing in there, something done by most noble ladies of almost none of them wished to do something. Hello, mother. Greeted her Venelana. Her mother looked like her older version, with a bigger chest and longer hair. What is bringing you here, my darling daughter? Asked Lady Bale with a gentle smile. I just want to talk about something with you, said Venelana rather nervously. Then come and sit here. As Venelana sat down, a servant came and served her tea. So, what is bothering you? Asked Lady Bale with a kind smile. Afterward, Venelana started narrating her own problems as her mother attentively listened to her daughter's troubles. So the young Lucifuge is your competitor? Asked Lady Bale curiously. Yes, that ice witch, said Venelana with anger, as she met with Graphia after her engagement to her own fiancé was announced by Lucifer, and they didn't start with a good impression. I think I know what you need to do. From what you have told me, you need to take the initiative as your fiancé is probably dense as brick or too focused on his own things to notice your female signals, or maybe both of them. Right now, you may have an advantage, but that can change as Graphia is Lucifuge, and she is way closer to Lucifer than Bale can be, so you need to do this," said Lady Bale as she whispered the last parts of the sentence to her daughter. Venelana turned bright red in a matter of seconds. "Are you sure it will work?" asked Venelana nervously. "Do you want Graphia to win? She will make a move when she realizes that Zeoticus is too engrossed in his research and development of his territory, and you will lose your dominant position. Even now, you are at a disadvantage as she has a special bond with him as Lucifer and Lucifuge. If you are slow, then the gap will only widen," said Lady Bale seriously as she saw the fire ignite in Venelana's eyes. It was just another game for power or a race for power. When they get married, it will be decided who will be the main wife or who will have the most authority after the lord of the house. And Venelana didn't want to fall behind her rival Graphia. After some time of thinking about it, she nodded her head in agreement. Back to present. I was rather enjoying this date of the Agrias. Venelana was pressing her chest on my right hand, which was a very nice feeling, but at the same time, as I was enjoying this, I was also thinking about how to get my hands on some crystals of Agrias. If I ask Lucifer, I doubt he will give me some of them, so I chose to steal them. At the end of the Great War, everything will belong to me, so I am just taking something that is mine in advance. As I was thinking about how to steal the crystals of Agrias, I noticed that Venelana stood in front of me, and suddenly she kissed me. At first, I was in a state of deep shock about what was happening, but soon I returned her kiss with an even bigger passion. After we had separated, I only heard a weak whisper from her as she took my hand and led me to the nearest hotel. Chapter 96, Satan Class, 1. Several days later. Currently, I am preparing for my advancement to the Satan class. I already felt that my energy reserves were nearing the limit they could hold up as I benefited from strengthening my physique to the later stages of the ultimate class, as my energy reserves kept expanding. Reaching Satan class would be a great milestone for me. To be complete, I planned to strengthen my physique for the Satan class before I reached it in terms of energy reserves. I could probably get more from the high-grade demonic energy magic stone if I did it that way. I would awaken another part of my true name, and I wonder what benefit it will bring me. Awakening ability with every part of true name wasn't something normal, as it was considered super rare. My name, Dismason, strengthened my innate talent for magic, from average to the top-notch genius level. It allowed me to comprehend spells more easily, cast them with lesser energy consumption, and many others. At first, I refined the potion from Vital's corpse. Now I would be drawing magical formations around the place, where I could brew the potion, strengthen my physique with it, and use Divine Spark of Vidal in the process. After I returned from the rendezvous night with Venelana, it seemed like Graphia noticed something different about me but didn't say anything besides frowning heavily. I gave her one of the God Corpse potions, as it would greatly elevate her abilities before the Great War happened. So the first thing I gulped down was the potion made from Vital's corpse and activated the magical formation with Vital's Divine Spark in the middle. This time, albeit it was a bit different, as Graphia was there to support the formation and control the spell, as the energy that was being released from it was somewhat overwhelming, and it easily damaged the castle or even caused some severe injuries. I explained to her how the spell worked, and with her natural affinity with magic and experiences, she quickly caught on and was able to control the magical formation rather fast. While I experienced this feeling once and would probably have several times more in the future, it still hurt like hell. This time, I felt like my entire body was being ripped apart, as an overwhelming amount of energy was being released from the potion I was digesting, and at the same time, an even larger amount of energy was directed by the spell formation to my body. Fortunately, Graphia was able to narrate the flow energy aptly, so I didn't suffer any kind of injuries due to it. As I grit my teeth, the process was very fast, as it was constantly breaking down my cells and rebuilding them anew, stronger and brimming with vitality. As the time passed and hours passed, I felt my body was getting stronger and stronger. As the process was nearing its end, I felt that I could take Vidal with my physical abilities alone and not die several seconds later. While I wasn't any close combat fighter, I could at least take beings with terrifying physiques head-on and not die, or at least escape. There are countless experts out there and countless ways to nullify magic power or any kind of energy. That was why I was so adamant about strengthening my physique at any cost. Architect, scan my body, I said to my MTC AI as I lay down on the ground and saw Graphia approaching me with worry in her eyes. Class, Ultimate. Demonic Energy, 298. Strength, 451. Agility, 462. Vitality, 450. Damn, such rapid advancement. I will need to stop for several decades, maybe even a century, as I have strengthened my body by an extreme amount in such a short time. It is a wonder I didn't suffer any kind of backslash. I thought in my head. During past years, I have brought my physique from pathetic low-class to middle-class standards to terrifying Satan class. In terms of astral boundary major cultivation systems, it would be possible, but nobody would waste so many precious resources on strengthening the body so much. Additionally, it could cause you to suffer serious hidden injuries or something, but alas, I think I was lucky. I noticed that my class was still listed as Ultimate Class, which wasn't entirely wrong, as class was mainly based on energy reserves, even by standards of the astral boundary. Are you alright, Zeoticus? You look like you are going to die by any minute. Asked the worried Graphia, that came to me to check up on my state. It is okay, just my body tired. I feel like I have been run over by Behemoth. I said jokingly as Graphia giggled a bit. It was nice to see. Usually, she had such a strict expression all the time. Getting any other reaction from her was considered a win. You are really crazy. I have never seen anybody undergo anything similar to you, said Graphia with a surprised face as she observed me. It may be possible, but now I can say that I can fight head-on with someone like Vidal and escape with just some injuries. Of course, if you add my magic to the mix, I would probably be able to kill some weaker to average intermediate gods within 10 minutes. I said with a confident voice. While I wasn't a close combat fighter, now that my physique was elementary of Satan class, but coupled with my spells and clan trait, I could deal with such opponents, despite my energy reserves being just at the peak of ultimate class. When I advanced to Satan class in terms of class, probably someone like Vidal wouldn't last before me too long. Just be careful, don't underestimate your opponents just because you have strengthened your body to a terrifying level, said Graphia, but rather it seemed like a teacher lecturing a young child that said something stupid. I knew it was her way of showing her concern for me. Chapter 97, Satan Class, 2. I know, but thanks for your concern. I answered as Graphia looked indifferent, but I knew that she was satisfied with herself about an accomplished goal, to scold me and acknowledge that she was right. What are you going to do now? Asked me. Rest, if you want, I can help you digest God Corpse Potion more easily with magical formation, I proposed. Usually, to digest and refine such things as God Corpse Potion that was brewed to strengthen the physique of the user, there was one most effective way, and that was physical training. Something I was not fond of and didn't have enough time for. The second way was just to let it be refined naturally, but that could take even several months, based on the potency of the potion. And finally, there was a third way, something I used, and that was magical formation to help you refine the potion and its effect. Aside from the divine sparks, the spell I intended to use for Graphia was almost the same one I have used for myself. Later, after we deal with your things, said Graphia stoically. Okay. Afterward, I spent several hours recuperating and resting to be in pristine condition, as I felt that my energy reserves were nearing the limit, and soon the following metamorphosis would happen. Devils didn't usually reach the next class through metamorphosis, which was similar to cultivation breakthrough to higher realms in cultivator universes. Reaching the higher class through metamorphosis happened only to devils who were expanding and training their energy reserves to reach the higher class. While ordinary devils, who didn't train, will reach a higher class naturally. The only difference was several centuries plus minus, depending on your innate talent and luck. Still, most devils could reach the high class without any problems for several centuries just by doing nothing. While most devils with noble bloodlines could reach class 1 have termed as grand class, which corresponds to the stage between high class and ultimate class, that existed in the astral boundary but was missing in the dimensional gap due to messed up laws. Grand class corresponded to the Starry Sky Warlock in Warlock cultivation system. Those more talented could train and reach ultimate class or Satan class if they were lucky or trained hard enough. Of course, there existed other ways, like magical rituals, potions, treasures, and other ways. While this wasn't bad, there existed even more terrifying lifeforms in the many universes. And everything below ultimate class was nothing more than just glorified cannon fodder in huge wars across astral boundary or other places. When I was already at my full energy and rested enough, I started preparing a magical formation that would help me absorb the high-grade demonic energy magic stone. High-grade magic stones were precious even in the astral boundary, not that much, but they were the currency used by upper-tier experts. Here in the dimensional gap, even one high-grade magic stone was a peerless treasure and priceless thing. As I held it in my hand, I was even more suspicious about Lucifer and what he intended to do. I placed it in the eye of the formation and activated the spell matrix. Architect, start the protocol, I commanded in my head. Acknowledged. He answered as the spell matrix started. Enormous magical formation started glowing with blinding light, as countless magic circles appeared around me, as a tremendous amount of demonic energy was now being directed to my body, from the high-grade demonic energy magic stone and abundant magic of the underworld. The process was very similar to what when I reached the ultimate class. At first my overall energy reserve started getting smaller by lightning speed, as the energy inside my body was being refined, fused, purified, and once again, this happened all over, unit the density and purity of my demonic energy didn't reach astonishing level. Afterward, my energy reserve started slowly rising. Soon enough, it reached 100, then 200, then after another 10 minutes it broke through the number 300 and kept rising to 400, and soon 500. To my surprise, it didn't stop there and kept climbing to 550, 575, 600. 601. 620. 621. 622. 623. 624. It then stabilized at the number 624. Shortly after, I felt the will of the underworld descend upon me as my entire body froze. Savant. 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 I now heard a familiar creepy voice belonging to the will of the underworld. Pride Guard, when in the underworld, no physical or energy attack done by anyone of the similar or same alignment as the bearer of this name, that is weaker than bearer, cannot do any harm. For thou who are stronger than the bearer, the effect would be lowered appropriately. Said the voice as it soon disappeared. I studied the effect of the new part of my true name that the underworld gifted me, and it was terrifying. As long as I am attacked in the underworld by someone who is weaker than me and is of the same alignment, meaning devil or has darkness/shadow or any other similar element, I am basically immune to such attacks. Of course, if devil attacks me, that is stronger than me, the Pride Guard would just weaken the effect of their attack. This was why it was of utmost importance to guard the true name. One mistake, and your strongest side will be your weakest. True names given by the will of the underworld itself are really terrifying and are the greatest secret of any devil. For example, if an attacker knew my true name, Savant, then the effect of the Pride Guard for the such attacker would be null. On top of such wonderful true name, the only shame is that it will work only on being of dark alignment such as devils, demons, pale blood, vampires, werewolves, and similar, and only when I am in the underworld. Sadly, fallen angels are omitted as they are not dark but rather neutral because they still possess light. Architect, Scan. Chapter 98, Satan Class, 3. Name, Zeoticus Gremory von Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Savant, Pride Guard. Race, Pure-Blooded Devil, Bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer. Occupation, Lord of House of Gremory, Grand Duke of Gremory. Age, 182. Class, Satan. Demonic Energy, 624. Strength, 451. Agility, 462. Vitality, 450. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Master, Gate of Babylon Style, Truth-Seeking Orb Style. The Devourer, Adept. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Master. Devil Magic, Master. Norse Runic Magic, Master. Abyssal Runic Magic, Master. Human Magic, Grandmaster. Masteries. Scythe, Expert. As I looked over it, I was strong as hell. Currently, I could be considered one of the best powerhouses across the Draconic Dais. What was even more terrifying was that I didn't reach even the peak of the Satan class, but I could already kill someone like that with ease. There were only a few Satan class combatants in the underworld, not only here but rather across the entire Draconic Dais. In the end, this was a desolate place, with low energy density and a small number of resources. Fortunately, I didn't now need to fear many things right now. During my trip to the Takagamera, I would have another advantage during the negotiations, and that was my personal strength. Now there was a lot of work to be done, mainly to develop the next stage for the tier magic system. Now, I have reached the Satan class, which I have termed as the Ultra-Order tier magic. On the other hand, now that I have reached Satan class, my progress will be much slower than in the past. Now I could either depend on the most basic methods, such as aging, but that was out of the question. I needed to advance quickly. The secondary method was training till energy reserves exhaustion and letting them expand naturally. The third method was to search for demonic energy magic stones in the underworld and use magic rituals to advance. This one was my personal favorite. This was also the most expensive method to use, as it would require a lot of soul coins, but I was rich, so that was not much of a problem. The only problem would be if I could find a mine of demonic energy magic stones that would be in the territory of other pantheons. Once the entire underworld will belong to me. I thought in my head as I continued to study the analysis of my body that the architect gave me. I really needed to work on my clan trait Dark Light for it to improve even more. It was my strongest weapon, followed by the tier magic system. Hopefully, more devils would use this system instead of devil magic because it would significantly enhance their abilities. Hey Graphia, how are your magic skills and other magic systems? I asked as I broke her out of her process of thoughts as she was thinking about something. If you want to ask me for my abilities with tier magic system you have invented, I could cast tactical tier spells effortlessly, but I still struggle with strategic tier spells. She answered swiftly as my smile widened. Come, I will help you properly cast strategic tier spells. In the future, your combat prowess will outshine all of those of the same class. I said. Tier magic system was pretty suitable for devils. I took the best components from human magic, devil magic, and Norse runic magic, in which I used abyssal runes and created my masterpiece. Tier magic system had the power of runic magic, and it wasn't that hard to perform as human magic and was more stable. While it lacked versatility, it had so much firepower that some versatility lack was quickly forgotten by its users. After I returned from the Helheim, I already got some new spells that magicians of the devil race invented. This was also one of the reasons why I released it to the public so quickly. Devils who depended on magic as their primary form of combat would surely try learning tier magic system. When they discovered it was superior to devil magic, they would experiment and create new spells. According to the agreement, I would get a copy of each spell every devil invented. So basically, some spellbook was delivered to my library every day, and even grimoires on tier magic were being delivered each week. Spellbook usually contained instructions about 1 to 5 spells, but the grimoire could have tens of them easily and was more detailed compared to the spellbook. Thanks, it would be an honor to be taught personally with such genius, said Graphia with sarcasm in her voice. Yes, it is, the priceless opportunity for what many would die, I said. And in a certain sense, it was the truth. I was the inventor of the entirely new magic system, something like Merlin was to human magicians when he created his own magic system based on calculations and controlling magical power. Countless would beg to learn from me, but I didn't feel like teaching students, too lazy for that. I have taught some bits to Venelana, Zikram, and some of my subordinates, and lately, even Hela, and I have found out that I suck at teaching. Probably the lack of patience with people who didn't understand everything on the first go. Chapter 99, month later, spar with Hela, 1. 1 month later, Underworld, Gremory territory, Castle Furig. I have spent 1 month familiarizing myself with the newly acquired power I have reached. At the Satan class, I had so much power that I needed to have some time to familiarize myself with it to use it properly. While I spent the past month training, my territory was steadily developing as all of Hela's army was incorporated into my own army, and people she brought from Asgard were accommodated. Now I had one of the largest armies among the devil nobility. I intended to enlarge my army even more before the Great War started. Meanwhile, as everything this was happening in my territory across the Draconic Dais, another thing shook the waves. Asgard has won the war against the armies of Laufey, Surtr, and Malekith, from which Laufey was killed, Surtr severely injured and banished back to the Muspelheim, while Malekith just escaped. While it seemed like a victory for Asgard, in reality, they lost more than they won. Apparently, the defection of Hela and her followers took a greater toll on Asgardian army than I had initially thought, and Asgard began losing the war on all fronts. Just 1 week after that, ice giants and fire creatures, along with dark elves in the shadows, managed to breach all fronts that Asgard was holding, mainly due to a lack of soldiers, as more than a third of their army defected with Hela. Soon enough, they breached into the world of Asgard, and Odin was forced to deploy all of his hidden forces to combat ferocious ice giants and fire creatures under the leadership of Laufey and Surtr. In the end, the big battle took place several miles away from the main capital of Asgard, and Odin was forced to activate his powers as God King of Pantheon that pushed him into the realm of mighty stage god, as he killed Laufey and severely injured Surtr until all accommodated power dissipated. Afterward, while Asgard won the war, they lost the majority of their army, were left with devastated infrastructure among the 9 worlds, and Odin immediately entered sleep, as his divinity was cracked due to overusing the power of God King. Soon enough, the entire Asgard went into lockdown. At least what brought a smile to my face was the fact that Malekith assassinated all Christian priests, nobles, and people of influence in the countries of Finland, Norway, and Sweden. I feel Loki had some hands in that, as he always petitioned war against other pantheons. What was bugging? The response of heaven didn't come. Yahweh just closed his eyes, weird. Today I had an appointment with Hela, as she recovered her class and became innate god through some weird ritual, which she used to awaken divinity upon her own. By her own words, she could advance by absorbing divinity of the same type from other gods. She cannot use faith energy to advance her class or to any other benefit herself, which was the price for becoming innate god. On the other side, she wasn't tied to any worlds and could freely leave planes and travel through the endless myriad of worlds. Hela was spending most of her time at my personal training yard, where she spent all of her free time. Today, as usual, she was swinging her necrosword at my training yard. Architect skin her, I said. Name, Hela. Race, innate god, Aesir/Vanir hybrid. Class, intermediate divinity stage. Divine energy, 471. Magical power, 654. Strength, 603. Agility, 565. Vitality, 590. Damn, she is strong. Her energy altogether is around twice of mine own, and her physical abilities, damn, strong. She has 2 energy types, which is understandable, as gods usually have magical power and divine energy at the same time. Can we start? I asked as I took out my scythe. My spar with Hela was already the fourth one, as we sparred once each week for several hours straight. It was mainly her idea to help me master my scythe, as in her opinion, I was sucking using a weapon, something I cannot disagree with as I am a magic caster, not a melee fighter. Before I could barely react, I could already see several necroswords being shot at me with tremendous speed as I used my physical ability to dodge. During our spars, we had ruled that no one would use spells to enhance himself or herself. As I dodged those necroswords, Hela was already before me, swinging two of her necroswords that she held in her hands at my neck as I used my scythe Rosenkreuz to block them, creating sparks in the air and minor shockwave through the air. Fortunately, this entire yard was warded with the most potent wards and barriers I could produce, so we didn't destroy the whole area. In a split of a second, Hela flipped backward while throwing two necroswords at me, which I blocked with my scythe, and then I shot towards Hela, slashing at her with my scythe. Unfortunately for me, she easily dodged my slash and kicked me to my ribs, kicking me several tens of meters away. I stood up, and coughed some blood, as she didn't hold anything back in her kick, as I barely dodged an incoming attack from her. Hela was ruthless during our spars, something I appreciated, as she did wonders for my lack of experience. Even I could see that I was improving steadily in the close combat, and soon enough, I would reach mastery rank mastery over the scythe mastery. If this fight was being fought using magic, then even with her larger reserves, the situation would be reversed. Unfortunately, I could only be a punching bag for now. Fortunately, I have strengthened my physique to Satan class, which would be much worse. You are getting better, this is good, you can now last longer during our spars, said Hela with delight as she looked at me, and I felt bad for some reason. Chapter 100, month later, spar with Hela, 2. In turn, for Hela to teach me how to fight close combat, I was helping her with her casting abilities. In truth, her abilities as a magician were messed up. She cast spells only by using brute force, which used too much energy for her. For example, an ordinary spell as Fireball for someone like her should be around 0.001 units of magical power. But alas, for Hela, who used brute force to force spells into existence, she wasted too much of her magical energy, and thus even a simple spell like that would cost her 1 unit. It may not seem like a lot, but in another example. For example, if I want to cast Strategic Tier spell, which was spells most commonly used by Satan class individuals, it would cost me around 10 units, maybe 15 units depending on the spell. That was due to my mastery of magic. According to Architect's calculations, if Hela cast the Strategic Tier spell, it would cost her around 50 units. She would use nearly half of her reserves for single spells regarding Ultra-Order tier spells. I never understood why her magical knowledge was so poor, despite being half Vanir and her mother being Frigga, one of the best witches of Asgard currently. And the answer I got was simple: she instead went to swing a sword and beat boys in spars when she was young, as reading magical tomes and studying runes was too boring for her. So now, we were correcting that mistake, as I was teaching her Asgardian magic system, human calculation magic system, and the basics of my tier magic system. Fortunately, she had a good aptitude for learning magic and handling magical power, despite her crude way of doing so right now. As I was thinking about something, another kick from Hela sent me flying backward as I coughed blood. You really know how to hold back during spars, I said sarcastically, as I was barely able to stand up, and Hela walked in front of me with a satisfied smile. The moment she was close enough and not giving me enough attention, I threw some dust into her eyes and used the blunt edge of my scythe to strike her stomach, while several seconds later, I kicked her once again, sending her away. While you Asgardians are outstanding warriors, we devils are despicable in the way we fight. This is why you lose, my dear, I said as I held my scythe at her neck and my right foot on her stomach, not allowing her to turn around as she coughed blood. Asgardians were honorable warriors, and while Hela was a warmonger and slaughterer, she still had something in her that would not allow her to use similar methods as I used to defeat her. Deception and tricks were something devils had in their blood. I then cast several simple healing spells on Hela to stop the internal bleeding I caused her as I helped her to stand up. Sometimes, your honor could become your grave, I said to her seriously. I will try to keep that in mind, answered Hela with an angered expression. She lost to a simple trick like that. How is army training going? I asked as we sat down. Pretty well, thank the increased budget you gave me. I have enough resources to increase the strength of all soldiers to middle class within next year. Also, orders from alchemist guilds across the Draconic Dais and sects from 3 realms have been made and will arrive soon. With current resources available, I could probably create a standing army of 75 million with ease with a standard middle class, stated Hela, while I was deeply surprised. Her effectiveness as a military commander was really something. When I returned from the Takagamera, I would go to the Yester plain to hunt for monarch-level monsters and magical beasts there as they are obstructing our way to the bottom of the ocean and mining the entire plain. Will you join? I asked. I plan to take with me Crumcrutch, and also Zikram promised his help in this matter. I needed to clean Yester plain out of them as soon as possible to start mining on the bottom of the ocean. Of course, it will be a good opportunity to spill some blood," said Hela with a bloodthirsty grin on her face. "Splendid. There should be no more than 20 monarch-level monsters in the Yester so that we could clear all of them within several weeks with 4 of us. Also, take all available generals, they would take care of general-level monsters. I will also take Vina and Grafia. I also wanted my subordinates to participate as they could deal with weaker monsters.